My name is Tang Yinyan. I woke up to sharp pain in my head and the sound of people arguing. I was confused and disoriented until I realized something shocking. I wasn't dead. I had died in the apocalypse, surrounded by zombies, but now I was in a different world. I recognized the scene. It was from a novel I'd read about a girl with the same name as mine. That girl lived a tragic life as a scapegoat for the main character's success. Now I was her. The argument was about me. I had fallen into a river and been saved by a man, and now my fiancé's family wanted to break off the engagement, calling me unclean. My so-called best friend had spread rumors, and my fiancé, Chiguohua, stood silently by. I remembered how their family once clung to mine for help, and now, with his career taking off, they were abandoning me. But I refused to follow the original path of this story. I wouldn't be a victim. I walked up to Chiguohua's sister, Chiguo-chun, the snake who betrayed me, and knocked her out before carrying her to the river. Everyone followed, shocked and scared. Without hesitation, I threw her into the water. She's in the same situation as me now, I said to the crowd. So, is she also unclean? The villagers stood in stunned silence. If falling into the river made me unworthy, then by their logic, Chiguo-chun should face the same judgment. I felt the fire of defiance burn in my chest. I wouldn't be a side character in someone else's happy story. I would fight for myself. My fate was in my hands now, and no one could make me a pawn again. I woke up with my head throbbing and my body weak, but I knew one thing. I wasn't the old Tang Yinyan anymore. When Chiguo-chun started to sink after I threw her into the river, her family panicked. Chiguohua, my so-called fiancé, rushed to save her, but I stopped him with a sharp kick to his stomach. His mother was screaming, but I didn't care. The crowd was stunned. I found a lazy man from the village, promised him a wife if he saved her, and he jumped into the water, without hesitation. He dragged Chiguo-chun out and performed mouth-to-mouth, which meant she was no longer clean by their ridiculous standards. After all, if falling into a river made me unworthy, what about her being touched and kissed by a stranger? Chiguo-chun woke up, horrified to find herself kissed by that old bachelor. She screamed, tried to fight, but it was too late. Everyone had seen it. The villagers, who loved gossip more than facts, quickly caught on. Even my little cousin shouted about her being a broken shoe. I made it clear I wouldn't marry into their rotten family, even if they begged me. Chiguohua called me cruel, but I hit him with the truth. I was pushed into that river, and I knew it wasn't an accident. His guilty expression confirmed it. That was enough for me. My head was spinning from fever, but anger gave me strength. I slapped him across the face, again and again, releasing all the rage from my past and this new life. I wasn't here to be a victim. I'd rewrite this story my way, with my fists if necessary. I finally pieced everything together. Chiguohua and Yang Hongling had been having an affair and didn't want to take the blame for breaking off the engagement. So, they set me up, pushed me into the river, and had a scoundrel rescue me to ruin my reputation. I was furious. I didn't hold back and beat Chiguohua until he cowered like a dog. The villagers whispered about how weak he was and how shameless his family had become. His family's plan fell apart. They wanted to cancel the engagement quietly and announce his new relationship with that so-called city girl later. Instead, I exposed their dirty deeds in front of everyone. His sister Chiguochun's innocence was gone after the rescue, and their family was now the joke of the village. Chiguohua's father tried to talk his way out of it, saying it was all a misunderstanding. I wasn't buying it. I announced I was the one who wanted to end the engagement. Their family was a mess, and I wouldn't marry into it even if they begged me. My grandmother backed me up, saying even dogs deserved better. Then I brought up the debt. Over the years, they had borrowed a lot from us. Money, supplies, even simple items like notebooks and pencils. I demanded repayment. 109 yuan and 2 cents. Chiguo-chun tried to play innocent, but I listed everything out loud. The villagers heard every word and looked at her with disgust. I left with my family, my head pounding from fever, but my heart lighter. Chi's family stood there, soaked and humiliated. I knew they wouldn't give up easily, but I wasn't scared. I had survived zombies. Dealing with these petty, scheming people would be easy. Let them try. I was ready. When I got home, I collapsed on the bed and slept like the dead. I woke up at dawn to the sound of the village clock. My fever was gone, but my stomach was empty. I searched the kitchen, found nothing, and thought about the supplies I had in my space from the apocalypse. Suddenly, 10 small bread rolls appeared on my bed. My space ability was here with me. Seeing all the supplies I had collected made me feel confident. Surviving in 1976 during food shortages would be much easier now. After eating, I lay down and plan my future. Beat the bad guys, get money, and get into Fudan University when the college entrance exams return next year. But first, I needed to get back the jade gourd my useless sister gave away. The gourd activates the spirit spring space, and if the novel's timeline is right, I can still stop the female lead, Lu Jinglan, from claiming it with her blood. I knew Lu Jinglan's tricks. She was a scheming green tea who pretended to be pure while using men to climb the social ladder. In the novel, she ended up with wealth, influence, and a devoted husband, while the original me died miserably. Not this time. Meanwhile, Lu Jinglan and her sidekick Yang Hongling were panicking after my river stunt. They didn't expect me to fight back and win. The other educated youths already saw Yang Hongling as trouble and kept their distance. I didn't wait. I stormed to their dormitory early in the morning, kicking the door open. The other youths jumped back in fear when they saw me. I wasn't here to chat. I came to take back what was mine. I showed up at the educated youth dormitory, and the moment Yang Hongling saw me, she tried to run. Her cousin Lu Jinglan stopped her, pretending to be calm and innocent. She even tried to act friendly, saying they were planning to visit me. As if I believed that. I didn't bother arguing. I accidentally bumped into Yang Hongling, sending her flying out the door. I followed her outside and gave her a solid beating. My hands moved on their own, left, right, until her swollen face looked like a pig's head. The villagers gathered, whispering, but no one dared step in. I didn't care. This was personal. These two set me up, ruined my reputation, and tried to destroy my life. I made it clear, no one touches what's mine, even if it's trash like Chiguahua. The other educated youths scrambled to distance themselves, except for Higuaqing, who ran to get the village chief. The chief showed up with my family. I stood my ground. I reminded everyone of my late grandfather's bravery during the war and how our village wouldn't tolerate betrayal. The crowd agreed. Tang Village had its pride. Then Lu Jinglan spoke up, trying to protect her cousin. She put on a pitiful act about us bullying them. I fired back, accusing them of stealing from me. She denied it, but I saw the panic in her eyes. I grabbed her collar and yanked. Her coat buttons popped off, revealing the jade gourd around her neck. My jade gourd. The one that controls the spirit spring space. So, this was why she'd been growing prettier and stronger. She stole what belonged to me. My eyes turned cold. This fight wasn't over. It was just beginning. Yin, how come your gourd is hanging on her? You are shameless. Are you here to be an educated youth or a thief? The elder sister steals people, and the younger sister steals things. Your family is a den of thieves. Old Mrs. Tang recognized the jade gourd at a glance. It was handed to her by Tang Nianyan's biological parents, along with 1,000 yuan and 500 kilograms of national food coupons. With this money and food coupons, the Tang family survived the famine. Tang Nianyan has been wearing this jade gourd since she was a child, but 2 years ago, this girl said that she wanted to live a hard and simple life and took the jade gourd away. She didn't pay attention and let this shameless thief educated youth steal it. The villagers stared at Lu Jinglan in unison. Their eyes were like knives, and there were a few malicious eyes staring at her exposed neck. Lu Jinglan was flustered and didn't even bother to button her collar. Her mind raced as she thought of a reason. She said that the jade gourd was a family heirloom. This type of jade gourd was not rare, and it wasn't just Tang Nianyan who had it. But before she could speak, another voice spoke first. This is my birthday gift for Comrade Lu. This jade gourd is a family heirloom. The The person who spoke first was He Guiqing. He couldn't bear to see his beloved being embarrassed, so he took the jade gourd. He thought the same as Lu Jinglan. It was just an ordinary jade gourd. Could it be that it was engraved with Tang Nianyan's name? Lu Jinglan breathed a sigh of relief and looked through He Guiqing with gratitude. He Guiqing straightened his back, immersed in the pride of being a hero saving a beautiful woman, and didn't notice a sad and lost look in the crowd. It was Tang Nianyan's stupid elder sister Tang Wujin. Is it your family's inheritance? Your last name is He, right? Tang Nianyan asked with a sneer. Before He Guiqing could answer, the other educated youths nodded one after another. Since your last name is He, why is the word Tang, which means Tang, engraved on the jade gourd that was passed down from your family? Tang Nianyan grabbed the jade gourd from Lu Jinglan's neck and saw the word Tang engraved on the bottom. The team leader took it and saw the word Tang, and his face immediately darkened. There must be no thieves in the village. This He Guiqing must be severely punished. I was wrong just now.
It was
Tang Wujin who gave it to me. Really, she gave it to me. He Guiqing's face turned pale. He no longer had the heart to be a hero and save the beauty. He had to protect himself now. Otherwise, he would not be able to save his life if he was sent to the farm for reform. Although Tang Wujin was very sad, he could not watch his sweetheart being sent to the farm to suffer, so he opened his mouth to admit it. A murderous look shot over. It was old lady Tang. Tang Wujin opened her mouth, but closed it again. The person she feared most at home was her grandmother. She didn't dare to admit it in front of her grandmother, or she would be beaten to death. He Guiqing looked at Tang Wujin with hope, but he was disappointed. He shouted in despair, Tang Wujin, why didn't you say it? It was obviously you who gave it to me. I didn't steal it. Do you still want me to marry you? Tang Wujin's mind moved, and she opened her mouth again. She liked He Guiqing so much. He was gentle and handsome, and he wore glasses. He looked like a cultured man, much better than the young men in the village. Old Lady Tang poked her in the lower back hard and warned her with a fierce glare. Tang Wujin closed her mouth again. You shameless thief. You still want to marry my granddaughter? Bah, dogs have more shame than you. Old Lady Tang put her hands on her hips and cursed. Grandma, don't insult dogs all the time. Tang Nianyan straightened her face and corrected her word by word. Her grandmother's habit of using dogs as an analogy is really bad. She must change it. The corners of Old Lady Tang's mouth twitched. She was too lazy to bother with this dead girl, and all her firepower was directed at He Guiqing and Lu Jinglan. With her invincible ability to scold the entire team, the old lady dug out and whipped the corpses of the 18 generations of the He family, the Yang family, and the Lu family.
dogs.
Pigs have more shame than you, either stealing people or selling their bodies. Are you sisters from a brothel? And you, a toad, a useless who can't lift anything. How can you have the face to marry my granddaughter? Even a sow that has given birth to 18 litters won't marry you. Old Lady Tang was full of firepower. Her demeanor was no less than that of the past, and she was considered enough to avoid being corrected by Tang Nianyan again. The team leader finally spoke. It's time to go to work. Don't just stand here. Hurry up. The villagers were reluctant to leave. They hadn't seen enough of such a wonderful show. Third uncle, Yang Hongling deliberately pushed me into the river, causing me to have a high fever and almost die. Now I am still weak all over, with a headache and a swollen brain. She has to pay me for my medical expenses and medical fees, 100 yuan. Tang Nianyan's voice was very loud. She had just spent so much energy beating someone up, so she had to eat something good to replenish herself. She wanted to eat meat. Braised pork, big elbow, steamed pork with rice flour, dried vegetable meat. She wanted to eat all of them. I didn't push you, I slipped. Yang Hongling refused to admit it, and her words were leaking. Tang Nianyan was too lazy to fight again. With the 100 yuan hanging in the balance, Old Lady Tang and her adoptive mother Su Jinfeng would definitely do their best to collect the debt. Slip your mother. You did it on purpose. Poor my Nian Nian had a fever of 50 degrees and almost went to see Marks. Look at her little face. It's whiter than a dead person. It's all your fault. Pay me. Old Lady Tang scolded with full force. Daughter-in-law Su Jinfeng followed closely, cursing even more harshly. Although the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was not good, they were absolutely united in dealing with the outside world, especially in debt collection. The villagers looked silently at Tang Niannian, who was full of energy and had a rosy face, and kept silent. Everything that should and should not be said was said by the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, so they should just shut up. Su Jinfeng pressed Yang Hongling's shoulders and shook her left and right, just like Erkong shaking Ziwei. Pay back the money, you shameless. Give me 100 yuan. I'll give it to you. Stop shaking. Yang Hongling succumbed to the tyranny of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law and agreed to pay the money. But she had no money on her, so Jinglan helped me give it to them first. Yang Hongling looked at her cousin. Her tone was matter-of-fact, and Lu Jinglan was bitter. The precious jade gourd was gone, and her heart was more uncomfortable than a large piece of meat was dug out. This idiot also asked her to take 100 yuan, and she only had a total of 500 yuan. Lu Jinglan didn't know what happened. Ever since the jade gourd was taken away, she felt empty inside, as if she had lost something very, very important. She wanted to get it back, but she didn't have the courage to do so in front of the whole village. She would find a way to get it later, and this jade gourd must not fall into Tang Niannian's hands. The jade gourd can make people more and more beautiful. Tang Niannian was already beautiful, and with the jade gourd, she would be even more beautiful. Zhou Siren would come over in the second half of the year, and he might fall in love with this again. She had to find a way to get the jade gourd before Zhou Siren came. Lu Jinglan took out 100 yuan, and Old Lady Tang stepped forward to take it. Tang Niannian was faster than her and put 10 bills into her pocket. She grinned at Old Lady Tang and said, "I'll give it to you when we get home." Old Lady Tang snorted in dismay, annoyed that she was too slow, and let this girl get it first. Third uncle, He Guoqing steals things and has bad behavior. He can't stay in the village anymore, Tang Niannian said loudly. The blood disappeared from He Guoqing's face, his legs went limp, and he knelt on the ground begging for mercy. I was confused for a moment. I will never do it again. Please give me a chance, please. He Guoqing kowtowed desperately. His glasses fell off. His forehead was bleeding, but he didn't feel the pain. He regretted it now. He shouldn't have provoked Tang Niannian. The people of Tang Village didn't like to deal with the educated youth, but they didn't make it difficult. They were much easier to get along with than those in other villages, which also gave him the illusion that the people of Tang Village were easy to talk to. It's easy to change the country, but it's hard to change one's nature. Third uncle, can the Japanese change their aggressive nature? Of course not. Don't believe the lies of a thief. He just doesn't want to go to the farm for reform. Tang Niannian spoke in a very strict and clear manner and used the Japanese as an example. Because many people in Tang Village were captured by the Japanese to work as laborers, only one escaped back home, but he became a. He was Tang Niannian's fourth grandfather and the captain's biological father, who hated the Japanese. What Nian said is right. This thief has shifty eyes and must be a bad guy. Xiao Sand, send this thief away quickly. Fourth grandpa came out with a cane, glared at He Guoqing with disgust, and ordered the team leader arrogantly. The team leader did not dare to say a word and asked people to take He Guoqing away. He had to call the commune later and report the situation truthfully. The commune would send people to investigate the situation and send He Guoqing to the farm for reform. Villagers and educated youth who made mistakes would be sent to the farm. It was not easy to stay there. A white-faced scholar like He Guoqing could not survive a day. I didn't steal, Tang Wujin. Save me, speak quickly. 2 villagers took He Guoqing away. This guy screamed at the top of his lungs and wanted Tang Wujin to testify, but Tang Wujin had been dragged home by Su Jinfeng and taught a lesson. Lu Jinglan's face was pale. She stood there blankly, her collar still open. The cold wind blew into her neck, but she didn't feel cold. Yang Hongling was lying on the ground. Her pig-headed face was covered in blood, and there were a few teeth on the ground. The educated youths all went to work. No one paid attention to them, and no one would pay attention to them in the future. Tang Niannian followed Old Lady Tang home. her stomach growling with hunger. 10 small breads were not enough to satisfy her hunger. Her adoptive father Tang Manjin went to work, and Su Jinfeng was scolding Tang Wujin. You are even more despicable than a dog. What's so good about Higuaching? He can't even carry manure, can't swing and earns less work points than a woman. You will be left starving if you marry him? What's more, Higuaching doesn't like you. Haven't you seen him flirting with Lu Jinglan every day? Are you blind, or do you have maggots in your brain? You also stole your second sister's things and gave them to I will beat you to death, you shameless and lowly. Su Jinfeng became more and more angry as she scolded. She slapped Tang Wujin hard several times, making her hands numb. Mom, give it to you. Tang Jujin silently handed over a stick of firewood as thick as her arm, which she had just taken from outside. Little Jujin didn't like her elder sister. She always gave things from home to little glasses Higuaching to eat. She had seen it several times. Su Jinfeng, who was angry, snatched the stick of firewood and hit him on the head.
Mom, I was wrong, stop beating me.
Tang Wujin howled like a pig being slaughtered. Actually, Su Jinfeng didn't use much strength. Tang Wujin was the first child, and Su Jinfeng had spent a lot of time on him. Among the 3 children, she had always been partial to the eldest. Even when she was angry, she couldn't bear to hit him too hard. Didn't you eat? Old Mrs. Tang saw through it at a glance, snatched the firewood stick, and hit Tang Wujin hard. Tang Wujin couldn't even scream in pain. His face was pale, and he looked at the old lady in fear. You stole things from home and paid for Are you so cheap? Rather than letting you lose face in the Tang family in the future, I'd rather beat you to death now. Old Mrs. Tang used all her strength. What she hated most was a traitor. Her eldest granddaughter was stupid and lazy, and now she had violated her taboo. She had to teach her a lesson, otherwise she wouldn't learn her lesson. Mom, take a break, I'll beat you. Su Jinfeng couldn't bear to see her daughter suffer and wanted to take over the firewood stick. Are you hitting me? You're just tickling me. You've spoiled this disgraceful fool. Hurry up and meet someone new. Get married this year. Old Lady Tang hit her hard a few more times. Tang Wujin collapsed on the ground in pain and didn't even have the strength to cry. But when she heard that she had to meet someone new, she immediately became energetic and shouted desperately, I won't marry, Mom. I don't want to marry a country man. Old Lady Tang was furious and hit her harder with the stick. You're just a country girl, and you still want to go to heaven? If you listen to the arrangements honestly, I'll find a good family for you, but you still refuse to settle down. I'll marry you to the mountains. You're such a... You have to be taught a lesson by the men in the mountains. I won't marry. Please, Grandma, I don't want to marry. Tang Wujin cried and begged. She wanted to marry Higuaching, not a barbaric countryman. Old Lady Tang's face turned cold, and she hit her hard. With a click, the stick broke. Tang Wujin fainted. Su Jinfeng's heart ached, but she dared not say anything. The financial power of the family was in the hands of her mother-in-law. If she dared to resist, she would have to starve. Grandma, my eldest sister is now obsessed with Higuaching. If she can steal my jade gourd today, she can steal the food in the house tomorrow. You have to find a powerful brother-in-law, otherwise you can't control my eldest sister. Tang Yanyan suggested sincerely. If it weren't for the face of the Tang family, she would have beaten Tang Wujin to death long ago. My eldest sister always gives the food at home to that little glasses and steals the biscuits from me and my third sister.
Tang Ji Xin Công Lai Lao Li.
Those biscuits were brought by my uncle from the city. The 4 sisters had the same amount. My eldest sister stole her and my third sister and gave them all to little glasses. Old Mrs. Tang's face was as gloomy as water, and she stared at Tang Wujin on the ground with disgust. This can't be kept in the family, and the eldest daughter-in-law can't be asked to find a son. She has to find one herself. Nian Nian is right. She has to find a powerful man, otherwise she can't control this fool, and the 2 families will not be relatives but enemies. Tang Wujin was locked up by Old Lady Tang, not allowing her to go out and embarrass herself. Mom, Wujin can earn 8 work points a day.
Su Jinfeng Perlit.
Earning 8 work points will bring shame to the Tang family's 18 generations of ancestors. Old Lady Tang was very determined. Although she felt sorry for the work points, the Tang family's reputation was more important. She must not let this idiot go before he got married. Grandma, 10 work points are only 72 cents.
I'll give you 60 yuan.
Tang Nianyan took out 6 big unity notes from her pocket and handed them over. Old Lady Tang felt relieved, but she still felt pained and said unhappily, "What are you doing with 40 yuan, little girl?" "Grandma, I need to buy study materials. In case there is a job recruitment exam in the city, I have to be prepared." Tang Nianyan made up a random excuse. There were still 20 months before the college entrance examination, and farming was impossible. She had to find a way to make money in the city. Old Mrs. Tang's expression remained unchanged. Why would 40 yuan be enough for study materials? 10 yuan is enough. Grandma, there's still 109 yuan and 2 cents from the Qi family. With just one sentence, Tang Nianyan succeeded in getting the old lady to give in. Don't spend money recklessly. Keep an eye on your eldest sister. Jujin, go collect firewood. After making the arrangements, old Mrs. Tang went to work with Su Jinfeng. Tang Nianyan had never worked since she was a child because Tang Qingshan said that if he took so much money and food coupons from other people's parents, he had to treat them well. Jujin, open your mouth. Tang Nianyan had a piece of fruit candy in her hand. Tang Jujin opened her mouth and she stuffed it in. Second sister, where did you get the candy? Tang Jujin's eyes lit up, and he spit it out to bite off half for his second sister to eat. But Tang Nianyan stopped him because she still had a lot in her space. My second uncle gave it to me. Tang Nianyan thought of a reason. His second uncle Tang Manin was a temporary worker in the machinery factory in the city, earning 18.5 yuan a month, and his second aunt was a temporary worker in the sock factory, earning 15 yuan. Tang Jujin didn't doubt it, but was just surprised that the candy his second uncle gave to his second sister seemed to taste very different. She had never tasted it before. The little girl didn't think much about it. She held the candy in her mouth and went to the mountain to collect firewood happily. Tang Nianyan returned to her room, took out the jade gourd, bit her finger, and blood dripped on it, and she fainted instantly. When she woke up, she found herself lying on the bed, and the jade gourd in her hand was gone. She thought about the space, and she disappeared from the room. Tang Nianyan calmly looked around. The space was very large, with endless black soil and a spiritual spring with white steam. The supplies in her original space also came in and piled up into a mountain. She was a little surprised. In the book, the space that Lu Jinglan recognized as her master only had spiritual springs, and the amount was very small, only 1 drop a day. There was no black soil, and the space could only store a little bit of things. Could it be because she was too beautiful? Tang Nianyan walked to the spiritual spring, scooped up a handful, and drank it. It was very sweet. After drinking it, there was no special feeling, but a warm current surged in the body, making people lazy. Soon, a thin layer of dirt appeared on the surface of her skin. Tang Nianyan came out of the space, boiled water to take a bath, and looked in the mirror and found that her skin was white and tender. She was bright-eyed and beautiful, and after being conditioned by the spiritual spring, she became even brighter. Even if she wore a rustic flowered jacket, it could not cover up her beauty. Tang Nianyan grinned with satisfaction and patted her fair face gently. This feeling. She wanted to touch herself. Wouldn't a man go crazy if he touched her? Sister, I'm so beautiful. This body is very similar to her previous appearance, but she has experienced the middle school entrance examination, the college entrance examination, and the 996 livestock work life. In addition, in the last 3 years of the end of the world, her head is almost bald, her skin is wrinkled, and her beauty is only 6 points left. It's great to travel through books. Tang Nianyan is in a very good mood. Although she has become a cannon fodder, she can still live like a queen. It would be great if Bai Sui could come too. Poor Bai Sui, born as a dog, has never even chewed a bone. Second sister, help. Tang Jujin's miserable cry came from far away. Tang Nianyan just arrived at the gate of the yard, and the little girl rushed over and hid behind her. Second sister, that big dog wants to eat me. Tang Jujin, the little girl, is not afraid of anything, but she is afraid of the two tyrants in the village. Because dogs love to chase her and geese love to peck her, the psychological shadow left on the little girl since she was a child is bigger than the moon. Tang Nianyan didn't say anything. She stared at the big yellow dog running over. Her eyes gradually reddened.
Bai Sui?
Tang Nianyan called out, and the yellow dog stopped and stared at her. After a while, the dog started to curse. Woof, woof, woof. Where have you been? You made me look for you all over the mountains and plains, and you also fought with a few stupid pigs. I haven't eaten for 2 days. I'm starving to death. You black-hearted. 10,000 dirty words are omitted here. To outsiders, the yellow dog is just a barking vicious dog. Tang Jujin was so scared that he didn't dare to look at it. He hid behind his second sister and trembled. Tang Nianyan and Bai Sui can communicate without obstacles.
She can understand what this guy says.
She rushed over and hugged Bai Sui, crying and laughing. Don't get close to me. I'm from Shudao Mountain. Get out of here. My snot is all over me. Bai Sui cursed fiercely, but his mouth was wide open, looking at his master tenderly. He was so scared these 2 days, running around the mountain like a blind man, until he smelled his master's scent, and then he came over. Finally found him, and he was so tired. I'm going to get close to you, Bai Sui. I thought I wouldn't see you again. Are you hungry? Eat quickly. Tang Nianyan took out canned food from the space and fed it to Bai Sui, who ate 6 cans in a row. Tang Jujin couldn't see it, but she could smell it. The air was full of meaty aroma, which made her so greedy. Second sister, are you roasting dog meat? Tang Jujin suspected that the second sister had roasted the vicious dog in short time.
Woof.
You dare to roast me? Girl, I'll kill you. Bai Sui's fur stood up, and he arched his body and barked at the little girl. Tang Jujin was terrified and shook her head vigorously.
She didn't know what was going on. She actually understood what the yellow dog said. Woohoo.
She would never eat dog meat again. Jujin, this is Bai Sui. You can play together from now on. Bai Sui, she is my sister Jujin. Don't bully her. Tang Nianyan introduced them solemnly, but neither of them gave them face. Bai Sui raised his head and gave Jujin a disdainful look. He didn't want to play with the yellow-haired girl. Although Tang Jujin didn't say anything, she was very resistant in her heart. She didn't want to play with a vicious dog. Tang Nianyan took out a sausage, tore off the package, and fed it to Tang Jujin. The little girl's saliva just flowed into her neck. Second sister, what is this? Tang Jujin took a big bite, and shameful saliva flowed down the corners of her mouth. It was so delicious. She had never eaten such delicious food. Luncheon meat. Tang Nianyan remembered that the current name was luncheon meat. There was a particularly famous mail-in luncheon meat factory in Shanghai. Tang Jujin only ate half of it and carefully put the rest into his pocket. Leave it for my third sister. The little girl explained that she had the best relationship with her third sister Tang Lujin. Tang Lujin was in the 2nd year of high school in the county town and went home once a month. Eat it, there's more. Tang Nianyan's heart softened, and she gently stroked the little girl's head. This cute little girl in the book wanted to catch fish to replenish the body of pregnant Su Jinfeng and drowned. She was only 8 years old when she died. Since she came, she must protect this little girl. When Jujin heard that there was more, she immediately took out half a ham sausage from her pocket, but she didn't eat it in a hurry. She fed it to Tang Nianyan's mouth. Second sister, you eat it. I've eaten it, eat it quickly. Tang Nianyan smiled, feeling a little warm in her heart. After experiencing the end of the world where people eat people, although she has no sympathy, there are still 2 creatures that can make her soft-hearted. Human cubs and dogs. Jujin was a very cute girl, and she touched her little conscience. She would be under her protection from now on. Tang Nianyan didn't go home. She was craving meat. Bai Sui said there were many wild rabbits and pheasants in the mountains, so she could get some back to satisfy her craving. She also got some grass and medicinal herbs to raise in the space. She fed the rabbits with grass and sold the medicinal herbs to the purchasing station to exchange for money. Tang Village was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Beyond the mountains was Wucheng, which was the famous small commodity capital where chicken feathers could fly into the sky 30 years later. Sugar smuggling merchants often came to the village with their goods on their shoulders to exchange for things. Tang Nianyan had no other ideas now.
She just wanted to eat meat.
The mountains were indeed rich in supplies. With Baisue's help, she quickly caught 2 fat rabbits, 1 male and 1 female, and the female was pregnant. While Tang Jujin was not paying attention, she put the pregnant female rabbit into the space and put a lot of grass in it. Rabbits can give birth to a litter every month. Within a year, there must be a group of rabbits in the space. Tang Nianyan carried a fat rabbit and went to find Tang Jujin, who was collecting firewood. Second sister is so amazing. Second sister, is the rabbit all cooked? Second sister, can I eat 1 leg? Along the way, the little girl's eyes never left the rabbit, and she kept asking. Tang Nianyan was annoyed by the noise and said coldly, "If you keep talking, you won't be able to eat the rabbit hair." Immediately, she was as quiet as a chicken. Back home, Tang Nianyan skillfully skinned and gutted the rabbit and handled it neatly. She didn't throw away the internal organs and fried the rabbit offal with pickled cabbage, which must be delicious. She hung up the rabbit skin and asked someone to deal with it later so that she could make a hat. In the past, Grandma Tang would go home to cook lunch. The cabinet where the grain was stored was locked, and the key was hanging on Grandma Tang's waistband. Tang Nianyan took out a thin wire from the space, poked it into the keyhole, and opened it with a click. Tang Jujin opened his mouth wide, and the second sister in front of him suddenly became much taller. From then on, the most amazing person in her heart was the second sister. The third sister could only be ranked second. Light the fire. Tang Nianyan's expression was always cold. She didn't like to laugh or talk. She had been cold since she was a child, which was very different from her lively personality. She was not afraid of being exposed. After experiencing the betrayal of her fiancé, it was natural that her personality would change drastically. When others asked, it was Chiguohua's fault. Second sister, Grandma will scold you if the meat is cooked. Tang Jujin reminded in a low voice. Old Mrs. Tang was very frugal with her life. She was a meticulous person who had to eat 3 meals even if only the tail of a fish was left. This rabbit would definitely last for half a month in the hands of old Mrs. Tang. Eat it, and then go to the mountain to catch it. I'll give you a leg later. Tang Nianyan was not afraid. She could eat the rabbit she caught however she wanted. And there were so many wild rabbits on the mountain, so she could just catch them if she wanted to eat them. A leg instantly cured Tang Jujin's anxiety. She happily lit a fire. Tang Nianyan prepared red stew. She sautéed garlic, chili, and onion in oil, and then added meat and stir-fried. After a while, the kitchen was filled with strange fragrance, and Jujin, who was stoking the fire, drooled. Fry the rabbit meat over high heat until it is dry, add water and simmer, then simmer over low heat to reduce the sauce. Tang Nianyan went to the vegetable garden to pick some green moss. At this time, the moss was growing like crazy and it was impossible to eat it in time. There was a large pot full of red stewed rabbit meat. Tang Nianyan used the remaining soup to stir-fry a large pot of moss, and then cooked a large pot of sweet potato rice. The reason why she didn't cook pure rice was not because she was afraid of Mrs. Tang, but because there was not much rice in the Tang family's granary. When the bell rang, Mrs. Tang trotted home. She had to cook. She would stew a bowl of sweet potato rice for her son at noon, and then cook a pot of sweet potato porridge and stir-fry some green moss. It was called stir-frying, but in fact, it was a piece of pig skin that had been scalded countless times. It was rubbed on the iron pan, and then the vegetables and water were added to cook. There was not even a drop of oil in the soup. The Tang family was at the head of the village, and the villagers had to pass by on their way home. "Manjin, did you cook meat? It smells so good that my stomach is growling." The villagers stopped and took a big sip. It was really meaty and made them hungry.
Tang Manjin smiled honestly. No meat.
I haven't eaten meat for a long time. Except for eating some meat during the Chinese New Year, he ate vegetables and radishes or pickled vegetables and tofu at other times. If he wanted to eat meat again, he had to wait until Qingming Festival. He had to have meat to visit his father's grave, and he would eat it at home after visiting the grave. The three brothers did not inherit their father's hunting skills, otherwise they would have meat every day if they were guarding a mountain. Although the villagers were skeptical, they could not go to his house to see, and it was their ability to eat meat. They were satisfied if they could just follow and take a few sips of the meat. Old Lady Tang opened the door, and the smell of meat became stronger. She sniffed a few times, and it was indeed the smell of meat. What happened? Grandma, my second sister has cooked. Tang Jujin ran out. She was so happy because her second sister had just given her and Bai Sui a big piece of meat each. It was so delicious. Tang Yinyan also ate a piece of meat, which finally satisfied her craving. But she wanted to eat pork more strongly. Rabbit meat was not as good as pork after all, so she went back to the mountain to hunt wild boars. Grandma, my second sister hunted rabbits in the mountain. Before Old Lady Tang got angry, Tang Jujin hurried to explain, but the old lady was still angry and stared at the dry rice in the pot. You spend so much rice to cook a meal. If she were to cook, she could cook at least 5 meals. Old Lady Tang pressed her chest hard. No, she was almost out of breath. Grandma, my classmate has a connection in the city. Rice is 1.8 yuan per pound. Tang Yinyan made up a story and created a classmate out of nothing. She planned to go to the city. There was a lot of food in the space. She had to find a reason to take it out. She also went to the legendary black market to see if she could exchange it for some jewelry and antiques. 18 cents a pound? Is that true? Old Lady Tang didn't believe it. Rice in the black market was 25 cents a pound. If there was really 18 cents for food, she would definitely buy it. Really, I'll go to the city to buy food tomorrow. Tang Yinyan said it very sincerely. Old Lady Tang finally believed it and stopped worrying about it. The Tang family had a big bowl of rabbit meat and vegetables, as well as a big pot of rice. After finishing all of them, Tang Yinyan also mixed a bowl of rabbit meat and rice for Bai Sui. Where did the dog come from? People can't even eat enough, and you still keep a dog? Old Lady Tang was angry again. She actually fed the dog so well. Even the team leader didn't have such good food. The rabbit was caught by Bai Sui, and there will be more in the future. Tang Yinyan said lightly, and she extinguished Old Lady Tang's anger. The old lady calculated quickly in her mind that a rabbit could be exchanged for at least 2 yuan in the town, and at 1.8 yuan per pound of grain, it could be exchanged for more than 10 pounds of grain. It would be okay to feed the dog some. Feed less, dogs are cheap, and they won't live long if they eat too well. Old Lady Tang felt that there was no need to feed a dog so well, and it would be enough to mix some leftover soup and rice crust. Bai Sui ignored her and concentrated on eating. He had never eaten such a delicious meal before, and he had no time to pay attention to the old lady. Grandma, Bai Sui is my brother. I am not happy if you say that. Tang Yinyan's expression was very serious. She had to make it clear to the old lady. In her heart, Bai Sui ranked first, and the old lady was not included in the ranking. She was the kind that could be abandoned at any time. Old Lady Tang met her cold eyes, and her heart suddenly trembled. Why did this dead girl get more fierce when she had a fever? Forget it anyway. The money given by the dead girl's parents has not been spent, so if she wants to raise a dog, then raise it. It's just that this dead girl is a little bit stupid. She actually calls a dog a brother. What kind of words are they? Tang Manjin and Su Jinfeng, the couple, didn't say a word. They never cared about Tang Yinyan, and they couldn't do anything even if they wanted to. Su Jinfeng brought a bowl of rice and gave it to Tang Wujin to eat. She was cruel and ignored her. Tang Wujin finished the meal crying and lay back on the bed to feel sorry for herself. At 1:30 in the afternoon, it was time to go to work. The door of the Tang family was knocked loudly, and a slick voice came in. I'm here to propose marriage, Tang Yinyan. You let me touch you all. Who else can I marry if not you? It was Yang Baozhen who came, the rogue who saved the original body, and the who beat the original body to death. He received instructions from the Qi family and came to propose marriage after lunch. Tang Yanyan's beauty was famous far and wide, and Yang Baozhen had been greedy for a long time. With such a good thing delivered to his door, he was more active than anyone else. Tang Yanyan was taking a nap in bed and was woken up. After hearing what the man said, she got out of bed with a cold face. They was looking for death, so she would help him. Get out of here. If you come to my house again, I will chop you to death. Old Mrs. Tang waved her sickle and cursed at Yang Baozhen. I saved your granddaughter, and this is how your family treats the lifesaver? You repay the lifesaver with your body. You Tang family will never be ungrateful. Yang Baozhen got the advice of the Qi family and knew that the people of Tang village valued face the most, so he insisted on saving his life. The villagers who went to work all gathered around. Although this scoundrel was annoying, he did save Tang Yanyan, and this favor had to be repaid. Is it the life-saving grace, or are you and Qi Guohua colluding to frame me? Tang Yanyan came out, pushed old Mrs. Tang away, and looked at Yang Baozhen coldly. This scoundrel is short and fat. He is the only son born with great difficulty in his family. His 5 older sisters his blood. He never works and must eat dry rice every day. All the eggs laid by the chicken go into his stomach. He is just a lazy and bad-tempered good-for-nothing. Yang Baozhen stared at Tang Yanyan with lustful eyes and didn't hear what she said at all. He even stretched out his hand to touch her. She will be his wife soon, so what's wrong with touching her a few times? Tang Yanyan felt even colder. He grabbed Yang Baozhen's collar and punched him in the stomach. The original body in the book was beaten to death by this. Qi Guohua, and you colluded with each other and caused me to fall into the river. You stood by and waited for me to fall into the river before you went down to save me. You also deliberately made a move to destroy my innocence. I taught you a lesson in the river yesterday. Have you not learned your lesson? You are a person who looks like a human, but does nothing. Today I will teach you a lesson. Tang Yanyan had just finished her meal and was as strong as an ox. Every punch could make Yang Baozhen's bile burst out. The villagers did not believe Tang Yanyan's words at first, but after seeing her violence, they firmly believed it. How could a coward like Yang Baozhen take advantage of Tang Yanyan? This must be talking nonsense. Stop hitting me. Ugh. The Qi family asked me to do it. I won't marry you. Stop hitting me. Yang Baozhen, who is delicate and precious, had never suffered such hardship before. He confessed everything in a few hits, and his desire for Tang Yanyan was completely gone. No matter how beautiful a tigress is, she is still a tiger. He can't afford to marry her. It's the Qi family who are causing trouble again. I'm going to settle accounts with them. Old Mrs. Tang was furious. The Qi family was bullying too much. How could a family with a different surname show off so much? Let's go together. Tang Yanyan dragged Yang Baozhen, who looked like a dead body, towards the Qi family. Qi Guohua was going home to visit his relatives. He must have brought money with him. He had to ask for some compensation for mental damage. The villagers hesitated and followed behind. They couldn't escape whether they did the work points or not. It was more important to watch the fun. Qi Guohua's family was there. They were waiting for good news from Yang Baozhen. Qi Guochun and Qi's mother both had a fever and lay weak in bed. They wished that Yang Baozhen would marry Tang Yanyan today. The door of the Qi family was closed. Tang Yanyan kicked it open. The villagers were shocked and looked forward to it even more. It must be a big fight. Qi Guohua and his son rushed out. Seeing Yang Baozhen in Tang Yanyan's hands, their hearts sank to the bottom. Uncle Qi, Guohua, save me. You didn't say she was a tigress. If you had said so, I would never agree even if you kill me. Yang Baozhen cried and screamed, confessing everything, leaving nothing out. Okay, you are such a wicked family. If my family hadn't borrowed money, your dog legs would have been crippled, and Qi Guoxia would have died. Is this how you repay me? Beasts know how to repay, but you are worse than beasts. How can a beast like you be promoted? People like you will definitely become traitors on the battlefield and point guns at your own people. I'd better ask your leader. Old Lady Tang walked up to Qi Guohua and wanted to slap this in the face, but she was not strong enough, so she could only lower her hand in dismay. A stool moved over. It was Tang Niannian, who carried the old lady up. Old Lady Tang immediately swung her fist and slapped Chi Guohua the face. Slap, slap, slap. Chi Guohua didn't dare to move, and was even more afraid that the old woman would really go to the army to make trouble. Second Grandma, Yang Baozhen is talking nonsense. I really didn't do such a thing. Nian Nian and I have always had a good relationship. I won't cancel the engagement. Chi Guohua refused to admit it and said that he wanted to marry Tang Niannian. Bah, a family like you who are in trouble still want to marry my Niannian?
Dream on.
Old Lady Tang spat. Grandma, he wants to use this to deny the debt of 109.2 yuan. He also instructed Yang Baozhen and Yang Hongling to make me almost drown. Now I feel dizzy and can't eat. Let him pay me 100 yuan to buy me nutritional supplements. Tang Niannian opened his mouth loudly, and Chi's mother, who was lying on the bed, was so angry that she ran out to scold him. You are a little girl, and you still want 100 yuan for nutrition? You want to eat up the sky, and you are extorting money from my family.
Dream on.
If you don't pay for the nutrition, I will buy a ticket to the army now, and let Chi Guohua judge. Tang Niannian turned and left, and said to Mrs. Tang, Grandma, I will ask Uncle San to write a letter of introduction. Chi Guohua gritted his teeth and said hatefully, I will give it to you, Niannian. I really didn't hurt you. I am willing to give you this money. Go buy delicious food. Tang Niannian must not be allowed to go to the army to make trouble. He is at a critical moment of promotion now, and nothing can go wrong. This ate his food, and she will spit it out sooner or later. Chi Guohua hated it very much in his heart, but he pretended to be affectionate on the surface, which made Tang Niannian almost spit out her lunch. Hurry up and take the money, a total of 209.2 yuan. Tang Niannian had a stern face and disgusted eyes. Chi Guohua was just an ordinary beauty, and she looked down on such a kind of stuff. The original body had a bad vision. Chi Guohua dragged Chi's mother back to the house. Not long after, he came out with a pile of money in his hand, some in small change and some in whole. 209 yuan and 2 cents, all here. Old Mrs. Tang stretched out her hand, but Tang Niannian was one step faster than her. Tang Niannian skillfully counted the money, not missing a cent. Our two families will have no relationship in the future. Chi Guohua, I wish you a bright future in the army. Tang Niannian's voice was loud, and she emphasized the words bright future with a meaningful look. Chi Guohua's heart skipped a beat, and his back felt cold. Niannian, I really didn't hurt you, you misunderstood. Chi Guohua's biggest worry now was that Tang Niannian would go to the army to make trouble. Don't worry, I won't go to the army, and we'll settle our grievances. Tang Niannian's mouth curled up with sarcasm. The S mind was obvious, and she saw through it at a glance. Even if he didn't go to the army, she could ruin his future. Chi Guohua was the culprit for the tragic ending of the original body in the book. How could she be relieved with just 100 yuan? She hadn't used her ultimate move yet. Chi Guohua forced a smile and felt a little relieved. Tang Niannian had made a promise in front of the whole village. She shouldn't go to the army to make trouble, right? Nothing to do? Why don't you go to work? The captain's voice like a bell rang out. He looked at Tang Niannian deeply and said nothing. He was thinking in his heart that this girl had a fever, but her brain had become clear. Recently, his ignorant and stupid daughter has been making trouble at home every day, insisting on marrying a poor young man with a bad background. No matter how much good words and saliva she said, it was useless. This dead girl was like a demon. How about taking this dead girl to the river to soak and see if the in her brain can be burned away? The villagers dispersed in a hurry and went to work in 2s and 3s, talking and laughing. Along the way, they were discussing the farce between the Chi and Tang families. The public opinion in the village also took a big turn. Yesterday, they were still saying that Tang Niannian was not innocent and was indeed not worthy of Chi Guohua. Now they're saying that Chi Guohua is more vicious than Chen Shimi. Chen Shimi just divorced his wife, but Chi Guohua wants to kill Tang Niannian. I've said it before, this kind of outsider has bad character, We don't know their background, who knows what their ancestors did. Fortunately, Nian girl didn't marry him. A despicable man like Chi Guohua is not a good match even if he is promoted in the army. The army leaders have poor eyesight. How can they not see the true face of Chi Guohua? People in the countryside have loud voices and strong breath. Even if they are dozens of meters away, these words can still be blown into the ears of Chi Guohua's family with the early spring wind. The chief family looked uglier than eating. They lost money and lost face. This time they suffered a big loss. Guohua, go see Yang Hongling and bring some eggs. Chi's father had a dark face and had an idea. Tang Nian was out of luck. Yang Hongling must be firmly grasped. Their Chi family had been begging for 18 generations. When it came to his generation, they finally made a comeback and must not fail. There are not many eggs left at home. I didn't give Guochun any eggs when he had a fever. Mother Chi felt sorry for the eggs. She wanted to save some more and exchange 100 eggs for money in the town. Her family took out more than 200 yuan at once. Her heart hurt more than if it was cut. Stupid. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. Father Chi glared fiercely. Mother Chi was scared and shrank her neck and whispered, Yang Hongling is not good-looking. Although she was dissatisfied with Tang Nian, Mother Chi had to admit that Tang Nian was really beautiful. There was no girl prettier than Tang Nian within 100 miles. Yang Hongling's face was bigger than a basin, her was smaller than a basin, and she was short. There was nothing that satisfied Mother Chi. Her son was tall and heroic, and he was a soldier. There was no one better than her son within 100 miles. Yang Hongling was marrying her son, which was really marrying up. How could she have the nerve to eat her eggs? I have connections that can help your son get promoted. Chi's father scolded in a low voice. What a short-sighted fool. His eyelids were shallower than the ditch in front of the door. What does it matter if he is beautiful or ugly, as long as his son can get promoted? It doesn't matter even if he grows up to be a demon. It will be the same when the lights are turned off. Chi's mother curled her lips. She hasn't been promoted yet, but she wants to eat eggs. When she is promoted, won't she be in heaven? Chi Guohua nodded, went to the inner room to get eggs, counted 20, thought about it, added 10 more, put 30 eggs in a basket and went out. Mom, I want to eat eggs. Chi Guochuan's hoarse voice came out of the room. The fever subsided a little, but her throat felt like a knife cutting, painful and hoarse. She had no strength in her body, and she felt dizzy when she moved, so she could only lie down. She heard what her parents and brother said. Her mouth was drooling. She wanted to eat eggs so much. I still want to eat. Chi's mother retorted angrily. Her son had just brought a basket full of eggs, at least 30 eggs. Her heart was completely hollowed out, and she felt as if she was being cut by a knife. Chi's father pretended not to hear and prepared to go to work. He also said to Chi's mother, Go to work when you are well. You have been lying for a long time. I know. Chi's mother responded reluctantly. She wanted to lie down for a while, but she had just quarreled with old lady Tang and was sweating. The fever had subsided, but she just had no strength. But she didn't dare to ask for a rest. Chi's father had the final say at home. The couple carried the furniture and just walked to the gate of the yard when they bumped into someone. Congratulations! The person who came was Ma, a famous matchmaker in the village. Her maiden name was Ma. She married to Tang village and was a loudspeaker. She was good at matchmaking for people and her success rate was particularly high. Tang Laolu asked me to propose marriage. The Tang Laolu that Ma matchmaker was talking about was the old bachelor who saved Chi Guochun and was Tang Nian's uncle. Tang Laolu paid a huge sum of 3 yuan to hire Ma the matchmaker. Laolu is not young anymore. He wants to get married as soon as possible. Every day in the new society is an auspicious day, and the wedding can be held any time this month. Laolu and Guochun are in love and kissed. Everyone in Tang village saw it. It's better for the couple to get married as soon as possible to avoid gossip. Laolu said he won't prepare the betrothal gift, and Guochun doesn't need a dowry. He will prepare the banquet. Ma the matchmaker's mouth was louder than the village loudspeaker, and she spoke from beginning to end without taking a breath. Chi's father and mother turned pale, unable to bear it any longer, interrupted Ma the matchmaker, and cursed. Tang Lao Lu is daydreaming.
We don't agree with this marriage.
If you come to our house and talk nonsense again, don't blame us for being rude. How can it be a daydream? It's obvious that they are in love, and it's a natural thing. Lao Lu and your Guachun touched and hugged each other, right? It's true that they kissed each other for 3 minutes, right? This is something that only husband and wife can do. Your Guachun and Lao Lu have done it all. Who else can you marry if not Lao Lu? You should also think about Ling Qing. With Guachun's current reputation, only Lao Lu doesn't despise him. Ma the matchmaker's smile disappeared from her face, and her words became sarcastic. Her husband and Tang Lao Lu are cousins and family members. Even if she usually looks down on Tang Lao Lu, the Chi family can't belittle him. Chi's father and mother were so angry that they trembled. Their faces turned pale, and the veins on their foreheads bulged, as if they would faint at any time. Matchmaker Ma softened her tone and said with a smile, "Actually, apart from being a little older, Lao Lu is quite good. You see, he has no parents and only 3 rooms. When Guachun marries him, the young couple will work together to achieve great things and will definitely live a good life." As expected of a matchmaker, she could even bring the dead back to life, praising an old bachelor who is lazy and greedy to the heavens. Chi's mother lived in the same village as Tang Lao Lu, so how could she not know the character of this guy? She was so angry that she yelled, "Since Tang Lao Lu is so good, why don't you marry your cousin to him?" Matchmaker Ma changed her face and said sarcastically, "Can your Chi Guachun compare with my cousin? My cousin is innocent. She is a substitute teacher in the primary school of the commune. She is educated and good-looking. What does your Chi Guachun have? A wild chicken wants to marry a phoenix? You are really wishful thinking and daydreaming." Chi's mother had a mouthful of blood stuck in her throat. Her eyes went dark, and she was shaking. Matchmaker Ma didn't dare to scold anymore, fearing that she would scold him to death, so she said sarcastically, "I want to see what kind of good young man Chi Guachun can marry. Don't beg to marry our Tang Lao Lu in the future." After that, she sneered and walked away arrogantly. Chi's father and mother's faces were as black as charcoal. Chi Guachun's crying could be heard in the room. She would rather die than marry Tang Lao Lu. It was Tang Mianyan who harmed her. And this will never reconcile. Tang Mianyan returned home and gave 109.2 yuan to old lady Tang. She only took 100 yuan, plus the 40 yuan from Yang Hongling. She now had a huge sum of 140 yuan. "Why do you carry so much money with you? I'll keep it for you. Ask me for anything you want to buy." Old lady Tang was very dissatisfied. The dead girl spent money lavishly. The 140 yuan in this dead girl's pocket would definitely not last for more than a month. "I have a great use for it. This is erbium. I will catch more money in the future." Tang Mianyan's expression was very serious, and her tone was very sincere because she was telling the truth. Old Mrs. Tang didn't believe it and sneered, "Your hands are looser than chicken claws, and you still want to make money? Just don't give away the things in the house as compensation." Tang Mianyan puffed up her cheeks and wanted to refute, but old Mrs. Tang didn't give her a chance and counterattacked her with examples. "You're still not convinced. How much food did you give to that wolf cub when he was a child? Have you forgotten this? And how much stuff did Chi Guohua and his sister, that ungrateful pair, steal from you? I'm playing the long game to hook the big fish. Look, the big fish is in your pocket." Tang Mianyan was not convinced by the example of Chi Guohua and his sister. She pointed to the old lady's pocket. The warm bills that had just been put into her pocket were not acknowledged by her grandmother. Old lady Tang choked, held her pocket tightly, and said unhappily, "What about the wolf cub? He ate so much food from our family, but where is the big fish you caught? Did it never come back?" Tang Mianyan recalled for a long time before she remembered the wolf cub the old lady was talking about. There was such a thing about the original wolf cub. The wolf cub lived in the cowshed. No one knew what he was called. The villagers called him Wolf Cub because the boy lived with a group of wild wolves when he was a child. Old man Tang Qingshan went hunting in the mountains and found him and brought him back. At that time, the wolf cub was timid and sensitive. He would show his teeth when he saw people, and he would learn to walk on all fours like a wolf, and his movements were very fast. The child's origin was unknown, and no one in the village was willing to adopt him. Tang Qingshan wanted to raise him, but old lady Tang disagreed. In the end, several old people in the cowshed adopted the child. Every time Tang Qingshan hunted, he would share some of the prey with the cowshed. The wolf cub could not play with the children in the village, but he had a good relationship with Tang Nyenyen. Tang Nyenyen often stole food from home and fed it to the wolf cub. Every time Mrs. Tang saw it, she pretended not to see it. When Tang Nyenyen was 10 years old, the wolf cub was picked up by a man in a jeep. The wolf cub ran to say goodbye to Tang Nyenyen and gave her a wolf tooth. After that, the two never met again. Tang Nyenyen recalled this past event, and a dark boy appeared in her mind. He had very bright eyes, was skinny, and was shorter than her. TSK, poor little thing. Mrs. Tang thought she was guilty and snorted triumphantly. Can't say it? Don't even think about the big fish of the wolf cub in this life. That's not necessarily true. Tang Nyenyen blurted out without thinking. Although she also felt that this wave of investment was generally a loss, she certainly couldn't admit defeat verbally, and she had to argue. Grandma, I will make a lot of money in the future and make you a big gold bracelet, with gold bracelets on both legs, arms, and neck. Tang Nyenyen began to make big promises. Although Mrs. Tang was greedy and stingy, she had a good heart. She had treated the original body well over the years. She had the best food and drink, and she also supported her high school. There were very few girls in the countryside who could go to high school. I am a dog, and I have gold bracelets on my neck? Mrs. Tang rolled her eyes, but she smiled a little and did not ask about the 100 yuan, which was originally for the girl's body. Think about it, she is also a poor girl. The Tang family was so rich in Shanghai back then, living in a villa and driving a rickshaw. If not, this girl is a rich lady. The old lady softened her heart, and her voice softened. I'm going to work. Don't go out in the afternoon. Take good care of yourself at home. You have a fever of 40 or 50 degrees. I don't know if your brain is burned out. Grandma, I'll go to the mountain to hunt wild boars for you. Tang Nyenyen's expression was very sincere. She was craving pork. Bai Sui said there were many wild boars in the mountains, but they were particularly fierce in the deep mountains. But it didn't matter. She had space and was still very ferocious, and the wild boars would flee only when they saw her. I'll beat you up. Old Lady Tang had already walked to the door. After hearing this, she turned back and glared fiercely, not taking it seriously at all. Since the old man left, there was no one in the village who could beat wild boars. This dead girl was talking nonsense. Even if a wild boar died in front of her, her thin arms couldn't drag it back. Old Lady Tang went to work while cursing. Only Tang Nyenyen and Tang Jujin were left at home, staring at each other, and Tang Wujin was crying in the room. No one paid attention to her. Second sister, I'm going to pick grass for the pigs. The little girl was very busy. Although she was only 7 years old, she had to collect firewood and pick grass for the pigs every day. Her small shoulders carried a heavy burden. Tang Nyenyen also carried a basket and a hatchet and went up the mountain with Jujin. Bai Sui wagged his tail and followed them. As soon as they reached the mountain, Jujin found a lush grassy with ease and began to cut it with a sickle. Tang Nyenyen stood on the hillside and looked out, while Bai Sui stood beside her. Second sister, where are you going? Jujin asked loudly. To look up there. Tang Nyenyen answered casually, and they climbed up the mountain with Bai Sui. The mountains in the early spring in the south of the Yangtze River were tender green, and the air was filled with the rich fragrance of wintersweets. There were many wild wintersweets on the mountain, and they were in full bloom, so they were especially fragrant. Halfway up the mountain, there was a thin old man wearing glasses, sitting against a tree, watching two cows who were leisurely eating grass and swaying their tails. The old man was very thin, but also very swollen, with a waxy yellow face that was shiny and swollen. He wore a washed-out Zhongshan suit with many patches on it. There was tape on the legs of the old man's glasses, and he looked very destitute, but he was full of the scent of books. Tang Nianyan glanced at the old man and walked forward without looking away. The old man also saw her, but just glanced at her lightly and continued to stare at the cow. The people, had no contact with the villagers. Old Zhang, what is this? A tall old man, also wearing a patched Zhongshan suit, held it in both hands and ran over happily. Eat it quickly, it's sweet. The old man was holding the white and tender white grass root, a snack for rural children with a faint sweetness, but it doesn't satisfy hunger. White grass root, have you eaten it before? Let's eat it together. Zhang Xueqing took one and chewed it. The faint sweetness relieved his hunger a little. The tall old man didn't eat it. He was also very thin, and his face was swollen. Zhang Xueqing stuffed the white grass root into his mouth, and the two smiled at each other. Persistence is victory, old Zhang. We must persist. The tall old man chewed the grass root with relish, leaned against the tree, and looked up at the blue sky. He was comforting old Zhang, and also encouraging himself. They would definitely be able to return to the city. Yeah, Zhang Xueqing responded indifferently. Over the years, he has been to various cowshed farms, and the past 2 years in Tang Village are the most stable. He no longer holds out hope, but he cannot spoil Lao Deng's fun. It would be nice to herd cattle in Tang Village for a lifetime, but he misses his wife and children abroad, and he regrets his skills. I hope he can still hold on until the day he reunites with his wife and children. Tang Nianyan, who had already climbed a long way, had very sharp ears. Hearing the conversation between the two old men, he was moved. Old Zhang, who lives in the cowshed? Isn't this person Lu Jinglan's benefactor? The book says that Lu Jinglan had a very poor foundation in study, but she was able to be admitted to Beijing University because when she was an educated youth in Tang Village, she saved an old man named Zhang from the cowshed. Although this old man named Zhang is now poor and shabby, he will be picked up by his superiors in the early spring of next year and become the general manager of the 5S-level scientific research project team. In addition, Mr. Zhang was very grateful for Lu Jinglan's gift of medicine. He tailored a study plan for her and gave her private tutoring. This is how Lu Jinglan was able to be admitted to Beijing University. After that, Lu Jinglan used the name of Mr. Zhang's student to move among the children of high-ranking officials in Beijing. She was good at dancing with long sleeves and was smooth in dealing with people and got a lot of resources. But the spiritual spring that Lu Jinglan used to save Mr. Zhang belonged to the original body. Tang Nianyan clenched her fists. She wanted to beat someone up again. She must this noble man away. She recalled the plot. Mr. Zhang was caught in the rain in early April and had a high fever in the middle of the night. His life was hanging by a thread. Lu Jinglan went to the cowshed in the dark like an angel descending to earth and fed the spiritual spring to Mr. Zhang. This plot was a bit unreasonable. The cowshed was far away from the village. How did Lu Jinglan know that Mr. Zhang had a fever in the middle of the night? It felt like this woman had known that Mr. Zhang would have a fever in the middle of the night and then saved him at the right time. She remembered many unreasonable things in the book. Lu Jinglan had been reviewing for a long time, and she took the initiative to ask for extra lessons, but the information about the college entrance examination will not be announced until next year. How did Lu Jinglan know that she would take the college entrance examination next year? Tang Nianyan's heart trembled, and she slapped her forehead hard. This woman was reborn. If she was a time-traveling woman like her, then Lu Jinglan had no need to harm her original body. She came here from a god's perspective, and there was no need to make things difficult for a rural girl. Obviously, Lu Jinglan had a grudge against her original body in her previous life, so she bit her original body as soon as she came back. Tang Nianyan sorted out her thoughts and became more alert to Lu Jinglan. This woman was like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark, and it was hard to guard against her. But she was not afraid. The best defense was offense. She would kill this woman first. Take away all the good opportunities in Lu Jinglan's book. Tang Nianyan was on the mountain. After walking around, she didn't encounter any wild boars, but she did collect some medicinal herbs, as well as 12 rabbits and 5 or 6 pheasants. She put the little rabbits in the space to raise them and cut a lot of grass, and some grass roots. Tang Nianyan took out 2 fat rabbits and a pheasant. There were 4 big rabbits, 3 small ones, a pregnant female rabbit, and 2 pheasants in the space. She just wanted to check, and they were all very lively. She tried to plant the grass roots with her mind, but her brain almost collapsed. The grass roots didn't move. It seems that her space can't farm by itself, and it's a bit mentally. Tang Nianyan used a hatchet to plant the grass roots. There was a stream on the mountain, and she ferried a lot of it into the space, forming a small pond. She also picked wild fungus, wild mushrooms, Polygonum multiflorum, Panax nodo ginseng, etc. She transplanted all the medicinal herbs into the space. When she went down the mountain, she saw a wild tea tree on the edge of the cliff. There was a big Ganoderma lucidum under the tea tree, which looked like it should be very valuable. Tang Nianyan dug out the big Ganoderma lucidum with great effort and moved the small Ganoderma lucidum next to it into the space, and also moved a few branches of wild tea trees into it. After a busy day, Tang Nianyan was sweating. She looked around and saw no one, so she slipped into the space. The medicinal herbs were planted crookedly, and she watered each of them with a drop of spiritual spring water. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but the medicinal herbs were visibly energetic. Tang Nianyan rode a motorcycle to patrol the space. The motorcycle was collected by her in the last days. There were also some luxury cars and helicopters, as well as various high-precision machine tools and various household machinery. They all became scrap metal in the last days, and she collected them all into the space. She also collected a lot of gasoline, enough for several lifetimes. Tang Nianyan rode the motorcycle around and found that the black soil had a boundary, which was blocked by a layer of white fog. She didn't know what was on the other side of the white fog. She roughly estimated that the black soil was about 30 square kilometers, or about 45,000 acres. It is definitely impossible to grow all crops. She will be exhausted by herself. She needs to build a pasture to raise cattle and sheep, and then grow some fruits, vegetables, soybeans, peanuts, wheat, sorghum, sweet potatoes, etc., and then go back to get some seeds. Fortunately, she has agricultural machinery which can be used for mechanized farming, so she can still handle it by herself. Tang Nianyan looked at the vast space with satisfaction, full of supplies and pheasants and rabbits chasing in the space. She was so confident. In the future, she will build the space into her independent manner, with chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs in groups, and completely realize meat freedom. Coming out of the space, Tang Nianyan carried 2 rabbits and a pheasant and walked down the mountain quickly. Halfway up the mountain, Zhang Xueqing was still herding cattle with a tall old man. Both of them looked listless, leaning against the tree weakly, and they didn't have the strength to speak. It is a spring famine now, and even the villagers can't eat enough. Their food is given by the brigade, 20 kilograms a month, not pure food, mixed with sweet potatoes, not enough to eat. It would be great if a rabbit could fall from the sky. The tall old man Deng Chongqing muttered to himself. He hadn't eaten meat for a long time and was so greedy. Old Zhang, what's the idiom called? Waiting for a rabbit? Stop dreaming and save some energy. Zhang Xueqing pulled the corner of his mouth. He didn't even have the strength to laugh. There were only a few sweet potatoes left in the cowshed. He and old Zhang only had 1 meal a day, 1 sweet potato meal. He was so hungry that he felt dizzy and wanted to fight with the cows for grass. You still have to dream. Maybe your dream will come true. Deng Chongqing licked his dry lips. Just as he finished speaking, he heard a snap and something fell on the grass in front. Who? Deng Chongqing suddenly opened his eyes, and his turbid eyes instantly shot out coldness. He stood up quickly, but he stood up too quickly, and his eyes were dark. He almost fell down. Girl, your rabbit fell. Zhang Xueqing didn't move at all, because he saw Tang Nianyan coming over. No, she jumped down. Tang Nianyan took a shortcut and jumped down directly from and she also threw the rabbit. Here. Tang Nianyan handed a fat rabbit to Zhang Xueqing. The 2 old men were almost starving to death. What do you want to do? Zhang Xueqing didn't take it, and his expression became alert. He had seen Tang Nianyan several times. She was the most beautiful girl in the village, but they had never spoken. I can read your face. You are trapped in a shallow shoal. You will have a great opportunity soon. I am helping you now and doing you a favor. You have to pay it back later. Tang Nianyan did not hide her utilitarianism. She was not a saint. It was impossible for her to give benefits to others for no reason. The book said that this tall old man would return to the city in the second half of the year, and Zhang Lao would return in the early spring of next year. They were all big men, and it would definitely be good to curry favor with them. The most important thing was to Lu Jinglan's opportunity. Deng Chongsheng laughed out loud, threw the rabbit to Tang Nianyan, and said self-deprecatingly, "Little girl, we can't even get enough food to eat now. We can't repay your favor. I'll pay it back later. I never do business at a loss." Tang Nianyan threw it back and turned away. The two old people hesitated. Should they take the rabbit or not? "I'll keep the account." Tang Nianyan's voice came over, and the person had already walked away. Deng Chongsheng and Zhang Xueqing couldn't help laughing. They didn't believe the girl's nonsense. How could a little girl read faces? Maybe she came to help them, because she felt sorry for them. "I'll go and deal with the rabbit, and stew it in red wine for dinner." Deng Chongsheng grabbed the rabbit, which was quite fat, weighing about 7 or 8 kilograms. The pretty girl was hard-mouthed but soft-hearted, and deliberately said those unpleasant words. He remembered this kindness. "Don't think about it. We are like this now. What else can anyone care about? If I can go back to the city in the future, I will repay this girl." Deng Chongsheng advised his old friend. In fact, he didn't know Zhang Xueqing before. He was a rough man and Zhang Xueqing was a scientist. The two of them had nothing to do with each other. They met when they arrived in Tang village. There were only the two of them in the cowshed, and they depended on each other. Zhang Xueqing smiled bitterly. "I'm worried that I won't have a chance to repay you." "Of course I will. I'll go skin it, and when the saltpeter is ready, I'll make you a pair of knee pads." Deng Chongsheng took the rabbit to process it. He used to work in the kitchen, and his cooking skills were pretty good. Zhang Xueqing was not idle either, looking for wild onions nearby as seasoning. Tang Nianyan called Tang Jujin down the mountain. The little girl picked a full basket of pig grass, and when she saw the rabbit and pheasant, she jumped 3 feet high. "Second sister, how can you be so good? Second sister, how did you do it? Teach me, okay? Second sister, do you want to eat rabbit or chicken tonight?" On the way down the mountain, the little girl started chattering again. In fact, she wanted to eat a rabbit and a chicken, but she knew it was impossible. "Eat both." Tang Nianyan said concisely, "Chicken stew soup, rabbit stew. Eat to your heart's content." "Second sister, I like you so much." Tang Jujin was very happy. From then on, the second sister was the only person she loved the most. "Third sister, please step back for now." Tang Nianyan raised her lips. The little girl's preferences were really straightforward. A big sister is a big sister. She remembered that the little girl's favorite was the third 6 gene. She went home first, peeled the rabbit skin, including the one she had at noon, and then picked up another rabbit and went to the team leader's house. There were not many people in the village who could handle the skins. Now the only one who could do this was the fourth grandfather. The fourth grandfather was old and had difficulty walking. He didn't go to work and did some work at home. "Fourth grandfather, I'm Nian Nian." Tang Nianyan called at the door. The fourth grandfather limped out and was stunned when he saw the rabbit in her hand. "Nian girl, where did you get the rabbit?" "I caught it in the mountains." "Fourth grandfather, can you teach me how to handle the skin?" Tang Nianyan didn't want to bother others all the time. Learning it is also a skill. It's better to have more skills. "Did your grandfather teach you?" Fourth grandpa looked at her admiringly. This girl had been following his second brother to the mountains since she was a child. His second brother was the best hunter in the area, so it was not surprising that his granddaughter could hunt rabbits. "Yes, I can also hunt wild boars." Tang Nianyan smiled, and fourth grandpa glared at her. "How come you couldn't even hunt a sparrow before, when you were so capable?" "I was lazy before, but now I'm diligent." Tang Nianyan had a good reason. Fourth grandpa was angry and amused. He felt that it was good for this girl to be hurt by Chiguohua. At least her laziness was gone, and her temperament became more likable. "Take the rabbit back, and I'll teach you how to tan the skin. I'm honoring you. Tang Nian had a stern face and a firm tone, but it made fourth grandpa feel particularly relieved, and his eyes looked at her with a lot of kindness. Tanning skin is simple to say, but it is not easy to do. Fortunately, Tang Nian learns everything quickly and can get started soon. Take it back and do it slowly. There is no other trick. Practice makes perfect. The fourth grandfather's eyes were more appreciative, but he also felt a little regretful. If this girl was a man, she would definitely have a bright future. Tang Nian stood up with 2 pieces of leather. Fourth grandfather, I'll give you a leg after I kill a wild boar. Beat your head, little girl. You still want to kill a wild boar. The fourth grandfather glared at her unhappily, not believing that she could kill a wild boar. Even his second brother Tang Qingshan only killed a wild boar alone once when he was young, and later several people fought together. A mad wild boar can be a fierce guy that can beat a wild bear. Tang Nian did not argue. She would use facts to slap the fourth grandfather in the face. When she was going home, she met Chi Guohua on a narrow road. The scumbag was holding an empty basket in his hand and was coming from the direction of the educated youth point. How are Yang Hongling's teeth? Tang Nian asked coldly. Did she remember that she killed 6 or 8 teeth? I guess her cheeks are deflated? There was a female star who had only 1 tooth pulled out, and her small square face became pointed. Chi Guohua's face changed, and he couldn't help saying, You are so vicious. Hongling accidentally bumped into you, and she has apologized, but you actually knocked out 8 of her teeth. Tang Nian, I really didn't know you were that kind of person. When he saw Yang Hongling, he almost didn't recognize her. Her plump face like a steamed bun before has now become a shriveled face like a sesame seed cake, especially her cheeks, which are sunken, like a toothless old lady. Originally, Yang Hongling didn't have a good appearance, but she had fair skin and a plump figure. Now her face is sunken, and the only 3 points of her beauty are gone. If it weren't for the big pie of promotion hanging in the air, Chi Guohua really didn't want to deal with this ugly woman. It was too hot for the eyes. Knocking out 8 teeth is vicious? Then you are too ignorant. Tang Nian looked at the scumbag with disdain and expressionless face. This is totally different. She has even taken out the brains of zombies. She really wants to take out the scumbag's brain to see if there is inside. It's against the law. Tang Nian sighed regretfully and walked away without even looking at Chi Guohua. Chi Guohua was so angry that his back teeth were about to break. He went home angrily, and he was mentally preparing himself all the way.
His choice was right.
Only by being with Yang Hongling could he rise to the top. With Tang Nian, a country girl, his future was clear at a glance. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. He must be right. Tang Nian returned home, boiled water to scald the feathers, and soon plucked and bled the pheasant. The chicken offal was also cleaned, as well as the rabbit offal from yesterday, and sauerkraut will be fried later. Jujin went to the vegetable garden to pick a basket of green moss, washed it, and took the initiative to light the fire. Pheasant stewed with mushrooms, braised rabbit meat, and stir-fried chicken offal with sauerkraut. The oil was boiled with chicken fat, and a large pot of green moss was fried. In the evening there was still sweet potato rice. After work, old lady Tang came home tired. As soon as she entered the yard, she smelled the fragrant aroma. Tang Manjin and Su Jinfeng's eyes lit up and they felt much more relaxed. Old lady Tang trotted into the house and saw the meat on the table and the dry rice in the pot. Her heart ached and numbed. Grandma, I'll go to the city to buy rice for my classmates tomorrow. Tang Nian took the initiative to say that she would go up the mountain to get some wild goods tomorrow and see if she could exchange them for some tickets in the city. Some of the supplies in her space could not be taken out. She remembered that she had collected some nostalgic home appliances before and wanted to see if she could sell them on the black market. Old lady Tang calmed down a little. She didn't mention the money. Anyway, the dead girl had 140 yuan on her. Tang Manjin and Su Jinfeng were very satisfied with the meal. If they had such food every day, they would definitely earn full work points every day. Nian, How come you suddenly know how to hunt? Tang Manjin asked curiously. Grandpa taught me. Tang Nianyan ate meat in silence. The braised rabbit meat was really delicious, but the sweet potato rice was not delicious.
She wanted to eat pure rice.
Then why didn't you hunt before? Su Jinfeng felt strange. She had never seen this girl hunting before, and she didn't even bring back a sparrow. I don't want to hunt. Tang Nian didn't even think about it. Eating meat was more important. Su Jinfeng choked and wanted to ask more questions. Old Lady Tang said impatiently, eating meat can't stop you from talking. In fact, the old lady also doubted it. She had never seen that dead girl hunting, but she became a divine hunter after having a fever. As for Tang Nianyan's hunting for 100 years, the old lady didn't believe it. No matter how capable a dog is, it is still a dog. Can it become the Monkey King? But she and Su Jinfeng have always been at odds. If Su Jinfeng wants to know, she will stop it. She doesn't care whether it makes sense or not. Anyway, she is happy to make trouble for her daughter-in-law. Su Jinfeng curled her lips and didn't ask any more questions. She hurried to eat the meat. Anyway, no matter what happened, the meat was in her stomach, which was the most practical thing. The next morning, Tang Nianyan woke up early. She picked in the closet for a long time, but there were nothing but flowery clothes. The original girl had a mysterious love for flowery clothes. She had cloth in her space, but she didn't know how to make it. And she had to go to the city first to get the cloth. Sighing, Tang Nianyan picked a slightly plain red plaid jacket and tied a high ponytail. The original liked to tie 2 braids, but she didn't. The scarf was only red, and Tang Nianyan didn't wear it. She couldn't imagine the look of a flowery dress with a red scarf and would rather freeze her neck. Breakfast was cooked by Old Lady Tang. It was the leftovers from last night's sweet potato porridge. Tang Nianyan only drank a small bowl. She was afraid that she would have to urgently if she drank too much, and she wouldn't be able to find a toilet in the city. Tang Village is 30 kilometers away from the county town, and it is 60 kilometers round trip. Tang Nianyan wanted to find a bicycle. There are 4 bicycles in the village. One belongs to the Tang family, which belongs to Uncle Tang. One belongs to the team leader, one belongs to the accountant, and the other belongs to a teacher in the town. The accountant and the teacher are not familiar with each other, so Tang Nianyan is going to borrow one from the team leader. She brought a basket of wild black fungus, which she picked in the mountains yesterday. The team leader regards the bicycle as more important than his wife, so he can't borrow it empty-handed. Third aunt, the black fungus is for you. The team leader's wife was drying clothes in the yard, and Tang Nianyan handed over a basket of black fungus. The fresh and tender black fungus is particularly plump, and it is delicious when fried with eggs or cooked in soup. Nianyan, take it back quickly. Although the third aunt was polite, she took the basket with her hands, and her face was full of smiles. The rabbit yesterday was so delicious that she ate half of it and left the other half to dry. When the commune cadres come to guide the work, there will be dishes to show off. Third aunt, I want to borrow the third uncle's bicycle to go to the city to buy things. Tang Nianyan directly stated her purpose. The smile on third aunt's face faltered, and her hand holding the basket loosened a little, but Tang Nianyan stuffed it into her hand again and smiled at her. The bike is over there, just come and ride it, or take it. The team leader came out and pointed to the corner of the yard, where the shiny bicycle was parked.
Hey!
Tang Nianyan walked over to push the bike, and she didn't take Muir either. The team leader and fourth grandpa were both very nice, but third aunt was a little stingy, just like her grandmother. Third uncle, I'll ride it away. Tang Nianyan rode away. The team leader smiled, and the idea of pushing his stupid daughter into the river became even deeper. Nian girl has become more sensible after having a fever. Maybe the stupid daughter can also come to her senses. Tang Nianyan didn't go into the city immediately. She went to the mountain first and had a pheasant and a bag of rice in her hand, which she took out from her space, and the other prey were put into the space. Zhang Xueqing and Deng Changsheng were both cutting grass, and they both looked much more energetic, and the hare last night made a great contribution. Paw of pheasant and a bag of rice fell at their feet. Tang Nianyan's back walked away, and her cold voice. Put it in the account. Zhang Xueqing and Deng Chongqing couldn't catch up, and they were a little panicked when they saw the rice on the ground. We remember this girl's kindness in our hearts. Deng Chongqing mentioned the rice. There must be more than 10 pounds. Mixed with sweet potatoes, it can be eaten for half a month. This girl saved his and Lao Zhang's life. I hope I can repay this child one day. The swelling on Zhang Xueqing's face subsided a little, and his spirits were much better. He was mainly malnourished, and he would be fine after eating. Of course, there will be. We can't lose heart. Deng Chongqing was full of confidence. The future must be bright. Isn't there a beautiful and kind girl to help them? Lu Jinglan, who was working in the field, looked up at the mountain. At midnight on April 6th, Zhang Lao in the cowshed had a high fever. In the previous life, it was Tang Niannian who saved Zhang Lao. Now that she was reborn, she must grab this opportunity. Now she couldn't contact Zhang Lao. She had to wait until the most difficult time, when she would appear like an angel. Such kindness would make Zhang Lao remember deeply, and he would naturally repay the life-saving grace with all his strength. Zhang Lao was a world-renowned scientist with special confidential data. Later, he became the person in charge of the 5S-level confidential project and a professor at Jingqing University. He had many students all over the world. As long as she could curry favor with Zhang Lao, she would definitely not have to worry about connections in the future. Lu Jinglan was very proud. She was reborn and was destined to live a better life than Tang Niannian. But the emptiness on her neck instantly ruined her good mood. She had to get the jade gourd back. You miss a man. The country asked you to support rural construction, not to miss a man. Old Mrs. Tang saw the woman laughing from a distance, laughing as if she had stolen a man, so she yelled and scolded. Everyone else turned their heads and stared at Lu Jinglan with teasing eyes. I'm just tired. Take a rest. Why do you have to say it so badly? Lu Jinglan was ashamed and angry, and she went over. Old Lady Tang immediately became alert, threw to the ground, rolled up her sleeves, put her hands on her hips, and cursed. You thief! How dare you complain about my words? You two sisters have played the trick on me. Look at your skin. You have been in the countryside for half a year, but you are still so white and tender. All the work is done by Higuaqing. Are you here to work or to men? That thief Higuaqing went to the farm, and that Yang Hongling dared not go out. You are lazy because no one works for you. How much work have you done since you started working? Look at this piece of land. You are scratching it. Old Lady Tang was very righteous and strong because she was good at farm work and earned 8 work points every day. The team leader came over and Old Lady Tang immediately complained. Lu Jinglan was slacking off, and she was scratching itchy when I asked her to the land. I have been working all the time. Lu Jinglan's eyes were red, and she felt very aggrieved. You've been scratching your itch. Look at the land you've been hoeing. If you eat like this, the whole team will go hungry this year. Old Mrs. Tang pointed to the land where only a shallow layer of soil had been hoed and cursed. The team leader's expression became serious, and he said dissatisfiedly, Comrade Lu Jinglan, I hope you can take farm work seriously. If you continue to work like this, I will report it to the commune truthfully. He didn't want such educated youth who were slacking off, and they had to be sent back. The fate of the educated youth who were sent back was farm transformation. Lu Jinglan was panicked and afraid, tears streaming down her face. She didn't dare to argue. She obediently picked up and hoed the land with all her strength. After a while, several blisters appeared on her hands. After the blisters broke, it was hot and painful. Lu Jinglan finished the hoeing that day while crying and only earned 5 work points. Lu Jinglan cried and promised that she would work farm work and stop slacking off, and only then did the team leader let her go. Old Mrs. Tang snorted complacently and rolled her eyes at her. You shameless, just wait for her. If you dare to harm her Tang family, don't expect to live a comfortable life in the future. Although it was Yang Hongling who pushed Tang Niannian into the water, Lu Jinglan was Yang Hongling's sister, so they were in the same group and were enemies that old Mrs. Tang had to deal with. Lu Jinglan's face was burning. She felt countless sharp eyes and all kinds of discussions, as if she was being criticized in front of countless people, making her feel ashamed. The Tang family, she originally just wanted to stay in Tang Village and behave herself until the college entrance examination. Since the Tang family was the first to commit a crime, don't blame her for being rude. Lu Jinglan bit her lower lip hard, her fingernails dug into the flesh of her palm, and a trace of ruthlessness appeared on her plain face. It has been more than half a year since she was reborn. Everything has been going smoothly, but in the past 2 days, she has suffered a series of setbacks. It is all related to Tang Nianyan. This is really her nemesis. Either she or Tang Nianyan or Tang Nianyan or she. Lu Jinglan returned to the educated youth camp tiredly. She didn't want to move when she lay on the bed. Her whole body felt like it was run over by a train, and her bones were about to break. "Cousin, are you feeling better?" Lu Jinglan rested for nearly an hour. Yang Hongling was still lying on the bed. The other educated youths had prepared meals. The aroma of the food drifted in from the window, making her stomach growl. There were a total of 14 educated youths in the educated youth camp, 8 male educated youths and 6 female educated youths. They used to cook together with 2 people assigned to cook every day. It happened to be Monday's turn and Sunday's turn. But after working together for a while, Lu Jinglan couldn't get used to the big pot meal. She had money and tickets, and her family would send parcels from time to time. She couldn't bear to take them out and share them with everyone, so she proposed to cook separately. Of course, the other educated youths had no objection. Lu Jinglan seemed to be approachable, but in fact, she was very arrogant. She usually didn't talk to other educated youths. Everyone was smart, so they were alienated from the sisters. They were very happy that Lu Jinglan cooked for them. After the cooking, they had to buy the pots and collect the firewood by themselves. They couldn't eat the vegetables ordered by the educated youths. After all, they were grown by everyone, and Lu Jinglan had never watered them. Lu Jinglan agreed to everything. She paid for the pots, hired someone to build the stove, and brought out the sausages and luncheon meat. Yang Hongling was responsible for the work. The 2 sisters paid and worked, and they were quite harmonious. "Cousin, what else do you feel uncomfortable about?" Lu Jinglan asked again. Yang Hongling didn't respond just now, and she felt a little dissatisfied. She worked so hard outside, but she couldn't even have a hot meal when she came back. Yang Hongling was too lazy. Yang Hongling couldn't pretend to be dead anymore and began to hum, hoping that Lu Jinglan would go to cook. She was also starving to death.
"Cousin, I'm hungry. Go cook."
Lu Jinglan was no longer polite. She gave her cousin 10 yuan a month, and it was her cousin's job to work. Besides, her cousin only lost 8 teeth. Her hands and feet were not broken, which did not affect her cooking at all. Yang Hongling felt her cousin's dissatisfaction, so she had to climb down the bed, humming as she walked. Lu Jinglan was indifferent, lying down with her eyes closed, and said, "Cousin, steam an egg custard for me. Put more sesame oil, and don't put chopped green onions." She saw the eggs under the bed. There were 20 or 30 of them, probably sent by Chi Guohua.
"Oh."
Yang Hongling responded sullenly and took 2 eggs. She had lost so many teeth, so she had to make up for them. In the evening, she steamed a bowl of egg custard, fried some vegetable moss, and steamed some rice. The 2 sat face to face to eat. "Jinglan, I want to go to the county town to get dentures," Yang Hongling asked tentatively when they were halfway through the meal. It would cost at least a few dozen yuan to get 8 teeth fixed. She wanted to get the money from her cousin.
"Yeah."
Lu Jinglan looked indifferent. She held a bowl of egg custard and ate it in small bites. Her movements seemed very elegant, but there was an indescribable awkwardness, as if she was holding it intentionally. "Jinglan, can you lend me some money?" Yang Hongling was a little dissatisfied. Shouldn't her cousin take the initiative to give money? After going to the countryside, she did all the heavy, tiring, and dirty work. Her cousin had everything she wanted, and she was always enjoying the scenery while working. If she hadn't been the hardworking ox, would her cousin have such a comfortable life? "I just paid 100 yuan. We don't have much money left. We still need to buy rice and oil." Lu Jinglan frowned slightly, did some calculations, and changed her tone, How about this? I'll pay 20 yuan. I really don't have any more. Yang Hongling, who had originally had no hope, was immediately happy when she heard that there was 20 yuan. She tried to give the remaining egg custard in her bowl to Lu Jinglan. You re-injured, eat more. Lu Jinglan's eyes were full of disgust. She didn't want to eat other people's saliva, but she said it very nicely, which moved Yang Hongling. Cousin, you and Chiguohua should hurry up and get the marriage certificate. He will be promoted soon. If he is promoted, he will definitely be more popular. The reason why Lu Jinglan was willing to tolerate Yang Hongling was first, she wanted someone to work, and second, Chiguohua. In the previous life, Chiguohua also proposed to cancel the engagement because Zhou Siren fell in love with Tang Nianyan at first sight and put pressure on Chiguohua in the army privately. As the most favored young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Siren was domineering since he was a child. He had to get whatever he wanted, and the Zhou family was willing to spoil him. The Zhou family had many connections in the military. Although Chiguohua was promoted at that time, he was just a small platoon leader and could not compete with the Zhou family at all, so he took the initiative to cancel the engagement with Tang Nianyan. Not long after, Zhou Siren was engaged to Tang Nianyan, and the Zhou family also liked Tang Nianyan very much. This was like a favorite of heaven, loved by everyone, and even had super rich biological parents in Hong Kong. After the two sides of the strait exchanged, they came back to find this and funded this to open a company. In the previous life, when Lu Jinglan was beaten to death by Yang Baozhen, the rogue, she happened to fall on a newspaper with a high-definition photo of Tang Nianyan on it. She won the title of the top 10 young people in Shanghai, attended the award ceremony, and received the certificate from the mayor. Seeing this photo, Lu Jinglan spat out a mouthful of blood unwillingly. Why? She was no worse than Tang Nianyan in every way. Why was her fate so different? Perhaps God had mercy on her and she came back again, giving her the opportunity to change her life. In this life, she must be happier than Tang Nianyan. Cousin, Chiguohua is a dragon among men. He will definitely have a great future. You have to take him down as soon as possible. Lu Jinglan advised earnestly. In the previous life, after Chiguohua and Tang Nianyan broke off their engagement, they were selected to carry out a confidential mission. All the people who participated in the mission died. Only Chiguohua survived and successfully completed the mission. From then on, he was promoted 3 levels in a row, and his official position became bigger and bigger, but he still missed Tang Nianyan and helped this a lot. Lu Jinglan looked down on Chiguohua. No matter how promising this man was, he could not compare to Zhou Siren, so she let Yang Hongling go. Yang Hongling looked shy and nodded. She liked Chiguohua very much too. Tang Nianyan had already arrived at the county town. After riding for more than an hour, her was numb from the bumps. The roads were now bumpy, and the road conditions were very bad. Unfortunately, she couldn't take out all the good cars in her space. She had been on a business trip to Zhucheng in her previous life. Although it was a small county town, it was one of the top 100 counties in the country, with a very developed economy and a very prosperous county town. She was an electromechanical engineer and worked in a German-funded enterprise in Shanghai. For a while, she worked in the after-sales service department. Because although the work intensity in the after-sales service department was high and she had to travel frequently, the subsidies and travel expenses were high. The travel expenses and subsidies saved every month were more than her salary. She worked in the after-sales service department for 3 years and saved enough for the down payment of a house. Then she went to the idle technical department to do research and development. Unfortunately, she didn't enjoy it for a year before the end of the world broke out. Tang Nianyan stood on the street, looking at the gray city in front of her. There were no high-rise buildings, no colorful neon lights, and no traffic. It was just an inconspicuous small county town. The pedestrians on the street were also gray, wearing clothes with gray, blue, and black as the basic colors. Both men and women had short hair. There were almost no fat people or bald people on the street. Everyone had thick black hair, full of energy and spirit, walked with their heads held high, with a confident smile on their faces, and their eyes were firmer than the oath of joining the party. Tang Nianyan stood on the side of the road for a long time, watching these pedestrians coming and going. The ethereal feeling that suddenly came through seemed to have settled at this moment. From then on, she was Nyugulu Tang Nianyan in this world. She would live a good life for her original body. The current Jucheng County is very small, and it only takes half an hour to ride a bike to visit it. There are not many factories. In the previous life, Jucheng had many factories of all sizes, and it was basically a plate economy, and each town had a characteristic industrial chain. She remembered that there was a town that was the capital of the socks industry, and the socks produced accounted for 90% of the world. There was also a town that was the capital of pearls, and the cultured freshwater pearls accounted for 90% of the world. There are also the hometown of hardware, the hometown of shirts, the hometown of weaving, the hometown of Torreya Grandis, etc. Because of the successful industrial chain, the villages lead the villages, and the people lead the people. The economy of each village is very developed, and every household has built a small villa. In her previous life, Tang Nianyan went on a business trip to Jucheng, which was to provide after-sales service for a machinery factory in the hometown of hardware. There were 7 listed companies in that town. The small town was more prosperous than some big cities. The rural areas were also clean and tidy, and everyone lived in big villas, which opened her eyes. However, the people of Jucheng are still struggling on the poverty line, and they can't even solve the problem of food and clothing. Tang Nianyan is a little excited. The spring breeze of reform and opening up is about to all over the land. Zhejiang Province is a pioneer. She has the technology, ability, and has predicted 2 centuries. She will definitely become a rich generation and no longer have to be a miserable working animal. Looking forward to the beautiful and prosperous future, Tang Nianyan is in a very good mood, and her cold face has a smile. She looked around and prepared to inquire about the black market and deal with the hares and pheasants in the backpack. According to her experience of reading period novels in her previous life, the black market is usually in a hidden alley, and there will be people guarding the entrance. The county town is only this small, and Tang Nianyan soon found a suspicious alley. At the entrance of the alley, there was an old man looking around, sneaking around. Tang Nianyan parked the car, locked it, put on a black hooded windbreaker outside, and tied a scarf, covering most of his face, leaving only his eyes exposed. "Uncle, change things." Tang Nianyan approached the uncle and handed him a red Double Happiness cigarette. She remembered that this brand existed in the 1970s. The vigilance on the uncle's face disappeared, and he took the cigarette with a smile, put it under his nose and sniffed it, and his smile deepened. This is a high-end product. He couldn't bear to smoke it, so he clamped it on his ear and waited for 2 or 3 days to sniff it and get enough of it before smoking it. Tang Nianyan showed the uncle the things in the backpack, and the uncle stretched out a slap and said, 5 cents. It's free to buy inside, but it costs 5 cents to sell. Tang Nianyan took out a handful of money from her pocket. There were 10 yuan and 5 yuan notes and some cents. She took out a 5-cent note and handed it to the old man. The old man was secretly shocked. This girl was too rich. This handful of money was at least 20. Girl, there are all kinds of people in there. Put your things in your pocket. The old man reminded her, with a double meaning. There are all kinds of people in the black market, and there are many pickpockets, but they are usually small scale and dare not make a big deal. If they do, the person in charge of the black market will definitely not allow it. Thank you, old man. Tang Nianyan nodded and put the money back into her pocket, but actually put it into the space. Even a thief could not get her money. The real black market is different from what she imagined. She thought it was very lively, but it was actually quite deserted. The alley was only about 50 meters long, and there was a person squatting every 1 or 2 meters. There were not many things in front of them, just 1 or 2 small bags. Most of them were agricultural products, such as soybeans, sweet potatoes, chestnuts, and vegetables. There was very little rice, flour, and oil, and even less meat. There were also some cloth sellers, including nylon, dacron, and corduroy. Cloth was quite popular, and many people went to buy it. There were people selling food, but not much. These things were not enough to satisfy hunger, and they were not lucrative. People in the city only wanted food, but there was a shortage of food in the countryside, and there was no extra food to exchange. There were also a few people squatting at the end of the alley, wearing hats with their brims pulled down very low. There was nothing in front of them, and they would look up from time to time, looking very suspicious. "Girl, do you want to exchange cloth? The best Dacron floral cloth. The department store charges 8 cents a foot, and you need a ticket, but I don't need a ticket, $1 a foot." The cloth seller saw Tang Nianyan and whispered hard to sell it. It seemed that he saw that Tang Nianyan was a rich person, and he took out a few pieces of cloth and asked her to choose the pattern. Tang Nianyan shook her head. She wanted to get rid of a batch of Dacron cloth in the space. They were all nostalgic. After the reform and opening up, these cloths would be worthless, so it would be better to sell them now to make money. "Girl, do you want nylon socks? $1 and $2 a pair." Another man came over, holding a few pairs of colorful nylon socks in his hand. This kind of socks was particularly popular in the 1970s and 1980s. It was durable and would not break even after a year of wearing. The old nylon socks were very strong, but the feet would smell very bad after wearing them. In the 1990s, few people wore them, and they were replaced by various cotton socks and bamboo charcoal socks. "So expensive?" Tang Nianyan blurted out. $1 and $2 in 1976 could weigh 1.5 pounds of pork. How could socks be so expensive? In the 1970s, nylon socks did cost more than $1 a pair. The author asked the old man about it. "Girl, these are nylon socks. $1 and $2 is not expensive. They will not break even after wearing them for several years. Department stores also charge this price." The man explained with a smile. "I'll buy a dozen. It's cheaper." Tang Nianyan has a lot of cotton socks in her space, but she can't take them out. The style and material are different from the current nylon socks. Taking them out will expose the secret of her space. After 3 years in the end of the world, she learned a lesson: it's better to be safe than sorry. She wore nylon socks on her feet. There was a hole in her big toe, and her toes poked out and pressed against her sneakers, which was very uncomfortable. But her socks were still the best in the family. The socks of Mrs. Tang, Su Jinfeng, and Tang Jujin were all patched up, and you couldn't even tell what they were. Tang Nianyan had a good impression of the Tang family. Although everyone in this family had shortcomings, they were really good to the original body. They let the original body choose the best food and clothes. Even the snobbish old lady Tang was not bad to the original body. She scolded the original body fiercely, but she didn't let the original body work, and even let her go to high school. The 3 granddaughters had to work since they were young, and the clothes they wore were all left by the original body. From this point, it can be seen that the family tradition of the Tang family is quite upright, all because of the good teaching of Grandpa Tang Qingshan. When the man heard that he wanted to buy a dozen, he couldn't close his mouth and said, "Girl, you are so straightforward. Then each pair will be 5 cents cheaper. A dozen is 11.5 yuan. 10 yuan. These socks of yours are not fixed." Tang Nianyan could see at a glance that the socks were loose and had never been fixed. Either the man took them directly from the factory or he made them himself, and there were still a few processes that were not completed. Shaping is like ironing clothes. Socks will be more beautiful after shaping. Socks that have not been shaped will not affect the quality, but they are not very beautiful. The man smiled awkwardly and saw that Tang Nianyan was an expert. These socks were taken out by his wife in the factory secretly. She took 1 or 2 pairs a day, and she would sell them when she had accumulated more than 10 pairs. "Then it's 10 yuan. Girl, you are so young, but you have a sharp eye." The man also agreed very readily. "The sooner you sell, the sooner you can go home. You are so nervous and a little panicked here." Tang Nianyan picked out 10 pairs. She originally wanted to pick solid colors, but the man's socks were all fancy. Maybe this is the popular style now. She took out a big unity and was about to pay the man. "Girl, what's in your backpack?" The man kept looking into the backpack, but unfortunately it was covered with a sack and he couldn't see clearly. "Hare, pheasant." Tang Nianyan opened the sack, revealing the meat inside. The man's eyes lit up and he swallowed his saliva. He hadn't eaten meat for a long time. Girl, how much are these? The weights are about the same. Hare weighs 7 or 8 pounds, $2.50 each. Pheasant weighs 4 or 5 pounds, $2 each. Tang Nian had asked Mrs. Tang about the market in advance, and the price was not high. I want 2 pheasants, 2 hares, and you just need to give me $1. The man seemed to be from a well-off family, and he wanted 4 at once. Tang Nian put away the big unity, took out $1 and handed it to him, and asked him to choose the hare and pheasant by himself. The man picked each one and found that they were indeed about the same weight, so he picked 2 each. Tang Nian also gave him a sack for free. Girl, do you have pork? The man asked in a low voice. What he coveted the most was pork, especially pork belly, which was so delicious. How about wild boar meat? Sure. When will it be available? In a week, wherever you live. I'll deliver it to you. Tang Nian didn't want to come to the black market again. She felt unsafe. What if she got caught by the red armbands and charged with speculation? It would be more trouble than gain. The dormitory of the sock factory, when you go there, look for Xia Hongmei. She is my wife, just say she is a relative from the countryside. The man was overjoyed. He didn't want to come to the black market either. He would have nightmares for several nights after coming here, and he was almost scared to death. Tang Nian took out a small notebook and wrote it down solemnly. Xia Hongmei from the sock factory. Good pork. Cousin from the countryside came to visit. The man had good eyesight and saw it clearly. The corners of his mouth twitched. This girl was quite serious about her work. He had sold almost all the socks he brought and bought meat. He left happily. Other vendors surrounded him and tried to sell their goods to Tang Nian. There were all kinds of goods, but none of them were what Tang Nian wanted. She walked directly to the people in the corner. Take a look. Tang Nian squatted down and asked directly. These people didn't put their goods out. They must be things that cannot be seen in the light. The first person she found was a thin old man, about 60 or 70 years old, with white hair and beard, and a face so thin that there was no flesh. But even though he was squatting, he still had a proud temperament, and he was obviously an old man with a story. Girl, I only exchange for food. The old man said in a faint voice. Let me see something. Tang Nian felt at her pocket, stretched out her hand, and there were a few more white rice in her palm, shaking it in front of the old man. The old man's breathing became rapid. He took out a cloth bag from his coat, untied it layer by layer, revealing a crimson-black wooden box, which still exuded a faint fragrance. Red sandalwood? Tang Nian asked in a low voice. The old man nodded slightly, with an admiring look in his eyes. The little girl was a connoisseur. He opened the wooden box a little, moved in front of Tang Nian, and a clear green light shot out. In the box was an imperial green bracelet, which was emerald green and flawless. Tang Nian went on a business trip to a listed company before. The boss's wife wore an imperial green ring face, which was about the same color as this bracelet. The boss's wife said that she spent 100 million to buy the ring face. Her heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and her breathing was getting more and more rapid. A ring face costs 100 million, so this bracelet must be at least 1 billion, right? It's rich. How do you want to exchange it? Tang Nian suppressed her excitement and acted very calmly, as if she was facing only a piece of glass. 500 kilograms of rice, 200 kilograms of flour. Girl, you know the goods. My bracelet was in the past, and it was invaluable. The old man looked at the bracelet with regret. He couldn't bear to take out the other things. Those were historical treasures. This bracelet was his wife's dowry, and now he could only take it out to exchange for food. I'll give you 500 kilograms of rice and 300 kilograms of flour. Where do you send them? Tang Nian agreed readily. She had a lot of food in her space, and it was a great bargain for her to exchange it for this bracelet. Although she had no conscience, she didn't like to take advantage of others. The old man gave an address and asked her to send it after dark. Thank you. The old man thanked him softly. He took out the bracelet and took a gamble. If he met someone rude and unreasonable, he might lose both his money and his life. Fortunately, he met this kind girl. See you in the evening. Do you want to give me the bracelet first? Don't worry, although I am not a good person, I will not take advantage of others. The reason why Tang Yanyan wanted to get the bracelet first was because she saw several suspicious men who walked back and forth in front of her several times, obviously aiming at the old man's bracelet. With the old man's frail body, he couldn't even walk back and forth, and his life might be in danger. The old man also saw it and refused. You can't beat them. He couldn't hurt the girl. Tang Yanyan smiled, and there was an extra walnut in her hand. In front of the old man, she squeezed her slender hands, and with a click, the walnut broke and the fragrance spread out. Here, she blew away the walnut shell residue and stuffed the rest of the meat to the old man. The old man swallowed his saliva and ate the walnut meat in one bite. The rich aroma moved him so much that he wanted to cry. It had been a long time since he had eaten such a delicious walnut. Here you go. The old man stuffed the box into Tang Yanyan without hesitation. He felt that this girl was not the kind of person who would go against her conscience, so he just took it as a gamble. And even if he didn't hand it over, the things would be snatched away by those scoundrels when he left the alley. I'll go over there in the evening. Tang Yanyan put the box into the backpack and took a pheasant to the old man, a bonus. She only took advantage of bad people, and the old man was pitiful. He didn't feel any sense of accomplishment after taking advantage of them. The old man's eyes were red. Since the turmoil, he had been insulted or looked down upon. Even his relatives had cut off contact with his family. This girl is really a good person. The rogues did not follow the old man. They saw the box on Tang Yanyan. When the girl came out of the black market, they would take action. Tang Yanyan did not look at them. The things the other people brought were not rare. They were gold and silver jewelry and yuan datu. The money they asked for was not much. 1 yuan datu only cost $1, and the gold bracelet did not cost much. She took them all. Then she went to find the person in charge of the black market and asked the old man at the entrance of the alley. The person in charge was in the alley. He was a middle-aged man with a fierce look and a scar on his face. It was obvious that he was not a good person. Talk to Beige if you have anything. The old man introduced the identity of the person in charge. Although he was old, he was very confident when he called Beige. Mina was also very calm. He looked at Tang Yanyan and asked in a cold voice, "What do you have?" "It's just a small deal. 100 rolls of Dacron cloth." As soon as Tang Yanyan said this, Mina's eyes flickered, not quite believing it. Dacron cloth is hard to get now, and is in short supply. Where did this girl come from? Where did you come from? Mina, don't ask where it comes from. As long as I can get the cloth, it's fine. Tang Yanyan's expression became even colder. Okay, if you really have cloth, I'll take it at 60 cents a foot. Mina smiled. 70 cents, my cloth is of good quality. I don't have trouble selling it. 65 cents. 68 cents. Good luck. The two bargained for a while and finally made a deal at 68 cents a foot. Tang Yanyan said she could get 100 rolls of cloth, but in fact she said it was less. At the end of the world, she took over several cloth factories and took over all the stocks. In addition to Dacron, there are also cashmere, corduroy, cotton, silk, etc. Because she has a large space, she will take anything she sees. At 7:30 p.m., in the small woods west of the city, Tang Yanyan said the place of transaction and said that she wanted cash and food coupons, 500 kilograms of food coupons, and the rest will be exchanged for cash or antique jewelry. As the person in charge of the black market, Beige must have a lot of good stuff in his hands. Now these things are worthless. She bought a lot of them, and in a few years she can open a private museum. Okay. Beige agreed readily. He really had some good things in his hands, and he was worried about where to sell them. He felt a little sorry for the cash, but he didn't feel sorry for these things at all. In the previous years, when the 4 olds were destroyed, he collected a lot of these things and they were piled up in the warehouse, and it was just the right time to clear out a batch. Beige also took the remaining hares and pheasants, and the price was according to Tang Yanyan's, for hares plus 3 pheasants, a total of 16 yuan. With the protection of the people of Beige, the scoundrels dared not follow. Tang Yanyan left the black market. It was almost 11 o'clock now. She touched her stomach and did not go to the state-owned restaurant for dinner. She had money, but no food coupons, so she could not afford to eat. She found a secluded place, took out a hare and a pheasant from the space, and rode to the machinery factory to find her second uncle. Second uncle Tang Manin was a temporary worker in the machinery factory, and second aunt worked in the sock factory. The couple rented a single room in the machinery factory and returned to Tang village once a month. From the memory of the original body, we know that Tang Manin is a bit snobbish and wants to be an official, but he is very filial to old lady Tang and treats several nieces well. It's just that second aunt Xianjinju is a bit stingy. Every time she buys snacks and candies home, they are the cheapest. Tang Manin, who wants to be an official, is now just a humble temporary worker. Even the gatekeeper dares to yell at him, and Tang Manin has to smile. Because the gatekeeper is a formal worker. In the original body's memory, there is a younger uncle named Tang Mantong, who is the late-born son of Mrs. Tang, and is only 25 years old. Because he is the late-born son, the younger uncle is a bit lazy and wants to make a fortune every day. He also said that even if you farm till you die, you won't get rich, so Tang Mantong would hang around outside for at least half a year, just like a vagrant, under the pretext of going out to investigate the market, but every time he came back, he was penniless. In the hearts of the people in Tang village, Tang Mantong was only slightly better than Tang Laolu. After all, Tang Mantong was young and handsome, and his family conditions were not bad, but he was even more lazy than Tang Laolu. This guy never went to the fields all year round, and he couldn't even tell the difference between leeks and wheat seedlings. Tang Nian pulled the corner of her mouth. The original body had a good relationship with her uncle because although Tang Mantong was lazy, he would bring some new things from outside every time he came back, such as the beautiful clothes, beautiful hairpins, scarves, and leather shoes that the original body wore, which were all brought back by Tang Mantong. This uncle's thoughts were actually ahead of this era, but it was a pity that he was born at the wrong time. If Tang Mantong was born after the reform and opening up, he might also be a first-generation rich. I don't know where Tang Mantong is hanging out now. The book seems to say that he came back after Qingming Festival. Tang Nian rode her bike to the Red Star Machinery Factory. The old man who was guarding the gate was dozing off, his head nodding, and saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. "Uncle!" Tang Nian called a few times and finally woke the old man up. "What are you doing?" The old man's tone was not good. He was dreaming of eating braised pork. He had picked it up and almost ate it. He was very angry now. This girl had better have a serious job, otherwise don't blame him for being rude. "My second uncle is Tang Manin, and I am his niece." Tang Nian handed over 2 cigarettes. The old man, who had a bad face, immediately turned from gloomy to bright and smiled very kindly. "Niece Manin, it's almost time to get off work. You can go in." The red double happiness that people used to smoke in the past. "Thank you, uncle." Tang Nian pulled the corner of her mouth, which was her polite smile. But in fact, the action of pulling the corner of her mouth can be completely ignored. To outsiders, it looks like she has no expression. After she entered the factory, the old man sniffed the cigarette happily and muttered to himself, "This girl is pretty, but her face is a little numb." The machinery factory is very large, and the workshops are bustling with activity. Tang Manin works in a workshop. He is a fitter with average technical level. According to the technical rating, he is just a junior. Tang Manin has only been in the machinery factory for a few years. He used to work as a scorekeeper in Tang village. It was also an easy job, and he could get full work points. But Tang Manin is a quick-witted person and is not satisfied with being a scorekeeper for life. It happened that 5 years ago, a relative of Xianjinju's mother's family who worked in the machinery factory suffered from lumbar disc herniation. He felt pain when he worked, and he couldn't even stand or sit. He could only rest at home. When Tang Manin heard about this, he bought 2 bottles of good wine and went to the door. He said all the good words and finally got this temporary job. Xianjinju's relative is a 4th-level fitter and can get a salary of 54 yuan a month. Tang Manin took over his shift, and the monthly salary of 18 yuan was paid by this relative, and the rest of the money was paid by the relative. Of course, this relative could not get the full salary, only 45 yuan a month. He gave Tang Manin 18 yuan, and there was 27 yuan left, which was his net income. Moreover, Tang Manin had to buy gifts and visit him during festivals to thank him, while this relative lay at home every day, earning 27 yuan a month, and there were also festival gifts every now and then. This is the confidence of a formal employee. In this era, formal workers are equivalent to ancient titles. They can be inherited. When parents retire, their children can take over, or they can sell it to other people. That's why people nowadays are proud to be workers in state-owned factories. This is the golden rice bowl, glorious and great. After work at 11:30 at noon, Tang Nian went to the workshop to find her second uncle. She had taken off her black windbreaker and scarf, revealing her beautiful face and slim figure. Just standing at the door of the workshop, she attracted the attention of a group of young men, like a wolf seeing meat. "Hey, who is that girl looking for? Who's the one who's here?" There are many male bachelors in the machinery factory. It's not that they can't find a partner, but their requirements are too high. After all, they hold a golden rice bowl, and they look down on ordinary girls. "Comrade, please call my second uncle Tang Manin." Tang Nian called an old master at the door. "Manin, your niece is here." The master didn't move his feet, but shouted at the top of his voice, and the sound of the machine tools was suppressed by him. The eyes of the young men in the workshop were shining. It turned out to be Tang Manin's niece. After that, Tang Manin was very popular in the machinery factory, which made him flattered. He thought that the leader appreciated him and wanted to make him a regular employee. This is a story for later. Now Tang Manin is still grinding nuts with dust all over his face. Hearing that his niece was coming, he hurried out and was stunned when he saw that it was Tang Nian. It was the first time for his second niece to come to his place. The most frequent visitors were Wu Jin and Lu Jin. Lu Jin went to school in the city and would come here often. Nianian didn't like the machinery factory and said it was too dirty and she was too lazy to come. "Nian, why are you here? Is there something wrong at home?" Tang Manin was a little panicked. Could it be that his mother was in trouble? "Nothing, I brought you something." Tang Nian took out a wild rabbit from the backpack and shook it. Tang Manin's eyes lit up and his mouth was drooling. Where did the rabbit come from? Since his father passed away, the family has not eaten game anymore, and he is so greedy. "I took a taxi. Uncle, I'm hungry. Let's go home and cook." Tang Nian's stomach growled a few times. She ate a few small breads on the way, but she was not hungry. "I'll tell the director." Tang Manin went in to ask for leave. "Uncle Manin, I'll do your work for you." The young men rushed to help him with the work and asked him about Tang Nian's age. "Uncle Manin, how old is your niece?" "She's only 17, and she's already engaged." Tang Manin saw through these people's thoughts at a glance and quickly explained that he didn't know about the broken engagement. The young men were very disappointed, but soon cheered up again. It was just an engagement, not a marriage, so they still had hope. Tang Manin ignored them, washed his hands, and took Tang Nian to the dormitory building. The dormitory building of the machinery factory has 4 floors. It is a tube building with a corridor in the middle and rooms on both sides. It was brought over from the Soviet Union. Tang Manin and his family lived in a single room of 15 square meters. The small house was divided into 2 rooms with a cloth, and there were bunk beds inside, where Tang Manin's son and daughter lived. The room outside was where they slept, and it also served as a dining room and living room. The furniture was so crowded that it was difficult to even turn around. The stove was in the corridor, as were the other families. The corridor was filled with stoves. At noon, everyone cooked outside, and everyone could see clearly what was being eaten. At this time, it was not time to get off work, so few people were cooking in the corridor. Second Aunt Xianjinju had lunch at the sock factory, and the 2 children were in school, so they also had lunch at school. "I'll go light the fire." Tang Manin usually had lunch in the cafeteria, but since his niece was here, he definitely couldn't go to the cafeteria, so he had to prepare something good for her. Coal briquettes in the city were rationed, and people had to save on burning coal. Generally, they would burn at most 2 coals a day, and they had to light a fire every day. If they didn't turn off the fire at night, they would waste 1 more briquette. Tang Manning picked up the stove and ran downstairs to light a fire. He lit a ball of newspaper, then poured some charcoal. Soon, thick smoke billowed, and he used a fan to fan the air from below, making the smoke even thicker. When I was a kid, I always made fire like this, and my eyes always got teary. Tang Manning coughed and fanned the air. After a few minutes, the smoke faded, and he went upstairs. His eyes were already red from the smoke. Tang Niannian's mouth twitched. In this era, making a fire would risk blindness. What a sin! While her second uncle was making a fire, Tang Niannian had already processed the rabbit. She only chopped half of it, and the remaining half would be eaten by her second aunt and cousins in the evening. She also took out a bag of rice, weighing more than 20 kilograms. Do you have any rice at home? Tang Manning was very skeptical. The village must be short of food at this time. My classmate has a way. It's 1.8 yuan per kilogram. Tang Niannian made up another classmate out of thin air. Anyway, she had a lot of rice in her space, and she couldn't eat it all when she planted tens of thousands of acres of land in her space. 1.8 yuan? Niannian, can you buy more? Tang Manning lowered his voice. The price was too affordable. It's gone this month. I'll see next month. Tang Niannian shook her head. She couldn't take out too much at a time. Tang Manning was a little disappointed. He wanted to get some more gifts to give to the leaders. There were 2 quotas for regularization this year. Many people in the factory were giving gifts. He had been a temporary worker for 5 years. If he could be regularized, he would get a salary of 34.5 yuan per month and could eat commercial grain. When would it be his turn to live such a good life? Second uncle, Qi Guohua, and I have broken off the engagement. Tang Niannian talked about family matters while cooking. She had to inform her second uncle about the breakup. Did that Qi Guohua bring it up? Tang Manning was furious. Ever since that went to the army, the Qi families have been looking up more and more, and their tone of voice has been getting more and more arrogant. He knew that this day would come sooner or later. Are they all dead in the Tang family? No, I asked for it. Qi Guohua was having an affair, and I thought it was dirty, so I asked for 100 yuan in damages. The 100 yuan owed must be returned. Tang Niannian explained the whole story in a concise manner. Tang Manning was satisfied, but still angry. Even if she compensated him, her niece's reputation would be damaged, so she should have asked for more money. That seems to be promoted in the army. This will definitely be promoted in the future. Tang Manning was full of envy and jealousy. God was really blind. How could he let such a get promoted? Why didn't God look at him? He was so smart and capable, much better than Qi Guohua. No promotion. Tang Niannian's voice was indifferent. Since she had come here, Qi Guohua would never be promoted in his life. Whether he could stay in the army depended on her mood. Qi Guohua's home visit leave was half a month. He had been back for 6 days. At least he could stay at home for 6 days. She would take action after he returned. Tang Manning felt that his niece was consoling herself. Qi Guohua was smart and could flatter people. Such a person would be able to get along well no matter where he was. He would definitely have a bright future and rise to prominence. He might even marry a wife from a good family. Niannian, there are many young men in the machinery factory who are in good condition. How about your uncle find one for you? Tang Manning had an idea. He remembered that the factory director's son didn't have a girlfriend yet. He was 4 or 5 years older than Niannian and also worked in the machinery factory in the purchasing department with the most money. Although the factory director's son had high standards, Niannian's appearance would definitely catch the eye of the factory director's son. If he could become a relative of the factory director, there would be no problem in getting a permanent job. Tang Manning thought about it, the more he felt it was feasible. He even wanted to talk to the factory director's wife about it right now. Of course, the factory director's son himself was very good. He was handsome and down to earth, but he was a little arrogant. But as the factory director's son, it was normal for him to be a little arrogant. If his father was the factory director, he would definitely not look down on the ground. Second uncle, don't introduce me to a date. Those people are not worthy of me. Tang Niannian reminded him first, lest this utilitarian second uncle introduce a date blindly and anger her, then he would ignore the uncle-nephew relationship. Still a fist greeting. Tang Manin was stunned. He didn't know if it was an illusion just now. He seemed to feel a murderous aura from his niece. He had felt this murderous aura from his father before. That was because his father had killed the Japanese devils, so it was normal to have murderous aura. Where did the murderous aura come from for a delicate little girl like his niece? Tang Manin shivered, and the back of his neck felt a little cold. He didn't dare to mention it again. Nian Nian had a different status in the family. His father had said before that no one in the family could force Nian Nian. As long as Nian Nian didn't break the law, she could do anything. He knew why his father said that because 17 years ago, the family was starving and couldn't even afford to eat. His eldest sister-in-law was pregnant and had never had a full meal. She gave birth to a dead baby, a girl. His father buried the dead baby in the mountains with his own hands and brought back the fair and tender Tang Nian Nian the next day, along with a lot of money and food coupons. He didn't know the exact amount, but with these money and food coupons, their family survived the famine. His father has always been a man who repays a drop of water with a spring of water. The whole family received the great grace of Tang Nian Nian's parents who saved their lives, so his father spoiled Nian Nian since he was a child, loving her more than his own grandson. If the three brothers said something harsh to this girl, the old man would glare at them. Since his niece didn't want to find a partner in the factory, Tang Manin didn't mention it again. The aroma of rabbit meat in the pot spread out, making him drool and even hungrier. Tang Nian Nian fried another pot of green vegetables and steamed a large pot of rice. Everyone else had gotten off work. When they smelled the aroma of meat in the air, their saliva flowed out. Someone took a few deep breaths and shouted, "Whose family is cooking meat?" "Tang Manin, is your family cooking meat?" Someone found out that the smell was from the Tang family, which was very sour. They didn't expect that Tang Manin, a temporary worker, could actually afford meat. They didn't have meat to eat when they were formal workers. "My niece brought wild rabbits from the countryside." Tang Manin smiled naively, and others were even more envious. The countryside is still good. There are game on the mountains and fish and shrimp in the water. As long as you are diligent, you will never go hungry. It's not like them in the city, where you have to spend money to buy even a scallion. It's really a sin. Tang Manin hurriedly carried the dishes into the house. If they were left outside, they would surely attract many people with red eyes. The uncle and nephew finished the big pot of meat, and there was no rice left. Tang Manin ate until he burped and was very satisfied. "Second uncle, here is a piece of cloth. Make clothes for Dandan." Tang Nian Nian took out a large piece of floral dacron cloth from the backpack, about 7 or 8 feet long, enough to make a set of clothes, so she didn't take more. Dandan is Tang Manin's daughter, 13 years old, in the 2nd grade of junior high school. She also has a son named Tang Dongqiang, who was born in the same year and month as Tang Lu Jin, but with a birthday a few days apart. The two cousins study in the same class. "Where did you get the cloth?" "So much?" Tang Manin was shocked. A foot of cloth cost 7 or 8 cents, and there were cloth coupons. This piece of cloth cost him more than half a month's salary. A classmate's family has connections, so he got the defective cloth. Tang Nian Nian had another classmate out of nowhere. She went to high school in the county town. At that time, elementary school was 5 years, junior high school and high school were 2 years each, a total of 9 years, and she graduated from high school at the age of 16. Tang Manin had no doubts. His niece was pretty, dressed as well as the girls in the city, and had good grades. When she was in high school in the city, she got along well with her classmates, and her classmates from the city often visited her home. Those who could afford to go to high school all had good family conditions. Their parents either worked in a supply and marketing cooperative or a state-owned factory. What Tang Nian Nian said was completely correct. "Nian Nian, do you have more of this cloth?" Tang Manin started to make plans again. Dacron was a good thing, and he wanted to give it to the workshop director. "No more." Tang Nian Nian thought for a while and said with a stern face, "Second uncle, this piece of cloth is for Dandan to make clothes. Don't give it to others just to flatter him." Second uncle especially loved to give gifts. He gave away all the good things at home. Although there was some effect, it was not obvious. After all, Tang Manin is just a temporary worker with limited skills and no backing. No matter how many gifts he gives, it cannot change the fact that he is in a low position. Leaders will not show love to such people. At most, they will give a smile when they meet, but don't even think about the actual benefits. In her previous life, before Tang Nianyan went to a foreign company, she worked in a state-owned enterprise for 2 years and saw all the ways of the world. She didn't like these things, so she jumped to a foreign company. But not liking doesn't mean she doesn't understand, she just disdains it. Because she has the ability, she doesn't need to flatter. Seeing through her niece's thoughts, Tang Manin looked embarrassed and said dryly, "Dandan, why does a little girl wear such beautiful clothes?" The workshop director listens to his wife. "I will send this cloth over. Maybe I can get a permanent position this year." The machinery factory has 2 permanent positions this year, and the announcement will be made in July and August. Now it is March, and there is still plenty of time to build relationships. You said the same thing last year, the year before last, the year before last, the year before last. Tang Nianyan didn't give his second uncle any face. He tightened his belt every year to give gifts, but every year he got nothing. His second uncle didn't understand at all. He had a head for nothing. Tang Manin's expression changed, a little aggrieved, and tried to save face. "The competition is too fierce. You little girl don't understand. Second uncle, you should focus on improving your business ability. Don't think about giving gifts all day long." Tang Nianyan kindly gave advice. For temporary workers like Tang Manin who have no backing, the fastest shortcut is to improve their own strength. If Tang Manin has the level of a 6th level fitter, the machinery factory will beg him to become a regular employee. Go away, go away. What do you know? Tang Manin's face became even more embarrassed. Doesn't he want to be promoted? He also wants to go to the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university. Is this something he can decide subjectively? The little girl was talking without any pain in the waist. He didn't want to give gifts either. Those were real money, all the hard-earned money he saved. How could he not feel bad to give them away? But in order to get a formal job, he had to give them away. As long as he got a permanent job, he would definitely be able to earn back the money he gave away, and his children could take over the job in the future. Tang Nianyan didn't say anything else. Anyway, it wasn't her money that was given away. The original body had a good relationship with her little cousin Dandan, so she took out a piece of cloth. Tang Manin collected the dishes and went out to wash them. He didn't even ask Tang Nianyan to do it. At home, his niece didn't work. Everyone had formed the habit of doing the work by themselves. "Master Tang, why are you washing the dishes by yourself? Doesn't your niece wash them?" "My niece doesn't do this. My mother loves her." Tang Manin explained with a smile, "Put some hot water in the rice washing water and wash the dishes." After listening to this, everyone had a new understanding of Tang Nianyan. Although she was a rural girl, she was beautiful, well-dressed, and spoiled at home. It was obvious that she didn't work. They couldn't afford to marry such a girl. Some aunts wanted to introduce their own sons and nephews to Tang Nianyan, but they immediately gave up the idea. No matter how good-looking they were, they couldn't feed them. They had to marry a virtuous wife. A lazy girl, even if she looked as beautiful as she sure, couldn't be married. "Why hasn't my old come back for dinner? Master Tang, do you know where he went?" A woman asked in a hoarse voice. "Master has a job that takes a lot of time. I guess he was so busy that he forgot to get off work."
Tang Manin answered.
The master they were talking about was a 6th level fitter in the machinery factory. There were 2 6th level fitters in the Red Star machinery factory, Master and Master, who were uncle and nephew. Master had retired, and Master was in his 40s. He was now the only 6th level fitter in the machinery factory, and he processed some fine parts. No matter how busy you are, you still have to eat. Old as such a. I'll go to the workshop and call him. The woman's complaining voice became farther and farther away, and she went to the workshop to call someone. Tang Manin washed the dishes and went into the house with clean dishes and chopsticks. Tang Nianyan asked, "Don't you have an 8th level fitter in your factory?" She had heard people talk about the legend of the 8th level fitter before, just like the legend of the sweeping monk. It was also said that no matter how confidential the machine tool was, it would be impossible to beat the 8th level fitter. Because the most precise parts were all made by hand, Tang Yanyan was skeptical about these words. The high-precision machine tools produced by the German company, where she worked, processed the most precise parts in the world. Could it be that they were not as good as the 8th level fitter? So Tang Yanyan had always had an idea to compete with the 8th level fitter. Do you think the 8th level fitter is a big carrot? There is only one in Zhucheng working in the Tianjin machinery factory, and he is retired. Tang Manning looked envious, because the salary of the 8th level fitter was higher than that of the factory director, with a monthly salary of 128, and one person could support a family of 10. However, the 8th level fitter at Tianjin machinery factory also retired, and there was no successor. Tianjin machinery factory now only has one 6th level fitter, the same as Hongqing. But because Tianjin once had an 8th level fitter, it has always looked down on Hongqing. The only two machinery factories in Zhucheng are not on good terms with each other, and everyone in the city knows it. Tang Yanyan asked about the 8th level fitter at Tianjin machinery factory again. She wanted to see him. He's retired, and his hands are shaking. Tang Manning answered casually. The old master was blurry-eyed, and his hands were shaking. He couldn't do any work, but he could still get a high salary after retirement and lived a better life than the county magistrate. Tang Yanyan was very disappointed and asked again, "There are no 8th level fitters in Zhucheng?" "There are none now, anyway. There are only two 6th level fitters. Let's see if one can be rated as 7th in the second half of the year." Tang Manning shook his head. There are ratings and assessments every year, but it is too difficult to upgrade from 6th to 8th. Master from their factory has been at the 6th level for 5 or 6 years, and has never been rated as 7th. As he got older, his hope of getting a rating was getting lower and lower. Fitter is a delicate job that requires good eyesight and hands. Master is already 40 years old. If he can't get the rating, there's probably no hope. But Tang Manning still envied Master, because a level 6 fitter could earn more than 80 yuan a month, which was enough to afford meat every day. He couldn't even think about it in this life. Tang Yanyan was even more disappointed. In such a big city like Zhucheng, there wasn't even a level 8 fitter. She had to go to Shanghai in the future. There must be a level 8 fitter there. She must compete with the level 8 fitter. Was her machine tool better, or was the level 8 fitter's hands better? Actually, there was another person who had a good chance of getting rated level 8. What a pity! Tang Manning suddenly thought of someone, and her tone was particularly regretful. Who? Tang Yanyan became interested. The apprentice of the old 8th level fitter in Tianjin factory has very good hand skills. He was rated as 6th level in his 20s. If nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely be 8th level now. What accident happened? His hand is disabled? This was the accident that Tang Yanyan thought of. The most important thing for a fitter is his hand. It is estimated that his hand is disabled. Tang Manning's face changed, and he was a little embarrassed and annoyed. He said unhappily, "Why are you asking so many questions, little girl? I'm going to work, you go to the street." This kind of thing can't be told to a niece. It's so embarrassing. Tang Yanyan was a little confused. She just asked a question. As for this expression, like watching a movie, could it be that the 8th level candidate had an affair? Tang Manning walked to the door, stopped, rummaged in his pocket for a long time, reluctantly took out a few bills, hesitated for a long time, and then stuffed them into Tang Yanyan. "Take this money, spend it sparingly." Tang Manning was heartbroken. He had finally saved some money, but it was all gone. But it was a rare visit to the city for his niece, and she brought so many things with her. As an uncle, it would be wrong for him not to show some appreciation. "Don't tell your second aunt about this money." Tang Manning turned his head away, no longer looking at the money. He felt heartbroken after seeing it, and went to work after giving instructions. Tang Yanyan counted the money in her hand, $1, 1 50-cent, and a few notes and cents, a total of $1.86. For that era, it was actually a huge sum of money. She smiled and put the money in her pocket. In the afternoon, She would go to the scrap collection station to see if she could find some treasures and college entrance examination materials. In the period novels, the scrap collection station is a must-visit place for the heroine. She didn't rush out and lay on the bed to rest. The radio sounded an exciting revolutionary song, and there was immediately more noisy footsteps in the corridor. It was time to go to work. 5 minutes later, the bell rang, and the corridor became quiet. Tang Nianyan closed her eyes and wanted to sleep for a while. She heard someone talking outside. It was Master S' wife. "Do you still want to be healthy? The chairman said that you must have a good body before you can fight for the revolution. No matter how busy or stressful the work is, you still have to eat. If I hadn't called you, you would have worked until the afternoon, and your stomach would be hungry. This batch of goods is needed urgently, with high requirements and large quantity. The machine tools in the factory cannot achieve the precision, so it can only be done manually." Master S' laughter was a bit silly, and he explained patiently. You could tell he was a loyal and honest man just by listening to his voice. "No matter how urgent it is, you still have to eat. Can't you distribute the work to the people below? No matter how much you work, your salary won't increase." Master S' wife had a bad tone, thinking that her husband was too silly. Others tried every means to do less work, but only this silly man and her family didn't know how to be lazy. Others can't do it. This is for the shipyard, and the precision requirements are high. The ship is going to the sea, and we can't be careless. Master S' tone was very serious. He must never be careless when dealing with his work. Then you have to eat too. If you fall down, who will do the work? His wife glared at him fiercely, and Master smiled even more foolishly. The couple's voices became farther and farther away, and gradually disappeared. Tang Nianyan opened her eyes. A batch of parts that were urgently needed had high precision requirements, and Master was the only one in the Red Star factory who could process them. Tang Nianyan raised her lips. Although the high-precision machine tools in her space have never competed with the 8th-level fitters, they have competed with the 6th-level fitters. The accuracy is completely fine, and the speed is fast. Even if 10 6th-level fitters work together, they can't match the speed of her machine tool. I'll ask my second uncle to find out later. Tang Nianyan dozed on the bed for half an hour, then got up, washed up, and rode out. The scrap collection station is in the west of the city, 10 miles away from the Red Star Machinery Factory. It's a quick ride there, and it's different from the collection station described in the novel. It's a state-owned regular collection station with 5 or 6 employees alone, an office, and a cashier window. The book says that the collection station is a mess, and the heroine can put treasures in the space at will, but it's basically impossible in this collection station. Because the things in the collection station are neatly arranged and the garbage is sorted, just like a warehouse, it is estimated that all these things have been put into the warehouse, and if one is missing, it will be discovered. Besides, there were no red sandalwood and mahogany antiques in the purchasing station. These good things had been handed in long ago. Tang Nianyan looked around and gave up the idea of picking up bargains. It was more reliable to go to the black market. She found some high school textbooks. She was lucky enough to find a set of self-study series of mathematics, physics, and chemistry, but there were only 12 volumes, and there were still 5 volumes missing. This set of books was the code of the college entrance examination in the period literature. In fact, many questions of the first college entrance examination were in this set of materials. There were a total of 17 volumes. The missing 5 volumes would be found later. Tang Nianyan took out a set of textbooks and materials, went to evaluate the price first, and then went to pay the fee. 15 caddies, 2 cents per caddy, pay 3 cents. These textbooks were charged according to the waste paper, which was very cheap. Tang Nianyan gave 3 cents, put the textbooks and materials into the backpack, and put them into the space after reaching a secluded place. She went to the store to weigh 10 caddies of egg cakes and 10 caddies of peach cakes, and divided 2 caddies of each, and went to Zhuqing No. 1 Middle School to visit her third sister Tang Lujin. The original body had a good relationship with Tang Lujin. This third sister was very smart and good at studying, otherwise old lady Tang would not have been able to support her to go to high school. Tang Nianyan had been to Zhuqing No. 1 Middle School in her previous life. This school was a century-old famous school. In her previous life, it was one of the top 100 famous schools in the country. It sent many students to Tsinghua University and Peking University. The teaching level was very high.
Awesome.
The address of number 1 middle school has not changed. It is on Fengyang Road, but the current teaching building is a bit old. Tang Nianyan told the security guard about Tang Liujin's class, and the security guard let her in. It is now 3:30 in the afternoon. Tang Liujin is in the first year of high school and will graduate in a year. Her class is having a physical education class. A group of young boys and girls are running on the playground. The crisp laughter makes people feel happy. Tang Nianyan stands at the edge of the playground and looks around. She is looking for Tang Liujin. There are many people on the playground. 2 classes are having physical education classes. The boys are playing basketball. The thin boys are wearing autumn clothes and are sweating profusely. The female classmates are playing in 2s and 3s. Some are playing badminton, some are kicking shuttlecock, and some are playing table tennis.
Some of them were standing in the sun chatting.
Tang Liujin didn't like sports, so she was chatting with her classmates. The boys who were playing basketball found Tang Nianyan, and they ran even harder, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They also glanced at Tang Nianyan from time to time, wondering if this beautiful girl noticed their majestic demeanor. Of course, Tang Nianyan didn't notice it. She had no interest in a group of little hairy kids who hadn't even grown their hair yet. She had already seen Tang Liujin and walked straight over. Suddenly, the basketball flew towards her at a very fast speed. "Get out of the way!" the boys exclaimed and ran towards Tang Nianyan. If such a beautiful girl was injured by a basketball, they would definitely be restless for the rest of their lives. The female classmates screamed in fear, thinking that Tang Nianyan would definitely not be able to avoid it. The basketball quickly flew in front of Tang Nianyan, and it was about to hit her beautiful face. Some timid female classmates covered their faces and dared not look down. Tang Liujin also saw it. His face changed drastically, and he ran towards Tang Nianyan, second sister. Everyone thought that Tang Nianyan would definitely be hit by the basketball. Tang Nianyan had already seen the basketball, and she could avoid it, but she was too lazy to avoid it. When the basketball was about to reach her face, she stretched out her hand to catch it, pulled it back, relieved the force of the basketball, and then threw it towards the basketball court. Her action seemed simple, and it was actually very simple, but most people couldn't do it. At least no one present could do it. They didn't have such a flexible reaction speed, let alone Tang Nianyan's strength. The boys playing basketball forgot to catch the ball, stared blankly with their mouths wide open, and their eyes became fanatical. The beautiful and arrogant girl was the Ashima in their dreams. There was a very famous movie called Ashima in the 1960s. The heroine was very beautiful and was the dream lover of many boys. At that time, Tang Nianyan glanced at them indifferently and then strode towards Tang Liujin. "Second sister, why are you here?" Tang Liujin breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Tang Nianyan with some suspicion. It felt like the second sister had changed a lot. The second sister used to be very beautiful, but not as lively as she is now. The second sister now is very beautiful, arrogant, and cold. It's like she can kill a tiger at any time. On the way, one Tang Nianyan handed over the egg cake and peach cake, thought about it, and took out 10 yuan from her pocket and stuffed it into Tang Liujin's pocket. Although Mrs. Tang paid for her granddaughter to go to high school, she would not give her more money. Tang Liujin went home once a month, carrying a bag of grain and a can of steamed pickled mustard greens, which was her food for a month. Steamed pickled mustard greens did not have any meat, and it was very good to put some lard and sugar in them. An enamel cup of pickled mustard greens would last for a month, but Tang Manin and Tang Menyong would give their niece some money privately, so that Tang Liujin could get some food in the cafeteria. But seeing that the girl looked pale and was so thin that she could fall down in the wind, it was obvious that she was not living well. "I don't want it." Tang Liujin didn't want it. Since she was a child, her second sister had been the best in the family, and her pocket money was more than theirs. She was jealous when she was young, and she often quarreled with her second sister because of this. Once, She quarreled so hard that she pushed her second sister down the hillside and broke her hand. Grandpa beat her and scolded her for being heartless. Later, her grandfather told her a lot, saying that her second sister's parents gave the family a lot of money and food coupons. At that time, everyone in the family was almost starving to death. Her second sister died in her stomach because she had no food to eat. That money saved the lives of the whole family. Grandpa also said to her, "People should have conscience. If it weren't for the money given by Nian Nian's parents, your mother would not have survived, and you would have no chance to be a human being. Our family owes Nian Nian." In fact, Tang Lujin didn't understand it very well at the time, but later when she went to school in the city and heard more things, she knew how many people starved to death that year, and many of her classmates' families had starved to death. She really understood what her grandfather said. Their Tang family really owed the second sister, and it was right to be good to the second sister. Take it if it's given to you. Tang Nian forcefully stuffed it into Tang Liujin's pocket and took out an enamel cup from the backpack, in which she put some rabbit meat from lunch, and then took out a bag of rice, weighing about 20 kilograms. Tang Liujin's eyes widened, and he felt like he was dreaming. Was his second sister robbing the granary? My classmate has a connection, and the rabbits were caught in the mountains. Tang Nian explained perfunctorily, feeling a little awkward. She was a person without conscience, but she had been doing good things recently, and her image was about to collapse. Second sister, can you hunt? Tang Lujin was even more surprised. In his impression, his second sister could not do any work, but she could actually hunt?
Yeah.
Tang Nian was too lazy to explain anymore and stuffed the things in her head and said, "Help me get some study materials. I need to review." Okay. Tang Lujin agreed. Lujin, your sister is here to see you. Several female classmates came over and looked at Tang Nian curiously. Yeah, she brought me something, Tang Lujin said in a light tone. She was a little introverted, but very opinionated and didn't interact much with classmates. Because most of the class were from the city, basically from dual-income families with good conditions, she was from the countryside and couldn't play with them. Hello, sister. Your hair is so beautifully. A female classmate with fair skin was very interested in Tang Nian's high ponytail. This female classmate wore a red and black plaid coat, a red scarf, a watch on her wrist, corduroy pants, and cowhide shoes. This outfit cost more than 200 yuan, and the watch alone cost 150 or 160 yuan. I just tied it casually. Tang Nian didn't like socializing, didn't show much enthusiasm to this female classmate, and was ready to leave. Second sister, I'll take you out. No need. Tang Nian's tone was stiff. She was not used to the deep sisterly love. She pushed Tang Lujin back and strode away.
Tang Lujin sợ mày.
Second sister really changed a lot. She liked the second sister now more. But how could the second sister suddenly become so rich? It must not be given by grandma. The old lady was not so generous. At most, she gave a dime or two. Hao Yuhua was a little unhappy. Her mother was the director of the supply and marketing cooperative, and her father was a cadre in the cotton mill. Her family was considered well off in the city. All the classmates in the class fawned on her. Tang Lujin was from the countryside, and her sister was also a rural girl. Why were they so arrogant? Tang Lujin, your sister has a really bad temper, Hao Yuhua said unhappily. Well, she has had a bad temper since she was a child. Tang Lujin's tone was very sincere, and that was the fact. The second sister was spoiled by her grandfather since she was a child, so it was normal for her to have a bad temper, but the second sister never bullied others. She just had a little temper. Hao Yuhua choked and sank her face. There was a ball of fire in her chest. She wanted to curse, but didn't know what to curse. Tang Lujin carried the things and left. With this bag of rice, she could eat better this month, and she could also get a portion of meat and vegetables in the cafeteria. Yuhua, don't pay attention to them. What's so great about rural people? They have to go back to farming after graduation. Another female classmate said in a fawning tone. Humph, they are exhausted. My parents said that after I graduate, I can choose between the supply and marketing cooperative and the cotton mill. My sister has been arranged to go to the cotton mill. There will be a recruitment exam next week. My sister will definitely pass the exam. How Yuhua snorted. She is the youngest in the family. She has an older brother and an older sister.
Her brother is in the army.
Her sister graduated from high school last year and has been unemployed at home for half a year. Her father arranged for her to go to the cotton mill. It is called a recruitment exam, but in fact the position has been determined long ago. As long as her sister takes the exam, she will pass. The other female classmates said a lot of flattering words to make Hao Yuhua happy. Forgetting the previous unpleasantness, several female classmates went to play badminton together. Tang Yanyan came out from behind a tree. She didn't go far. She hid behind the tree to see if Hao Yuhua would bully Tang Lujin. Fortunately, Lujin was very competitive and she didn't need to do anything. And she also heard good news. The cotton mill will recruit workers next week. Although it is a random job, the cotton mill will definitely recruit at least one fair and just job to show fairness and justice. This kind of thing had happened to her in her previous life. When she just graduated, she was ambitious and felt that with her strong ability as a 985 university, she must go to a company with good benefits, high salary, and easy work, such as the electric smoke industry. It happened that when she graduated, she ran into a tobacco company recruiting for 3 positions. There were no big requirements for academic qualifications and majors, and they only said that real ability was required. Tang Yanyan felt that this was a position tailor-made for her. She had the ability and academic qualifications, and she would definitely pass the exam. So she took the recruitment exam with full confidence. She felt good about herself in the written test and interview. She even felt that if the tobacco company did not recruit her, it would be a blind eye. But half a month later, she saw the announcement. Her name was not on the list of the 3 people selected. Moreover, she remembered that the academic qualifications and abilities of these 3 people were not as good as hers. She did not know about the interview, but their written test scores were definitely not as high as hers. Tang Yanyan was very dissatisfied and wanted to go to the company to argue. Her classmates persuaded her and explained to her earnestly the origin of the radish post. This was also the first time Tang Yanyan was beaten by society. After that, she went to work in a state-owned enterprise and had a clearer understanding of the radish post. A relative of a certain leader was to be arranged to come in. The children of a leader of a brother unit were not easy to develop in their own family. 2 units exchanged children, and there was also a lover of a big boss. All kinds of backgrounds, anyway, they were all candidates for the radish post. As long as someone wanted to come in, a recruitment exam would be arranged, but in order to avoid gossip, 1 or 2 talents would be selected. As for who would be selected, it would depend on luck. The radish post in the cotton mill must be the same. Tang Yanyan wanted to take the exam. She felt that the written test and interview were no problem, but it was hard to say whether she could be selected. Anyway, she tried it. Maybe she would be selected by luck. She didn't plan to work in the cotton mill. Now the formal worker positions can be bought and sold, and the cotton mill is a very popular unit. A formal worker quota can be sold for at least 700 or 800 yuan. If she passed the exam, she would sell it. There are 2 cotton mills in Zhucheng, one in the west and one in the east. After Tang Yanyan left number 1 middle school, she went to the mill in the west first. There was no recruitment notice posted at the factory gate. She walked to the guardroom and knocked on the window. The old man opened the window with a dark complexion, but after seeing the cigarette in Tang Yanyan's hand, his attitude changed 180 degrees, and he asked kindly, "What's the matter?" "Uncle, I'm from the Power Supply Bureau. My dad told me last time that the cotton mill will have a recruitment exam next week. I forgot the exact date, and I didn't dare to ask my dad. He would definitely scold me." Tang Yanyan still had a blank expression on her face. She didn't look like a timid girl who was afraid of being scolded by her father, but it didn't matter. The red double happiness cigarettes in her hand were very prestigious, and the old man had no doubts.
"Girl, you must have made a mistake.
Our factory doesn't have a recruitment exam. Is it the second factory?" The old man looked suspicious. Why didn't he know that the factory would have a recruitment exam? "Oh, I remember now. My dad was talking about the second factory. Thank you, uncle." Tang Yanyan turned and left. The factory that was recruiting workers must be the second factory in the east of the city. The uncle sniffed the cigarette with a smile, thinking that he had taken a great advantage, but he did not doubt Tang Niannian's words. This girl worked in the Power Supply Bureau. It was difficult to arrange a job for her in her own company, so she was arranged to go to the cotton mill. There were many such things. Recruitment exams like this are just for show. It doesn't matter whether you do well in the exam or not. The key is to make sure that your name on the exam paper is not written wrong. Tang Niannian rode her bike to the second factory in the east of the city. Following the same routine, she gave the security guard a cigarette and found out the time for the recruitment exam. Next Wednesday morning at 9:30. Don't forget it, girl. The old man kindly reminded her. He thought the same as the old man at the first factory, thinking that Tang Niannian was arranged by the Power Bureau. Thank you, old man. Tang Niannian took out her small notebook and wrote it down very solemnly. Next Wednesday morning at 9:30, the exam. She had a good memory, but she would write down important things in her notebook and take it out every day to check it so as not to miss anything. A good memory is not as good as a bad pen. This sentence she regarded as a treasure. Today is Friday, and there are still 5 days before the recruitment exam. If she can pass the exam, she will take out a bicycle from the space, and if the villagers ask, she can explain that it is the money she earned from selling her job. It was getting dark, and Tang Niannian returned to the machinery factory. It was time to get off work, so she went straight back to the dormitory building. Second Aunt Xian Jinju had already returned, and was cooking in the corridor. Niannian is back? We can eat soon. Xian Jinju is a little short, with fair skin and is pretty. The Tang family was well off back then, and Tang Manning even went to junior high school. He is tall and handsome. Such conditions are quite good in the countryside, so he could marry Xian Jinju. Second sister. A lively and beautiful girl ran out of the room. It was Tang Dandan. She looked a lot like her mother, but she was taller and more lively. Here. Tang Niannian took out a bag of peach cakes, about 1 pound, and stuffed it into the girl's pocket. Wow, peach cakes, second sister. You are so nice. Tang Dandan was very happy. She hadn't eaten peach cakes for a long time. Last month, her father bought 2 pounds of peach cakes, and she thought she could eat a piece, but her father gave them all away, and she didn't even get a little bit. Niannian, don't spend money recklessly. Xian Jinju couldn't help it. She bought rice and cloth, and now peach cakes. Even Jin Shan couldn't stand spending money like this. She heard from her husband about her niece and Qi Guohua's divorce. Although the Qi family paid 100 yuan in compensation, they couldn't spend it like that. Besides, it would have a bad impact on her reputation if the girl broke off the engagement. She was really worried about her niece's marriage. It wasn't wasted. Tang Niannian corrected her. How could it be considered wasted money if it was eaten? It was a necessary consumption in life. Tang Dandan dragged her into the house and whispered, "For my parents, buying food for others is a serious matter, and eating it at home is a waste. They're stupid." Tang Niannian said matter-of-factly. It's really stupid that all the good things went into other people's stomachs. Tang Dandan nodded vigorously, yes. So stupid. Since she could remember, all the good things in the house were taken out by her parents as gifts, and she and her brother didn't eat a single bite. In the evening, Xian Jinju cooked rabbit meat and steamed rice. Tang Manning also got a portion of braised hairtail from the canteen. During the meal, Tang Niannian mentioned the cloth again. Second aunt used that cloth to make clothes for Dandan. She didn't care who Tang Manning and his wife wanted to give gifts to, but she had to ensure that the things she gave would be used on her cousin. Xian Jinju looked a little embarrassed. She wanted to give the cloth to the workshop director to see if she could get a permanent job. Why should Dandan wear such good clothes? She has enough clothes. Xian Jinju didn't want to waste such good cloth. Tang Dandan pouted unhappily. It was like this again. Every time, her parents had countless reasons to take the good things out of the house. They would rather give them to outsiders than to her. Tang Dandan really couldn't figure it out. What was the point of giving gifts? Her parents had been giving gifts for 5 years, but the family had not changed. Instead, their life became more and more tight. "Mom, my clothes are too small." Tang Dandan grumbled in a low voice, but Xian Jinju glared at her. She dared not say anything. lowered her head to eat, and took a few pieces of meat. The new clothes would definitely not fit her, so she had to eat more meat. I gave it to Dandan. If the new clothes are not worn by Dandan, I won't take them next time. Tang Nianyan's tone was a little cold, and Xian Jinju and Tang Manin felt a chill on their backs. Just now, this niece seemed to exude a murderous aura, which was once on the old man, and they were so suppressed that they couldn't even open their mouths. Although the couple was unhappy, they didn't dare to refute, so they had to agree to make new clothes for Tang Dandan. Tang Dandan looked at her second sister in worship. It had to be her second sister. She controlled her parents with just one sentence. From now on, her second sister will be her hero. At the dinner table, Xian Jinju started to complain while eating. A regular worker stole socks, and the director saw it but didn't say anything. Today I wanted to take a pair home, but the director told me off. Don't take them anymore. It's not worth losing your job for a pair of socks. Tang Manin advised. I give gifts every year, but I don't know when I can get a permanent job. Xian Jinju bit her tongue hard. She really didn't want to be a temporary worker anymore. Not only did she have to endure the humiliation, but she also did the hardest and most tiring work, but her salary was only half of that of others. Every month when she received her salary, she felt worse than being fried in oil. I'll never get a permanent job. Tang Yanyan couldn't help but say. At least in the books, Tang Manin and his wife never got a permanent job until they died. Yanyan, don't talk nonsense. The director promised that I would get a permanent job first. Xian Jinju was unhappy. She felt that she would get a permanent job this year. After all, she had given so many gifts. That was what they said last year. Tang Dandan retorted, and then her mother hit her on the head with chopsticks. The little girl made a face at Tang Nianyan. That was what they said the year before last. Tang Nianyan added another stab. The couple was a little clever, but not much. There was a way to give gifts. Giving gifts blindly, like this, was just a waste of money. It would be useless even if you gave them for a lifetime. Xian Jinju couldn't hold her face anymore. She wanted to refute, but she was speechless. It was indeed the case. The workshop director said this to her every year, but she was never promoted to a regular employee. The couple exchanged helpless looks. They knew that the hope was slim, but they still had to give gifts, otherwise there would be no hope at all. We're also doing this for Dongqiang and Dandan. As long as they have a regular employee, they can take over the job in the future and don't have to worry about finding a partner. Tang Manin sighed, worrying him to death. He thought so. No matter who of them got a permanent job, the job would be left to their son. They would go back to the countryside to farm. Their son would have a stable job and would be able to stay in the city and eat commercial grain in the future. As for their daughter Tang Dandan, she would get married in the future, so there was no need to think too much about it. Tang Dandan curled her lips. Her father's words sounded nice, but she could think with her feet that even if she got a permanent job, it would not be her turn, but her brother's. However, she was lucky. Although her parents were a bit biased towards boys, it was not serious. At least they paid for her to go to school and provided her with food and drink. Unlike her elementary school classmate, who did not even finish elementary school and was married off by her parents at the age of 16 in order to exchange a dowry for her brother to marry a wife. Her classmate started school late and only started the first grade at the age of 12. She dropped out of school in the third grade. During the Chinese New Year, she saw this classmate. She was only 18 years old, but she looked as old as her mother. Her hands were covered with calluses, and there were injuries on her body. It was said that her husband beat her. Tang Dandan sometimes complained that her parents were partial to her, but when she thought of the tragic experience of this classmate, she felt lucky. Uncle, how much does a regular job in a cotton mill cost? Tang Yanyan asked. Why are you asking this? Tang Manin didn't even raise her eyelids. The cotton mill was a good company, but who would sell their current position? They weren't stupid. Just asking, how much can an office job sell for? Tang Yanyan learned this from the security guard at the second factory. There were 2 positions in total for this recruitment, both of which were office jobs. Office jobs are golden rice bowls. They sell for at least 800, and no one wants such a good job. Tang Manin thought his niece wanted to buy a job, so he tried to persuade her. He thought his niece was daydreaming. Office jobs depend on connections, or you have to rely on real ability to get in, but there are not many who are selected fairly. He has been in the city for 5 years and has seen this reality a long time ago. I'm just asking. Tang Nianyan knew what was going on, so he changed the subject and asked about the batch of parts. The shipyard wants it, and it requires high precision, so it was given to several machinery factories. We, Hongxing and Qianjin, have tasks to do, and we have to deliver by the end of the month. The machine tools can only do rough processing, and finally Master has to do manual processing, so the speed can't be fast. Tang Manin's tone was very envious, because Master would get a bonus of at least 100 yuan after processing this batch of parts. Unfortunately, he didn't have this ability, so he could only be jealous. Qianjin CA and speed up either? Xian Zhenju asked. They are all level 6, not much better. Tang Manin sneered, with a disdainful tone. He added, the factory director found a group of people in the workshop to try, and only Master can process it. If I had this ability, I could earn a bonus of 100 yuan. So high? This batch of parts is very important? Xian Zhenju was shocked. Her monthly salary was only a dozen yuan, and 100 yuan was her salary for most of half a year. Tang Mani nodded. It's a particularly important part. Unfortunately, only Master can earn this bonus. The factory director wishes Master could become like Sun Wukong, with 3 heads and 6 arms, and work overtime to deliver the goods before Qianjin. Qianjin and Hongxing have always been competing with each other. If Qianjin sends Frozen Hairtail, Hongxing will definitely follow suit, and will never fall behind Qianjin. Director Hongxing now wants to win Qianjin and encourages Master every day, but Master is willing but unable. He only has 2 hands and is old, so he really can't speed up. Qianjin's 6th level fitter is younger. I heard that the progress is very fast. This is the rumor released by Director Qianjin. Director Hongxing can't sit still and can't eat. Tang Manin told everything, and Tang Nianyan had an idea. She would go to the city again tomorrow to discuss a business with Director Hongxing. The clock struck 6:30. Second uncle, second aunt, I'm going out for a while. Tang Nianyan was going to the grove in the west of the city and had to take out the cloth in the space. What are you doing out so late at night, girl? Where are you going? I'll go with you. Tang Manin stood up, worried about his niece going out alone. The city has been in turmoil recently. A few girls got into trouble before the new year. It was said that they were bullied by hooligans, which made people panic. The hooligans were not caught, and young girls dared not go out at night. I'm going to the west of the city to do some work. Tang Nianyan emphasized that she was very good at fighting and had great strength, but Tang Manin didn't believe it and insisted on following her. Otherwise, he would not let her go out. Helplessly, she had to take this tale with her, and the uncle and nephew rode to the west of the city. The west of the city was a little dark at night, especially near the grove. There were no streetlights, and it was pitch black. Nianyan, what are you doing here? Tang Manin felt panicked. It was so dark. Why did his niece come here? It's important. Second uncle, wait for me here. Tang Nianyan didn't let Tang Manin go into the woods, and asked him to go outside for some fresh air. In order to prove that she was really powerful, she lifted Tang Manin up and spun him around a few times.
Put him down quickly, oh.
I'm going to the meat I ate last night. Tang Manin felt dizzy from spinning around and wanted to, but he held it back. It was a pity too after finally eating meat, and he couldn't bear it. However, he did believe that his niece was very strong, so he agreed to let her go into the woods alone. Call me if you have any problems, Nian Nian. What are you doing? Don't do anything illegal. Tang Manin was very worried and reminded him again and again. It's not illegal. Tang Nianyan assured that she was just selling some cloth, and it would be a legitimate business in 2 years, and it was indeed not illegal. Tang Manin was relieved, because his niece had never lied since she was a child, and she should not have lied to him. But he didn't know that his niece's heart had changed. Tang Nianyan entered the woods. It was dark and deserted. She found an open space and released Bai Sui from her space. She had put Bai Sui into her space when she entered the city and had never released him. After drinking the spiritual spring, Bai Sui's IQ had improved significantly and his personality was more stable than before. He walked around with an elegant wolf step and nodded to Tang Nianyan, indicating that it was safe. Tang Nianyan took out a truck of cloth from her space, which was loaded with 100 pieces of cloth. She looked at her watch, which was also from her space. It was almost 7:30. Several lights flashed outside the woods. Tang Manyin hid in fear. He just saw the face of a leader clearly. There was a long scar on his face. He didn't look like a good person. He was very worried about his niece inside. After hesitating for a few minutes, he found a stick and prepared to go in to save his niece. But he heard voices from inside. "The goods are all here, Dian Dian." It was his niece who was talking, and her tone was very cold. Tang Manyin realized that his niece used to talk to him very gently. "Mina, 100 horses for sure." His men counted them and found that the quality and quantity were all fine. Mina was very satisfied and took out a pile of money, food coupons, and a box. 5,000 in cash, 500 kilograms of food coupons, and 100 kilograms of meat coupons, with dates of recent and distant times, and these things, take a look. Mina opened the box, and jewels and precious stones overflowed. There were gold, silver, jade, and jade pendants inside, but the quality was not very good. Although these things would be worth a lot of money in the future, they are not valuable now, and it is obvious that Mina's sincerity is not enough. 500 kilograms of food coupons and 100 kilograms of meat coupons, according to the current black market price, are worth at most 150. Mina wants to use these things to exchange for 1,000 yuan? Do you think I am stupid or blind? Tang Nianyan sneered, confiscated the box, and stuffed the money back. Such a small amount of defective goods, wanting to exchange her for 1,000 yuan. Daydreaming. How do you talk to Beige? Little girl, don't be too greedy. This batch of cloth of yours is in Jucheng, and only Beige dares to accept it. What else do you want to pick? Another man scolded fiercely. Beige smiled slightly and did not stop his men. He and his men just looked around, and there was no one, only this little girl. He did not rob the thugs, which was already a kind heart of a bodhisattva. Tang Manyin, who was hiding behind a big tree, was trembling with fear and sweating. He secretly cursed Tang Nianyan for causing trouble and being so bold as to provoke these gangsters. He wanted to go over to support his niece, but he was afraid that he could not win. He wanted to go out to call for support, but he did not dare to move, and his legs were weak. "Beige, do you want to rob the thugs?" Tang Nianyan asked coldly. "Little girl, you are alone. If I wanted to rob you, I wouldn't have brought these things. You should know the times. Just take what I give you, and don't think about anything else. We can still do business well in the future," Mina said with an experienced tone, wanting to teach Tang Nianyan how to be a man. He felt that he was really compassionate. If it were a few years ago, he would never show mercy. Now that he is old and has a son, he has restrained himself a lot more than before and wants to accumulate some virtue for his son. Tang Nianyan was too lazy to talk nonsense. She grabbed Mina's collar with one hand, lifted him up, and spun him 18 times in the air. Everyone else was dumbfounded. What kind of strong man is this? A group of people surrounded Tang Nianyan, but they didn't dare to act rashly, because Mina was in her hands. "Don't mess around. This is my Mina's territory," someone warned. Tang Nianyan sneered and threw Mina out with one hand. She weighed 100 kilograms, but at least 99 kilograms were rebellious. She was not allowed to mess around, but she wanted to mess around. Xiao the starling flew out lightly, like a kite with a broken string. His men all raised their heads and followed his body until there was a sound of hitting the ground in the distance. The ground also trembled, and there was the muffled groan of the starling. Everyone was silent. Their backs were also cold. None of them present had the ability to throw the starling out. This pretty girl looked thin, but she was stronger than a bear. Tang Manyin, who was hiding behind a tree, was also dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes hard a few times. He must have seen things just now. His niece was obviously Lin Daiyu. How could she become Zhu Beiji? His eyes were rubbed red, and the scene in front of him did not change at all. There was also the intermittent groaning of the starling from a distance. Remember, where the ant is, the ant has the final say. Tang Nianyan's voice was colder than ice and got into everyone's ears. Everyone shuddered at the same time and felt fear. I was wrong. I thought she was a little girl who was easy to bully, but who knew she was a female demon? Go. Get her back. Tang Nianyan shouted. His men ran over obediently and carried the starling that fell on the grass back. The starling was not seriously injured. Tang Nianyan specially chose the landing site. The weeds cushioned a lot of the impact when it landed, and it landed on the tip of its buttocks, so it didn't have many flesh injuries. He just couldn't save his face. He was shy in front of his brothers, so he lowered his head and looked like he was seriously injured. Originally, it was 6,120 yuan in cash. After deducting 500 kilograms of food coupons and 100 kilograms of meat coupons, you still have to give me 6,000. Are you giving me money or things? Tang Nianyan asked coldly. 100 pieces of cloth were 9,000 feet, and 1 foot was 6.8 cents, a total of 6,120 yuan. She knew the prices of food coupons and meat coupons on the black market very well. After rounding it off, she had to give her 6,000 yuan anyway. Give me money. Beige answered very straightforwardly. He had been in the martial arts world for so many years, and the life-saving rule he learned was that he must know the current situation. He also remembered a sentence that his predecessor taught him when he first entered the martial arts world. When you see these 4 types of people, you must avoid them. Beautiful women, the elderly, children, and the disabled. These 4 types of people seem very weak, but they dare to walk alone in the martial arts world. Obviously, they must have a killer skill. Beige used to keep in mind the teachings of his predecessors. In recent years, he has been smooth sailing and has sat in a high position. He is a little arrogant. Beige wiped the cold sweat from his forehead hard, and his back was all wet. His autumn clothes stuck to his back coldly, and his whole body was cold, reminding him not to be arrogant. He took out a stack of money from his briefcase, counted 100 big unity notes, and gave them all to Tang Nianyan together with the box before. These things are worthless. I am honoring you. Beige smiled and was very respectful, completely different from his previous domineering. Tang Nianyan snorted and accepted the gift without hesitation. Although it was some gold, silver, and jewelry that were not in good condition, they could be worth a house in the future, so she didn't think it was too little. Wear a more polished look in the future. Tang Nianyan deliberately said some underworld jargon, and Beige's heart trembled, and he became more afraid. This beautiful girl is indeed an old underworlder. Maybe she is from the Axe Gang in Shanghai. He used to be in the Axe Gang, but he was just a small fry. After the liberation, the Axe Gang was disbanded, and he also returned to his hometown Zhucheng. But he heard that the Axe Gang was still there, just scattered in the dark, and there were Axe Gang members from all walks of life. This beautiful girl might be the descendant of the leader of the Axe Gang. Girl, if you have good things in the future, just come to me. You don't have to go to the black market, just go to this address. Beige said an address, which was his permanent residence and was safer. He saw that Tang Nianyan definitely had more than 100 pieces of cloth in her hands, and there must be good things. Let's talk about it later. Tang Nianyan did not agree, nor did she refuse. Beige was a good person. Although he had a bad heart, he was not completely bad and was not very courageous. They could still cooperate in the future. But she had to keep him in suspense first and could not agree too readily. Beige did not dare to say much. He took his men to move the cloth. They brought several carts and quickly took away 100 pieces of cloth. Miss, do you have this kind of truck? Beige envied the truck that Tang Nianyan drove. It was brand new and so impressive. Not for now. Tang Nianyan left some room. She had more than 10 retro trucks in her space, which she certainly could not take out now. Some of the parts were from later generations, and she had to modify them before she dared to take them out. Miss, if you have the goods, you must find me. I will give you a sincere price. Beige's eyes lit up. From the tone of his voice, he was sure that he could get the goods. Let's talk about it later. Tang Nian replied indifferently, with a little impatient expression, but Beige didn't dare to get angry, and even felt that this was natural. Tang Nian's attitude was too good, so he would still doubt it. Beige led his men away and disappeared into the night soon. Tang Nian glanced at the big tree where his second uncle was hiding, drove the truck to a distance and put it into the space, and Bai Sui followed him in. Bai Sui, you have nothing to do. Plant these seeds. Tang Nian bought some corn and wheat seeds at the seed station during the day. The soil in the space is fertile, and you can just dig a hole and water it to make it alive. Bai Sui can definitely do this job.
Woof.
I won't do it. Bai Sui's cursing voice came from the space. Tang Nian ignored it. After coming out, he used his mind to patrol the space, and his mouth corners rose. The old man Bai Sui was digging holes with a grunt and put a seed in each hole, and then took a small bucket to fetch water from the pond. He worked quickly and well. Bai Sui is awesome.
Dan Nian place. Woof.
Get lost. The answer was the barking of Bai Sui. Tang Nian was not angry at all. It was normal for people who worked to get angry. She couldn't get away with it. Tang Manning waited behind the tree for a long time, but her niece didn't come back. She had to bite the bullet and go to the forest to look for her. Every time she took a step, she had to stop and look around. She always felt that there was someone behind her. There was a sound behind her, like footsteps, but not like human. People don't walk so lightly. Tang Manin's hair stood up all over his body. His hair stood up without wind. He stood straight, dared not move. If not a human, what else could it be? Oh my God. Tang Manin wanted to run, but his feet were weak and he couldn't move even a centimeter. There was a hand patting his shoulder. Tang Manin jumped 3 feet high and ran away. The soles of his shoes were smoking. Tang Nian was stunned. Is it really that serious? Uncle, the money has fallen. Tang Nian shouted, and Tang Manin immediately braked, and even braked on his face, because he fell down, face first. Tang Manin was extremely ashamed and angry. He glared at his niece with gnashing teeth. His face was burning with pain, half from scratches and half from anger. Can't you make a little noise when you walk in the middle of the night? Are you floating on the water? The uncle and niece had already left the grove and reached a bright place. Tang Manin's courage immediately grew, and he dared to teach his niece a lesson. How could I know you were so timid? No wonder Grandma said, you are not much better than a chicken. Tang Nian rolled her eyes. It was obviously her timidity. Poor students had more stationery and more excuses for being timid. Your grandma talks nonsense all day long. Don't listen to her farts. Tang Manin rubbed his face hard and hissed. It hurt him so much. Tang Nian ignored him and rode his bike back to Tang Village. Wait a minute, where did you get those cloths? Tang Manin stopped and asked in a low voice, his heart beating very fast. This is speculation. The dead girl is too bold. My classmate got it, uncle. Don't ask too many questions. Tang Nian thought for a moment, took out 10 yuan from his pocket and stuffed it into his uncle's pocket as a hush money. What does your classmate do? How come he is so capable? Tang Manin's heartbeat dropped a lot because of the 10 yuan. He is now increasingly unable to see through his niece. His strength has suddenly increased and his abilities have also increased a lot. It's easy to know too many secrets. Tang Nian scratched his neck and glanced at him coldly. Tang Manin's hair, which had just fallen down, stood up again without wind. He quickly touched the warm 10 yuan in his pocket and felt more at ease. Nian, when did you become so strong? Why haven't I seen such capable classmates like you before? I have always had, but I'm too lazy to talk. Tang Nian didn't want to talk nonsense anymore, so she got on her bike and left. Tang Manin gritted his teeth, muttered a few words of complaint, and hurriedly rode his bike to catch up. Seeing that his niece was not going back to the machinery factory, he hurriedly shouted, Where are you going so late? Back to the village. Why are you going back in the dark? Come back to the factory with me. Tang Manin shouted angrily. What if something happened to his beautiful niece on the way? It's crowded, you can't beat me. Tang Nian would never say 2 words if she could only say 1. It was too tiring to say too much. Tang Manning magically understood, and his mouth twitched. The girl thought his house was too crowded. He didn't call anyone else. The scene of his niece swinging the starling around for 18 times was replayed in front of him like a movie. There were probably not many people in Jucheng who could beat this girl. Come back tomorrow, I have something important. Tang Mianyan's voice came over. What's the matter? Tang Manning chased after him to ask, but his niece was nowhere to be seen. He was so angry that he kept scolding on the spot. You are so picky when you speak. You little. I hate people who don't speak in full. What a shameless person. Tang Manning rode back to the machinery factory with an itchy heart. When he was about to reach the dormitory building, he took out 10 yuan from his pocket and stuffed it under his socks. This was his private money, and his wife couldn't let her know. Tomorrow, when Nian Nian comes, he will ask her if there are any other good things. He has finally realized that this little is very capable, and he may have to rely on his niece to get a permanent job in the future. Where's Nian Nian? Xian Jinju came out to get the kettle, but didn't see his niece. Back to Tang Village. Xian Jinju was stunned for a moment, and then she yelled angrily, Do you have maggots in your brain? It's so dark, and you let Nian Nian go back to Tang Village alone? What if something happens? You are really getting less and less reliable as you get older. Go chase her. She was so angry that she threw away the kettle and took the flashlight to chase her. Tang Nian was so beautiful. What if she met a gangster on the way? Xian Jinju didn't dare to think about it. If something happened to Tang Nian, her mother-in-law would definitely not forgive her. Why are you in a hurry? Nian is very capable. Just now on the road, there was a gangster who didn't have any eyes, and Nian taught her a lesson. Tang Manning dragged his wife into the house and told her about his niece teaching the Mina bird a lesson, but he didn't mention the car cloth. He only said that it was a gangster who didn't have any eyes and had bad intentions when he saw Tang Nian's beauty. Is Nian so capable? Why didn't I see it before? Xian Jinju was half believing and half doubting. This girl used to be incredibly lazy. She would never stand if she could lie down, and she couldn't carry anything on her shoulders or hands. She said she was too lazy to move. Tang Manning curled her lips. This reason was very Tang Nian. Her niece had been lazy since she was a child. Because of laziness, this girl didn't even eat glutinous rice. The reason was that she was too lazy to and wait for the glutinous rice to cool. Do you think this is human talk? His father was willing to spoil such a lazy girl. Who could he complain to? Xian Jinju twitched her lips and believed it completely, but she was still worried. No matter how capable she was just a girl. But now that everyone had gone far away, there was nothing she could do to worry about it. God bless her. Please don't let anything happen to her. Tang Nian turned a corner and went to the black market uncle's house. She took out 500 kilograms of rice and 300 kilograms of flour, piled them at the door, and knocked on the door hard. After a while, the door opened, and the uncle stuck his head out. When he saw her, the big stone in his heart fell to the ground, and he was glad that he had not made a mistake. Tang Nian held a bag in each hand and brought in 800 kilograms of food in a short while. Girl, I still have some things in my hand, the old man called her. He had food, and he wanted to exchange it for some nutritional supplements. He also felt that the things he had in his hand would be safer in the hands of this girl. I'll come to see you later. Tang Nian nodded, closed the door, and left. Old Mrs. Tang was almost dying of anxiety at home. After a while, she asked Tang Manjin to go to the village entrance to check. She also ran out to check several times. It was dark, and her granddaughter had not come back, and there was no phone call. When this dead girl comes back, I will beat her. Old Mrs. Tang went to the village entrance again to check, but there was no sign of anyone. She went back home while cursing. She didn't eat much for dinner, worried that something happened to Tang Nian. Big brother, go find your third uncle and call the second brother to ask if Nian is staying with him. Old Mrs. Tang couldn't sit still. Her granddaughter must go to the second brother when she came to the city. Maybe she is staying with the second brother. Hey! Tang Manjin agreed and took the flashlight out. There is a telephone in Tang Village in the village committee. It costs 20 cents to make a call. The phone is usually locked and the key is in the hands of the captain. I'll go with you. The old lady Tang was getting more and more anxious at home, so she decided to go with him. The dead girl didn't come back, and the greedy yellow dog was nowhere to be seen. No one knew where it ran away. The mother and son walked to the captain's house and heard voices from afar, which sounded like the voice of the captain's wife. Nian, why are you back so late? Oh, why did you buy egg cakes? You are too polite. Don't do that in the future. The captain's wife was originally dissatisfied with the boss. She rode the bike out for a whole day and didn't know what a waste it was. But when she saw the bag of egg cakes handed over by Tang Nian, she immediately smiled and quickly took the egg cakes with both hands. Third aunt, I have to go to the city tomorrow. Tang Nian was a little overwhelmed. It was inconvenient for her to not have a car. She had to find a reason to make money legitimately so that she could take out the bicycle in the space and ride it. Nian, why do you have to go to the city? Is there something? Well, my classmates said there is a recruitment exam and they need high school graduates. Tang Nian blocked third aunt's mouth in advance. The captain's daughter only graduated from junior high school. Third aunt's eyes lit up at first, but they dimmed immediately. She was very regretful, but she didn't give up and asked again. Nian, you know a lot of people. Are there any recruitment exams for junior high school graduates in the county? I have to ask. Tang Nian didn't say. It was a sure thing. Although the iron rice bowl is now for everyone, there are dozens of state-owned factories of all sizes in Jucheng, and they recruit workers every year. There must be jobs for junior high school students. Nian, please take care of it. If there is a suitable position for you, please tell me. Third aunt's eyes lit up again, and she looked at Tang Nian with more kindness. Yes.
Tang Nian thiplit in dai phơn.
If there was a suitable position, it would not be impossible to do the captain a favor. With this future job hanging in the balance, third aunt's attitude was particularly good, and she even let Tang Nian ride the bike home and return it after the job was done. Old Lady Tang listened to this for a few times and frowned. This girl was bragging without fear of hurting her waist. She was still floating in the sky, and she dared to make big promises to the mistress. The mistress was also stupid. There were so many people in the city, but only a few jobs. There were too many people and too few jobs. How could the rural people get a chance? She actually believed the nonsense of the girl. No wonder her daughter was also stupid. There were so many good young men, but she insisted on marrying a landlord's son. This stupid girl Hongmei will suffer a lot in the future. Ahem. Old Lady Tang coughed heavily a few times and walked over with her eldest son. Second aunt, Manjin. The captain's wife greeted with a smile. Come and pick up Nian. Old Lady Tang nodded and glared at her granddaughter. She would teach this girl a lesson when she got home. Grandma, I'm leaving first. Tang Nian got on the bike and rode away. Old Lady Tang hurried behind with her short legs. When she returned home panting, Tang Jujin and Su Jinfeng were already happily eating egg cake. Second sister, the egg cake is delicious, and the peach cake is delicious too. Second sister, I love you so much. Little Jujin held the egg cake in one hand and the peach cake in the other. She took a bite of the egg cake and then another bite of the peach cake. At this moment, she was the happiest child in the world. Second sister is also her favorite sister. Tang Nian patted the head gently. This girl was her favorite in the Tang family. She was as clean and simple as a blank sheet of paper. Buy more after you finish eating. Tang Nian's tone was very generous. The current prices were too cheap. A pound of egg cake was 1.2 yuan, and a pound of peach cake was 1.5 yuan. She had just earned 6,000 yuan. Hey! Jujin was even happier. He ate the egg cake in one gulp and was about to take it again. Old Lady Tang patted his chubby hand heavily. You have a yellow dog in your stomach. You just had a meal and you ate so much. It will all turn into tomorrow. Don't eat. Old Mrs. Tang was very distressed. There was no one in the whole Tang village who was more wasteful than Tang Nian. The egg cake and peach cake on the table weighed at least 2 kilograms each, and 5 or 6 yuan were wasted again. This kind of snack is just to taste it. How can it be eaten as a meal? Life is not like this. You can't get poor by eating. Old Mrs. Tang muttered bitterly. You can't get poor by eating and wearing, but you can't get poor by calculating. Tang Nian blurted out and finished the words for the old lady. She was stunned and wanted to laugh a little because it was the instinctive reaction of this body. This sentence was what old Mrs. Tang had to say every day, and it was engraved in the blood of everyone in the Tang family. Puff Tang Jujin covered his mouth and laughed secretly, and Su Jinfeng and Tang Manjin also held back their laughter. Old Lady Tang was stunned for a moment, and was so angry that she waved her hand to hit him. A shining big unity appeared in front of her. Her anger immediately dissipated, and she quickly snatched the money. Where did you get it? I shot a few wild rabbits in the mountains. Tang Nian took out a wild rabbit and a pheasant from her backpack and threw them on the ground. Eat it tomorrow. We just ate it yesterday. How can we eat meat every meal? Landlord Xian's family didn't have the conditions before. Old Lady Tang objected. They had eaten a wild rabbit and a pheasant yesterday, which was enough oil and water. They had to wait at least half a month before eating meat. Eating meat every meal was the treatment of the emperor's family. The landlord Xian she was talking about was the landlord of Xian village next door, and it was also the family that the team leader's daughter Tang Hongxing was determined to marry. How glorious it was in the past, how miserable it is now. Landlord Xian died of illness a few years ago. His daughter got married, but his son became an older young man and no one dared to marry him. Then I won't hunt anymore. It's boring without meat. Tang Nian didn't refute and looked at old lady Tang expressionlessly. Under her cold eyes, Mrs. Tang did not hold out for long and soon gave up and agreed to cook meat tomorrow. Tang Jujin was the happiest, eating meat every day. She was the happiest child in the world. Grandma, let Jujin go to school in the summer. Tang Nian washed her feet, remembered something, and told Mrs.
Tang.
Tang Jujin was 7 years old. It was time for him to go to school. I know. Mrs. Tang responded unhappily. She had to let her granddaughter go to school even if the dead girl didn't say anything. The old man set the rule that the girls of the Tang family must go to school. How far they can go depends on their own ability. Anyway, the family will do their best to support them. The old man often said that reading can make you wise. No matter whether you are a man or a woman, you have to study. Reading may not necessarily get out of the countryside, but if you don't study, you will definitely not get out. Mrs. Tang herself can't read, but she has great respect for scholars, so she fully supports her husband's decision, and the whole family cuts down on food and clothing to support the children to go to school. Tang Jujin, who was happily eating peach cakes, immediately became unhappy. She didn't want to go to school at all. The school was closed every day, and she had to do homework. How could it be more fun than in the village? Tang Nian washed up and went to bed. She had a room by herself. There were 10 rooms in the Tang family. Tang Wujin also had one room by himself, and Tang Lujin and Jujin had one room. When Lujin didn't go home, Jujin lived alone. Second sister, I don't want to go to school. Tang Jujin sneaked in, lay on the bed, hugged Tang Nian's arm and acted like a spoiled child. Then don't think about eating meat in the future, and there will be no more egg cakes and peach cakes. Tang Nian threatened coldly, and Tang Jujin immediately wilted. The little head quickly weighed it. Going to school was bitter, eating meat was sweet, egg cakes were sweet, and peach cakes were sweeter. The little girl also compared her short little fingers. 1 against 3. I'm going to school. The little girl was honest. She wanted to eat meat, egg cakes, and peach cakes. Go to bed. Tang Nian's mouth was slightly raised, and she didn't feel embarrassed to bully children at all. She used to start school at the age of 7, and she never had a sweet life since then. Tang Jujin is so happy in the village every day. She can't bear to see this girl happy. The rain that she once got wet in must be arranged for this girl. After sleeping until dawn, Old Lady Tang cooked breakfast, soaked rice with rice cake, a plate of scrambled eggs with snow mustard, and stir-fried green vegetable moss with chicken oil. Such a rich breakfast could only be eaten in the first month of the year before. Old Lady Tang is actually not stingy in food, but reality forces her to be stingy. If there is surplus food at home, she is still very generous. Tang Mianyan brought home a bag of rice yesterday, which weighed more than 30 kilograms. She said there would be more next month, so old lady Tang immediately arranged it in the morning. There were 2 rice cakes in the soaked rice. Old lady Tang gave one to her eldest son and one to Tang Mianyan, and everyone else ate the soaked rice. Su Jinfeng and Tang Jujin, who liked the delicious rice cakes, had no objection. Being able to eat soaked rice without sweet potatoes was already a well-off meal. "Grandma, I want to go to work, let me out," Tang Wujin shouted in the room. She had been locked up for 2 days, eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating in the room, and her spirit was worn out. She used to think that working was hard, but now she has been lying down for 2 days and misses working very much. Su Jinfeng wanted to plead for her daughter, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she was glared at by Mrs. Tang, and she was so scared that she swallowed her words. Anyway, she was just locked up in a room and didn't have to work. Wu Jin was enjoying herself. "Have you figured it out?" Mrs. Tang asked into the room. "I understand, Grandma. I won't marry He Guqing. I will listen to you in the future." Tang Wu Jin's tone sounded very well behaved, as if she had really changed her mind. Mrs. Tang's face relaxed. It would definitely not be good for her eldest granddaughter to be locked up all the time. She was also very distressed that she would earn 8 less jobs a day. He Guqing broke his leg on the farm. Tang Mianyan said suddenly. "What happened to him? Has he been sent to the hospital?" Tang Wujin asked again, and again with a distressed tone. "Mrs. Tang's face turned black as charcoal, and she put the key back into her pocket. "Stupid thing. He didn't think clearly at all, just keep it locked up. Don't even think about marrying an educated youth in this life. I'm telling you this. Even if you hang yourself in front of me, I won't agree." Old Lady Tang said harshly. "How many educated youth in the city are good matches? There are also stupid girls in other villages who marry educated youth because they are well educated and good-looking, and the conditions in the city are good. But those educated youth later returned to the city and didn't care about their wives and children in the countryside. Those with a good conscience gave some money, but those with a bad conscience didn't give a penny. Although she didn't like her eldest granddaughter, she couldn't let this idiot jump into the fire pit, embarrass the people of the Tang family, and drag the Tang family down. Grandma, please let me go. I'll go see He Guqing, and I'll come back after seeing him. I promise not to meet him in the future. Please, Grandma. Tang Wujin begged with tears and kowtow. The more she made a fuss, the angrier old lady Tang became. She made such a fuss for a thief like educated youth. How could the Tang family produce such a useless thing? Big sister, I lied to you. Tang Mianyan chewed the rice cake and said vaguely. He Guqing had just been sent to the farm. How could he break his legs? Tang Wujin's head was really eaten by maggots, and he didn't have any brains. There was no movement in the room. After a long time, Tang Wujin's curse was heard. Tang Mianyan, are you still a human being? Is it fun to joke about such things? I just took a piece of your jade gourd. It was me who took it. It has nothing to do with He Guqing. If you have anything to say, come to me. Tang Wujin didn't like his second sister since he was a child. Obviously, she was the biological granddaughter, but Grandpa and Grandma treated Tang Mianyan as their eyeballs. They gave Tang Mianyan all the good things, and she could only wear Tang Mianyan's leftovers. Tang Mianyan could go to high school, but she could only go to junior high school. Tang Mianyan had new clothes every year, but she could only wear Tang Mianyan's old clothes. Tang Mianyan didn't have to work, but she had to work since she could walk, and she had to work every day. She could tolerate all these, but why did Tang Mianyan want to destroy the man she finally liked? Tang Mianyan, you just can't bear to see me live a good life. You are just afraid that I will live better than you. You have been well-fed and well-dressed since you were a child. Now that Qi Guohua has broken off your engagement, you also want me to not marry He Guqing. Why are you so mean? Do you have a black heart? If my family hadn't raised you, you would have become a pile of rotten bones. Tang Wujin, who was so jealous that he was dizzy, said whatever he wanted and cursed out all the resentment he had for the past 19 years. Wujin, What nonsense are you talking about? Tang Manjin scolded. His honest face was frighteningly black. Su Jinfeng didn't dare to say anything. In fact, she was also very dissatisfied with her parents-in-law's doting on Tang Nyanyan. She also complained to Tang Wujin in private, but she never dared to say it openly. Wujin stopped talking. Su Jinfeng ran to the door and warned with gritted teeth. The mother-in-law's eyes were murderous. If Wujin continued to talk, she and her husband would not be able to save themselves. Tang Nyanyan didn't react, because it wasn't her that was being talked about. You are not allowed to talk about my second sister. You are the bad guy. You took my biscuits and candies and gave them to Little Glasses. You are so mean, and Little Glasses doesn't appreciate your kindness. Tang Jujin was so angry that his cheeks were puffed up, and he didn't even bother to eat the peach cakes. She hated her eldest sister the most. Tang Nyanyan's mouth corners slightly raised. It was not in vain that she loved this little girl. Old Lady Tang took out the key, opened the door with a dark face, and pushed it hard. Tang Wujin inside was shocked and stepped back in fear. Jujin is more sensible than you. Why do your grandfather and I spoil Nian Nian? Because without Nian Nian, our family would starve to death, and you, a fool, would not live to this day. Old Lady Tang slapped several times. Her hands were a little numb, and she handed over a feather duster sensibly. It was Jujin. The old lady took the feather duster and slapped him on the head. If I had known that you had maggots in your brain, I should have starved you to death 17 years ago. Do you still want to compete with Nian Nian? How can you compare with her? Nian looks like a flower, but you are just a dog's tail. Nian studies hard and gets 100 points in the exam, but you only get an empty score. Nian can hunt, so if you have the ability, don't eat meat. How could I give birth to such a stupid thing like you? Others have brains in their heads, but you have in yours. Old Mrs. Tang slapped Tang Wujin after scolding him. Tang Wujin hugged his head and begged for mercy. Su Jinfeng wanted to plead for her daughter, but was stopped by Tang Manjin. Tang Manjin's face was ashen, and he glared at his eldest daughter fiercely. An honest man rarely gets angry, but once he gets angry, he is particularly scary. Su Jinfeng didn't dare to say anything. She knew that her eldest daughter had touched the sore spot of her mother-in-law and husband this time. She must not compare with Tang Nyanyan at home, and she must not even have such a thought. When the eldest daughter wanted Tang Nyanyan's new hairpin when she was young, she cried and made a fuss for a long time. When her father-in-law found out, he asked her to stand in the yard for an hour. He also said that rural girls should be self-aware and not think unrealistically all the time. The father-in-law also said that Tang Nyanyan's new clothes were all bought with her parents' own money, so she shouldn't be envious. Su Jinfeng listened to her daughters crying and screaming in pain in the room, and she felt very uncomfortable and resented He Guoqing even more. It was this Little Glasses who harmed her eldest daughter. Wu Jin was so sensible before, but since this Little Glasses came, Wu Jin's brain has been like a demon. God bless this Little Glasses to die on the farm.
Su Jinfeng play excellently.
Old Mrs. Tang was tired of beating her. Tang Wujin lay on the ground crying. Her body was in pain everywhere, and she hated Tang Nyanyan even more. She was obviously her biological daughter, but Grandma only had that wild girl Tang Nyanyan in her heart. Reflect on yourself in the room. Don't come out if you can't figure it out. Old Lady Tang pointed at her and scolded her. Without even looking at her, she closed the door and locked it. Tomorrow she would go to Matchmaker Ma to find a boyfriend for this idiot. She had no other requirements. The young man could be older, have good character, be hardworking, and have a good family background. But he must have a bad temper, otherwise he wouldn't be able to control this idiot. Don't feed this idiot anything in the future. He only eats porridge every meal. He only has the energy to think about random things when he's too full. A girl's body is a girl's life. Do you still want to go to the city to be a lady? Old Lady Tang scolded in the room. What she hated most was idiots who had no self-awareness. Tang Wujin looked ordinary and had a dull mind. The only advantage was that he was quite skillful at work. With such conditions, he still wanted to marry a city person? Humph, it would be more practical to go to heaven. A belt would be enough. Tang Manduo and Su Jinfeng agreed reluctantly. They also knew that although what old lady Tang said was unpleasant, it made a lot of sense. It is absolutely impossible to marry He Guiqing. Su Jinfeng plans to ask Ma the matchmaker to find a good young man for her eldest daughter, who should be closer to Tang village so that her family can take care of her. She is worried if he is too far away. Tang Mianyan didn't care about these trivial matters. She thought it was a waste of time to look at a fool like Tang Wujin for a second longer, and she couldn't do anything good about him. She concentrated on eating rice cakes. The rice cakes in Zhucheng are delicious. In her previous life, she had eaten rice cakes fried with vegetables, but she didn't expect that they would have a unique flavor when cooked in soaked rice, and they were especially chewy. After breakfast, Tang Mianyan prepared to go into the city. She had to find the director of the Red Star Machinery Factory to discuss cooperation on that batch of parts. Don't buy things blindly, spend money sparingly. Old Mrs. Tang repeatedly warned before leaving. She couldn't bear to see this dead girl squandering money, and she felt so sorry for her.
Oh.
Tang Mianyan responded half-heartedly and got some vegetable moss from the field and sent it to Tang Manin. By the way, she went to the mountain again, got some grass and wild fruits into the space, and shot a few rabbits. There are many rabbits in the mountains in spring, but ordinary people can't catch them. Tang Mianyan rode her bike to the village entrance. After riding a long way, she could hear the voice of old Mrs. Tang talking to someone behind her. Qi Guohua and Yang Hongling are going to the city to get a marriage certificate? It's none of my business. They are a perfect match. Old Mrs. Tang shouted at the top of her voice. In fact, she was very unhappy, but she couldn't show it. She was just unhappy that Yang Hongling got the advantage. Although Qi Guohua was not a good person, he had a bright future in the army and was about to be promoted. It was originally a good match for her granddaughter, but now it was Yang Hongling's turn. Why didn't God strike them to death with thunder? Tang Mianyan heard everything. Great, the scumbag, and they were finally tied together. When she got the spare parts, she would come back to deal with Qi Guohua. After riding out of Tang village for only 2 miles, she saw the figures of Qi Guohua and Yang Hongling. The two were very close. Yang Hongling was wearing a brand new red plaid coat, and Qi Guohua was wearing a military uniform, dressed up carefully. Tang Mianyan rode directly past them. Brother Guohua, let's take a picture first and send it to my parents. They haven't seen you yet. Yang Hongling deliberately spoke loudly and delicately, but her teeth were not well fixed, and her speech was leaking. Okay, I still have a home visit leave during the new year, and I will go to your house then. Qi Guohua also raised his voice. He just wanted Tang Mianyan to hear it. Listen to you. Yang Hongling looked shy and moved closer to Qi Guohua. But she didn't see that Qi Guohua moved to the side without leaving a trace, glanced at her and quickly moved away. Yang Hongling, who was missing 8 teeth, had a dry face and shriveled lips, just like an old lady, which made him feel uncomfortable. If his home visit leave was not about to end, he really didn't want to get the marriage certificate with Yang Hongling so soon, but Yang Hongling was his only bargaining chip, and he had to hold on to her. Tang Mianyan rode away quickly, without listening to the two people talking. She rode all the way to the machinery factory, where the security guard recognized her and greeted her warmly. Niece Manin is here. Yes, something. Tang Mianyan replied and rode directly into the factory. The old man felt a little regretful, because the cigarettes he gave her yesterday were so fragrant. The workshop was already working, and Tang Mianyan went to the door of the workshop and asked someone to call Tang Manin out. Second uncle, have you seen the drawings of that batch of parts? What parts? Tang Manin hadn't reacted yet. The workshop was full of parts. Which one was the niece asking about? The one for the 6th level fitter. That one, of course I've seen it. The drawings are right in the workshop, and the requirements are very high. Tang Manin reacted and asked, why are you asking this? Show me the drawings. Tang Mianyan didn't answer, and urged him to get the drawings. No, the factory has a rule that the drawings cannot be passed on. Tang Manin refused. In fact, the rule is not so strict because these drawings were all parts drawings, and even if they were leaked, it would not have much impact on the overall product. But he was just a temporary worker, so he didn't want to give people a handle. Then tell me about the accuracy requirements. Tang Nianyan also felt that it was a bit difficult to ask, so he asked Tang Manin to talk about the accuracy requirements of parts. Tang Manin briefly talked about it, felt strange, and asked, Nianyan, why are you asking this? Something's going on. Second uncle, do you want to be a regular employee? Yes, Nianyan, do you have a way? Tang Manin's eyes lit up in an instant. He really wanted to be a regular employee. Yes, take me to see the factory manager now. Tang Nianyan drew a big pancake with meat filling. Although Tang Manin was confused by the pancake, he still had some rationality and asked Tang Nianyan to tell him why he was looking for the factory manager. I know an 8th level fitter who can process this batch of parts and complete it within 3 days. Tang Nianyan's casual words scared Tang Manin, who looked at his niece suspiciously. Nianyan, there is not a single 8th level fitter in the whole city. How do you know him? He is not so easy to fool. There are only 2 6th level fitters in the whole city, and the only 8th level fitter's hands are shaking. His level is not even as good as his. He will not take his niece to the factory manager to fool him, so as not to fool his temporary worker. Anyway, I have it. If you don't take me, I'll find it myself. Tang Nianyan was impatient and turned away. At worst, she could go to the office building to look for it one by one. Tang Manin's scalp was numb. He didn't want to care, but if this girl caused trouble and offended the factory director, he would have to clean up the mess. It would be better to follow this girl. Don't tell lies to the factory director, Nianyan. It's not easy for your second uncle to find a temporary worker. Don't let your second uncle ruin it. The 10 yuan will be returned to you. Go home. Tang Manin chanted like Tang Sung all the way. Tang Nianyan's ears were mascarried from chanting. She wanted to punch this second uncle. Finally, they arrived at the door of the factory director's office. Director Wu sat there with a dark face and sulked because Director Qian of Qianjin Machinery Factory had just called to show off that the progress was faster than his. According to this progress, Qianjin Factory would definitely deliver the goods earlier than him. His face was going to be slapped hard by Qian Wangba again. Although Director Wu was very angry, he also knew that haste makes waste. Master had already tried his best. If he put more pressure on him, the efficiency would be even slower, so he could only sulk alone. He was so angry. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Who? Director Wu asked unhappily. If it wasn't an urgent matter, don't bother him. Tang Manin, who was outside the door, shuddered with fear. To him, the director was like an emperor. He had never been so close to the director before. Ba, God bless, don't let anything happen. Tang Nianyan. Tang Nianyan answered loudly, more confident than the director's secretary. Although Tang Manin was very worried, he couldn't help laughing. How could the director know a little girl like his niece? Director Wu was indeed thinking about the circle of friends in his mind. Who is Tang Nianyan? From the tone, she must be someone important. Director Wu, who had been thinking for a long time but still couldn't come up with a solution, let the person in. He was afraid that he might offend someone accidentally because of his bad memory. What if Tang Nianyan was an important person? Tang Nianyan pushed the door open and walked in with a swagger. Tang Manin hesitated at the door for a long time before he followed in with his calves trembling. Who are you? Director Wu looked at the uncle and nephew. The man was wearing the factory's work clothes and must be an employee of the factory. But he didn't know where this pretty girl came from, so she shouldn't be an important person. His attitude became colder. Director, I know an 8th level fitter who can process that batch of parts within 3 days. By then, you can dance on Director Qian's head. Tang Nianyan stated the purpose of his visit directly. Director Wu was so angry that he laughed and said with a sullen face, Little girl, I don't have time to fool around with you. Take the people out. He pointed at Tang Manin. What nonsense! There is no level 8 fitter in the whole city, and even if there's a level 8 fitter, it is impossible to process that batch of parts within 3 days. He is not a fool. How can he be fooled by such nonsense? Tang Manin was so scared that he was sweating all over his forehead and his mouth turned white. He reached out to grab his niece. The girl was so bold that she even dared to fool the factory director. If he had known, he would not have brought her here. God bless you. The factory director. Please don't fire him from his temporary job. Tang Mianyan slapped his claws away and said coldly to Director Wu, "Whether I am fooling around or not, give me a blank to process and you will know after looking at the finished product." Director Wu, I was originally planning to find Director Qian because I heard from people outside that Director Qian is decisive, young, and courageous. Director Wu's face darkened at a speed visible to the eye, and Tang Manin's had also dropped down little by little, almost sticking to his crotch. Oh my God, why did he lose his head before, believe his niece's lies, and bring this girl to the factory director to talk nonsense? God bless you. Please don't lose his job. Even 3-year-old children at the Red Star Machinery Factory know that what Director Wu hates most is being compared with Director Qian. Director Qian is 5 years younger than Director Wu. In the past, when the Industrial Bureau held a meeting, the director praised Director Qian in front of all the factory directors in Zhucheng for being young, courageous, and decisive. The other factory directors just felt jealous and didn't feel much. After all, they were not competing with each other. Only Director Wu, as one of the only 2 factory directors of the machinery factory in Zhucheng, was praised by Director Qian, but he was not. Isn't this a criticism? Director Qian is young and courageous and decisive in dealing with things, which is a criticism of his indecisiveness and lack of courage at an old age. This is how Director Wu understands it. Therefore, over the years, he has been competing with Tianjin Machinery Factory everywhere, no matter what. Even if Tianjin Machinery Factory repairs the toilet and builds 3 squatting pits, Director Wu will definitely ask someone to add a pit to his own toilet. There must be one more than Tianjin. The reason why Tang Mianyan said this is to use the method of provocation. Good methods are not afraid of getting old, as long as they work. Director Wu's charcoal-like face showed that the provocation had worked. She changed the subject and said, "I had already walked to the gate of Tianjin Factory. After thinking about it, I turned back to Hongxing for 2 reasons. My second uncle is a Hongxing man, and the wealth should not flow to outsiders. Second, my second uncle often said in front of me that Director Wu was open-minded and decisive, very innovative, and a rare talent in a century." Tang Manin's head, which was about to go into his crotch, shook a little and quietly raised it a little to sneak a glance at the director. The director's face, which was darker than charcoal, became a little lighter, and the drooping corners of his mouth also rose. He breathed a long sigh of relief and reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead. My goodness. I was scared to death after going on this trip with my niece. Fortunately, this dead girl is good at telling lies with her eyes open. He has never mentioned the director in front of his niece, and he blushed when he heard those nonsense. The arc of Director Wu's mouth was getting bigger and bigger, and his mood was like a roller coaster, flying from the bottom to the sky. He looked at Tang Manin with praise. He looked at Tang Manin. He looked at him as an honest man, and his words were sincere, without a single word of falsehood. He liked this kind of employee the most. Don't think you can impress me by saying nice things. There is no room for negotiation. Although Director Wu was no longer angry, he still did not give in. The parts that can only be processed by a level 6 fitter, even if a 17 or 18-year-old girl said it in a fancy way, he would not agree. I am telling the truth, Director Wu. You can take a blank and let me try it. If the accuracy does not meet the requirements, just treat it as a... Tang Mianyan was not in a hurry. Everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as Director Wu can take out the blank, half of the success will be achieved. Director Wu's expression was a little relaxed, but he still did not give in. I dare to take over this task. Naturally, I have my channels. Although Zhucheng does not have a level 8 fitter, it does not mean that other cities do not have one. Tang Mianyan said again. Do you know an 8th level fitter? Director Wu's eyes lit up. If there really was an 8th level fitter, it would be easy. Tang Mianyan pulled the corner of her mouth slightly, with an unfathomable expression. Director Wu thought that she really knew an expert, and her heart was more relaxed. Doesn't Director Wu want to step on Tianjin? Tang Mianyan added fuel to the fire. This fire just ignited Director Wu's heart. He dreamed of stepping on Tianjin, but the best result in the past few years was only on par with Tianjin. Director Wu gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and looked at Tang Mianyan seriously. Tang Manning lowered his head again, not daring to look at the director. His legs were weak. Tang Mianyan looked at the other party expressionlessly, without deliberately showing his momentum, but after a while, Director Wu withdrew his gaze, his face a little hot. He was the head of a factory and had seen a lot of storms, but he didn't dare to look into the eyes of this little girl. Just a moment ago, he felt like he was being stared at by a wild beast, and a chill ran down his back. I'll give you 10 blanks. How long will it take you to process them? Delivery tomorrow, 100% precision. Tang Mianyan said firmly. The scrap rate of her high-precision machine tools is basically 0. Director Wu didn't hesitate for too long and asked his secretary to go to the workshop to get 10 blanks and processing drawings. Soon the secretary brought them, and Tang Mianyan took the drawings to study. In fact, the process was not complicated, but the precision requirements were difficult, which were difficult to achieve with current machine tools. Delivery on time at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Tang Mianyan collected the drawings and blanks and put them in a bag. When he arrived at the office building, Tang Manning leaned against the wall, exhaled a long breath, wiped the sweat off his face, and his clothes on his back were wet and stuck to his back, making him feel very uncomfortable. Nian, do you really know an 8th level fitter? Tang Manning asked in a low voice. He felt like he was dreaming now, and it was unreal.
Yeah.
Tang Mianyan strode forward. She wanted to find an empty place and enter the space to process parts. Wait, you're going to find an 8th level fitter now? He is in Jucheng? How did you know him? Tang Manning caught up and asked a series of questions. The abacus beads in his heart were about to fall out. Nian, uncle will accompany you. It's not peaceful outside. No need. Tang Mianyan refused. Tang Manning was still following behind. She turned her head and said coldly, Go back. I will make you a regular employee in the future. Tang Manning braked immediately. The inertia was too great. He pulled the tree next to him hard to stop. His palms were all rubbed. Can you really make a regular employee? Nian, you are not trying to make your second uncle happy, right? Tang Manning was surprised and nervous. He was afraid that this girl was just kidding him and he would be happy for nothing. Tang Mianyan rolled her eyes at him coldly and rode away. Tang Manning was left feeling lost for a long time, laughing and sighing, and then went back to the workshop to work. Tang Mianyan left the Red Star factory and rode to the grove. There was no one around, so she entered the space with her bicycle. Woof, 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 woof. The centenarian, whose paws were almost worn out, ran over and roared, cursing in a particularly dirty way. Tang Mianyan checked the fruits of the centenarian's labor and was very pleased. Had already awakened the ability of speed, became even stronger and faster after drinking the spiritual spring. He planted 100 acres of land in just one night, half wheat and half corn, and watered them all. Moreover, Bai Sui was a dog with obsessive-compulsive disorder and high IQ. Every pit was exactly the same, arranged neatly, and even neater than a ruler.
Great.
Tang Mianyan touched Bai Sui's head gently and went to check the rice seedlings. She searched for the seeds at home and didn't dare to take too much, so she only took a little to grow some seedlings first. With the blessing of the spiritual spring, the growth cycle of crops will be shortened and the harvested rice will be used as seeds.
Get lost. Woof.
Bai Sui barked in a bad mood. It was exhausted. Tang Mianyan took out a few cans and threw them to it to eat slowly. The hares and pheasants adapted very well in the space. The grass roots sprouted and grew very fast. She found that even without watering the spiritual spring, the crops in the space grew faster than outside. Bai Sui, don't let them go to the spiritual spring, Tang Mianyan warned, but she found that ordinary animals were very afraid of the spiritual spring and dared not approach it even if they were several miles away. Bai Sui rolled his eyes. Nonsense, such a good treasure must not be given to rabbits and chickens. Some pheasants even laid eggs, which Tang Mianyan picked up. She planned to build a house in the space after she had some free time, and also to get a stove, pots, and pans so that she could rest and cook in the space in the future. Take your time, she still has a lot of time. Tang Nianyan inspected the circle, picked out a high-precision machine tool, drove a forklift to transport the machine tool to the open space, and then took out a generator and cables. There was no electricity in the space, but it didn't matter. She collected industrial generators and gasoline from several oil depots, enough for more than 10 lifetimes. The space is not set to be omnipotent. If it is too omnipotent, the heroine can win by lying down, and the author will have nothing to write, so the heroine needs to farm and generate electricity by herself. Industrial electricity is 380 volts AC. Tang Nianyan first connected the 3-phase 5-wire cable. These are not difficult for her. As an electrical engineer, these are basic operations. All the machine tools in the space are debugged. After Tang Nianyan connected the cable, she started the generator. After a while, she powered on the machine tool. She entered the system with ease, entered various processing instructions and accuracy requirements according to the requirements of the part drawings, and then installed the appropriate tool head. These are all the work contents of her business trips. It is no exaggeration to say that she can operate all CNC machine tools in the world. Tang Nianyan fixed the workpiece and started the processing program, then pulled up the protective cover. A few minutes later, a part was processed. She took out a micrometer to measure the accuracy. The accuracy was a little more accurate than the requirements of the drawing, and it was completely up to standard. Tang Nianyan raised the corners of her mouth and continued to process the remaining 9 parts. In less than half an hour, all were completed. Each precision is higher than the requirements of the drawings. Tang Nianyan raised her mouth even higher, and her paralyzed face had a lot more spirit. Only in the space can she completely remove her disguise and really relax. She has an understanding of the mechanical level of this era. It is hard to say whether the processing accuracy of high-precision machine tools can reach level 8, but it is definitely higher than level 6, at least level 7. It means that she has hundreds of level 7 operators. Not only fitters, but also lathes, grinders, milling machines, drilling machines, boring machines, etc. She has them all in her space, and she can build a high-precision machinery factory. Tang Nianyan wrapped the 10 processed parts with cotton cloth and put them in the space. She will hand them over to Director Wu at 8 o'clock tomorrow and discuss the terms, by the way. She will definitely not do a loss-making business. If the benefits are not in place, there is no need to talk. There was nothing to do in the space, so Tang Nianyan simply drove a tractor to plow the fields. She plowed hundreds of acres in one breath and planted the remaining wheat and corn before leaving the space. It was already noon. Tang Nianyan went to a state-owned restaurant to eat and ordered a bowl of braised pork, a plate of braised hairtail, and a large bowl of rice. The braised pork and the braised hairtail were both 1.2 yuan, and the rice was 0.3 yuan. It also required a pound of meat coupons and half a pound of grain coupons. Tang Nianyan paid the money and coupons and ate with relish. He bit a piece of fat and lean meat, and the delicious gravy splashed in his mouth. The food was so delicious that she sighed and closed her eyes, reluctant to swallow it, savoring the deliciousness of the meat. After 3 years, I finally got to eat braised pork. It was so delicious. Tang Nianyan savored it for a long time before swallowing the meat, a mouthful of meat, a mouthful of rice, and then a piece of hairtail. Her mouth was not big, but she ate fast and fiercely, but it did not affect her beauty at all, but was very cute. Especially her bulging cheeks, eating so seriously, like a little hamster trying to live, which made people's appetite increase. The other guests watched Tang Nianyan eat, and they couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and went to find the braised pork. That girl eats so deliciously. The braised pork must be delicious. Let's eat this too. There were 3 men sitting on the left, 2 in military uniforms, and the other in public security uniforms. The public security and the man in military uniforms were all in their 30s, and the rest of the soldiers were very young, only in their early 20s. The one who spoke was the older public security, and he drooled when he saw Tang Nianyan eating so deliciously. Braised hairtail fish must be good, and let's have some pork chops and shisher tofu. You must eat this dish when you come to Zhucheng. Little Shun has never eaten it, right? The older man in military uniform said with a smile. They were responsible for receiving Shen Xiao today. Shen Xiao was a young soldier. He was very tall, even in the north. He had bronze skin, and the cold air on his body was colder than the cold winter in December. This cold air also weakened the handsomeness of his delicate features. He had such a good-looking face, but because it was too cold, no girl dared to look at him, let alone get close to him. I have eaten it. I lived in Jucheng for a few years when I was a child. Shen Xiao explained lightly. He came here to cooperate with the police in investigating the case and had no interest in anything other than work. Therefore, he has not seen the beautiful girl who eats especially well, as the two big brothers said. He did not look sideways, his face was expressionless, and he sat straighter than a pine tree, like an ice sculpture. Zhou Jin and Wei Qingzong looked at each other helplessly. They had heard that Shen Xiao had a bad temper, but they did not expect him to be so cold. Even the veterans who had seen artillery fire did not dare to look into Shen Xiao's eyes. He is only 20 years old, right? He has such a strong evil spirit at such a young age. It is estimated that the blood of the enemies on his hands is at least hundreds. Shen Xiao's reputation is known throughout the country. Many military districts are vying for him, but he only stays in the Shanghai military district. He doesn't tell the reason. Anyway, no matter who persuades him, he will not move. Even the Shen family in Beijing came to persuade him, but he didn't give them face. The Shanghai military district is very happy. In recent years, because of Shen Xiao, this treasure, every year the military district competition has won the first place. Shen Xiao has also become the big treasure of the Shanghai military district. He doesn't even give face to the commander, and the commander is not angry. He still pampers him with a smile. Shen Xiao was specially sent here this time to cooperate with the Jucheng Public Security Bureau in investigating a case. A few years ago, a serial perverted killer appeared in the city. He specifically targeted young women, beating them first and then killing them. Moreover, after each murder, the murderer would cut off the victim's reproductive organs, which was extremely cruel. Wei Zhongcheng is the criminal police captain of Jucheng and an old policeman with 15 years of experience in investigating cases. He was retired from the army and has rich experience in handling cases, but this case left him with no clue. He also found out that there was a similar victim in Jucheng 3 years ago, but the murder escaped, and there was silence for 2 years in between. Starting from last spring, the murderer became very rampant. In the first half of spring and the second half of winter, he killed a total of 4 female victims. There was also a victim in the first month of this year. Including previous victims, there were 7 in total. The victims were between 15 and 30 years old. All of them were slim and beautiful women. When they were killed, they were all wearing red scarves. They were before death, and their reproductive organs were removed after death. The murderer was extremely perverted and cruel, and very arrogant. He provoked and teased the Jucheng police like a cat playing with a mouse. Wei Zhongcheng and his colleagues worked overtime without sleep, but they had no clue. The murderer chose his victims randomly, without a fixed range or target. They sent female colleagues to tie red scarves to lure the murderer, but the murderer did not fall for it. But as soon as they stopped, the murderer killed an 18-year-old girl the next day. This case is like a pot hanging over their heads. Until the murderer is caught, the police will not be able to face the people of the city. The Jucheng Public Security Bureau chief was also under great pressure. He had no choice but to ask the military for support. If the murder was not caught, the public would be angry and would question the ability of their public security. The military district sent the legendary Night Owl to assist the public security departments in various cities in solving many difficult and major cases. Zhou Jin is from the Armed Forces Department. He was responsible for receiving Chen Xiao. As soon as Chen Xiao arrived today, he brought him to the restaurant for dinner and also welcomed him. Comrade Shen has lived in Jucheng? Aren't you from Beijing? Zhou Jin was surprised and blurted out. Everyone in the army knew that Shen Xiao was from the Shen family in Beijing. In addition to Shen Xiao, there were other people from the Shen family in the army, but their performances were not as impressive as Shen Zhao's. Moreover, Shen Zhao's current status is due to his own abilities, while other members of the Shen family are basically supported by the resources of the Shen family. Although Chen Xiao was the youngest, his position and salary were the highest among the children of the Shin family. Zhou Jin knew that Chen Xiao was currently earning an administrative level 14 salary, which was equivalent to a deputy regimental level salary. The military rank system was abolished in the 1970s, and the army divided salaries according to 27 administrative levels. After Zhou Jin asked this, he felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have asked about such private matters. Chen Xiao didn't care and said in a cold voice, "I was lost when I was a child and ended up in Jucheng. Comrade Shen is blessed with good fortune, so he was blessed when he encountered difficulties." Zhou Jin was a smooth person and spoke nicely, so he changed the subject. They, the little people, cannot interfere in the affairs of the rich families, nor do they want to ask about them. The dishes are ready. I'll go get them. Wei Qingzhong stood up and went to the window to get the dishes. Tang Yanyan was also at the window. She went to get more rice and also added a bowl of braised pork. She was not full. "Come here and take the dishes," Wei Qingzhong shouted. They ordered 5 dishes and one person couldn't carry them all. Chen Xiao strode over. With a height of 190 centimeters, he stood out from the crowd in the restaurant and was particularly eye-catching. In addition, his handsome face attracted the attention of several girls. But after just one look, the girls lowered their heads due to the cold. It was obvious that this man was not someone to be trifled with. He might even beat his wife. No matter how handsome he was, they should not marry him. Tang Nianyan held a bowl of rice and a plate of braised pork, turned around, and bumped into Xin Xiao.
I'm sorry.
Tang Nianyan hurriedly checked whether the braised pork was spilled. The key is the soup. The braised pork soup with rice is so delicious that not a drop can be spilled. It's okay, Chen Xiao said coldly. He reached out to take the dish handed over by Wei Zhongcheng. Tang Nianyan looked up at the corner of his eye and quickly glanced away. After receiving a plate of braised pork and a plate of braised hairtail, Xin Xiao had already walked a few steps, but suddenly stopped and turned to look at Tang Nianyan. Tang Nianyan was walking side by side with him, and when he looked over, he happened to see her profile. There was a black mole under the left eye corner, and this familiar face overlapped with the girl in his memory. "Little wolf, this is for you. It's delicious. Little wolf, if you leave, no one will accompany me to play in the mountains, and I can't bear to leave you. Little wolf, if they still bully you, come back. I will take care of you." A soft voice sounded in his ears. It was that delicate little girl who always saved the snacks she was reluctant to eat and secretly gave them to him. She smiled as she watched him finish eating, and then they went to play in the mountains together. In fact, he didn't like Tang Nianyan at first and even scolded her harshly, but she still came to play with him every day. Shen Zhao's face, like an ice cube, melted quietly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and there was more smile in his eyes. He didn't go looking for Tang Nianyan. This girl had a bad memory since she was a child, and she probably had forgotten him long ago. He would look for her to reminisce after the case was solved. Tang Nianyan felt a gaze and turned her head sharply to meet Xin Zhao's eyes. She examined the man critically. His height, face, and figure were all perfect, completely meeting her requirements. He was also a soldier, but now nothing was more important than eating meat.
What are you looking at?
Tang Nianyan glared at him, smiling so seductively. Maybe he wanted to her. The smile in Shen Zhao's eyes deepened, and his temper became worse than when he was a child. And his appetite has increased a lot. When he was a child, he was not only picky about food but also ate very little. Shen Xiao looked away and walked back to his seat. Tang Nianyan felt puzzled. For a moment just now, this man looked at her with a look of doting and preference. Could she have seen it right? I guess he's not in the right brain. Tang Nianyan didn't think much about it. She sat down and started to enjoy the food. She wanted to give a 5-star rating to the chef of this restaurant because his cooking skills were amazing. Burp. All the dishes were finished. Even the soup from the braised pork was mixed with rice. Tang Nianyan rolled the last grain of rice in the bowl into her mouth, swallowed it with satisfaction, and then solemnly put down her chopsticks. Really delicious. Chen Xiao looked over here several times, and when he saw the plate that was shinier than a dog's lick, The corners of his mouth raised again. What an appetite. What a good one. Wei Zhongcheng and Zhou Jin looked at each other. They were both experienced people, and Chen Zhao's eyes and appearance showed that he was thinking about love. You have a pretty good taste. The girl eating meat is so beautiful. You won't find anyone prettier than her in the whole city. With this amount of food, most people probably can't afford to feed him. But Shen Xiao would definitely have no problem. With a salary of over 100 a month, plus various task bonuses and subsidies, it would be no problem for him to support 10. Comrade Shen, do you know that girl? Zhou Jin asked after Tang Nianyan left.
Yeah.
Shen Xiao nodded, poured some of the braised pork broth into the rice, mixed it, and it tasted really good. Then, why don't you say hello to that girl? Zhou Jin asked curiously. After a while, Chen Xiao ate very quickly. He finished a bowl of rice in less than 2 minutes and went for another bowl. Zhou Jin and Wei Qingzong looked at each other, becoming even more confused. Judging from the girl's appearance just now, it seemed that she didn't know Shen Xiao. I guess Chen Xiao fell in love with the girl at first sight, and then deliberately said he knew her. I can understand that because they also went through the same thing. After eating and drinking, Tang Nianyan went straight back to Tang Village. When returning the bicycle, she gave her third aunt a pheasant and made a reservation for a Didi bicycle ride for tomorrow. Nianyan, how did you do in the recruitment exam? Third aunt couldn't help asking. In fact, she wanted to ask, a girl goes to the city every day, maybe there is something going on? After all, Qi Guohua has broken off the engagement, and Tang Nianyan is not young anymore, so she has to hurry up and meet him. I haven't taken the exam yet. Tang Nianyan didn't explain. Third aunt wanted to ask more questions, but a young girl came out with red and swollen eyes and a haggard face. Obviously, she had just cried. The girl is Tang Hongxing, the daughter of the team leader. She is a very capable and pretty girl. She is the same age as Tang Wujin and is one of the most outstanding girls in Tang Village. Unfortunately, the person she falls in love with makes the team leader very angry. Hongxing, are you up? I'll cook egg noodles for you. The third aunt didn't bother to ask about Tang Nianyan's gossip and ran to her daughter to ask about her well-being. Last night, the husband and daughter had a big fight. The husband even used violence and slapped his daughter. Hongxing is also stubborn. She has not eaten since last night and refuses to give in. She insists on marrying Xian Chunrong, the son of a landlord from the next village. It can be said that Xian Chunrong is good at everything. He is handsome, smart, and capable, good at farm work, and has the ancestral skill of carpentry. The Xian family made their fortune by working as carpenters. But Xian Chunrong had the title of a landlord, which defeated all his advantages. Neither she nor her husband agreed to this marriage. How could she ever have a future if she married a landlord's son? Their whole family will be affected, and their second son, who is in the army, will also be affected in his future promotion. But seeing her daughter's pitiful appearance, the third aunt felt distressed again. She only has one daughter. Although she was not pampered since childhood, she was raised with love and even paid for her daughter to go to junior high school. How could she bear to see her daughter suffer? Mom, I don't want to eat. Tang Hongxing refused in a hoarse voice. She couldn't even swallow dragon meat now. If she couldn't marry Xian Chunrong, what was the point of her living? She also knew her parents' concerns, so she didn't dare to make a fuss, but she didn't want to give in either. Mom, please forgive me for being unfilial. You and Dad should just consider that you raised me in vain. Can you go to the commune and tell them to sever ties with me? Tang Hongxing suddenly knelt down, hugged her third aunt's legs and begged. She really didn't want to miss Xian Chunrong, but also didn't want to bring trouble to her family, so severing ties was the best way. The third aunt stared blankly at her daughter, who was crying sadly. She raised her hand in anger, but her hand stayed in the air for a long time, and she finally couldn't bear to let it go. Are you trying to me and your dad off to death? We've worked hard to raise you for 19 years, and you want to cut off ties with your parents for a man. Are you still a human being? Third aunt was very sad. For a man, she wanted to cut off ties with her parents. How could she raise such a disobedient and unfilial, ungrateful person? At this moment, The third aunt hated Xian Chuanrong to death. It was this man who abducted her daughter. Her daughter used to be so obedient, but after she met Xian Chuanrong, she became like a possessed person and her parents no longer recognized her.
Mom, I can't live without him.
Just treat me as if I died when I was born, and as if you never raised me. You are confused. No matter how good a man is, can he be as good to you as your parents? Don't say this in front of your dad, or your dad will beat you to death. The third aunt-in-law pressed her daughter's mouth hard and looked around. She was relieved when she didn't see anyone. She pulled her daughter back into the house, as family disgrace should not be made public. Tang Niannian stood up from the corner and picked her ears. She didn't mean to eavesdrop, but the mother and daughter's emotions exploded so quickly that she heard everything she should and shouldn't have heard. Xian Chuanrong? This name sounds familiar. She recalled that she was a supporting character in the book and had a relatively important role. Xian Chuanrong had a bad background and suffered a lot when she was young. She also suffered severe emotional trauma. Her first love forced her to marry another man because of family opposition, and the girl committed suicide by jumping into the river. Xian Chuanrong therefore never married and remained for her first love. Moreover, relying on his ancestral carpentry skills, Xian Chuanrong opened a furniture company after the reform and opening up and later took the company public. He expanded the company and became a wealthy man, expanding beyond Asia and going global. The reason why he is mentioned in the book is because Xian Chuanrong is also a friend of the heroine Lu Jinglan. Lu Jinglan's company encountered a crisis, and she borrowed money from Xian Chuanrong to overcome the crisis. The two became friends because Lu Jinglan was friends with his first love. After his first love died, Xian Chuanrong was heartbroken and lost the will to live. He had a fever of 40 degrees. It was Lu Jinglan who gave him medicine and comforted him all night, which helped him get over his sadness and cheer up again. In Tang Niannian's opinion, the description of the relationship between the two people in the book was a bit ambiguous, a bit like the feeling of a confidant. She didn't know what Xian Chuanrong was thinking, but Lu Jinglan definitely had that intention. Otherwise, which girl would be alone in a room with a man and take care of him for a whole night? Even after decades, this behavior is ambiguous enough. Tang Niannian has already confirmed that Lu Jinglan is reborn, so this woman may have known that Xian Chuanrong would become a wealthy man in the future, so she made friends with him in advance and wanted to develop him into one of her concubines in the harem. But Xian Chuanrong had deep feelings for his first love and only treated her as a friend. But there is still a doubt. Since Lu Jinglan was reborn, she must have known about her first love jumping into the river. Why didn't she stop him? This woman probably never thought about saving her first love and only wanted to develop a harem. It's not that she has a petty mind, but Lu Jinglan's bold move in the book is to cultivate a harem. Almost every prominent man has a good impression of her, and they have a close relationship with her. This is not just about good popularity. It doesn't matter, she will break up all the harems in this life. The first one to be demolished is Xian Chuanrong. From the house came the sound of Tang Hongxing crying and the scolding of her third aunt-in-law. Tang Niannian pulled a piece of grass from the roadside, put it in her mouth and chewed it, then slowly walked home. The book says that Tang Hongxing jumped into the river in early March. Maybe it happened in the past 2 days, most likely tonight. She should be careful. There was no one at home except Tang Wujin. The idiot actually pried open the window, and when he was about to jump down, Tang Niannian came back. Are you going to see little glasses? Tang Niannian grabbed her. Jujin successfully made her forget He Guiqing's name and only remember little glasses. Let me go. It's none of your business. Tang Wujin struggled desperately, but it was of no avail. In Tang Niannian's hands, she was like a little chicken. Grandma! Tang Niannian screamed, and Tang Wujin was so scared that he turned around and ran into the house. She kicked him again, and kicked him into the house. He slammed the window shut, then took a nail, a hammer, and 2 wooden boards to seal the window. Even if Tang Wujin had wings, he couldn't fly away. Tang Niannian, why don't you just die? You should have died 17 years ago. You let me out, "You vicious woman. You just can't bear to see me live a good life." Tang Wujin cursed in the house, and cursed very viciously. But Tang Mianyan didn't care. Anyway, she was going to complain to old lady Tang in the evening, and she would add fuel to the fire. She took out a pheasant from the space, plucked the feathers, gutted it, fried the chicken offal with snow mustard, stewed half of the chicken with potatoes, and stewed the other half with mushroom soup. The mushroom spores that were put into the space 2 days ago have grown a lot and are ready to eat. Then use chicken oil to fry a large bowl of green vegetable moss, cook a large pot of rice, and dinner is ready. It was getting dark, and Tang Jujin came back first, picking up a large basket of pig grass and a bundle of firewood. When the little girl got home, she smelled the meat and was very happy. Her life now is happier than that of a god. In the future, she will pick up an extra bundle of firewood every day, otherwise she will not be able to eat the meat. "Manjin, why do you cook meat every day?" There were voices of envy and jealousy outside. The Tang family has been making people greedy these days. They cook meat every meal. Every time I pass by the Tang family, my mouth is watering. Nian learned hunting skills from my father and went up the mountain to hunt pheasants.
Tang man din et lai hun stili.
What he said was the truth, but no one believed him. Tang Nian, that girl, has never worked since she was a child. She doesn't even pick onions. How can she hunt? No one believes it. Manjin, has your family made a fortune? If there is any way to make a fortune, don't hide it from everyone. Someone joked, and others followed suit. It is 1976 now. Although the reform and opening up has not yet begun, many people have already developed business awareness. Some people will secretly bring their uneaten agricultural products to the city to sell for money. Others will make some snacks and sell them in the city. The intensity of cracking down on speculation is not as strict as before. Many red armbands now turn a blind eye. No, they just work in the fields. How can they make money? Tang Manjin smiled even more honestly. Every word he said was the truth. He only knew how to farm. Raising pigs and chickens and ducks were the business of his wife and mother. How could he make money? Speaking of making money, I know one. Someone suddenly said, and the others urged him to speak quickly. I have a relative from Qingshan village. There is a capable man in their village who got a hand-cranked sock machine. This guy knits socks after work. He can make 5 or 6 pairs in one night and sell them in the city. One pair costs 1 yuan and 1 dime. And he can earn 5 or 6 yuan in one night. So much? Is it true? Of course it's true. My relative is from the same village as him, and this capable man also got 2 sock machines for the villagers. There are now 3 sock machines in their village. Those 3 families are like picking up money every day, and they earn the money for the sock machines in a month. The man who spoke with the antique hand-cranked sock machine had an envious tone. He also wanted a sock machine, but he couldn't afford the capital. How much is a sock machine? Everyone was excited. If they could get one, they could become a millionaire in a year. 138 yuan per machine, and you have to pay in full. My relatives have asked about it, but they don't give credit. Besides, there are not many sock machines, so it's hard to get one. So expensive? Who can afford so much money? Everyone's excitement suddenly cooled down. Not to mention 138 yuan, they couldn't even afford 38 yuan at home, and they couldn't give credit. Who could afford it? The voices were getting farther and farther away. Everyone just treated this as a topic of conversation and forgot about it. After all, no one could afford 138 yuan, and there was no way to get a sock machine. The people in Qingshan village would definitely give priority to helping the people in their own village. Why would they help the people in Tang village? Tang Nian heard everything. A hand-cranked sock machine? There was something to this thing. In her previous life, she had visited the Zhucheng Sock Industry Museum, which contained the history of Zhucheng's sock industry development for hundreds of years. Among them were hand-cranked sock machines from the 1970s. This machine was very inefficient, but it laid a solid foundation for Zhucheng's sock industry. The older generation of Zhucheng people relied on these hand-cranked sock machines to weave socks little by little, driving the economic development of Zhucheng. Tang Nian still remembers that in that year, There was a very powerful person in Zhucheng who improved the hand crank sock machine, increasing the efficiency by at least twice, and reducing the error rate of socks. The improved sock machine was also exhibited. She was very interested in these machines, so she studied them. The principle was very simple, and she could do it. If she was given a hand crank sock machine, she could make it in minutes. Go back and ask where there are scrapped hand cranked sock machines and try to get dozens of them. Tang Nianyan also has an idea. She must not be rich alone, and she must drive Tang Village to get rich together. It's not that she is kind, but she knows that the gun hits the bird that sticks out and the knife stabs the fattest pig. Her family only ate meat for a few days, and there was pink eye in the village. Although she was not afraid, there were other people in the Tang family, and she didn't want to bring trouble to the Tang family because of herself. Therefore, the best way is for everyone to eat meat together and get rich together. Why are you eating meat again? You spendthrift. Old Mrs. Tang started muttering as she entered the room, but before she could finish, she was choked by a $5 bill that Tang Nianyan took out. I sold 2 rabbits. Only $2.50 each? City people are so smart. If I were to sell them, I would definitely be able to sell them for $3 each. Old Mrs. Tang still felt the pain. She lost 50 cents on 1 rabbit, but 2 rabbits would cost $1, which could buy 20 packs of matches and 10 kilograms of salt. The spendthrift girl was just too generous. Old Mrs. Tang's chattering didn't last long before she was interrupted by Tang Nianyan's cold eyes. The cold eyes made old Mrs. Tang's teeth freeze, and she shut up in dismay. You cooked dry rice again. I'll cook tomorrow. Nianyan, you don't have to do it. Seeing a large pot of pure dry rice, old Mrs. Tang started muttering again. If she keeps eating like this, she will have to eat up all the gold and silver. How can she live like this? The little girl is too extravagant. She is spoiled by the old man. Grandma, the eldest sister, just jumped out of the window to find Xiao Yanjing. She also said that she will only marry Xiao Yanjing in this life. If he doesn't agree, she will die. Tang Nianyan exaggerated the complaint and immediately diverted the attention of old Lady Tang. She still wants to escape? What a coward. Let her die. After she dies, I will collect her body. Old Lady Tang ran to the window with a dark face and looked. Sure enough, there were traces of prying, and she ran back and cursed at Tang Wujin's door. If you have the ambition, you should die now. Do you want pesticides or a belt? I'll give it to you. She even dared to threaten her with suicide. What a useless fool. You'd better die now to save yourself from embarrassment for a man. Mom, I've asked Ma the matchmaker to find someone. Su Jinfeng whispered, fearing that her mother-in-law would really force her eldest daughter to death. This evil creature is threatening me with death now. Let her die. I'll just think I raised an ungrateful person. Old Mrs. Tang put her hands on her waist and cursed for a long time. Tang Wujin in the room defended herself a few times, saying that she didn't say those words, but old Mrs. Tang didn't believe it at all and cursed even more fiercely. I'm telling you clearly that it's impossible for you to marry little glasses in this life. Either you listen to my arrangements and get married, or you die. It's your choice. Old Mrs. Tang was still furious and scolded Su Jinfeng. Don't give her food. Let her starve. Su Jinfeng and her husband lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. They also felt that their eldest daughter was too ignorant. Wouldn't it be better for her to just listen to the family's arrangements and get married? Which girl in the village didn't go through this? She was still comparing herself with Tang Nianyan every day. With her eldest daughter's appearance, she was not even qualified to be Tang Nianyan's fire-making maid. She really didn't know how big her face was and had no self-awareness at all. Grandma, drink some soup. Tang Nianyan poured a bowl of chicken soup and handed it to Grandma Tang. The old lady drank it in one gulp. The delicious chicken soup warmed her whole body, and her throat was no longer dry. Too bland. Grandma Tang smacked her lips, a little bit dissatisfied. Rural people have heavy tastes. First, salty dishes take longer to eat, and second, they sweat when working, so eating salt gives them strength. Salt is free, Grandma. You are such a spendthrift. Tang Nianyan said seriously. She was accused of being a spendthrift every day, and she was holding a grudge. Old Lady Tang was choked for a long time. It was the first time that this girl blocked her mouth. She was speechless. How much is salt per pound, and how much is meat? Can they be the same? You have to spend money to buy them. Tang Nianyan muttered. Seeing that the old lady was still scolding, she blocked her mouth with a chicken leg. Old Lady Tang took out the chicken leg, but she was reluctant to eat it and wanted to give it back to Tang Nianyan. No, it's all saliva.
Tang Nianyan was disgusted.
She didn't want to eat other people's saliva. Old Lady Tang was a little touched by her granddaughter's filial piety. After hearing this, she became angry again and bit the chicken leg hard, and then she couldn't stop. It smells so good. The old lady gnawed the chicken leg, and even the bones were gnawed into crumbs. To be honest, she had lived for 60 years, and it was the first time she had eaten a chicken leg. When the old man was around, there was no shortage of meat at home, but she was reluctant to eat it. She gave the chicken legs and to the old man and his son, and she only nibbled on the chicken heads, chicken feet, and chicken wings, which were also delicious. But after eating the chicken legs, Old Lady Tang realized that this was meat. Chicken heads, chicken feet, and chicken wings are only nibbled by dogs. Old Lady Tang looked at Tang Nianyan with a much kinder look. Although this granddaughter was not her own, she was very filial and smart. No wonder the old man said that the family would rely on Nian Nian in the future. After dinner, Su Jinfeng washed the bowls and Tang Nianyan went outside to walk to digest the food, together with Tang Jujin.
Burp.
Jujin was burping all the way. She ate too much at night. She ate 3 bowls of rice with chicken soup, and she also ate a chicken leg. In the end, she soaked the rice crust in the chicken soup and ate it. The rice crust was bloated in her stomach, so full. What does a horse eat? Tang Nianyan suddenly asked in Mandarin.
Ah?
Eat grass. Tang Jujin was a little surprised, but he still answered in Mandarin and then looked at the second sister eagerly, wanting to hear what she was going to say. The second sister wouldn't ask her what the horse eats for no reason, right? Second sister? After waiting for a long time, Jujin didn't get any further information and couldn't help asking, completely forgetting that he hadn't had hiccups for a long time. Watch the road. Tang Nianyan pulled the little girl and almost fell into a mud pit. It rained for several days a few days ago. Although the sun came out for a few days, there were still a few mud pits. Stepping into them was all mud like,
hey,
I don't have hiccups anymore. The little girl finally found out and jumped up happily. Hiccups are so uncomfortable, but how could her hiccups suddenly get better? Second sister, did you cure it? Can you get better by asking what the horse eats? Jujin's little brain is very smart, and he figured it out at once. It was the second sister who asked just now, and she stopped hiccuping after she answered.
Yeah.
Tang Nianyan nodded and couldn't help pinching the little girl's face. It was chubby and felt very good to pinch. Second sister, why can horses be cured by eating anything? The little girl asked all the way like 100,000 whys, and Tang Nianyan was impatient. She didn't know why, but it could be cured anyway. This method was when she was on a business trip in her previous life, and she suddenly had hiccups. A female operator suddenly asked what horses eat, and she subconsciously answered that they eat grass, and then the hiccups were cured. The female operator couldn't explain the reason clearly, saying that this was how she treated it in her hometown, and it worked every time. After that, Tang Nianyan also treated other people, and it worked only when she asked suddenly and she didn't know the principle. The author has tried this method dozens of times, and it works every time. You must ask suddenly, and you must say eat grass in Mandarin. Tang Nianyan took out an apple to make the little girl shut up. The apples were collected by her in her previous life, and her space can keep them fresh, but there are not many apples left, and a lot of them have been consumed in the 3 years of the end of the world. Second sister, what is this? It's delicious. Tang Jujin took a bite curiously. It tasted sour and sweet. It tastes much better than the wild fruits on the mountain. She has never eaten such delicious fruits. It tastes much better than the small fruits bought by her uncle and second uncle. Apple. Tang Nianyan took out a red Fuji apple, which weighed half a pound. Nowadays, apples are basically not big and cannot compare with hers. It's expensive, right? Second sister, you eat it. The little girl was reluctant to eat it, and stood on tiptoe to feed it to Tang Niannian. "I've eaten it, you eat it." Tang Niannian refused. She was not used to eating things that others had eaten, so she hated hot pot the most. In her opinion, eating hot pot with a table of people is like eating each other's saliva. However, the little girl Tang Jujin thought that her second sister was reluctant to eat it herself and saved it for her. She was very touched and secretly vowed that when she grew up, she must make a lot of money and buy a lot of delicious food for her second sister. It was already dark, and the moon was bright. The bright moonlight shone on the path, which was hazy, as if covered by a layer of gauze. From time to time, a few dogs came out, but they didn't bark. The dogs in the village were very smart, and they knew the villagers. They would only bark when they saw strangers. "Second sister, where are we going?" Tang Jujin had finished eating the apple, and her teeth were a little frozen. It was very cold at night in March, and she wanted to go home and warm herself by the fire. "Let's go to the river to see if there are any big fish." Tang Niannian walked towards the river. Maybe Tang Hongxing would jump into the river tonight, so she went to explore the terrain first. The river in Tang village is not wide, but the water is a bit deep. There is a lot of rain in spring, the river level rises, and the water is turbulent. The river water in early spring can freeze bones. When Tang Jujin heard that there was a big fish, his eyes sparkled, and he followed obediently. The sound of rushing water could be heard from afar, which was very nice, and there was a fresh water vapor. Tang Niannian stood by the river, motionless, listening to the sound of water. There is no such a quiet and clear river in the end of the world. The animals and plants in the river have mutated. The river, which seems calm on the surface, is actually dangerous. Even people with superpowers dare not stand by the river. The cold wind blew over. Tang Jujin shrank his neck, looked up at his second sister, and wanted to say that she would not eat big fish, so she should go home and roast the fire. But at this moment, the second sister seemed a little sad. The little girl didn't understand why the second sister was sad. She was so happy to eat meat every day these days. The little girl didn't say anything, shrank her neck to accompany her second sister, and 2 clear streams flowed from her nasal tube. Tang Niannian opened her eyes. She heard footsteps and pulled the little girl to hide. After a few minutes, Tang Hongxing stumbled over with tears on her face. She had just had another argument with her father. Her father said that she would either die or marry the man he arranged. She only has these 2 ways, no choice. She doesn't want to marry anyone except Chuanrong. Tang Hongxing was heartbroken, and her face was filled with despair. Her father was a man of his word and said that he would marry her off in a few days. She could only die. "Chuanrong, I'll be your wife in the next life." Tang Hongxing resolutely jumped into the river, and with a thud, she sank into the water. "Second sister, there's a big fish." Tang Jujin kept her head down. The wind was so cold in her neck that she could avoid the wind by lowering her head. So she didn't see Tang Hongxing. She only heard the sound of water splashing. She thought it was a big fish. She jumped out of the grass in surprise, ran a few steps, and came back to pull Tang Niannian. "Second sister, hurry up, the big fish is going to run away." Tang Jujin's little paws were icy cold, but very strong. The 2 sisters walked to the river. There was a big ripple on the water. Tang Jujin's eyes suddenly lit up, but then dimmed again. She was worried about how to catch such a big fish. The water was so cold that she jumped in to catch frozen bones. The little girl was so anxious that she scratched her head. She should have brought the fishing net earlier. "Second sister, I'll go home to get the net." The little girl was about to run when she saw her dear second sister, who took out a fishing net like a magic trick. "Wow, second sister, cast the net quickly. The big fish is going to run away." Jujin didn't think about it carefully. How did the second sister hide such a big net on her body? She was just worried that the big fish would run away. Tang Niannian took a horse stance, got into position, and used all the energy in her dantian to cast the fishing net like a flower, which fell on the water. It was absolutely impossible for her to jump into the water to save people. It was too cold. So she had prepared the fishing net long ago. Tang Niannian pulled the net down, which was heavy, and dragged it up. Tang Jujin also came to help. Second sister, it's at least 100 kilograms, and it can be eaten for a year if it is dried into fish. The little girl stuck out her, bared her teeth, and used all her strength. She was so happy. The heavier the net, the bigger the fish. Finally, the net was dragged ashore. In the dim moonlight, only a large black mass of fish and some lively fish and shrimps could be seen in the net. Jujin was impatient and hurriedly pulled the net open to catch the big fish. Tang Nianyan did not stop her. This was the first life lesson she taught the little girl. Curiosity kills the cat. Big fish, dry the fish. Jujin hummed a tuneless song while pulling the fishing net. She didn't feel cold, even though her clothes were wet. Her heart was burning. Finally, the net was pulled open. Tang Hongxing was covered with a lot of water plants and lay motionless. The excited Jujin didn't notice anything wrong and went to take the water plants from the big fish. Finally, the little girl's claws touched the big fish. The cold and soft touch made her stop. How come the big fish has no scales? Why does it feel like a human? Although Jujin was a little scared, the child was brave enough to turn the big fish over. Tang Hongxing's face was pale in the moonlight, like a dead person. Oh my God. Second sister. Jujin was so scared that his hair stood up. He jumped onto Tang Nianyan flexibly, hugged her neck tightly, and his body trembled constantly. Tang Nianyan's mouth curled up slightly. Children are so fun. She didn't feel guilty anyway. Tang Jujin was so brave that he even dared to go into a grave mound, so it was nothing to worry about. Sure enough, after a while, Tang Jujin secretly glanced at the person on the ground.
Come down.
Tang Nianyan pushed the little girl away with disgust. Jujin curled his lips and slid down by himself, holding on to the hem of his second sister's clothes tightly. From time to time, he glanced at Tang Hongxing a few times, and the more he looked at her, the more familiar she looked. Sister Hongxing? Second sister, it's Sister Hongxing. Tang Jujin finally recognized her and was no longer afraid. He ran over and probed under Tang Hongxing's nose and exclaimed in surprise, Second sister, she's still breathing. Tang Nianyan pressed Tang Hongxing's stomach, and the girl spit out a few mouthfuls of water, and her breathing became stronger. Go call third uncle and third aunt.
Hey.
Tang Jujin ran away. The little girl was very smart and didn't make a fuss. She ran to the captain's house and told him about it. Third uncle, sister, Hongxing jumped into the river. The captain, who was washing his feet, was so scared that he knocked over the footbath and water flowed all over the floor. Third aunt was sewing shoe soles and was so frightened that her hand was pierced by a needle. Blood beads came out. She didn't bother to wipe it and rushed to her daughter's room. Sure enough, it was empty and the quilt was neatly folded. Onxing. Third aunt screamed and ran out in a daze. She was grabbed by the captain and scolded in a deep voice. Do you want the whole village to know that Hongxing jumped into the river? Jumping into the river is not a glorious thing. If people knew that their daughter wanted to commit suicide for a landlord's son, which man would dare to marry her in the future? Third aunt covered her mouth tightly and cried silently. The captain and his wife and Tang Jujin ran to the river. On the way, they met Tang Nianyan, who was carrying Tang Hongxing back.
Tang Nianyan didn't want to be so kind.
The wind was too strong by the river, and Tang Hongxing was soaked. If she didn't bring her back, she was afraid that she would freeze to death. Seeing her daughter soaked, the third aunt cried even harder, and the captain's face was also very ugly. He didn't expect his daughter to be so fierce. He felt sorry for her suffering and was even more angry that his daughter wanted to die for the landlord's son. After returning home, the third aunt took off her daughter's wet clothes, wrapped her tightly with a thick quilt, and went to boil and brown sugar water. She cut the into thin strips, added 2 tablespoons of brown sugar, and boiled 3 bowls of thick water. Drink it while it's hot. The third aunt brought it over and handed it to the 2 sisters. She also brought another bowl and fed it to her daughter. Tang Hongxing had woken up. Her eyes were dull. Her expression was wooden, like a wooden man. If she couldn't marry Brother Chunrong, What was the point of her living? The captain was smoking. After he got home, he tore up the calendar paper, wrapped the cigarette in it, and smoked. The smoke enveloped him completely. The room was full of smoke, choking people to death. At this time, there is basically no self-consciousness in rural areas to go out to smoke. Even if there are pregnant women at home, many people smoke without taboo. Tang Mianyan covered her nose and said to the captain, "Third uncle, you go outside to smoke. It will choke your throat." She must not wrong herself. The captain was stunned for a moment, looking stunned. The little girl actually asked him to go outside to smoke.
How dare she?
But facing Tang Mianyan's cold eyes, the captain subconsciously got up and went outside honestly. After smoking the cigarette in the north wind, the anger in his heart also magically disappeared. Tang Hongxing finished a big bowl of soup, and her face looked better. Third aunt hugged her and cried. "What are you crying for? You shameless thing. You are trying to kill yourself for a man. I worked hard to raise you for 19 years, and this is how you repay me and your mother?" The captain walked into the room with a dark face, pointing at Tang Hongxing and cursing in a low voice. Tang Jujin shrank her neck. Third uncle was much more fierce than her father. She slowly retreated to the side of her second sister. She felt safer next to her second sister. "Don't think you can threaten me by jumping into the river. Xian Chunrong, you will never get married in this life. Your second brother is in the army, and your eldest and third brothers work in the city. Do you want to make the whole family suffer with you?" The captain was very angry. He also felt sorry for his daughter, but he had to consider his sons and grandsons. Marrying a landlord would inevitably affect his sons and grandsons' future. He could not be soft-hearted and hurt the whole family. "Dad, please help me. I can severing the relationship will not bring trouble to my second and third brothers." Tang Hongxing begged with tears. She did not want to bring trouble to her family, so she could sign the letter of severance. But she would still be filial to her parents. In your heart, Xian Chunrong is more important than your parents, brothers and nephews? For him, you're going to disown all your relatives? The captain's eyes were red, and he felt very painful. A family is not as good as a man. His daughter's elbow has completely turned outward. "Dad, I will be filial. I just want to live with Brother Chunrong. He doesn't want to be a landlord." "Dad, didn't you praise Brother Chunrong before?" Tang Hongxing felt very painful. She just wanted to be with the person she loved. Why did everyone oppose her? No matter how capable he is, he can't be a landlord. The captain refused sternly. He would never agree. Xian Chunrong was indeed a capable young man, but who made him unlucky? The hat of landlord was like a mountain. Whoever was with him would be crushed to death and would never be able to turn over. "Hongxing, don't be confused. If you marry Xian Chunrong, you will have a hard life." The third aunt cried and advised. "I'm not afraid of suffering. I'm willing to suffer with him." Tang Hongxing wiped her tears vigorously. As long as she can be with the one she loves, suffering is sweet. "Second sister, why does Sister Hongxing have to suffer?" Tang Jujin asked in a low voice. The little girl couldn't figure it out. What's so good about bitterness? She didn't want to eat it at all. She just wanted to eat meat and candy. Love makes people blind. Tang Mianyan blurted out. At present, Tang Hongxing is a patient with late-stage love brain. Although Xian Chunrong became successful in the book, at present, the captain's decision was correct. Marrying Xian Chunrong is like a free and good citizen in ancient times who has to marry a criminal. The children born in the future will also be criminal slaves and will never be able to turn over. Normal people with a little brain will not make such a stupid choice. If it weren't for the purpose of destroying Lu Jinglan's harem, Tang Yanyan would never care about the life and death of this kind of love brain. If she wants to jump into the river, she can jump. Uncle San. Tang Yanyan called the team leader out and said sincerely, Sister Hongxing is stubborn, blind, and stupid. Unless you tie her up every day, she will jump into the river again. Let her jump. Am I afraid of her? The team leader's face turned black, and his tone was very aggressive. Uncle San, don't say angry words. You will be upset if something really happens. Tang Nianyan was too lazy to listen to such angry words. If Tang Hongxing really died, the team leader would be heartbroken. The team leader did not refute, but his expression was helpless. Uncle San, don't find someone for Sister Hongxing yet. Wait until mid-October. There will be good news. Tang Nianyan couldn't remember the exact date, but remembered that it was mid-October. The country would announce the downfall of the four people, the resumption of the college entrance examination next year, and reform and opening up the year after next. The year after that would issue a document to remove the landlord and rich peasant hats. From then on, there would be no difference in class background. If Tang Hongxing and Xian Chunrong really had a heart-to-heart and a love that was stronger than gold, then they would wait for 3 years. What good news can there be in October? The captain was full of doubts. How could this miserable life be sweet? The secret cannot be revealed. Anyway, it is great news. Tang Nianyan kept the secret and said, "It is good news related to the peace and prosperity of the country and the people. Third uncle, believe me, I am not the Tang Nianyan of the past."
What are you talking about?
Don't say these things in the future. The captain became more and more confused and glared at her unhappily. This girl acted like a blind fortune teller. If someone caught her and said that she was feudal and superstitious, there would be big trouble again. There will be big things in September, and there will be good news that will be celebrated by the whole world in mid-October. Third uncle, remember it. Tang Nianyan emphasized and told Tang Jujin to go home. Although the captain didn't care, Tang Nianyan said it several times, which left a mark in his mind. He was still thinking about it when he went to bed. There's a big event in September, and everyone celebrates in October? What does Nian Nian want to say? Can't she say it all at once? The captain leaned against the bed and muttered to himself. He felt so uncomfortable with this matter hanging in his heart, and he couldn't sleep. Third aunt couldn't sleep either. She was worried about her daughter. Don't look for Hongxing for the time being. At worst, she won't get married, and we will support her. Third aunt racked her brains and came up with a solution. She would just support her daughter for life. It's better for others to laugh at her than for her to commit suicide.
Yeah.
The captain responded sullenly. He also planned to do so. And for some reason, he actually felt that what Tang Nian Nian said would really come true. Sleep, I'll send Nian Nian a basket of eggs tomorrow. Thanks to her and Jiu Jin's greedy fishing, otherwise Hongxing. Third aunt sighed. Now she was scared when she thought about it. Fortunately, Nian Nian was greedy and ran to the river to cast a net in the middle of the night. Otherwise her daughter would definitely die. From this point of view, greed has its advantages.
Send more.
The captain instructed. This was a life-saving favor, and he should be rewarded handsomely. Got it. Third aunt yawned, but she didn't sleep. She got out of bed and went to the next room. Tang Hongxing was still awake, so she chatted with her for a while before coming back to sleep. The next morning, third aunt came over with a basket of eggs. Tang Nianyan was still sleeping. Old Mrs. Tang was making breakfast. She cooked sweet potato porridge, fried snow-red eggs, and stir-fried green vegetables. Second aunt, give the eggs to Nian Nian and Eugene. Third aunt put down the full basket of eggs. There were at least 50 of them, and a bag of brown sugar, at least 1 pound. This gift was very generous in the countryside, and Old Lady Tang was a little flattered. What are you doing? Why are you giving me something for festival? Take it back. Although Old Lady Tang was jealous, she still pushed the things back. It's for Nian Nian and Jiujin. Thanks to them last night. When third aunt saw the old lady's look, she knew that the two girls didn't tell anyone when they went home, and she felt more relieved. When Tang Nian Nian left last night, she said that she would not tell anyone about this. The two children were very tight-lipped. She told Old Lady Tang about what happened last night. There was no need to hide it from her family, and third aunt also wanted to hear Old Lady Tang's opinion. She was very upset now. No wonder her clothes were wet when she came back last night. She didn't say anything when I asked her. Why is Hongxing so confused? Ba. Fortunately, nothing happened. Old Lady Tang was shocked and scolded Tang Nian Nian in her heart. She dared to jump into the river to save people. What if something happened? Although Tang Hongxing is her niece's granddaughter, There is still a gap between them. If old lady Tang were present, she would definitely stop them. Don't rush to do such a dangerous thing. Hongxing is too stubborn. Don't show her a man. Anyway, she is not very old. Keep her at home for 2 years until her energy fades away. Old lady Tang thought for a while and said, Xian Chunrong is not young anymore. He will definitely not be able to wait for 2 years. When he marries someone else, Hongxing will give up. Old Tang, and I think so too. Alas, children are debts. Third aunt sighed. In just a few days, half of her hair turned white. Think about it more positively. Children are here to collect debts. Hongxing is a good girl except for her stubbornness. She is much better than the idiot Wu Jin in my family. Old lady Tang thought of the idiot at home and became worried. Although Xian Chunrong is a landlord's son, he is smart, capable, and good-looking. Little Glasses is a thief with no good bones. If old lady Tang really has to choose between the two, forget it. Let the stupid granddaughter become a nun. Neither of them is a good match. Third aunt was miraculously comforted. When she entered the house, she saw that Tang Wujin's house was locked with 2 locks and the back window was sealed. It was obvious that Tang Wujin had also made trouble at home. Thinking of this, her daughter seemed to be better than Tang Wujin. It was dawn. Tang Nian got up yawning. She had to go to the Red Star factory to deliver goods at 8 o'clock.
It would take an hour to ride there by bike.
It was 6 o'clock now, and it was not even bright. What did you and Eugene do last night? Old Mrs. Tang came over quietly like a thief, her voice cold and sour. I cast the nets by the river, but unfortunately there were no big fish. Tang Nian was brushing her teeth. Her mouth was full of toothpaste foam, her speech was unclear, and her tone was regretful. All the fish and shrimps caught last night were small fish and shrimps, and the largest one was only the size of a palm of Christian carp, which could only be boiled into soup. She wanted to eat big fish. Fish head tofu soup, chopped pepper fish head, boiled fish, pickled fish, braised fish. Just thinking about it, Tang Nian's mouth was full of saliva. Tell the truth, you are so bold. You dare to save people in such deep water? If you are dragged away by the water monkey, you will lose your life. Old Mrs. Tang cursed with gritted teeth and wanted to slap her a few more times, but Tang Nian was flexible and dodged. Still hiding? I think you just feel itchy after not being spanked for a few days, so you're making trouble by yourself, and you dragged Eugene to make trouble. Where can you cry if something happens? Old Mrs. Tang chased and beat her. Every time when she was about to hit her, Tang Nian twisted her waist and dodged. Grandma, I want to eat fish soup. Tang Nian was very dissatisfied when she saw the watery dishes on the table. Why didn't you cook the fish from last night? Eat your head. Old Mrs. Tang rolled her eyes in annoyance. Eating fish soup early in the morning, do you think you are a god? Then fry a few eggs? So many eggs will go bad if you don't eat them. Tang Nian pointed to a basket of eggs on the ground, at least 40 or 50. Why are you so greedy? Isn't this an egg? Although Mrs. Tang cursed, she still took an egg and prepared to fry it. After all, it was the reward for the dead girl's rescue. Tang Nian grabbed a few more eggs and put them on the stove. Mrs. Tang was so angry that she wanted to curse again, but as soon as she opened her mouth, a piece of cake was stuffed in. I want to eat soft-boiled eggs. Tang Nian stood by the stove and waited, staring at the pot. She hadn't eaten soft-boiled eggs for a long time and was so greedy. After swallowing the egg cake in her mouth, Mrs. Tang's anger was also eliminated by the sweet food. She bit her back teeth and cursed, "You have so many tricks to eat an egg. Who dares to marry you in the future if you are so greedy?" Tang Nian pretended not to hear it. The old lady was a chatterbox. Unless her mouth was sealed with tape, she would chatter from morning to night. Her ears would automatically block it. The breakfast at the Tang family was exceptionally luxurious that day. Everyone had an omelette, while Tang Nian and Eugene had 2. Tang Nian's were all soft-boiled eggs. The yolk flowed out when poked with chopsticks, which looked very tempting. Mom, why are you frying so many eggs? Su Jinfeng was shocked. She didn't eat so many eggs even when she was in confinement. Eat your eggs. Old Mrs. Tang glared and lowered her head to eat eggs. She was still in pain. She must have been confused by the dead girl's egg cake just now. This is a sugar-coated bullet. No wonder the radio said every day that we should be wary of sugar-coated bullets. If we are not careful, we will be caught. She has been vigilant all her life, but she was tricked by the dead girl. Frying 7 eggs at a time, even the emperor would not live like this. Tang Nianyan drank a bowl of sweet potato porridge and ate 2 soft-boiled eggs. Her whole body was warm, so she went to the captain's house to get a bicycle and went into the city. What do you do in the city every day? Old Mrs. Tang said dissatisfiedly. People in the village were gossiping, saying that Nian had a boyfriend in the city and that the man was ugly, old, and a widower. These rumors must have come from the Qi family. Old Lady Tang could guess it with her feet, but it was a pity that she didn't catch them on the spot. Otherwise, she would have torn the shameless mouth of this family. Serious business. What serious business can you have? Don't go to the city all day. The Qi family is watching you. Don't let people talk about you. Old Lady Tang sneered, not believing it at all. Her granddaughter is not good at anything, and she is the #1 laziness. However, she has behaved a lot better these days, but the deep-rooted impression of the past 17 years makes it impossible for the old lady to change it for a while. The Qi family will be in trouble soon. Tang Nian snorted coldly, and she would take action when she returned from the city. The good days of Qi Guohua and Yang Hongling began to count down. Old Mrs. Tang rolled her eyes and was too lazy to argue. Qi Guohua and Yang Hongling had obtained their marriage certificate and would be promoted soon. Their lives would only get better and better. How could they be unlucky? Tang Nian went out with a backpack on her back and met many villagers on the way. Nian is going to the city again? Has Nian girl found a partner in the city? What does she do?
How old is she?
Everyone asked at once. Some were really concerned, while others were just looking for fun. I came to the city to do big things. I'm not in a hurry to find a partner. Most men are not worthy of me. Tang Nianyan's tone was very arrogant. She would not consider finding a partner for the time being. Even if she wanted to find one, she had to at least look like the soldier from yesterday. A handsome and cold face appeared in her mind. It was Shun Xiao whom she bumped into in the restaurant yesterday. He was really handsome and had a good figure. His waist and legs were absolutely top-notch. After she left, the villagers all laughed and felt that Tang Nianyan was too ignorant of herself. Even if she is pretty, she is just a country girl after all. How can she find a city cadre? Daydreaming. Tang Nianyan went to the captain's house to get a bicycle. An hour later, she arrived at the Red Star factory and went straight to the director's office. Director Wu came early in the morning and was restless, looking at the time from time to time. Although he didn't believe that the yellow-haired girl really had that ability, he still had some expectations. What if? If she could really accomplish it, he could severely slap Director Qian's annoying pig kidney face. After waiting from 7 to 8 o'clock, Director Wu couldn't sit still anymore and asked his secretary to call Tang Manin. Where is your niece? She went home and doesn't live with me. Tang Manin answered truthfully, sitting on the chair with her sticking up most of the side, trembling. She's not in the city? Director Wu raised his voice unconsciously. How could there be an 8th-level fitter in the countryside? Even if there was an 8th-level fitter in Jucheng, it must be in the city. He also suspected that Tang Nianyan had connections in Shanghai, and it was possible that she had rushed to Shanghai overnight to process parts. But he never expected that this girl would go back to the countryside?
No.
Not here. Tang Manin's forehead was covered with sweat, and his legs were shaking. He was worried about losing his job. He shouldn't have been so obsessed as to bring his niece to see the factory director yesterday. God bless the factory director not to vent his anger on him. Tang Manin sat there in fear and trepidation. Director Wu's mood changed from expectation to disappointment, and then to self-mockery. He actually believed in a yellow-haired girl. Can you find an 8th-level fitter? He is a big factory director, but he was fooled by a little girl. Director Wu sneered, got up and prepared to go to the workshop to check on Master's progress, when there was a knock on the door. Director, Comrade Tang is here. The secretary pushed open the door and said, "Let her in." Director Wu sat down, intending to listen to how this girl was going to get away with it. Tang Yanyan walked in, calmly put down the backpack, took out the cloth bag from it, and opened it, revealing 10 shiny parts. "Director Wu, let someone inspect it." Director Wu stared at the parts on the table. Before he became the director, he had worked in the workshop for more than 10 years. These parts were so beautiful that he could tell the difference even without using any measuring tools. "Secretary Li, call Master Su." Director Wu's breathing became rapid. Master Su was the highest level quality inspector in the factory. 5 minutes later, Master Su came with tools. He checked one by one. The office was very quiet and no one disturbed him. 10 minutes later, Master Su put down the tools and parts and said in surprise, "Director, who processed these?" "The precision is completely up to standard, better than Master S." "All of them are up to standard?" Director Wu suppressed his ecstasy and asked carefully, fearing that it was just false joy. "Yes, the precision of each one is the same, not a single mistake. This master's hands are too steady, definitely above level 7. Master Su was very excited. He had been doing quality inspection for 30 years, and his eyes were his ruler. He would never make a mistake. The master who processed this batch of parts must be at least level 7 and possibly level 8. Everyone in the office took a breath. Tang Manning stared at her niece, her heart burning. This girl really knows a master chef. Where did she know him? "Director Wu, do you believe me now?"
Tang Yanyan asked.
"I believe you. I was rude before." "Comrade Xiao Tang, please take a seat. Secretary Li will make tea." Director Wu's attitude changed drastically. He was arrogant before, but now he was a bit flattering. He wanted to use Tang Yanyan to dig the mysterious 7th level master to the factory to guard the factory. As long as the Red Star factory has a 7th level fitter, the Tianjin factory will never win again. "Comrade Xiao Tang, who is this 7th level master to you?" Director Wu asked amiably. "More than one." Tang Yanyan's expression was unfathomable. She could also be a 7th level lathe operator or a 7th level electrician. Hiss. Everyone took a breath again. More than one? Although the 7th level is not as powerful as the 8th level, it is not a cabbage. How can this girl know so many 7th level masters? "Comrade Xiao Tang, do you know several level 7 fitters?" Director Wu's eyes were about to light up. If all of them came to work in his factory, his Red Star would definitely dominate Jiangnan. There are also lathe operators and electricians. If Director Wu has a high-precision workpiece task, I can help. It will definitely be fast and good. Tang Yanyan was a little reserved and only mentioned lathe operators and electricians. He was afraid of scaring these people if he said too much. Director Wu swallowed hard and asked excitedly, "There are also level 7 lathe operators and level 7 electricians?" "Yes." Tang Yanyan nodded. "Comrade Xiao Tang, can they come to work in Red Star?" "The salary and benefits are definitely the highest in the city," Director Wu promised. "As long as there are level 7 masters, he can strive for more high-precision production tasks. In the future, when he goes to the city for meetings, he will definitely be the best director in the whole meeting. It's not convenient for them to come to work, but they can help with the work." Tang Yanyan refused. Director Wu was a little disappointed and asked several times. Tang Yanyan was very determined and said that she could help with the work, but would not come to work. "Comrade Xiao Tang, if you don't come to work, it will be difficult to get the salary and bonus." "It's easy. The director can give me a position, give me the salary and bonus, and I will pass it on to them." Tang Yanyan came up with an idea. She had thought it through on the way. Since the villagers spread gossip, she would take a stable job back. Old Mrs. Tang would probably be able to show off for half a month. "But I can't report to work every day, and I only process high-precision workpieces, and I can also help solve technical problems," Tang Yanyan said. Director Wu was a little embarrassed. If he didn't report to work every day, he would still have to pay wages. Others would definitely have opinions. But he couldn't bear to part with the 7th level master. Even if he couldn't come to work in the factory, he was still a 7th level master. In the future, if there were any difficult work pieces in the factory, He wouldn't have to worry about it. Comrade Xiao Tang, if you don't report to work every day, your salary will definitely not be paid according to full attendance. Director Wu asked in a negotiating tone. How much?
Tang Mianyan asked.
Level 7 salary is 118 yuan. If you don't come to work, I will give you 98 yuan, and the bonus and benefits will remain unchanged. Director Wu said. Tang Manin took a breath and almost bit his tongue. 98 yuan? Oh my god. He worked so hard for a month and only got 18 yuan, but his niece can earn 98 yuan without coming to work. Is this fair? Director Wu, I'm more than a fitter. I'm a rare technical talent. Tang Nianyan was not satisfied. It was only 98 yuan. She might as well go to Tianjin. I will process this batch of parts, so let's not talk about this. Tang Nianyan planned to go to Tianjin's Director Qian. I heard that he was quite straightforward and should be more generous than Director Wu. Comrade Tang, don't worry. I haven't finished yet. The salary is 98 yuan per month, but every time you overcome a technical problem, you'll get a bonus. The amount is determined according to the difficulty, at least 50. How about it? Director Wu hurriedly changed his words. He was worried that this girl would go to Director Qian. His Tang Manin bit his tongue again, and he could no longer feel the pain. It was completely numb. Okay. Tang Nianyan agreed. She would see if Director Wu was generous at that time. If he was stingy, she would fire him. Director Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, keeping this bodhisattva. This batch of work pieces is not small, Comrade Xiao Tang. How can we transport it to you? Put it at the factory gate, and I'll pick it up at 7 o'clock in the evening. Tang Nianyan said the time, but she didn't leave, waiting for Director Wu to say. It's only the beginning of the month, and it stands to reason that this month's salary should be calculated. Fortunately, Director Wu reacted quickly and asked Secretary Li to go through the factory entry procedures for Tang Nianyan, and the work permit was also processed, with Tang Nianyan's name on it. Tang Nianyan had a household registration book and a photo, so it was very smooth to handle it. Her photo was also pasted on the work permit, but she was not yet a formal employee of the Red Star Machinery Factory because it had not been registered with the Labor Bureau. Director Wu said that she would have to wait until next month to apply, and only after the Labor Bureau had filed it could her household registration be transferred to the city. In the future, she would be a city dweller who ate commercial grain. Director Wu explained it in detail to avoid Tang Nianyan's misunderstanding. As long as the salary is not small, it's fine. Tang Nianyan didn't care. She had plenty of food in her space, so it would be fine if she delayed it for a few months. This month, we can only pay 2/3 of the salary, but there will be a bonus for the completion of this batch of work pieces. You and Master will each get half, 50 each. Director Wu smiled. Okay. Tang Nianyan agreed. She followed Secretary Li to the finance office to collect her salary, 63 yuan, a brand new big unity, and 3 1-yuan bills. Tang Manin's eyes were red. He worked hard for half a year, but it was not as good as his niece's 1 month. How could this girl make money so easily? The uncle and nephew walked one after the other. Tang Nianyan had no expression on his face, just like usual, but Tang Manin walked with a fluttering look, as if he was flying in the clouds. Even now he still felt unreal. Is his niece a formal employee now? He had been giving gifts for 5 years, smiling and flattering, but he still hadn't been hired as a regular employee. But his niece had only been in the city for 3 days, and she was already a regular employee, earning 98 yuan a month. The highest paid worker in the workshop was Master, but his niece's salary was not as high as his. Nianyan, where did you get to know the 7th level master? Tang Manin was extremely curious. My classmate introduced me to him. Tang Nianyan blamed everything on her classmate. Her original body had no other channels to get to know outsiders except her classmates. Your classmate is amazing. Tang Manin was extremely envious. Why didn't he meet such a capable classmate when he was studying? Nianyan, do you think? Can you get my second uncle a permanent employee? Tang Manin was extremely embarrassed. As an elder, he had to ask a little girl for help.
No, Heri.
Tang Nianyan did not refuse. Director Wu was not easy to talk to. She would have to wait until she showed some skills in the future to really impress Director Wu. Nian, do you really have a way? Tang Manyin was overjoyed. If his niece really helped him get a permanent job, in his heart, his niece would definitely be more important than his son in the future. Yes. Tang Manyin nodded, and instead of returning to the dormitory, she told Tang Manyin, "Don't talk about my affairs in the workshop. When Second Aunt comes back, ask her to find out if there are any scrapped hand crank sock machines in her factory and how much they are worth if they are sold." Why are you asking about sock machines? What use are they if they are scrapped? Tang Manyin was confused for a moment. The scrap machines could only be sold as scrap copper and iron. It would be a waste of money to spend money on that thing. You ask Second Aunt to ask, it will benefit you. Tang Manyan's voice became colder, and Tang Manyin felt a chill on his back. He didn't dare to ask any more questions and agreed obediently. Let's go. Tang Manyin left. She was going to the second cotton mill. The security guard said that she would register today. Since she would not report to the Labor Bureau until next month, it would definitely not affect her going to the cotton mill to take the recruitment exam. After the exam is over next Wednesday, the results will be announced in a week at most. If she passed the exam, she would sell the job. Tang Manyin rode her bike to the second cotton mill. The old man knew her. After all, such a pretty girl was rare. On the second floor of the office building, go directly to the personnel office to sign up. Thank you, old man. Tang Manyin handed the old man a dozen cigarettes. She had a lot of cigarettes in her space. Doomsday cigarettes were worthless because they couldn't satisfy hunger. Take them back quickly, you girl are too loose. The old man was shocked. He couldn't take so many cigarettes. But Tang Manyin walked very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The old man smiled and shook his head, lit a cigarette, took a big puff, held it in his mouth for a long time, and then slowly exhaled the smoke, looking very satisfied. The old man collected the remaining cigarettes and kept them for later smoking. Tang Manyin found the personnel office. There were already people signing up in the office. They were all young men and women, and they looked well-dressed and from well-off families. Sign up. Tang Manyin took out her household registration booklet, photos, and high school diploma. Who asked you to sign up? The middle-aged woman in charge of the registration wore glasses, had a serious face, high cheekbones, and looked difficult to get along with. The woman's surname was Yang, and her name was Yang Aihua. She found it strange that Tang Manyin had a rural household registration. The second factory did not even announce the recruitment this time, and it was basically an internal relationship. How did this rural girl know about it? My uncle, he works in the Power Supply Bureau. Tang Manyin made up an uncle casually, and Yang Aihua understood and did not ask any more questions. There are 2 positions to be recruited this time. One has been internally appointed to the daughter of Director Hao of the cotton mill. There are many people vying for the other vacancy, but there is only one vacancy. The factory director did not want to offend anyone, so he simply asked everyone to take the exam. It depends on their ability. Whoever passes the exam will get it. It is normal for people from the Power Supply Bureau to know the news. As a power tiger, all the factories in the city have to respect it. Fill it out and put it here. The exam will be at 9:30 next Wednesday morning. Don't be late. Yang Aihua said. Got it. Tang Manyin filled out the registration form and left. It was almost noon. Tang Manyin went to the state-owned restaurant to eat. The braised pork yesterday was so delicious that she wanted to have 2 more servings. Comrade, 2 servings of braised pork, 1 serving of braised pork ribs, and 2 bowls of rice. Tang Manyin stood at the window to order food. The porridge she had in the morning had all turned into water. After paying, Tang Manyin was about to go back to her seat to wait, but when she turned around, she bumped into someone again. Looking up, she saw a very handsome face that looked a little familiar. Shun Xiao raised his lips, bent down to pick up the food coupons and money on the ground, stuffed them into Tang Manyin, and whispered, "Put them here." "Thank you." Tang Manyin stuffed them into her pocket casually, walked a few steps, and couldn't help but look back, just in time to meet Shin Zhao's eyes. This guy was also looking at her, with more doting and teasing in his eyes. Tang Manyin pouted, Is this guy interested in her? They met in the restaurant for 2 consecutive days, which was quite fate, but it was a pity that she didn't have time to fall in love now. Otherwise, it would be nice to flirt with this guy. Tang Yanyan turned decisively after glaring at Shen Xiao. The smile in Shen Zhao's eyes deepened. This girl was still as carefree as when she was little, and her temper seemed to be getting worse and worse. Comrade Shen, have you got the food? Zhou Jin came over. He had been waiting for a long time, but Shen Zhao's braised pork didn't come. When he came over, he saw this guy staring at the beautiful girl from yesterday. It's not ready yet. Shen Zhao's expression was very calm, and he didn't change his face even when he lied. Zhou Jin didn't believe him. Those who ordered food later than them had already received the food. He guaranteed with the soles of his feet that Comrade Shen Xiao definitely fell in love at first sight with the beautiful girl from yesterday. Tang Yanyan sat for a while, then came over to get the food, and bumped into Shen Xiao again. Here. Shen Xiao handed her a pair of chopsticks. His hands were very beautiful, with distinct joints, slender and strong, like a pianist's hands, but a little darker. Thank you. Tang Yanyan took the chopsticks. She was very satisfied with Shen Xiao holding the other end of the chopsticks. She had many problems. She didn't like others holding the end of the chopsticks for picking up food. She felt uncomfortable. You're welcome. Shen Xiao glanced at her, picked up 2 bowls of food and left. Tang Yanyan also returned to her seat. Just as she sat down, Zhou Jin came over and asked with a smile. Girl, can we share a table? He gave up the seat he had occupied before. Opportunities are created by people. Comrade Xiao Shen is young and shy. As an old comrade, he must create conditions for the younger generation. Okay.
Not that.
There were many guests in the restaurant, and many guests would share tables. She moved some of her dishes over and gave up half of the table. Lil Shen, this way. Zhou Jin waved his hand. Shen Xiao was stunned and walked towards him. There are no seats. This girl is kind enough to share the table with us. Zhou Jin explained with a smile. Shen Xiao glanced at him and sat next to Tang Yanyan. Today, there were only 2 of them. They ordered 4 dishes, braised pork, stir-fried vegetables, pickled mustard greens and pork shreds, and a 3 fresh soup. Together with Tang Yanyan's dish, the table was full. Girl, do you work nearby? Zhou Jin was very talkative and very familiar. He asked Tang Yanyan after eating a few bites.
No.
Tang Yanyan's tone was cold. She didn't like talking to strangers, especially when eating meat. Zhou Jin felt her indifference and shut up wisely. He secretly felt that Shen Xiao had fallen in love with an iceberg beauty, and it might be difficult to pursue her. Girl, try our dishes. This pickled mustard greens and pork shreds is very good. The atmosphere at the dinner table was a bit cold. Shen Xiao and Tang Yanyan didn't talk. The air was cold, which seriously affected Zhou Jin's appetite. He could only bite the bullet to warm up the atmosphere. She doesn't eat pickled mustard greens. Shen Xiao suddenly said. He remembered that what Nian Nian hated the most was pickled mustard greens. She would only eat pickled mustard greens when they were used as stuffing, and she would not eat a single bite when they were made into dishes. Tang Yanyan suddenly raised her head and stared at Shen Xiao. How did this guy know that she didn't like snow mustard? Apart from yesterday, today was their second meeting. Although they were obviously strangers, this man acted as if he knew her very well. Tang Yanyan's body suddenly tensed up and her expression became alert. Just now there was some snow vegetables in your pork chops, and you took it out. Shen Xiao explained softly. Tang Yanyan's vigilance dropped a little. There were indeed a few slices of snow vegetable on the braised pork ribs. They might have been stuck on the rice spoon. The man observed it very carefully. She didn't eat the pickled mustard greens and shredded pork, nor did she speak. She just lowered her head to eat. The cold air emanating from her body clearly wrote 2 words, do not disturb. Zhou Jin didn't say anything else. No matter how eloquent he was, he needed someone to support him. Otherwise, he couldn't sing by himself. Tang Yanyan's appetite was as good as ever. After finishing all the food, she got up and left. He didn't even look at Shen Xiao. This girl is hard to chase, Xiao Shen. Why don't you find another one? Zhou Jin advised kindly. She has a bad temper and a cold personality. If you really marry her, won't you treat her like the Empress Dowager?
Eat.
Chun Xiao ignored him, feeling even colder. Zhou Jin sighed softly. This meal froze his teeth, so he would have to go back and have a cup of hot tea to warm himself up. Tang Nianyan went to the grove and slipped into the space to plant crops. The rice seedlings had already been grown. The growth rate of plants in the space was much faster than outside. She found a rice transplanter and planted all the seedlings, covering about 50 acres of land. The water in the fields was brought in from the river by her, and she also attracted a lot of fish and shrimp to raise and eat. After working in the space for an afternoon, it was dark outside. Tang Nianyan took out the truck directly from the space and drove to the Red Star factory. Sure enough, there were several boxes of work pieces piled up at the door. Tang Manning stood at the door, looking around, and his nose was running due to the cold. Director Wu and the workshop director were also waiting for Tang Nianyan. They saw the truck but did not associate it with Tang Nianyan. Director Wu. Tang Nianyan leaned out of the car window and waved. The strong light from the headlights made it impossible for them to open their eyes. Tang Manning squinted, and it took him a long time to recognize his niece. He was shocked. How could this girl know how to drive?
Nianyan, when did you learn to drive?
Tang Manning ran over and touched the truck curiously. This car was really majestic. A classmate taught me. Tang Nianyan's nonchalant tone made Tang Manning even more envious and jealous. No wonder his father always said that girls are blessed. By going to the city to study, they can meet so many capable classmates, get cheap rice and Dacron cloth, meet a 7th-level master, and even get a truck. If his niece tells him one day that she can fly a plane, Tang Manning thinks he will not be surprised. Director Wu, I've taken the goods away and will deliver them to you at 7 o'clock in the evening 3 days later. Tang Nianyan didn't dare to deliver the goods during the day because her car had no license and was an illegal one. Director Wu nodded excitedly. He now had a more accurate understanding of Tang Nianyan's identity. Those so-called 7th-level master chefs were probably the master chefs of the state-owned factories in Shanghai. They had jobs but wanted to earn extra money outside, so they let Tang Nianyan contact the business. All the things that happened were handled by Tang Nianyan, as it was not convenient for those master chefs to show up. This kind of thing is very normal. He used to work in a workshop and knew that many master craftsmen would go out to earn extra money. As long as it did not affect their main job, the leaders would turn a blind eye even if they knew about it. He is to get along well with Tang Girl. Whether Red Star Factory can become the big brother of Zhucheng in the future depends entirely on this girl. Director Wu asked the workers to load the goods onto the truck. Tang Nianyan jumped into the truck swiftly, started the car, waved at them, turned the car around nimbly, and drove away. This driving skill is better than many experienced drivers. Master Tang, your niece is no ordinary girl. Director Wu sighed. She has such a strong network of contacts at such a young age, and is also very capable. She will definitely have a bright future. The small city of Zhucheng might not be able to hold this girl back. How great can a little girl like her be? She's just brave. Although Tang Manning thought that his niece was quite capable, he still had to be humble in his words. Director Wu smiled, put his hands behind his back, walked away with his feet turned outward, and hummed a little tune. 3 days later, he will be able to slap Director Qian's big face hard.
Haha.
Tang Nianyan drove directly back to Tang Village. When she was almost at the entrance of the village, she put the car into the space and rode into the village. The dogs at the entrance of the village barked a few times and then stopped because they recognized someone from the same village. Several dogs ran over and wagged their tails enthusiastically at Tang Nianyan, some black, some spotted, some white, and some yellow. Tang Nianyan stopped the car and took out a few cans of dog food from the space. In her previous life, she was in the late stage of food shortage panic disorder and was busy collecting supplies every day. No matter what supplies they were, as long as she saw them, she would put them into the space. The most collected items were all kinds of food, both for humans and dogs. The centenarian was tired of canned dog food, and there was still a lot left in the space, so she often gave it to the dogs in the village. Now she is the dog king of the village. With a single order, she can command all the vicious dogs in the village. Don't steal, Tang Niannian warned in a low voice, and the dogs lined up obediently. The old dogs, who were known as one of the bullies in the village, were more obedient than the bully dogs in front of her. The bully dogs are really well-behaved. Tang Niannian opened the can and gave each dog one food. The dogs' eyes lit up with joy and they started eating with a clamor. Woof, woof, woof. It's so delicious. The dogs have no regrets in their lives. If Bai Sui were here, he would be able to translate for Tang Niannian. The happiness of these dogs at this moment has reached its highest point. Tang Niannian poured a pile of dog food on the ground. People are not able to eat enough nowadays, so raising a dog basically depends on self-sufficiency, with one meal full and one meal hungry. The dogs quickly finished their cans and went to eat dog food. The dogs formed a circle, eating with big mouthfuls and their tails wagging. Don't eat, or you'll eat in the future. Tang Niannian squatted down to train the dog. The dogs in the village have a habit of eating. This is a very bad habit and must be changed. Woof woof. Several dogs responded with low barks and wanted to lick Tang Niannian's hands. This was the dog's way of expressing their affection, so Tang Niannian quickly backed away. You've eaten. Don't get close to me, Tang Niannian warned in a low voice. She saw this spotted dog eating the past 2 days.
Ugh.
The spotted dog wagged its tail aggrievedly, its eyes wet. It would not eat anymore. Remember, no eating. Tang Niannian stood up and rode away on her bike. The villagers were still awake at this time, but not many lights were on as they were reluctant to spend money on electricity. Only a few households had dim lights on, and shadows were dim. Tang Niannian wanted to go to the captain's house to return the car first, and then go into the city to deliver the goods 3 days later. Have you bought the dishes for the wedding banquet? Guohua said that thrift is an important principle now, so he should set an example himself. We won't have a big banquet, but we'll invite relatives and villagers to a home-cooked meal. A few tables will be enough. It has to be Guohua. People who are cadres have high ideological awareness. I'm not bragging, but my Guohua is 1 in 100. There is no one more outstanding than Guohua in the whole commune. Otherwise, why would Yang Hongling be so eager to marry him? Qi's mother was very proud and boasted about her son. Several other women also praised her. Tang Niannian stopped and hid behind a tree. In front of them was the Qi family. Qi's mother and several women were talking at the door. Although the Qi family had a bad reputation, there were always some flatterers in the village who rushed to flatter Qi Guohua, hoping to get some glory. My family has never done anything wrong to Tang Niannian. Her reputation has been ruined, but my Guohua didn't despise her. She was the one who insisted on breaking off the engagement. My family even paid 200 yuan in compensation. Not 100? The other 100 is what your family owes the Tang family? Someone asked in surprise. Anyway, my family paid the money, and Guohua has never done anything wrong to Tang Niannian. With my Guohua's conditions, he can find any girl. Humph, it will be difficult for Tang Niannian to get married in the future. She has been touched by all men, and even blind men would not marry her. Qi's mother sneered a few times and was extremely sarcastic to Tang Niannian. The 200 yuan hurt more than digging out her heart. She and Tang Niannian will never reconcile in this life. Anyway, her son has already married. Although Yang Hongling is a little ugly, she is a city girl and has connections. In the future, her son will rise to prominence in the army, and her family will be the first in the village. If it were in ancient times, she would be the imperial lady in the opera. Who would dare to disrespect her? Tang Niannian, this little, will definitely regret it in the future and kneel down in front of her to beg for mercy. She will never forgive her. The more Qi's mother thought about it, the more beautiful it became. It seemed that she had already put on the imperial clothes and accepted Tang Niannian's kneeling begging for mercy, with a smug smile on her face. Everyone else curled their lips and was too lazy to slap Qi's mother in the face. It was obvious that Tang Niannian was framed by your Qi family, and Tang Niannian's reputation was ruined, and Qi Guochuan's reputation was not much better. It was just that Tang Laolu was timid. After being beaten by Chiguahua, he didn't dare to come to the door to make trouble again. Otherwise, Chiguachuan's reputation would be even worse. Come to my house for a drink tomorrow. Chi's mother invited enthusiastically, and everyone agreed.
Ouch.
Chi's mother suddenly covered her face, and everyone else was shocked.
Ouch.
Which evildoer threw stones and smashed the nest?
Ouch.
Chi's mother was in so much pain that tears came out of her eyes and blood flowed from the gaps between her fingers covering her mouth. A stone hit her and knocked out her 2 middle front teeth. Her speech was as limp as that of her daughter-in Luoyang Hongling. In the dark, Tang Nian clapped her hands and rode away. Chi's mother's curses came from behind, but Tang Nian pretended not to hear them. She taught the old woman a lesson first, and then taught Chiguahua a lesson in 2 days. Tang Nian went to the captain's house to return the car. She didn't bring anything this time. She saved Tang Hongxing, and this great favor was enough to borrow a few $100s to return the car. Nian, are you not going into the city? The third aunt was washing clothes in the yard and asked curiously. I'll go again in a few days. Tang Nian took a piece of dried sweet potato from the winnowing basket and ate it. Although third aunt was a little stingy, she loved cleanliness. The dried sweet potato she dried was especially delicious. There were sesame seeds sprinkled on both sides, which was very fragrant. Third aunt, I'll give you sweet potatoes. Can you help me dry them? I'll pay you. Tang Nian ate a piece and couldn't help but took another piece to chew. It was so delicious. Why do you need to pay for drying some sweet potatoes? Just bring your sweet potatoes here. Third aunt laughed. She thought it was just a matter of drying a few dozen pounds. It was a simple thing for her, so she didn't have the nerve to ask for money. Okay, bring it here in a few days. Tang Nian agreed. There were still tens of thousands of pounds of sweet potatoes in the space. She took out a few £100 to dry the sweet potatoes. Seeing that she liked it, third aunt washed her hands, went in a house to get a clean cloth, poured all the sweet potatoes in the winnowing basket into it, tied a knot, and asked her to take it home to eat. Thank you, third aunt. Tang Nian was not polite at all, and walked away with the dried sweet potatoes in her arms. After walking a few steps, she thought for a while, and came back, took out a pheasant from her backpack, and threw it at third aunt's feet. I didn't exchange all of them in the city, and these are the leftovers. Now we can't say buying and selling, we can only say exchanging. Third aunt suddenly realized that this girl went to the city every day to exchange prey. Take it back, quickly. Third aunt picked up the pheasant and chased after her, but Tang Nian walked very fast and disappeared in a short while. She picked up the pheasant and found it weighed at least 4 or 5 pounds. This girl, she really doesn't want to take advantage of anything. Third aunt smiled and shook her head, but she was still very happy in her heart. She carried the pheasant back to the house, prepared to boil water and kill the chicken, and hung it on the beam to make a dried chicken so that she could have a hard dish when the commune leaders came to inspect the work. Where did the chicken come from? The captain was listening to the radio in the house. The battery was dead, and the sound was as weak as an old lady hanging herself, and you had to put your ear close to the radio to hear it clearly. Nian gave it to her. She said it was what was left over from exchanging things in the city. This girl didn't take advantage of it at all. The third aunt smiled and talked about the dried sweet potatoes, and went to boil water neatly. This girl. The captain smiled, and felt more and more that people are really different. They both jumped into the river, but Nian girl was like a different person, but his daughter was still so stupid. Alas. After leaving the captain's house, Tang Nian did not go home first, but went to the back mountain. He hadn't visited the 2 old people in the cowshed for several days. They should still be alive, right? There was a faint light in the cowshed. There was no electricity on the mountain, and they had no kerosene. What was lit was a torch. Pine oil from the mountain was smeared on branches, which was a simple torch, but the smoke was very large, choking the eyes and throat. Zhang Xueqing leaned over to the torch and read an incomplete newspaper with great interest. There were traces of oil on the newspaper. The date was a few months ago. This newspaper was picked up by Deng Chongxing on the mountain. It might be used to wrap snacks in someone's house. After the snacks were eaten, The wind blew the newspaper to the mountain, and he happened to pick it up. Deng Chongsheng could not read many words and had no interest in newspapers, but he knew that Zhang Xueqing liked to read them, so he took them back. Zhang Xueqing was overjoyed. He leaned over to the torch every night to read them. His eyes were red from the smoke, but he was reluctant to move away. Old Zhang, don't read it anymore, you're going to go blind. Deng Chongsheng added some firewood to the fire and couldn't help but advise him. Old Zhang had read this small newspaper hundreds of times. After reading it, he told him that he, who could not read a single word, could recite it by heart. Take another look. Zhang Xueqing didn't even raise his head. He hadn't seen a newspaper for several years. Every day he was either on the farm or in the mountains. He knew nothing about the outside world. He was now blind and didn't know anything. This newspaper was like a window to the outside world, telling him a lot of things. Old Deng, the outside world has changed a lot. Zhang Xueqing's thin face was full of excitement. This was a Zhejiang provincial daily. There were a lot of current affairs on it. Although it was only half a page, he still knew a lot. For example, several speculators in Wuqing next door were arrested, but they were not severely punished. They were only verbally educated and fined a little before being released. Although it seemed like a trivial matter, it explained a very important thing. The world is about to change. Is it really going to change? No way. Deng Chongsheng was half believing and half doubting. Although he comforted old Zhang every day, he was really unsure. There was really no hope for this life. It's absolutely true. Just wait and see. In 3 years at most, the world will be very different. Zhang Xueqing was full of confidence, his eyes sparkling behind his glasses. He was full of strength now. He had always kept those precious data in his mind and recited them every day. Even after so many years, he had not forgotten them. As long as the motherland needed him, he was always ready. Tang Nianyan walked towards the cowshed.
It was dark on the mountain.
No one was going up the mountain at this time, so she could enter the cowshed openly. She made a little noise on purpose, and Deng Chongsheng came out and whispered, "Who?"
Me. Tang Niani an Zponde.
She had already reached the door of the cowshed, and when she saw the conditions inside, she couldn't help but frown. Although she had no sympathy, she still felt a little uncomfortable when she saw such living conditions. Zhang Xueqing and Deng Chongsheng were both people who had contributed to the country, and they shouldn't be treated like this. This cowshed was a shed for raising cattle in Tang village. Later, a temporary thatched house was built for the people sent from above to live in. It was ventilated on all sides and was very damp. The cows next door defecated and urinated, and the smell was very strong. It was cold in winter, smelly in summer, and there were many mosquitoes. Even ghosts would hate such a place. There was not even an oil lamp. The torches stuck on the pillars could blind people. There was also a thin quilt on the bed, which could not keep warm in winter. Fortunately, there was a lot of firewood on the mountain, so as long as the fire kept burning in winter, there was no problem keeping warm. "Girl, what's your name?" Deng Chongsheng couldn't help asking. Thanks to the meat and food sent by this girl, the swelling of his and Lao Zheng's bodies subsided, and their spirits were much better. This kindness must be remembered in our hearts. "Tang Nianyan, Tang Qingshan is my grandfather." Deng Chongsheng was very excited. "You are Tang Qingshan's granddaughter?" "Haha, I know your grandfather." He had fought the Japanese in Zhucheng and was not familiar with the local terrain. The local guerrillas sent Tang Qingshan to serve as their guide. Later, after the war, he also left his contact information to Tang Qingshan, but he fought everywhere and his address changed frequently, so he lost contact with Tang Qingshan. I didn't expect that the strong man actually had such a beautiful granddaughter. No wonder she was so good at hunting. "Did your grandfather ask you to come?" Deng Chongsheng thought that his old friend recognized him and asked his granddaughter to come to help. Tang Nianyan shook her head. "My grandfather passed away a few years ago." "How did you get to know him?" Deng Chongsheng looked gloomy, sighed, and talked about the past, praising Tang Qingshan. "Your grandfather is a hero." "Must-us." Tang Nianyan nodded. Although she had never met Grandpa Tang Qingshan, She also worshipped him. The old man was not very educated, but he was brave, righteous, and principled. It was a pity that he died too early, otherwise the Tang family would not have been broken up in the previous life. With Grandpa Tang Qingshan as a bond, Deng Chongqing's vigilance was completely gone. He was very affectionate to Tang Niannian, just like his own granddaughter. Here, Tang Niannian couldn't bear it anymore. She reached into the backpack and took out an oil lamp and a plastic bottle of kerosene from the space. They were all previous stocks. Use this, don't go blind. Tang Niannian's tone was not very good. She spent so much effort on the investment, she couldn't do a loss-making business. Zhang Xueqing was a big shot in technology, and his eyes must be protected. Deng Chongqing grinned and laughed. He liked this girl's straightforward personality. She spoke as poisonously as her grandfather. It was really interesting. Thank you. Thank you for your kindness, young lady. If I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay you. Zhang Xueqing spoke in a very elegant manner and wanted to bow to Tang Niannian, but she stopped him. Repayment is a must. I'm not a bodhisattva, and I don't do charity. Tang Niannian was speaking the truth and her attitude was not good, but Zhang Xueqing and Deng Chongqing felt that this girl was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She was afraid that they would not accept it, so she deliberately said such harsh words. What a good girl with the heart of a bodhisattva. Here, Tang Niannian glanced at the incomplete newspaper, then reached into the backpack and took out a stack of newspapers stained with a lot of oil. They were left over from wrapping work pieces, daily newspapers, evening newspapers, industrial newspapers, commercial newspapers. Everything you can think of.
I'll give you clean ones next time.
Tang Niannian felt a little embarrassed after touching her hands with black oil. The newspapers were too dirty to even wipe her. The captain had a lot of newspapers, so she would ask Old Lady Tang to get some tomorrow. These are great. Thank you. Thank you. Zhang Xueqing was so excited that his pupils dilated. He sorted the newspapers as if they were treasures. They were all from this year, so great. Tang Niannian carefully looked at the complexion of the two old people. The swelling had subsided and they looked fine, but they were still very thin and looked malnourished. With such a body, they might get sick again next month. They must not give Lu Jinglan a chance. Tang Niannian thought about it, walked out, and came back soon with a cloth bag in her hand, which contained milk powder. The canned milk powder in the space could not be taken out, but could only be poured out. She took out a pheasant, a hare, and a bag of more than 20 kilograms of flour. Her backpack was like a treasure chest, and she could never take out all the things. Zhang Xueqing and Deng Chongqing's eyes were wide open, and they kept saying, "Don't take any more. That's enough." Tang Niannian ignored them and walked to the stove. The oil can was empty, cleaner than the faces of the two old people. She filled it with peanut oil, and then filled the salt can. "Take care of yourself, don't get sick, and repay me in the future," Tang Niannian said seriously, and walked away. The two old people looked at the things in the house stupidly, as if they were dreaming that fairies had been sent from the sky to bring them so many supplies. "Old Deng, hide the things." Zhang Xueqing reacted and said that these things must not be discovered by others. They had to be hidden, otherwise it would implicate Nian girl. "Yes, dig a hole." Deng Chongqing took a sickle and dug a hole under the bed, while Zhang Xueqing poured out the soil. The two worked together and soon dug a 1-meter deep hole, padded it with some hay, put everything Tang Niannian brought in, covered it with wooden boards, and padded it with soil. "You have to eat the milk powder quickly, old Zhang, you eat it." Deng Chongqing smelled the milk powder. It had a strong milky aroma. This was good stuff. "Let's eat together. We must take good care of ourselves and repay you in the future." Zhang Xueqing's eyes were moist. A few days ago, he was still at the bottom of the abyss, dark and gloomy. He had lost faith in this world and didn't even want to live. But now the sun is shining, spring is here, and the flowers are blooming. He must live well. "Yes." Deng Chongqing smiled and nodded. Only by living would he have the opportunity to repay his gratitude. He went to boil water. Each of them made a cup of milk powder and drank it while it was hot. The warm and sweet milk warmed their stiff joints and made them feel very comfortable. After the two dealt with the pheasants and hares, they used the remaining hot water to soak their feet. Old Zhang, burn those newspapers after you finish reading one. Deng Chongsheng instructed. I know. Zhang Xueqing nodded. While soaking his feet, he read the newspaper by the oil lamp. The oil lamp was much brighter than a torch. He was so engrossed in reading that he didn't even notice that the water in the basin had cooled down. Deng Chongsheng shook his head, poured hot water for his old friend, and added firewood to the fire. The room became much warmer. Tang Niannian had already arrived home and heard the old lady Tang scolding from a distance.
Get lost.
I will definitely eat the tofu rice you prepare. I think it's unlucky for a couple to get married. Second aunt, there was a misunderstanding between our two families. We have paid the money and called off the marriage. Guohua and I have always respected you. If your family has any problems in the future, we will definitely do our best to help. I don't care if you are always angry and say bad things. If you are still not angry enough, you can beat me and scold me. Chi's father spoke slowly, and his attitude was particularly good. In comparison, it made old lady Tang look even more arrogant and domineering. Do I need your help? Get out. If you don't get out, don't blame me for being rude. Old lady Tang was furious. She had never seen such a shameless person. He had done so many bad things, and now he pretended to be a good person. The Chi family had said all the good and bad things. He actually had the nerve to invite her and Nian girl to a wedding banquet? Old lady Tang put her hands on her hips, and her short stature blocked the gate of the courtyard, blocking Chi Guohua and his son outside. Grandma, why don't you eat for free? Go tomorrow. Tang Niannian came over and looked at the father and son coldly. She knew the Chi family's plan very well. Didn't they just want to annoy her? Humph, let the father and son be proud for 2 days, and then they will just cry. Niannian, I am sincere. Although we can't be together, in my heart, you are just like my sister. Chi Guohua shamelessly performed his deep affection. Tang Niannian rubbed his arms vigorously and interrupted him. Don't discuss me here. It's just a marriage with Yang Hongling. You made such a fuss. People who don't know would think you married a sow. Don't insult pigs, you little girl. Old Mrs. Tang suddenly interrupted. She learned from her granddaughter. Is Yang Hongling, that, worthy of being compared with a pig? Chi Guohua and his sons' faces darkened, and they suppressed their anger. In the future, their Chi family will only get better and better, while the Tang family will get worse and worse. It is enough for them to show generosity. When people outside talk about it, they will definitely praise the Chi family for being broad-minded and the Tang family for being unreasonable. Grandma, I was wrong.
Tang Niannian apologized sincerely.
It was true that she couldn't insult Juju. She said coldly to Chi Guohua, I will go to congratulate you and Yang Hongling tomorrow. Don't come to my house in the future. You are too dirty. Don't dirty my threshold. Tang Niannian, don't go too far. Chi Guohua changed his face and glared at him. Nian girl, you are still angry. We don't care if you curse a few times. After all, your brother Guohua will be a cadre in the future. He is not so tolerant. Chi's father said with a fake smile. It sounded like he was comforting Tang Niannian, but every word was poking people's lungs. Old Mrs. Tang was so angry that she wanted to curse again, but was stopped by Tang Niannian. You haven't become a cadre yet, but you're almost showing off. You Chi family are too shallow. My Bai Sui has to in a deeper pit. As soon as Tang Niannian finished speaking, Bai Sui flashed out, raised his legs towards Chi Guohua, and spit a lot. A shallow gully was left on the ground.
Ha ha, ha ha.
Old Mrs. Tang laughed so hard that tears came out, and Tang Jujin laughed too. The laughter of the grandparents and grandchildren broke through the sky and was heard by the whole village. Bai Sui shook his legs, looked at Chi Guohua with contempt, and walked to Tang Niannian. Chi Guohua's face was pale and blue, and his fists were clenched tightly. He secretly warned himself to be patient. After being promoted, he would be proud. By the way, you will be promoted to platoon leader at most, right? How much is the monthly allowance? About 20. Tang Niannian sneered, with a look of extreme disdain. She remembered that the book said that when Chi Guohua was promoted for the first time, he was a platoon leader, and his monthly allowance seemed to be 18 yuan. Tang Nianyan, you're a country girl. You're so arrogant. Aren't you afraid of hurting your waist? Chi Guohua sneered coldly. Even if he was just a small platoon leader, he was the first in Tang village. The captain's son Tang Jianjun was also a soldier in the army. Don't be afraid. I get 98 yuan a month. My back is strong. Tang Nianyan rolled her eyes and took out her work ID card from the Red Star Machinery Factory from her pocket. On it was her beautiful photo, her name, and her job type special talent. Because her job type was difficult to classify, Director Wu asked the office to write special talent, which means people who specialize in special jobs. Tang Nianyan waved her work ID card in front of the father and son several times and said coldly, "Did you see it clearly? This girl gets 98 yuan a month, and you get 20 yuan a month. How dare you show off in my house? You get 98? Impossible, Tang Nianyan. Where did you get the fake ID card?" Chi Guohua looked at him as if he was a fool. If Tang Nianyan said she was a temporary worker, he would believe it, but this idiot boasted to the sky and said that the salary was 98. How many people in Jucheng can get such a high salary? Chi's father and old lady Tang didn't believe it either, thinking that Tang Nianyan was bragging. Believe it or not, I don't need to explain to you what I did. Get out. Tang Nianyan was too lazy to explain. She put away her work permit and glanced at Bai Sui.
Woof. Get out.
Bai Sui bared his fangs and barked angrily. Chi Guohua and his son took several steps back in fear. This dog was more ferocious than a wolf. If they were bitten, their bones might be broken. The father and son left in dismay, still discussing the work permit on the way. It must be fake. Tang Manin is a temporary worker at Hongxing. He must have got the fake certificate. Chi's father sneered, thinking that the Tang family was really stupid. In the future, Tang village will no longer belong to the Tang family, and it will be up to their Chi family to have the final say. Chi Guohua also thought it was impossible and smiled disdainfully. Old Lady Tang from the Tang family was teaching her granddaughter. "You stupid thing, you are so boastful. It would be better for you to get a temporary worker certificate than this. This thing is not believed by dogs." Really? Tang Nianyan took out the salary she received today from her pocket, and the colorful banknotes blinded everyone's eyes. This month, only 2/3 is counted. 63 yuan, Grandma. I'll give you 20. Tang Nianyan took out 2 big unity bills and stuffed them into Old Lady Tang. She also gave 5 yuan to Su Jinfeng. The original body and the adoptive mother were not very close, but although Su Jinfeng had selfish intentions, her mind was not bad. "Me too? Thank you, Nianyan." Su Jinfeng couldn't close her mouth, holding the 5 yuan in her hand. She was overjoyed. This was the first time she got so much money since she was a child. "Yours." Tang Nianyan took out 2 packs of Dakianmen cigarettes, bought in the county town, and stuffed them into Tang Manjin. Tang Manjin loves to smoke, but he can't afford filter cigarettes, so he grows tobacco leaves on the mountain, dries them, cuts them into shreds, and rolls them with old homework paper. He smokes them with great force, and coughs several times after taking a puff. "This cigarette is good." Tang Manjin grinned and smiled, feeling happier than eating honey. Who else in the village is more blessed than him? He has a daughter who is filial to Dakiamen. Tang Manjin can't wait to open a pack of cigarettes. Take out a cigarette, light it up, take a big puff, hold it in his mouth and don't want to spit it out, with an expression of great enjoyment. "Second sister?" Tang Jujin looked at it eagerly. Everyone in the family had a share, so what about hers? "Yours." Tang Nianyan took out a pack of white rabbit milk candies and gave it to the little girl. "Wow, milk candies. Second sister, I love you so much." The little girl's catchphrase came out again, but her little mouth was really sweet. Tang Nianyan's mouth corners turned up. The feeling of feeding the little girl was quite good. "You really work at Red Star? And you're getting paid 98 yuan? Mrs. Tang still couldn't believe it. It was like a dream. How could a little girl like her granddaughter suddenly be noticed by Red Star Factory? And she was paid so much? "I've received my salary. How could it be fake?" Tang Nianyan said unhappily. "Then you're going to work tomorrow?" Do I have to transfer my household registration to the city? I'll transfer my household registration next month, but I won't go to work. I'm a special talent, and I can work flexibly. The Tang family members were confused and asked in unison, what do special talents do? It means I can do things that others can't do. Tang Nianyan used a popular explanation, and the Tang family members understood. Tang Monjin's honest face was full of pride. Nianyan has been smart since she was a child. She will definitely be able to do it well. That's right. Nianyan always gets 100 in every exam, and there's no one in the whole commune who studies better than her. Su Jinfeng now has a thick filter over Tang Nianyan, and she doesn't doubt anything she says. A factory as big as the Red Star factory would definitely not pay so much money for no reason, which means that girl Nian has something extraordinary. Su Jinfeng had another plan. When Tang Nianyan had established herself in the Red Star factory, she would arrange for Wu Jin, Lu Jin, and Ju Jin to have stable jobs. Even if she didn't have a son, she would be able to enjoy a good life in the future. Nian girl, you can't do bad things. Old Mrs. Tang's expression became very serious. She was worried that her granddaughter would go astray. There were many young people in the city who were coaxed into going to the circumcision meeting and did a lot of bad things. She didn't care about other people's children, but the children of the Tang family must not go to the circumcision meeting. Grandma, you will know when you call your second uncle tomorrow. Tang Nianyan didn't want to explain, so she let her second uncle and the old lady talk. Old Mrs. Tang was relieved. Since the second son knew about this, he would definitely not go astray.
I'll go and fight now.
Old Mrs. Tang was impatient and couldn't wait any longer. She ran to find the team leader in a hurry. The team leader had already gone to bed, but she pulled him down. Second aunt, let me put on my shoes. The team leader stood on the ground barefoot, looking helpless. Xiao San, hurry up. Old Mrs. Tang kept urging him. The captain put on his cloth shoes, took the key, and went to the village committee office. Second aunt, is Manning in trouble? Although old Mrs. Tang had short legs, she ran very fast. The captain had to jog to keep up with her, panting. No, don't ask, I can't count now. Old Mrs. Tang didn't want to chat anymore. Finally, she arrived at the village committee. She took out a piece of paper with the phone number of Tang Manin's dormitory building on it and pressed the numbers one by one. The telephone specialist of the dormitory building answered the phone. He asked the old lady to wait a moment and ran to call someone. Tang Manin, your mother is calling. The voice was very loud and echoed in the dormitory building. Old Mrs. Tang waited anxiously and finally heard the sound of running. Tang Manin also went to bed and ran over in a hurry. Mom, is there something wrong at home? The last time his mother called, it was because his father was dying and asked him to go home to see his father for the last time. What happened this time? Tang Manin's heart was in his throat, and he was sweating anxiously. Second brother, I want to ask you, is Nian Nian working in your factory? 98 yuan a month? The team leader standing next to him was so shocked that he shuddered, thinking that he was hallucinating. 98 yuan a month for Nian girl? How is it possible? Mom, do you know? I tell you, Nian Nian is very capable.
Oh.
It's hard to say on the phone. Anyway, Nian Nian is now a regular employee in the factory and a special talent.
The salary.
Anyway, it's what you said. Tang Manin looked around. The aunt who answered the phone was far away and didn't hear the voice in the microphone. He put it down, held the microphone and whispered, it's really 98 yuan and there is a bonus. Mom, second brother, really? Old Mrs. Tang's breathing became rapid and her body floated. She felt that she could fly to the sky now. In addition to the 98 yuan salary, there is also a bonus? Could it be that the director of the Red Star factory is Nian Yatu's biological father? It is absolutely true. This time, the factory has a batch of important parts that can only be made by a level 6 master. Nian Nian knows an 8-level master who can easily process them. The factory director said that after this batch of parts is completed, a bonus of 50 yuan will be issued. If there is such a task in the future, the bonus will be at least 50 yuan. Old Mrs. Tang took several deep breaths. If she didn't take a breath, she would really float to the sky. Her feet felt like cotton when she stepped on the ground. She finally experienced the feeling of flying in the clouds. Second brother. How did Nian know a level 7 master? Old Mrs. Tang couldn't figure it out. Her classmate introduced her. Anyway, Nian Yatu is very capable. Mom, you should be nice to Nian Yatu in the future. Our family will rely on Nian Yatu in the future. Tang Manin repeatedly urged that he still expected his niece to help him get a permanent job. I am not a bad person, but I am too vicious. I scold my niece every day. This temper must be changed. When did I treat that girl badly? Okay, I know about it. Don't spread it around, and don't tell your wife too much. Mrs. Tang understood clearly, and she was grounded. She scolded him with full energy and hung up the phone. She stood there, laughing happily. 98 yuan. She's rich. Second aunt, is Nian working? The captain couldn't help asking. Yes, a special talent, 98 per month, and a bonus. Mrs. Tang was very proud. She looked at the captain, who was much taller than her, and suddenly found that the captain was a lot shorter, not taller than her. Xiao-san, why are you shrinking? Mrs. Tang was a little disgusted. He hasn't even grown old yet, but he's already shrunk. The captain choked heavily, feeling a little choked up in his heart. It was obviously you who was looking up at the sky, and you still complained that he was shrinking? Second aunt, what class does Nian work in? Why is she paid so much? The captain asked sullenly. His eldest and youngest sons are both temporary workers in the city. The eldest works in the Tianjin machinery factory, and the third works in the county tractor factory. The eldest has worked there for 3 years, and the third has worked there for 2 years, but they haven't been officially hired yet. Nian has only been in the city for a few days. How come she suddenly became a regular worker? And she gets paid so much. He heard that a master chef only gets paid 40 or 50 yuan. Special talents. My Nian can do things that others can't do. Old Mrs. Tang explained with a smile. In fact, she didn't understand what special talents meant, but it didn't stop her from showing off. Nian is really capable. After all, the captain had seen the world, and he understood it as soon as he heard it. It must be Nian who helped Hongxing solve the difficulties. So, Hongxing spent so much money to retain talents. All the good girls are from other families, alas. That's right. My Nian has been blessed since she was young. Old Mrs. Tang agreed very much. She was not saying this nonsense. In the past, there was a Taoist temple on the mountain in the next village. There was an old Taoist priest inside. The old man took Nian to the mountain to see the old Taoist priest. The old Taoist priest said that the girl was blessed. Later, the Taoist temple was smashed by a group of ignorant children, and the old Taoist priest didn't know where he went. Old Mrs. Tang kept her mouth shut all the way. She returned home happily. As soon as she got home, she asked Tang Nian to take out the work permit. Don't lose it. Tang Nian took out the work permit and said casually, it won't be lost. Old Mrs. Tang looked at the work permit as if she were looking at a treasure. Tang Manin and his wife and Tang Jujin also came over to look. Nian's photo is so beautiful.
Su Jinfeng.
The handwriting is so good. People in public institutions are so educated.
Tang Manin.
This work permit is so beautifully made. Look at the leather, is it real leather? Said Mrs. Tang. Second sister is amazing, said Tang Jujin. Tang Nian's mouth curled up, and her cold eyes showed a little more warmth. That night, the Tang family had a beautiful dream. The only one who was unhappy was Tang Wujin. She was not happy for Tang Nian at all. She wished that Tang Nian would be unlucky and live a hard life. But the fact is that Tang Nian's life is getting better and better, but she is going to be married to a barbaric rural man by her grandmother. Tang Nian had no dreams all night, and Tang Wujin cried all night. His eyes were swollen into a line, but no one cared about her. Su Jinfeng didn't have time to take care of her now. There were so many things to do every day, and she didn't have time to worry about it. Moreover, she felt that her eldest daughter really needed to be taught a lesson. The next morning, the Chi family set off firecrackers. The village was filled with a thick smell of gunpowder, and many children ran to pick up unlit firecrackers. According to the customs of Tang village, in the morning, the bride was picked up, and the woman's family had to prepare a banquet to entertain the woman's relatives and friends. After lunch, the groom took the bride home, and in the evening the man's family entertained relatives and friends. Yang Hongling's family was not in Jucheng, so her relatives could not come. The only guests were the educated youths at the educated youth point. Her teeth had been fixed, and her shrunken face is fuller, but still not as good as before. Moreover, the current denture technology is not good, and she doesn't have much money, so she has the cheapest dentures. When she opens her mouth, she feels like plastic. Let's pick up the bride. The children shouted happily. Chi Guohua, wearing a military uniform and a red flower tied on his chest, walked in front with a proud look on his face, going to the educated youth point to pick up the bride. Many children followed him and jumped behind. Yang Hongling changed into a red plaid jacket. According to the custom of Tang village, the bride must wear a red cotton jacket when she gets married, which means a prosperous and happy life after marriage. Yang Hongling didn't have time to make a cotton jacket, and there was no such custom in her hometown, so she wore a red plaid jacket that was about 70% new. Lu Jinglan put on some light makeup for her, using a matchstick to draw her eyebrows. There was no lipstick, so she could only apply some flower juice to her lips. In addition, she was in high spirits because of the happy event. Yang Hongling, who had an ordinary appearance, was also a beautiful bride today. Seeing the tall, handsome, and talented Chi Guohua, Yang Hongling smiled shyly, feeling very proud. She finally got such a good man. When Chi Guohua was promoted, she could go to the army and no longer have to work in this place. The educated youth camp prepared a table of wine, a bowl of meat, and a plate of fish. There were 6 more ordinary dishes, 8 in total. After dinner, Chi Guohua and Yang Hongling went home. Along the way, they set off a string of firecrackers, which was extremely festive. In the evening, the Chi family prepared 10 tables of wine. In addition to the villagers, there were also relatives from Chi's mother's family. They borrowed a lot of money for the wine this time, and the dishes were quite decent, so as to avoid gossip. The Chi family thought that after Chi Guohua was promoted to an officer in the army, he would be able to get an allowance of 18 yuan per month. The army did not charge for food and drink, and the 18 yuan allowance could at least be sent home for 15 yuan, and the debt would be paid off soon. Congratulations! May you have a happy marriage and have a son soon. A talented man and a beautiful woman. A match made in heaven. The guests were almost all there, and they all said festive and auspicious words. Chi's father and mother welcomed the guests at the door, their faces flushed and beaming with joy. Yesterday, Mrs. Tang did not want to go, but after a night, the old lady changed her mind and looked forward to the dark for morning because she was going to use her big move. If it weren't for the wine party at the Chi family, Mrs. Tang would have already shown off her granddaughter's monthly income of 98 yuan. To achieve the best effect, she also told the team leader last night not to tell his wife. Because the team leader's wife is not tight-lipped. As soon as it got dark, Mrs. Tang dragged Tang Nianyan to have a drink, and also called Su Jinfeng and Ju Jin to cooperate. She didn't like Tang Manin because she thought her eldest son was too dumb. When the Tang family appeared, all the guests were silent, with surprised eyes. I didn't expect that the Tang family really dared to come to the wine party. They are really strong-willed. Congratulations. Mrs. Tang congratulated in a sarcastic way, with her eyes slanted, her head raised, and her chin against the chief father and his wife. Since she knew that her granddaughter earned 98 yuan a month, the old lady's eyes have never looked at the ground, and she naturally glanced up. Congratulations, please come in. Chi's father smiled and was very polite. Old Mrs. Tang walked in front with a proud and arrogant manner, and her momentum was much greater than that of the bridegroom. For people from the Tang family came and occupied half of the table. There were some melon seeds, peanuts, and wedding candies on the table. The best ones were assorted candies, and the rest were fruit candies. This kind of candy was considered good. White rabbit milk candies were not available to ordinary people. Rural people basically had fruit candies when they held banquets. Those who could offer assorted candies were all wealthy families. There were also 2 children at the table, both of whom were looking for assorted candies to eat. They had a good relationship with Tang Jujin and even gave her assorted candies. "This one is not delicious. I'll give you milk candies." Tang Jujin looked disgusted, took out a few white rabbit milk candies from his pocket, and stuffed them into his friends. "My second sister bought them." My second sister said, "Buy more after you finish eating, as much as you want." The little girl spoke in a very loud voice and in a very loud tone. "Your second sister is so nice." The friends were very envious, and their sisters only knew how to spank them. Second aunt, "You are so nice to Nian Nian, giving her so much pocket money." A woman laughed. She was also a daughter-in-law of the Tang family, and she had to call old lady Tang aunt. "How can I give her money? Nian Nian earned it all by herself. She now earns 98 yuan a month." Old lady Tang finally found an opportunity to show off. She rolled up her sleeves, got ready, and waited for others to ask. Everyone did not disappoint her. First, there was a gasp, and then they all asked questions. "Is Nian Nian working? Which unit? She can get 98 a month? What does she do? When did Nian Nian go to work? No wonder Nian Nian goes to the city every day these days. It turns out that she goes to work." Old lady Tang looked at everyone's shocked expressions, and her vanity was greatly satisfied. She had been holding it in for a day and a night, waiting for this effect. She cleared her throat and began to show off. "The Red Star Machinery Factory is the unit called Manin. My daughter Nian is so lucky. She was going to look for her second uncle, but there happened to be an urgent task in the factory. Even a master chef's couldn't do it. When Nian found out about it, she took it up immediately and completed the urgent task beautifully. Director Wu of the Red Star Factory is used to big occasions and has a very good vision. As soon as he saw my daughter Nian, he knew she was an extraordinary talent and insisted on keeping her to work in the factory." Nian refused to agree at first. "You all know that this girl has been smart since she was a child, but she is also lazy. She would rather lie down than sit. She was so lazy that she didn't even eat glutinous rice because she thought it was too troublesome to them up." Such a good unit didn't agree? "Nian is too lazy. If this job was given to me, I would definitely agree." Someone made a joke. "What can you do? The factory manager doesn't like you. Stop arguing and listen to second aunt." The guests were attracted by Mrs. Tang's wonderful speech. They all gathered around, like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding the Tang family. The other tables were empty, and no one came to see the bride and groom. After all, wedding banquets can be enjoyed frequently, and a job that pays 98 yuan a month is not something you can come across every day. They also want to learn and see if they can find a job in the city in the future. Their requirements are not high, and they are satisfied if they can earn more than 10 yuan a month. Old Mrs. Tang was very proud. She stretched her hand, and someone immediately brought her hot tea. She drank a few sips to moisten her throat and started the wonderful performance again. Su Jinfeng would occasionally interject a few words in the middle, which made the story more vivid. "My Nian Nian has real skills. No matter where she goes, there are companies vying for her. She has never scored less than 100 in exams since she was a child. She is also outstanding in appearance and always ranks first in everything. If it weren't for the fact that the Red Star Factory is a full silver company, Nian Nian might not agree." Old Mrs. Tang said with a beaming face. Su Jinfeng also served as a good supporting role. The guests listened with relish. Tang Jujin was also among the children, performing her performance, praising Tang Nian Nian to the sky. All the children envied Tang Jujin to death.
Tang Nian Nian can liet melon sit.
Although old Mrs. Tang's words were a bit exaggerated, she could still hold it. "Sister has seen big scenes, don't panic. Your Nian Nian will be a commercial grain in the future? You can still earn 98 yuan a month. What kind of young man is worthy of Nian Nian?" After seeing Tang Nian Nian's work permit, the guests believed that she earned 98 yuan a month and were no longer jealous. After all, the goal was too high and they couldn't catch up even if they drove a tractor, so they didn't have the heart to be jealous. No wonder Nian Nian looked down on Chiguahua. The difference is not ordinary. A guest whispered. In the past, I felt sorry for Tang Nian, and I was afraid that she would never find a better partner than Qiguohua. Now it seems that Qiguohua is obviously not worthy of Tang Nian. The other guests nodded, and it was indeed the case. Everyone was talking happily, forgetting that they were here to attend a wedding banquet, and forgetting that they were at someone else's wedding banquet. The voices became louder and louder, so loud that the bride and groom could hear it, as well as Qi's father and mother. Nian is so capable and looks like a peony. 10 Qiguohuas are not worthy of her. He can only match Yang Hongling's big pancake face. A woman said in a loud voice. She and Qi's mother usually don't get along. Now that she has such a good opportunity, she can't wait to borrow a loudspeaker from the team leader to promote Tang Nian. The faces of the Qi family members are all dark. Shameless old woman. I can't stop scolding her. Qi's mother wanted to teach the loud-voiced woman a lesson, but was stopped by Qi's father. Don't make a fuss on a happy day, smile. Qi's father was also very annoyed, but he knew that today was his son's big day, and he couldn't let the guests laugh at him. He took a deep breath, forced a smile, and greeted the guests. Qiguohua and Yang Hongling both smiled reluctantly and absent-mindedly. Yang Hongling was very angry. She actually said that she had a big pancake face and that she was not as good as Tang Nian. She was so angry. She is from Beijing, and her parents are both glorious working class. Tang Nian is a rural girl. No matter how beautiful she is, she can't compare with her. Rural people are ignorant. Their eyes are shallower than the ditch, and they can only see Tang Nian's face. Humph! When Qiguohua is promoted in the future, she can go to the army and don't have to deal with these bumpkins anymore. As for the 98 yuan a month job that everyone is talking about, Yang Hongling doesn't believe it at all. Her father is a 4th-level electrician, and his monthly salary is only more than 50 yuan. 98 yuan must be at least 6th level. Tang Nian is a teenage rural girl who has never seen the world. She can't even brag well. Qiguohua is also thinking about this job. He thinks more than Yang Hongling and is half believing and half doubting. Although Mrs. Tang likes to show off, the things she brags about are basically true, at most exaggerated. If it is not a confirmed thing, Mrs. Tang will never bring it up. Obviously, Tang Nian really found a job in the city, but it is definitely not a salary of 98 yuan. Qiguohua regretted it now. If he had known that Tang Nian could get a formal job, he would not have tried every means to cancel the engagement. Tang Nian, who had a stable job, was at least 100 times better than Yang Hongling. He really missed the point. Qiguohua, who was extremely annoyed, forced himself to smile, which was uglier than crying. He would occasionally glance at Tang Nian in the guest seats, because he found that Tang Nian seemed to be more beautiful. Her skin was as white as cream, as white as snow, and as beautiful as peaches and plums. With so many people around, Tang Nian was particularly eye-catching, so beautiful that people could not take their eyes away. Qiguohua stared at her with his eyes wide open, and his feet could not help but move towards the guests. He even had the urge to run away from the marriage. "Where are you looking?" Yang Hongling asked with gritted teeth, and pulled her back. She hated Tang Nian in her heart. They must have come to the wedding banquet on purpose to her man. Qiguohua shuddered, and woke up completely. He looked at Tang Nian reluctantly, and then looked away. But the voice of Mrs. Tang continued to come. "My Nian is still young, so she is not in a hurry to find a partner. Besides, her current conditions are not suitable for ordinary young men. We must find a top one. Among the girls in our Tang village, Nian is the most outstanding."
You are not right.
Our Tang village has good water, and the girls are all outstanding. Mrs. Tang immediately retorted. Although she also thought so, she must not accept this statement. Otherwise, she would be hated. The other guests who had daughters all softened their expressions. This was right. The girls in Tang village were all outstanding. The firecrackers were set off again, crackling, covering the voices of the guests. Mrs. Tang had shown off enough, and drank a cup of hot tea, without fighting for melon seeds. Normally, she would definitely put a handful of melon seeds in her pocket and take them home to eat slowly. Everyone in the village does this. Now, old lady Tang disdains to do such things. Her granddaughter is a capable person who earns 98 yuan a month. Can she still compete with others for these melon seeds? It's too embarrassing. The banquet started. There were 4 cold dishes and 4 hot dishes, including fish, meat, and chicken. It was a very decent banquet. The chief family invested a lot of money this time. Tang Nianyan was very happy to eat. She paid 50 cents for the share, so she had to eat it back. Old lady Tang quickly picked up several pieces of meat, gave them to Tang Nianyan first, then to Tang Jujin, and then put them in her own bowl. Be quick, everyone at home is starving, but you pretend to be a lady when you go out. Don't eat vegetables, eat meat. There are plenty of vegetables at home. Old lady Tang kept muttering in Tang Nianyan's ears, and picked up meat for her from time to time. The old lady really couldn't stand this prodigal girl. She ate vegetables when she came out for a drink. Even the fools in the village knew that they had to eat meat when they had a feast. This dead girl was worse than a fool. Old lady Tang now doubted the brain of the director of the Red Star factory. Was he as stupid as the dead girl? Otherwise, how could he give this prodigal girl such a high salary? It was probably a fool looking at a fool, and they fell in love. Tang Nianyan was impatient and divided the meat in the bowl between the old lady and Tang Jujin. She didn't like others to pick up vegetables, and old lady Tang didn't use serving chopsticks. In this era, there was no concept of serving chopsticks in the countryside. If she told the old lady, she would probably be scolded again. Grandma, you've worked hard. Eat more. Tang Nianyan said casually with a stern face, and ignored the old lady. She didn't see that old lady Tang's eyes turned red instantly, and her nose was sour. The old lady sniffed and lowered her head to eat the meat. She felt that it was more fragrant than dragon meat. Old lady Tang has been running this family for most of her life, but this is the first time that someone has said to her that they have worked hard. She feels like a ball of warm fire enveloping her heart, soft and hot. She is also full of passion. If anyone dares to bully Nian girl, old lady Tang will immediately pick up a hatchet and rush to kill that. Grandma, you are crying. Tang Jujin's chopsticks fell to the ground. She squatted down to pick up the chopsticks and accidentally saw her grandmother's eyes flashing. Cry your head off. I am blinded by sand. Eat your meat. Old lady Tang couldn't hold her face anymore, so she took a piece of fat meat to block her granddaughter's mouth. She was old and could not be seen crying. She couldn't afford to lose face. Tang Jujin chewed the fat meat with big mouthfuls and didn't feel greasy at all. Chiguohua's braised pork had more fat than lean meat. Many of them didn't even have any lean meat, but only greasy fat slices. It can be seen that they really invested a lot of money. The guests were very satisfied, and their mouths were full of oil. Tang Nianyan couldn't eat anymore. She liked to eat pork belly with fat and lean meat, and she wanted less fat and more lean meat. She felt full just by looking at this kind of fat meat slices. She shared all the meat with Tang Manjin and Su Jinfeng and didn't keep any for herself. The wedding banquet was over. All 8 dishes on the table were eaten up, not even the soup was left. The cigarettes, melon seeds, and candies on the table were also taken home by the guests. There were still some young men who didn't leave. They stayed to make trouble in the bridal chamber. Tang Nianyan was not interested in making trouble in the bridal chamber. She had already found out that Chiguohua would return to the army the day after tomorrow and could stay in Tang village for 2 nights. But she found out that Chiguohua was supposed to have a wedding leave when he got married. He should have stayed for a few more days, but he hurried back to the army. Obviously, this scumbag didn't like Yang Hongling that much. The reason why they got the marriage certificate so quickly was probably because of the resources promised by Lu Jinglan. No matter how big the pie Lu Jinglan painted, Chiguohua couldn't eat it. She waited until now just to wait for Chiguohua and Yang Hongling to be completely tied together. Otherwise, they would have done it long ago. In just one night, the news that Tang Nianyan worked in the city and earned a high salary of 98 yuan spread quickly in several nearby villages like Wings. Along with this news, Chi Guohua's mistake of picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons was also tied. Tang Nianyan and this couple also became famous. But Tang Nianyan had a good reputation. Men within 100 miles wanted to marry her. Chi Guohua and Yang Hongling's reputation was worse, especially Yang Hongling, who single-handedly lowered the reputation of the female-educated youth. Many engaged young men were warned by their parents and fiancés that they must keep their distance from the female-educated youth. Yang Hongling couldn't hear these gossips. She was still immersed in the sweetness of her newlywed life. Besides, they were about to part ways. She wished that a day could be divided into 48 hours so that she could stick to Chi Guohua all the time. Chi Guohua was annoyed by her, but he couldn't lose face. He could only find excuses to go to the mountain to collect firewood to avoid Yang Hongling, who was in great demand. This woman couldn't be fed enough. She wanted it day and night. He couldn't afford it even if he was a cow. Moreover, Yang Hongling was average-looking and even more average-looking. Chi Guohua really couldn't get interested. He would rather go to the mountain to chop firewood than accompany Yang Hongling. Tang Nianyan was also in the mountain. She went into the deep mountains with Bai Sui. She wanted to hunt some wild boars. There were a lot of medicinal herbs in the deep mountains. Tang Nianyan also found Dendrobium officinale, which grew on the cliff and was particularly beautiful. She picked all the mature ones and planted some in the space. Dendrobium officinale has high medicinal value. Fresh ones can be stewed in soup, and dried ones can be used to make tea. It can enhance immunity and fight cancer. In later times, this thing was sold at a very high price, and wild ones were even more expensive. Bai Sui was very familiar with the deep mountains. When it came through, it settled in the deep mountains and wandered around for 2 days before finding its owner. Tang Nianyan asked it to drive away the wild boars, and she stood guard outside. Half an hour later, there was a tremor, and Bai Sui ran out like a fly and hid behind Tang Nianyan. Then, dust flew, and more than a dozen wild boars ran over. The leading wild boar was at least 300 kilograms, with a green face and fangs, and was ferocious and ferocious. The following ones were also fat, running with the momentum of thousands of troops, and the mountain was shaken. "What did you do to them?" Tang Nianyan asked angrily, and quickly took out the hidden knife. She still had a handgun in her space, but she didn't dare to use it. If she really started to shoot, she was afraid that she would be arrested as a spy. Facing more than a dozen ferocious wild boars, Tang Nianyan's calves trembled a little. She only asked Bai Sui to drive away 3 or 4, but this guy actually drove away a group.
Woof.
"I just poked it lightly. You are so stingy and have no manners," Bai Sui answered angrily. When he passed by, the group of wild boars were grazing on the lawn. He recognized the leader of the wild boars, who had fought with him a few days ago, so he quietly went over and poked the first pig with a melon seed. He only used a little bit of strength, just like tickling an itch. This pig was too petty and actually wanted to fight to the death with him. "You son of a..."
Tang Nianyan kuset angrily.
"What do you mean I just poked it lightly?" This son of a must have poked his. I don't know where he learned this despicable trick. Bai Sui didn't think so. He was a son of a. Tang Nianyan used her hidden knife to chop the first pig. With her hands were numb. The wild boar's skin was as hard as iron, and ordinary knives couldn't cut it at all. It was best to poke it in the eyes or belly. If there were 3 or 4 wild boars, Tang Nianyan could still deal with them easily. If there were more than 10 of them, she really wanted to them. After being hit by wild boars several times, Tang Nianyan's head was about to explode, but she also thought of a good idea. "Collect!" Tang Nianyan used all her strength and shouted at the group of wild boars. There was a huge pain in her head, as if the blood in her brain was suddenly drained. Her eyes went black, and she collapsed to the ground. The group of wild boars disappeared. They appeared in the space, looking at the unfamiliar environment in confusion. Tang Nianyan was awakened by Bai Sui's licking. The familiar sound of saliva made her wake up quickly. Every time she fainted from fighting in the end of the world, it was Bai Sui who licked her awake. "Woof. Get up if you're not dead." Bai Sui breathed a sigh of relief, and his words were as unpleasant as always. Tang Nian didn't want to move. She didn't have any strength left. The just now almost took her life. Lean on me for a while. Tang Nian's voice was very weak. Bai Sui moved over, and she leaned on the warm fur, feeling very comfortable. An hour later, Tang Nian regained her strength. She used her mind to inspect the space. The wild boars were quiet in the space, and their hostility had disappeared. She found that all animals that entered her space would automatically regard her as their master, which made it very convenient to manage them.
Kill the pig.
Tang Nian jumped up. She released a wild boar weighing 200 or 300 kilograms from the space, stabbed it in the neck with a knife, and blood flowed out. This wild boar had to cross the open road, and some meat had to be distributed to the villagers. Tang Village had a rule that small prey such as rabbits and pheasants could be eaten by the villagers themselves, but large beasts such as wild boars, no matter who killed them, would be shared by the whole village. In the past, no one could hunt wild boars alone. Even old man Tang Qingshan had to call a few young men together to hunt down a wild boar. Every time the wild boar meat was distributed, the Tang family got the most, because Tang Qingshan made the greatest contribution in hunting wild boars. Bai Sui had already run back to the village. Tang Nian asked him to call someone to carry the pig. She could do it by herself, but she didn't want to.
Because she was lazy.
Bai Sui ran down the mountain in a few minutes like a flash of lightning, and passed by Qi Guohua, who was chopping wood. Qi Guohua's eyes flashed, as if a yellow shadow had just flown by, but when he looked closely, there was nothing. Perhaps he was dazzled. Qi Guohua continued to chop wood slowly. There was enough firewood at home, and he went to the mountain to hide in peace just to avoid Yang Hongling. Half an hour later, noisy voices came from the foot of the mountain, and the voice of old lady Tang was the loudest. Xiao San, did Nian really kill a wild boar? This dead girl is so bold that she ran up the mountain alone again. I can't kill her when I come back. Xiao San, hurry up, Nian must be injured. Old lady Tang was anxious and wished she could fly up the mountain. The captain was also anxious, but they only had 2 legs and no wings, so they could not outrun the yellow dog no matter how fast they were. It was unknown where Nian got the dog from, but it was smarter than humans. It just ran to the field and ran straight to him, spitting the note wrapped in leaves in its mouth in front of him. Then it looked straight at him and pointed with its paw, signaling him to look quickly.
Li Run was just about to speak.
There was only one sentence on the note: Uncle San, a wild boar was killed, come quickly. The captain was shocked. This girl actually went up the mountain to kill wild boars? He wanted to ask Bai Sui if the dead girl was injured, but just as he opened his mouth, he remembered that the other party was a dog, and even if he answered, he would not understand. So the captain called the young and strong men in the village and ran up the mountain in a hurry. Old Mrs. Tang was worried about her granddaughter, so she ran to the front with her short legs and complained that the captain was too slow. Guohua, have you seen Nian? The captain saw Qi Guohua chopping wood and asked in a hoarse voice. I didn't see her go up the mountain. What happened? Qi Guohua thought something happened to Tang Nian, and he had complicated feelings. He felt distressed and a little gloating. Even if something happened to your whole family, my Nian will be fine. If you can't speak human language, just shut up. Old Mrs. Tang scolded. If she wasn't in a hurry to go up the mountain, she would definitely scold all 38 generations of Qi's ancestors. The captain quickly pulled people up the mountain. His second aunt was not so fierce when she was young. The older she got, the more angry she became. When his second uncle was alive, she could still suppress her temper. After his second uncle passed away, the old lady was like Monkey King without the golden hoop. No one could control her. Qi Guohua followed them with a livid face. He wanted to see what happened to Tang Nian. It would be best if she fell off the cliff, ruined her face, and became disabled. So she can't go to work in the city, let alone marry into a good family. The wind was strong on the mountain, and Tang Nian's nose was frozen. Finally, she waited for the captain and his men. Third uncle, you are so slow. Carry this wild boar down. I want 2 hind legs, pig stomach, and pig intestines. Tang Nianyan knew that wild boar stomach was a medicinal material, which was very good for treating stomach problems and was also delicious for cooking. She had missed her pig intestines for many years and must eat enough. One hind leg for her family and one for fourth grandpa, as she had promised before. She always kept her word. This wild boar weighed nearly 300 kilograms, and she didn't ask for much. What a big wild boar, Nian. Did you kill it by yourself? The villagers were so shocked that their eyes almost fell to the ground. Nian girl was not even as heavy as a wild boar leg. How could she be so powerful? Bai Sui and I killed it. Tang Nianyan did not take all the credit. Bai Sui raised his dog head, glanced at the world with a sidelong look, and was full of domineering. Well done, little Nian. You are still amazing even at the age of 100. Now there is someone to take over the throne of Lord Qingshan. The villagers praised her endlessly. Although they had some doubts, there was no one on the mountain except Tang Nian and the dog. It was impossible for the wild boar to commit suicide, so it must have been killed by little Nian. When Tang Qingshan was alive, he often took little Nian to the mountain to hunt. It was not surprising that the girl had learned the skills of hunting. You are so brave, little girl. Are you hurt? Old Mrs. Tang cursed and checked Tang Nian up and down to see if she was hurt. Seeing that not even a hair on her body was broken, she was relieved, but she cursed even more fiercely and forbade her to go up the mountain alone in the future. Tang Nianyan just thought she was talking nonsense. Anyway, she had to go up the mountain. What would she eat if she didn't go up the mountain? The captain ordered people to carry the wild boar down the mountain. The villagers were all happy. The wild boar was the public property of the village. Even if Tang Nianyan lost 2 legs, there were still about 200 kilograms left. Each family could get 2 kilograms, which could make a lot of money. Qi Guohua had a complicated expression. His hopes were dashed. Tang Nianyan was fine and killed such a big wild boar. Why didn't he realize that this had such a great ability before? This must have been hiding her abilities before, otherwise he would not have been able to find out. Qi Guohua was unwilling to admit that he was blind. He pushed all the responsibility onto Tang Nianyan and hated her even more. Tang Nianyan's current arrogance was a slap in his face. He felt that Tang Nianyan must have done it on purpose to humiliate him, just like showing off a job worth 98 yuan at the wedding on the day of her wedding. Qi Guohua gritted his teeth and looked at Tang Nianyan's back with resentment. Tang Nianyan turned around suddenly and met his eyes. Qi Guohua felt a chill on his back. Tang Nianyan's eyes just now were like those of a wild wolf in the dark night, cold and fierce, as if they would claw him at any time. He looked away in fear. Cold sweat broke out on his back, and his heart beat like a drum. Tang Nianyan sneered silently. The good days of the scumbag have entered the countdown. Qi Guohua only wanted to be promoted, so he would destroy this scumbag's dream and prevent him from being promoted. The first 2 is the cheapest. Qi Guohua used despicable means on the original body first, and she just added some seasoning and gave it back. Reciprocity is the way of courtesy. On this day, Tang village was more lively than the new year. The wild boar was slaughtered quickly. The Tang family got 2 legs as well as pig stomach and large intestine. The team leader also gave some bones, and the villagers had no objection. They just sat back and enjoyed the meat, so what else could they object to? Tang Nianyan was sent directly to the captain's house and left behind a hind leg. This is for my 4th grandfather. Then he left without looking back. The captain couldn't catch up with him, so he had to accept it, but he looked at Tang Nianyan with a different eye. After returning home, she was naturally scolded by old lady Tang. Tang Nianyan took out a big unity card and asked the old lady to shut up. That night, the air in Tang village was filled with the smell of meat. Every family cooked meat, and adults and children were very happy to eat it. Old Lady Tang stewed a big pot of bone and radish soup and also fried pickled cabbage and pork intestines for Tang Nianyan. She salted the remaining meat and hung it under the beams to make dried bacon. It was delicious whether steamed, boiled, or stewed. The yellow mud shell spring bamboo shoots that came out in a while were a must-try for stewing bacon soup. No seasoning was needed. Just stew the spring bamboo shoots and bacon together for a few hours. The soup was milky white and so fresh that even eyebrows would fall off. The Tang family members were all full and had round bellies. The food these days was better than that of the emperor's family. They had meat to eat every day, and even rice.
They were so happy.
At night, the Tang family members went to sleep. Tang Nian entered the space and found a little cutie that had been sent in from the mountain before. The triangular-headed snake was shivering in the cave. It just came out to get some fresh air and was caught by the terrible two-legged beast. It was so scared. "Don't be afraid. Help me bite someone tomorrow, and I'll send you home." Tang Nian squatted in front of the snake and comforted it softly. It was her fault. The snake was hibernating well, but she caught it. If you do something wrong, you have to apologize. She is a reasonable person. However, the snake was not comforted because it didn't understand. It trembled even more. That night, everyone in Tang Village slept very soundly because they had eaten meat, and their dreams were all about meat. When they woke up the next morning, they were all full of energy. Qi Guohua went up the mountain again. He was in a good mood. He would return to the team tomorrow. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be promoted in the summer. When he climbed halfway up the mountain, Qi Guohua stopped to rest. His legs were a little weak. Yang Hongling had pestered him to do it 4 times last night, and once again in the morning. He felt that his body was hollowed out. Qi Guohua's eyes were a little blurry. He missed a step and almost fell. He was scared and sobered up a lot. He didn't know what was going on. His eyesight had been getting worse in the past few days. Could it be that he was nearsighted? Qi Guohua was a little worried. Myopia might cause him to retire early. He still wanted to get promoted in the army. Folk sayings say that when a man just loses his virginity, too many times may affect his eyesight. He simply stood on to rest. The mountain breeze blew over, and he was much more sober. Qi Guohua was ready to chop wood nearby. He looked around and found a few dead trees to chop. Tang Nian went up the mountain before him, and she released the snake on the in front of Qi Guohua. "Be good, take a bite hard, and I'll give you this as a reward." Tang Nian had spiritual spring water in her palm. The snake knew what it was, and it immediately slid towards Qi Guohua without her instructions. Qi Guohua, who was concentrating on chopping wood, didn't see the snake getting closer and closer. Moreover, it was early spring, and the snakes were basically hibernating. Even if a few ran out, they were lazy and would not attack people. So Qi Guohua completely relaxed his mind and chopped wood again and again. He happened to be standing on a steep. If he lost his center of gravity, he would slide down. There was a sharp pain in his calf, and Qi Guohua's heart skipped a beat. He lowered his head suddenly and saw a gray snake sliding past. He panicked, his body swayed, his feet slipped, and he rolled down.
"Ah!"
Qi Guohua screamed, followed by a groan. In order to avoid suspicion, Tang Nian stayed more than 10 meters away from him. After the snake bit someone, it ran back to her. It finished the spiritual spring with satisfaction and was reluctant to leave. "Go back to your own home. I'll find you if I have something to do in the future." Tang Nian pushed it away with disdain. She didn't want to raise snakes in the space. She couldn't love such cold-blooded animals. The snake spit out red tongue and slid away reluctantly. It turned its head several times, but Tang Nian was indifferent. The IQ of the snake that drank the spiritual spring must be higher than that of ordinary snakes. This snake can be regarded as having a chance and will live well on this mountain in the future. "Help! Is there anyone?" Qi Guohua's painful cry came over. He was unlucky. When he rolled down the hillside, the huge inertia hit a big rock and broke his right leg. His left leg was bitten by a poisonous snake, and his left calf was now swollen like a carrot and shiny black. Qi Guohua reacted quickly. He used a hatchet to release the poisonous blood and tied his legs with a cloth to prevent the poison from spreading. But if no one saved him, he would definitely die. Tang Nian walked down slowly and walked past him arrogantly. "Nian, save me," Qi Guohua called her. His face was gray, and his eyes were getting blurrier, but he still recognized Tang Nian. After a poisonous snake bites a person, the eyes will be temporarily blinded. The author has a relative who has been bitten by a poisonous snake. Broken leg?
God is really wise.
Tang Nianyan's playful voice made Qi Guohua almost blood. He suppressed his anger and said weakly, I was bitten by a poisonous snake. Nian, save me. Bitten by a poisonous snake again? God is wise this time. Tang Nian didn't move at all. She didn't pick the most poisonous 5-step snake, so it wouldn't kill people in a short time. Qi Guohua was blinded by anger. Really blind. It was pitch black in front of him, and he couldn't see anything. Qi Guohua was panicking. He was going to be promoted, so how could he stay in the army if he was blind? Tang Nian admired his panic and embarrassment for a while, and then he was very happy. Only then did he mercifully let Bai Sui go down the mountain to find someone. Bai Sui ran to find the captain with a note in his mouth, as if he was familiar with the route. Did Nian girl kill a wild boar again? The villagers' eyes lit up when they saw Bai Sui. Didn't you eat enough meat yesterday? Did you raise the wild boars in the mountains? You dream about good things every day. The captain scolded him and tore off the leaves. On the note inside was Tang Nianyan's flamboyant handwriting. Qi Guohua was bitten by a snake, and his leg was broken. The captain frowned. How could a snake bite off a leg? There were no pythons in their Zhejiang province. Old Qi, your Guohua's leg was bitten off by a snake. Hurry up and go up the mountain. The captain went to call Qi's father and had to get a door panel to carry the man down. Qi's father was still able to keep his composure, but Qi's mother and Yang Hongling's faces turned pale. They all ran up the mountain and saw Qi Guohua lying on the ground groaning. His face had turned black like a bao gong, and his whole body was swollen like dough. Guohua! Qi's mother wailed and fell straight back and was caught by someone. Old Mrs. Tang also followed. She came to watch the fun. The more unlucky the Qi family was, the happier she was. The team leader checked Qi Guohua's injuries. His right leg was fractured very seriously. No one in the village could set bones, so he had to go to the health center. We have to send him to the health center quickly. The team leader called a few young and strong men to take turns to lift the door panel and carry Qi Guohua down the mountain. The commune health center was 10 miles away from Tang village. Everyone was very dedicated and rushed to the health center without stopping along the way. But the delay was still a bit long. When they arrived at the health center, Qi Guohua had fainted and was swollen like a black radish. We can't treat this snake venom. We have to go to the county hospital. Hurry up and don't delay. The doctor at the health center simply straightened the bone and asked them to rush to the county hospital. The commune health center was poor and couldn't treat snake venom. It was still 20 miles away from the county town. It would be too late to carry it there. The captain found a way to borrow a tractor from the commune, which cost him half a pack of Hong Shuangxi. This Hong Shuangxi was sent by Tang Nianyan. Tang Nianyan went home happily. She had to have a big dinner to celebrate in the evening. She originally just wanted to delay Qi Guohua's return to the team, but she didn't expect that God would be so powerful. She just threw a small snake, but it turned out to be a double, and Qi Guohua's 2 legs were crippled. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. If Qi Guohua returns to the army in 3 months, the promotion will definitely fail. If the leg is not well recovered, he may not be able to stay in the army. It was already dark, and the captain and the Qi family hadn't returned. Old Mrs. Tang went to the village entrance several times. Of course, she didn't care about Qi Guohua, but just wanted to know if Qi Guohua was dead. It's so black, I guess it won't survive. During dinner, Old Lady Tang couldn't help talking to herself and praying secretly, hoping that God would be more powerful and let Qi Guohua die, and Yang Hongling would have to be a widow. Good people don't live long, and evil people stink for 10,000 years. It's for sure that it won't die. Tang Nianyan said with certainty. She didn't use any cruel force. It was just a small poisonous snake. She didn't want Qi Guohua to die so easily. God is still open-minded. There are snakes in this season, and they chose to bite that. It means that God can't stand it anymore. Old Lady Tang praised God for the first time and gave him the highest reward. It was 2 days later that news of Qi Guohua came back. Qi's father went door to door in the village to borrow money. Chi Guohua was seriously injured, and it would cost a lot of money. The family had spent all the money on the wedding banquet. The villagers lent some money to Chi Guohua because he had a bright future in the army, but the villagers could only give 10 or 8 yuan at most. Chi's father borrowed almost all the money in the village, and only borrowed about 100 yuan.
Fortunately, Yang Hongling borrowed 200 yuan from Liu Jinglan.
Liu Jinglan was reluctant at first, but she had to win over Chi Guohua, so she had to bear the pain and borrowed it. With 300 yuan, the medical expenses were temporarily enough, but Chi Guohua's right leg had problems. The health center had only simply straightened the bone, but the tractor bumped on the way to the county town, and the straight bone became crooked again and moved. The fracture was not very serious, but it became a bit troublesome, and the snake venom spread throughout the body, and the situation was quite serious. There is definitely no danger to his life, but there are 2 things I want to tell you in advance. The doctor called the family members, and his expression was very serious. Chi's father, mother, and Yang Hongling were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe, and their hearts were in their throats. Doctor, is the leg not properly connected? Chi's father's voice was hoarse, and he looked a dozen years older. The family's hope was on their son. If the leg was not properly connected, his son would become disabled and would definitely not be able to stay in the army. I will try my best to fix the leg, but the bone displacement is too serious. I can't guarantee that there will be no problems at all. This is one thing. The doctor was a little old and spoke slowly. The Chi family's hearts were hanging in the air, waiting for him to say the next words. Second, your son's eyesight is not very good, right? The doctor asked. Chi's father's face changed. Only he and his son knew about this. Guohua's eyesight was actually fine for normal life, and he didn't need to wear glasses, but he failed the physical examination when he joined the army. When checking his eyesight, Guohua remembered the direction of the symbols on the examination form and covered it up. After arriving in the army, Guohua was always very careful and didn't let anyone find out about his eyesight problems. The doctor knew what was going on when he saw his appearance and said, "Your son's eyesight is already weak, and he has lost a lot of yang energy these days, which has affected his vision. He was bitten by a poisonous snake, and the venom hurt his eyes. His vision will inevitably decline in the future. He won't be blind, but he will see things blurry. It's also bad luck for this young man. He just lost his yang energy and was bitten by a poisonous snake. It's good that his eyesight is not blind." The author made up that the snake bite hurts the eyes, and the plot requires a doctor. Can my husband's eyes be cured? Yang Hongling asked in a very urgent tone. It's not that it can't be cured, it's that he has weak eyesight to begin with, and the venom specifically attacks people's weaknesses. Don't worry, he won't be blind, and it won't affect his normal life. The doctor comforted. He still has to go back to the army. Doctor, please make sure to cure him. Yang Hongling was so anxious. He definitely couldn't stay in the army with poor eyesight. Chi Guohua had only been there for less than 2 years and couldn't transfer to civilian work, so he could only retire and return to the countryside to farm. She had gone to great lengths to marry Chi Guohua, not to stay in the countryside and farm. I'll try my best. The doctor didn't dare to promise, and based on his decades of medical experience, Chi Guohua's eyes were probably not going to be cured. And even if there was no snake bite, Chi Guohua's eyes wouldn't pass the physical examination. This family was probably cheating, and their character was quite questionable. The doctor was impatient with being pestered by Yang Hongling and slipped away on the pretext of checking the ward. Chi's father, mother, and Yang Hongling sat in the office dumbfounded, their minds blank, not knowing what to do. Go to the provincial hospital. Guohua will definitely be cured. Yang Hongling made up her mind. If the county hospital couldn't cure him, she would go to the provincial hospital. She was now tied to Chi Guohua, and only when Chi Guohua was well could she be well. No matter what method she used, she would cure Chi Guohua. Yes, go to the provincial capital. Chi's father also had a backbone. The county hospital was too poor, and the provincial capital would definitely be able to cure his son. Transfer to another hospital now. Yang Hongling had never been so bold before. She ran to the doctor and asked for a transfer, but the doctor disagreed. The patient cannot be moved now. The journey to the provincial capital is long and bumpy. The patient's injuries will become more and more serious.
You are harming him.
The doctor gave many reasons, but he couldn't stop Yang Hongling from being stupid. She insisted on transferring to another hospital. Chi's father had no idea. After all, his ancestors had been begging for 18 generations, and the farthest place they had been to was the county town. Chi's father felt that his daughter-in-law was from Beijing after all, had seen the world, and was devoted to his son. She would definitely not harm his son, so he let Yang Hongling make the decision. The doctor couldn't persuade them, so he had to agree to transfer to another hospital and ask them to sign an accident exemption letter. In case Chi Guohua had an accident, it would not be related to the hospital. Yang Hongling signed her name and pressed her fingerprints. So, Chi Guohua, who was still in a coma, was sent to Haicheng by the county hospital. The road was nearly 100 miles long, and the bumps were even more severe. Chi Guohua's leg, which had just been reattached, shifted again. Unfortunately, the doctor in the provincial capital said the same thing as the doctor in the county. Moreover, because of the long-distance bumps, even if Chi Guohua's right leg was reattached, it would still leave sequelae, and he would walk with a slight limp. The people in Tang village didn't know about this, and Tang Nyenyen didn't know either. She was now delivering goods at the Red Star factory. At 7 o'clock in the evening, she drove a few boxes of processed parts to the gate of the Red Star factory. Director Wu and the quality inspectors were waiting. I have to go and tell them I'll be here in a while. Tang Nyenyen said hello and drove away. When she arrived at the grove, she collected the truck and rode her bike to the Red Star factory. Director Wu and the quality inspectors checked the parts one by one. Tang Manin was also there, as well as Master, a 6th-level fitter. All the quality inspectors in the factory were called in and checked together, and the inspection lasted for nearly an hour. All of them are more precise than the drawings require. Director, no problem at all. Master Su, the head of the quality inspection team, was very excited. He really wanted to meet the master who processed these parts. His hands were so steady that each part seemed to be processed by the same person. But it was absolutely impossible. Even an 8th-level fitter could not process so many parts in just 3 days. It can only be said that the master craftsman that Tang Nyenyen found had superb skills. Okay. Director Wu waved his hand and made a loud sound. He would call the shipyard to report tomorrow and ask them to send someone to inspect the goods. Then he could dance on Director Qian's head. These words were said by Tang Nyenyen. At that time, he thought that the girl was talking nonsense. Now he realized that he was too narrow-minded. Heroes are born young. Director Wu, no problem, I'm leaving. If you have any problems in the future, just look for my second uncle directly. Tang Nyenyen also wanted to go to the black market uncle's house to take a look. Last time, the uncle said there were good things, so she wanted to take a look. Xiao Tang, it is so late. You should stay in the city. I'll have someone arrange a guest house for you, and then arrange a dormitory for you. It's inconvenient for you to come and go. Director Wu, who is always serious, was amiable at this moment, with a smile on his face. The look he gave Tang Nyenyen was more kind than when he looked at his own son. Thank you, Director Wu. I have to call home to let them know. Tang Nyenyen was not polite. She didn't want to travel so late, and staying at the guest house was quite nice. Come to my office. Shao Li called the guest house and asked them to arrange a single room. Director Wu asked his secretary to contact the guest house. Their Red Star factory and the guest house had business dealings, so they just needed to call and tell them. Secretary Li went to make the arrangements. Director Wu took Tang Nyenyen to his office and chatted with her. He wanted to find out about this girl. Tang Manin was very conflicted. Should he follow her or not? Second uncle, go home first. I'll come to you later. Tang Nyenyen asked. She also wanted to ask about the hand-cranked sock machine. Hey. Tang Manin breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he didn't want to follow her. He was scared when he saw the director. His niece talked and laughed with the director and handled things well. Tang Manin admired her very much. Now he really believed that his niece was hiding her incompetence before. Just like Liu in the opera, he was lazy and gluttonous for 30 or 40 years, but suddenly he had an epiphany, started to make progress, and finally became the emperor. Tang Manyin felt that this was the case with his niece. This girl would definitely have a great future, and he would have to treat his niece better in the future. Tang Nianyan had no idea about the little tricks in her second uncle's mind, nor was she interested. She had a very good impression of the Tang family. Although everyone had their own selfish desires, they were very upright in the major issues and treated the original body very well. Especially old man Tang Qingshan, who treated the original body as if it were his eyeball. It was because of the old man's attitude that the Tang family did not dare to treat the original body badly. Since she occupied the body of the original body, she must repay the original body for her kindness and lead the Tang family to a good life, within her ability. Except Tang Wujin. This stupid elder sister has been at odds with the original body since she was a child. She is not a saint who repays evil with kindness. Arriving at the factory director's office, Tang Nianyan called the village committee. It was estimated that no one would be there at this time, but the captain's home was not far from the village committee and he could hear the ringing. After ringing for more than 10 times, the phone was answered, and the captain asked breathlessly, "Hello, Tongsun Captain, who are you looking for?" "Third uncle, it's Nian Nian. Please tell my grandma that I won't be back at night." "Are you staying with your second uncle? Where is your second uncle? Let him talk to me." The captain's tone was very serious. He had to ask a few more questions to a beautiful girl who was sleeping outside at night. "I'm staying in the guest house arranged by the factory director. My second uncle is not here, so I'm with the factory director." Tang Nianyan understood the captain's good intentions and looked at Director Wu. Nowadays, the sound of telephones is basically loudspeaker, and you can hear the voice in the microphone if you stand nearby. Director Wu answered the phone and said in an official tone, "Hello, I am Wu Songyuan, the director of the Red Star Machinery Factory. Comrade Tang Nianyan is a special talent of our factory. She has just completed a batch of urgent tasks. Because it is too late, I am worried about her going home alone, so I arranged for her to stay in the Zhuqing guest house. You must be Comrade Tang Nianyan's third uncle, right? You can rest assured. Comrade Tang Nianyan is the big baby of our Red Star factory. I will definitely take good care of her and there will be absolutely no mistakes." When the captain on the other end of the phone heard Director Wu's official tone, he subconsciously stood up straight, and the hand that was not answering the phone clenched his fist, standing as if he was reporting to the leader. Director Wu's official tone was too familiar to him. Every time he went to the commune to see the leader would speak in this way. "Hello, Director Wu. I am Tang Manshan, the third uncle of Comrade Tang Nianyan. I feel relieved that you are taking care of Nian Nian. Nian Nian is young and a little naughty. She doesn't take things lightly. If there is anything that she doesn't do well, Director Wu, please call me and I will definitely teach her a lesson." The captain spoke in a loud voice, with clear and melodious pronunciation. Tang Nianyan, who was standing next to him, heard it and her mouth twitched. The two of them were so serious when they were talking on the phone, just like performing a model opera. Comrade Tang Nianyan is a young hero and a pillar of the country. Comrade Tang Manshan, you have cultivated a rare talent for the country, Zhucheng and Red Star. I thank you on behalf of Red Star. Director Wu, you are too kind. Although Tang Nianyan has been smart since she was a child, she is mainly inseparable from her cultivation. Thank the party, the people, Red Star, and Director Wu. I hope you can strictly require Tang Nianyan and treat her equally with others." The two chatted on the phone for more than 10 minutes and recited a few quotations in the middle. They were full of emotion and passion, like a seagull giving a speech in a storm. Tang Nianyan almost laughed out loud several times. People in the 1970s were so serious when they made phone calls. It's really interesting. Finally, the tug-of-war was over. Director Wu handed the hot phone to Tang Nianyan. His eyes were particularly kind and a little strict. Because the captain had just entrusted his niece to him personally, he couldn't let the parents down. "Nianyan, you work hard in Red Star, listen to Director Wu, be friendly to your colleagues, respect your leaders, and ask Director Wu if you don't understand anything. Remember? The captain's voice was a little hoarse, and he said earnestly.
Got it.
Tang Nianyan behaved very well. Anyway, it was up to her to decide whether to listen or not. The captain and Director Wu were very pleased. What a good child. After hanging up the phone, the captain licked his dry lips and went home in his cloth shoes. When the call came just now, he was scalding his feet. He ran here without even having time to wipe his feet. Now the soles of his feet are cold. Who calls so late? The water is cold. The third aunt's mother grumbled unhappily, preparing to pour out the cold water and change it to hot water. Don't change it. I have to go to the second uncle's house. Nianyan called and said she would not come back to stay at night. The captain stopped him and took the flashlight to go out. Nianyan lives in Manin's house? She will live in Manin's house in the future, right? She has become a formal employee. The third aunt's tone was very envious. In her opinion, being able to work in the machinery factory as a formal employee was like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Moreover, Tang Nianyan was beautiful and had such a good job. In the future, she would be able to choose the good young men in Jucheng, the guest house arranged by the director of the Red Star factory. I just chatted with Director Wu for a while. Nianyan is amazing and has a great future. The team leader was very moved and admired his second uncle. In the past, the villagers said that Nianyan was lazy and could not marry a good young man. His second uncle scolded those people for being short-sighted and said that Nianyan did not need to learn farm work because the girl's fortune was in the city. At that time, the villagers thought that the second uncle was whimsical. A rural girl did not learn farm work, but wanted to go to the city to be a lady? Now it seems that the second uncle's words have been verified. Isn't Nianyan's fortune in the city? But the captain didn't know that Tang Qingshan said those words because Tang Nianyan's biological parents said when they gave him the child that they would come back to pick up their daughter after they settled down on the other side. Old man Tang Qingshan had never been to the other side, but he had heard that people there drank milk and ate steak and bread, and that Tang Nianyan's biological parents were so rich, and that this girl would definitely live a good life with her parents in the future. That's why he said those words to the villagers. But the old man never waited for Tang Nianyan's biological parents to come and pick her up. Before he died, he specifically told his wife to treat Tang Nianyan well, and even if her parents didn't come to pick her up, she had to treat the girl well. Director Wu personally made a cup of hot tea and said with a smile, "Little Tang, have some tea, and let's chat." Tang Nianyan sat down generously and drank a sip of hot tea. The taste was not very good like old tea. It was a sin for the director of a factory to drink old tea. She still had a lot of good tea leaves in her space, so she opened a bag and gave it to Director Wu to eat. Moreover, she had transplanted a lot of tea trees, and when they were empty, she would pick the tea leaves and let old lady Tang stir-fry tea, so there would be no worries about tea leaves. Director Wu, if you have something to say, just say it. Your third uncle has entrusted you to me, so how about this, you call me Uncle Wu from now on and I call you Little Tang, how about that? Director Wu smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed. What he was most worried about now was that Tang Nianyan would be snatched away by the Tianjin factory, and he had to do everything he could to retain his talent. Uncle Wu. Tang Nianyan called out happily. Director Wu was so happy that his face was wrinkled. Secretary Li happened to push the door open and saw this scene. He retracted his raised legs. At that moment, he suspected that he had entered the wrong door. How could Director Wu, a black-breaded man, smile so casually? Secretary Li looked up at the sign at the door and saw that it was indeed the director's office. Then he pushed the door open and came in. In his heart, he classified Tang Nianyan as the first important person in the factory. The last time Director Wu showed such a casual smile was when the city leaders came to inspect the work. He had to be more polite to this girl Tang Nianyan in the future. Director, I have contacted the guest house. Comrade Xiao Tang just needs to register with his work permit. Okay, everything is fine here. You can go off work. Director Wu nodded and waved his hand, asking Secretary Li to leave quickly so as not to affect his and Xiao Tang's uncle-nephew relationship. Secretary Li retreated with a calm expression and thoughtfully closed the door, leaving a wide gap so that people passing by could see what was going on inside. In the past, there was a cadre in the factory who drew the curtains and closed the door when he was talking to a female comrade about work. Later, he was caught and killed on the desk by the female comrade's husband. From then on, when the leader talked to a female subordinate, he would not close the door to prove his innocence. Xiao Tang, I want to ask you, can you achieve the precision of a level 6 lathe operator? Director Wu did not keep the secret and asked directly. Yes, the same precision as this batch of parts. Tang Mianyan nodded. Director Wu was overjoyed and rubbed his hands excitedly, but he was still not at ease and asked again. Can you really guarantee it? There will be no accidents? Absolutely not. Tang Mianyan's tone was very sure. As long as she is there, the delivery can be guaranteed. Xiao Tang, you are really a big baby of Hongxing. Director Wu was so excited that he almost hugged Tang Mianyan, but when he stretched out his hand, he remembered that there is a difference between men and women. Although he treated Tang Mianyan as his own child, he still had to avoid suspicion. He stretched out his hand and made a bend in the air. He scratched his scalp in embarrassment and then put it down. Xiao Tang, the bonus for this batch of parts will be paid with your salary next month. You should have a good rest for a few days. Director Wu mentioned the bonus and said that he would send Tang Mianyan to the guest house. Thank you, Uncle Wu. I have to go find my second uncle and ask him to send me later. Okay, I must ask your second uncle to send you. Your girl should not be alone. Zhucheng has been in turmoil these days. There is a murderer who has killed several girls and has not been caught yet. Director Wu mentioned the perverted serial killer demon. Tang Mianyan became interested and asked what was going on. He killed 4 before the new year and 1 in the first month of the year. He has no humanity and his methods are particularly cruel. He only targets beautiful girls. By the way, Xiao Tang, don't wear a red scarf. This demon only targets girls wearing red scarves. He is worse than a beast. Director Wu knew more about the situation. He didn't say that the murderer not only abused the girls, but also cut off their reproductive organs, for fear of scaring Tang Mianyan. Anyway, don't go out alone at night. You have to have someone with you. Director Wu repeatedly reminded her. Tang Mianyan nodded in agreement, and watched Director Wu ride away on his bicycle. Tang Mianyan went to the dormitory building to find her second uncle. On the way, she was still thinking about the perverted killer, who specifically targeted girls wearing red scarves. So, should she tie a red scarf and go out for a stroll? It's not that she is kind-hearted, but mainly because the world is peaceful now and her hands are itching. She misses the zombies of the end of the world. Tang Mianyan and his wife didn't sleep, waiting for Tang Mianyan, and went downstairs from time to time to check on her. Mianyan is back. Tang Mianyan saw her niece riding a bicycle from afar, and her face was full of smiles, with a few more flattering expressions. The uncle and nephew returned home. Xian Jinju's smile was a bit flattering. She heard her husband talk about her niece's great achievements. She also knew that her niece was now a guest of honor of Director Wu. Her husband's promotion depended on her niece. How could she dare to underestimate this girl? She was too busy trying to curry favor with her. Nian, eat the cake. What did Director Wu say to you? Xian Jinju took out the egg cake. This was the first time. Nothing, second aunt. Do you have any scrapped hand crank sock machines in your factory? Tang Mianyan moved the egg cake to Tang Dandan's side. The little girl's saliva was almost dripping. Tang Dandan smiled and grabbed the egg cake and stuffed it into her mouth. Her mother usually locked the egg cake in a box, so she couldn't eat it at all. Xian Jinju glared at her daughter fiercely, but Tang Dandan was not afraid. She ate the egg cake in big mouthfuls. Anyway, she knew that with her second sister around, her parents would not dare to scold her. There are dozens of scrap sock machines, all piled up in the warehouse and rusting. Why are you asking this? Xian Jinju asked curiously. Can't they be sold as scrap metal? Tang Mianyan wanted to find a bargain. If she bought these scrap sock machines as scrap, she could sell them for 138 yuan after repairing them. I don't know. How about I go and ask? Xian Jinju didn't understand these things. She was just a small temporary worker, the most insignificant in the factory. Don't ask yet. I'll come to the factory to find you later. Don't ask around about the scrapped sock machines. Tang Nianyan didn't want her second aunt to alert the enemy. Not many people knew about this business opportunity. If her second aunt asked around, it would be exposed. The sock factory might know about it, and then they would raise the price, and she would lose a lot of money. Okay, I won't ask. Xianzhenju was itching to death, but she didn't ask again. She now realized that her niece was very capable. There must be a deep meaning behind asking about these sock machines. She was not as smart as her niece, so she just had to obey. They were all family members, and her niece would definitely not forget her share of benefits. Nianyan, can you give me some advice on how to become a regular employee? Xianzhenju couldn't help asking. She really didn't want to be a temporary worker anymore, doing the most tiring work and suffering the most vicious anger. Did the workshop director scold you again? Tang Manhwa asked. No, I just felt uncomfortable. That Xia Hongmei took socks home every day, and the director never said anything when he saw it. I took one last time and was scolded by the director for a long time. If I were a regular employee, I wonder if she would dare to scold me. Xianzhenju was very dissatisfied. She knitted socks quickly and well, much better than Xia Hongmei, but her salary was half of Xia Hongmei's, and she couldn't make any extra money. Xia Hongmei steals socks every day. A pair of socks costs more than 1 yuan. She can earn more than 30 yuan a month, plus her salary, which is 60 or 70 yuan. No wonder Xia Hongmei and her husband eat meat every day. I heard that Xia Hongmei's family eats meat every day. The neighbors next door can smell it. It must be the money earned from stealing socks. If I were a formal employee, our family could eat meat every meal. Xianzhenju became more and more angry. She was more skilled than Xia Hongmei, and her hands and feet were faster than Xia Hongmei, but Xia Hongmei ate meat while she ate vegetable stems. Mom, we eat meat too. My second sister took it, Tang Dandan said vaguely with an egg cake in her mouth. How can it be the same? Xianzhenju was not happy, and then she found a bag of egg cakes with only a small half left. She was so angry that she snatched it and slapped her daughter a few times. We just had dinner tonight. Why are you so greedy? You ate 2 pounds of egg cake in one meal. The landlord can't afford to support you. A greedy girl. If you don't eat it, it will get damp. Tang Dandan was very flexible, dodging left and right, dodging all the way, and retorted with a smile. Her mother had a very bad habit, always liked to hide food in a box and put it in the sun when it got damp, and it got damp again when it got damp, and then it got damp again. When it couldn't be kept, she would let her and her brother eat it, but it tasted very bad. So she couldn't understand why they didn't eat it when it tasted good, but had to eat it when it got bad. What's the point? You spendthrift girl, if you live like this, you will have to eat up all the gold and silver. Xianzhenju put away the remaining egg cake, feeling so distressed. Second aunt, you and second uncle have calculated carefully, but you haven't saved up a mountain of gold and silver. Tang Nianyan told the truth. She was not as good as her cousin. At least she ate the food herself. Second uncle and second aunt are eating at the expense of their own family members, and all the good things are going into other people's stomachs. What's the point?
Puff.
Tang Dandan covered her mouth and laughed. Second sister is so awesome. Tang Manhwa and his wife were embarrassed and wanted to scold a few words, but they didn't dare. Tang Nianyan is now someone they can't afford to offend. She is the favorite of Director Wu. What do you know, kid? If you're second uncle and I don't budget carefully, we can't even have enough food. Xianzhenju retorted angrily. She didn't think she was wrong. People in the factory don't all rely on gifts and connections to become formal workers. If the leaders don't get any benefits, how can they think of you for good things? Second aunt, don't think about becoming a formal worker, but you can go to other factories to be a formal worker. Tang Nianyan stood up. She heard Xianzhenju complain a lot and had some understanding of the situation in the sock factory. Humanism is particularly serious. Basically, it's because of kinship. It's difficult for Xianzhenju, an outsider, to become a formal worker. Moreover, even if you become a formal worker in the sock factory, The monthly salary is only 32.5, and there is no good future. She had a better way to go, for second aunt. Nian, which factory are you a regular worker in? Do you have any classmates who know someone from Liyun's socks factory? Xianzhenju was so excited. There are 2 socks factories in Jucheng. In addition to Liyun's socks factory, the other one is Hongxiu socks factory, where she works. We'll talk about it later. You work hard in Hongxiu. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. Tang Nian had an unfathomable look and said some chicken soup, which immediately stirred Xianzhenju up, which was more exciting than a shot of chicken blood. Don't worry, Nian, I will definitely work hard, learn the skills well, and won't let you down. Xianzhenju's expression was more determined than the oath of joining the party. She thought that the regular worker her niece was talking about must be Liyun factory. She must not embarrass her niece when she went there. She must master the skills and make her niece proud.
Yes.
Tang Nian patted second aunt's shoulder heavily, with high hopes in her eyes. Xianzhenju, at this moment, was like a man who would die for his friend. Even if Tang Nian asked her to jump into the river now, she would not hesitate and bravely move forward. Tang Danden's eyes widened and her mouth opened wide. Second sister is really amazing. Second sister will be her idol in the future. The only one. Tang Nian wanted to go to the guest house. Tang Manin sent her there and also went to see the rooms in the guest house. It was on the 2nd floor. Secretary Li booked a single room with very good conditions. Tang Manin was envious again. He had never lived in such a good room in his life. Nian, close the doors and windows tightly when you sleep at night. Put a chair behind the door, and don't open the door if someone knocks. Tang Manin kept muttering, and Tang Nian kept nodding. Although the second uncle's words were all nonsense, he was kind-hearted, and she had to bear it. Finally, after sending the chattering second uncle away, Tang Nian jumped out of the window and rode a bicycle to the black market uncle's house. It was already 8 o'clock, and the street was very quiet. There were a few scattered pedestrians walking hurriedly. Tang Nian took out a backpack from the space, put 5 or 6 pounds of wild boar meat in it, and knocked on the door gently a few times. The old man lived in a house with a separate door and courtyard. It was a small courtyard, but very quiet. Soon, the door opened, and the old man saw her with a look of joy in his eyes, and hurriedly let her in. He led Tang Nian into the living room, where a simple and thin old lady made tea for her and smiled at her. There were also 2 children, a boy and a girl. The boy was 4 or 5 years old, and the girl was 6 or 7 years old. She was very beautiful and tilted her head to look at people curiously. There were few furniture in the room, and they were all tattered, but they were wiped very clean. Although the old couple and the children were thin, they looked good. Girl, there is no good tea, so you have to drink some, the old lady said apologetically. There was no good tea at home now, and this little tea foam was what she found from the old tea cans. Very good. Tang Nian finished a cup in one breath. She was indeed a little thirsty, and asked the old man, "You said you had good things last time. What do you want to exchange?" "I want to exchange some meat and nutritional supplements. If I can get medicine for tuberculosis, it would be better. If not, forget it." As soon as the old man finished speaking, a few men coughed in the room on the left. "It's my son. He has tuberculosis. Don't worry, girl. He eats and drinks alone," the old lady explained. Tang Nian didn't care. She drank the spiritual spring, and her body, transformed by the end of the world, was also brought. Ordinary viruses are useless to her, and a little tuberculosis bacteria is not to be feared. Nutritional supplements are no problem, and medicine can also be obtained, but it's a bit troublesome. "Let me see your things." Tang Nian didn't agree immediately. She didn't know the details of the old couple, so she had to be careful. Tuberculosis medicine is very precious now. Hospitals in small counties generally can't buy it. Even in big cities like Beijing and Shanghai, you have to rely on connections to get it. She can't act too easy. In fact, she has medicine for tuberculosis in her space. In a few decades, medicine for tuberculosis will be very common, and anyone with money can buy it. I'll take you to see it. The old couple was very excited. What they were most worried about was their son. His condition was getting worse and worse. They were afraid that they would lose him before they could. If this girl could get the medicine, they would give her all their things. No matter how precious something was, it was not as valuable as their son's life. The old man took Tang Mianyan to see something, while the old lady was outside to take a walk. The house was not big, with only 3 rooms, a living room, and 2 small courtyards in front and back. There was a kitchen in the front yard, and the old man took Tang Mianyan to the backyard. The backyard was even smaller, only about 7 or 8 square meters, and there was a sweet-scented osmanthus tree, and next to the tree was a small utility room. This kind of house is very common in Zhucheng and can be seen everywhere. The old man led Tang Mianyan into the utility room, which was a mess, with a lot of things piled up and covered with dust. These sundries were redundant at a glance, and they would not be touched because they were too dirty. "Girl, wait a minute." The old man smiled mysteriously and a little proudly. He squatted down and moved the sundries piled on top. The house was suddenly dusty. Tang Mianyan covered her nose and went out to wait. After a while, the old man came out holding a tattered box. The box looked very broken, and there were several holes bitten by mice. It was too shabby to burn firewood. The box was a bit heavy, and the old man had a hard time holding it, so Tang Mianyan took it. The two returned to the living room, and the old lady wiped the box with a cloth. The old man opened the lid and lifted the cloth covering it. His eyes became reluctant. These were the treasures he had worked so hard to find, but now he had to give them to someone else. "Girl, they are all here." Tang Mianyan leaned over and saw the things in the box. There were 2 scrolls and a small cup, which looked unremarkable. What caught her eye was a big-bellied porcelain jar, which looked a bit familiar, as if she had seen it in a museum before. It looked a bit similar, but the pattern was different. At that time, the museum introduced it as yuan blue and white porcelain, which was very expensive in terms of historical value and monetary value. The highest price at the auction was 800 million? Yuan blue and white? Tang Mianyan asked, breathing a little hurriedly. This old man collected all good things. "Girl, you know what's good. This is a Dotsai chicken cup from the Chenghua period of the Ming dynasty. This is a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain. These 2 paintings, one is a painting by Wu Daozi, and the other is a calligraphy by Shiji. And this plate is from the Ru kiln. They are all my beloved treasures, but I can't keep them. Girl, please keep them well, and don't let them be destroyed by ignorant people." The old man pleaded. He had some other collections, most of which were robbed, and some were burned. At that time, he was so worried that he couldn't breathe. He and his wife tried their best to keep these treasures, but they were terrified every day, worried that they would be discovered by those people. "This girl is capable and may be able to protect these treasures." "Okay." Tang Mianyan agreed. She must keep such expensive and good things. The old man looked at these things reluctantly, resolutely closed the lid, and moved the box in front of Tang Mianyan. "I will send you nutritional supplements and medicine regularly. I'll give you the meat first." Tang Mianyan took out a large piece of bloody meat from the backpack, which weighed about 5 or 6 pounds. The old couple was shocked, and then ecstatic. With meat, they can supplement their son and grandchildren with nutrition. "If you have any problems in the future, come to me and call this number. If I'm not here, find Tang Mianyan, and he will pass it on." Tang Mianyan wrote the phone number of the dormitory building of the Red Star Machinery Factory and her name and handed it to the old man. After receiving so many good things, she had to protect this family. Tang Mianyan picked up the box and left. When she passed by 2 beautiful children, she stopped, reached into the backpack with her backhand, fumbled around, and took out a small bag of white rabbit milk candy from the space. She grabbed a handful of each and stuffed them into the pockets of the brother and sister, forcing a smile. "Eat candy." The beautiful children were very cute, and she liked them. Tang Mianyan strode away, not letting the old couple send her off, and directly closed the door and rode away. Xiang Junzuo and his wife exchanged glances, closed the door, and returned to the living room. The grandchildren took out milk candies from their pockets and put them all on the table. "Grandpa, Grandma, The beautiful sister gave us a lot of milk candies. The little girl swallowed her saliva. She hadn't eaten milk candies for a long time. She was so greedy. But Grandpa, Grandma, and Dad didn't eat them, so she couldn't eat them first. Eat them. Mrs. Xiang's eyes were wet. It was all her fault that she was incompetent. The two children suffered too much. She peeled 2 milk candies and fed them to the 2 children, but the siblings refused to eat them. She had to let them eat first before she would eat them. Miss Tang is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Old Xiang, you have a good eye for people this time. Mrs. Xiang teased, and Xiang Junzuo's old face became hot, and he felt guilty. If he hadn't been able to judge people, his family wouldn't have suffered such a change. Who knew that the person who called him Uncle Xiang so affectionately would stab him in the back and almost ruin his family? Don't think about the past. Things will definitely get better in the future. Mrs. Xiang comforted her husband. She had confidence in the future. She also believed that one day, her family would be able to return to Shanghai and continue their previous lives. Xiang Junzuo nodded. With the 800 kilograms of food given by Tang Yinyan, as well as nutritional supplements and medicine in the future, their family's life would definitely get better and better. After Tang Yinyan returned to the guest house, she closed the curtains and entered the space. She put the broken box away. She was going to build a wooden house. She cut some wood on the mountain, which was enough. Tang Yinyan had built a house in the end times and had experience. She also had an electric saw and quickly cut the wood. It took only a few hours to build a simple wooden house. She also had to build a stove and a bed. She would be able to enter the space to rest in the future. The pregnant rabbits that were brought into the space before have already given birth. A total of 2 rabbits gave birth to 30 rabbits. With such a high production rate, it is no wonder that the wild rabbits on the mountain are so hard to kill. Tang Yinyan originally wanted to build some chicken sheds, rabbit sheds, and pig sheds, but she found that the animals in the space were very well behaved, living in their own homes and not disturbing each other. She didn't need to take care of them, so she was too lazy to build sheds. After sleeping until dawn, Tang Yinyan washed up and went out for breakfast. A bowl of salty soy milk, a basket of steamed dumplings, 2 old fried dough sticks, and a bowl of wontons. Tang Yinyan specifically asked for old fried dough sticks, which are fried dough sticks that have been fried again overnight. This kind of fried dough sticks tastes especially good when soaked in soy milk. After eating a beautiful breakfast, Tang Yinyan was in a better mood. In this era, except for the lack of supplies, everything else is good, especially the food, which is much more delicious than in later times. Tang Yinyan rode a bicycle to the second cotton mill. Today was the recruitment examination, and she pulled out a cigarette for the old man. Girl is here. Take the exam in the second-floor conference room. Do well. The old man smiled and had a very good impression of Tang Yinyan. There were several young men and women who came to take the exam. They were all arrogant and didn't even look at him. Only Tang Yinyan, although expressionless, was polite. Every time she came, she would put out his cigarette. She was obviously a well-educated child. I know.
Not that.
In preparation for this job exam, she read a lot of current newspapers and learned a lot about current affairs. It should be no problem. There were more than a dozen young men and women sitting in the conference room on the second floor. They were all dressed very stylishly and wore watches. They all came from good families. When Tang Yinyan came in, the eyes of several young men lit up and their eyes became warm. A young man with fair skin even came over to say hello. Hello, my name is Jinbo. Are you here for the job exam as well?
Yes.
Tang Yinyan's expression was indifferent. This man named Jinbo wanted to flirt with her at first glance, but she didn't like men with too white skin. They were effeminate. A dark and handsome face appeared in her mind. It was the soldier she met in the state-owned restaurant. His appearance and figure were just what she wanted, as was his temperament. She didn't like men who were too proactive and too enthusiastic. She always felt that these men had bad intentions and wanted to harm her. Jinbo was a little embarrassed. His father was the deputy director of the meat processing plant, and his mother was the director of the street. His family background was definitely the best in Zhucheng. The girl had always taken the initiative to please him, but today she ran into an iceberg. Looking at Tang Nianyan's beautiful face, Jinbo comforted himself that it was normal for such a beautiful girl to be a little arrogant. If he could catch this girl, he would be the most prestigious man in the city in the future. Which unit do your parents work for? I haven't seen you before. Are your family newly transferred here? Jinbo kept asking. Young people from their families have their own circles and basically know everyone, but Tang Nianyan is a stranger. It's the first time he saw her today. It's time for the exam.
Tang Niani an themin de con li.
Someone came in with a pile of test papers. Jinbo returned to his seat regretfully. He became more enthusiastic about Tang Nianyan. After the exam, he would get close to this beautiful girl. The other girls looked at Tang Nianyan with unfriendly eyes, especially the girl wearing a blue woolen coat and 2 ponytails. She glared at Tang Nianyan fiercely. Tang Nianyan didn't care and had a blank expression on her face. She was waiting for the test paper. The man who came in said some polite words and handed out the test papers. There were questions on Chinese and mathematics which were all very simple, but for others it was not so easy. In recent years, the school has only 2 textbooks, Industrial Basics and Agricultural Basics, which teach very simple knowledge points, which may only be equivalent to the junior high school level in the future. Tang Nianyan looked at the questions and picked up her pen to answer. Perhaps it was because of such textbooks that she wrote very quickly, with almost no time to think, and she wrote as if she had divine power. Moreover, her blackboard writing was very beautiful. As a small-town test-taker in the previous life, she remembered the teacher's teachings together. The blackboard writing must be neat, and the paper score is at least 1 point. You must get this point, which may affect your life. So, Tang Nianyan's blackboard writing has always been very beautiful, written clearly and cleanly, clear at a glance and comfortable to read. The man who was invigilating the exam walked to her side, had already walked past, and then stepped back, stood beside her and stared at her, with admiring eyes. He was the secretary of the factory director, responsible for today's recruitment exam. The factory director said that all admissions would be based on real scores. Among so many candidates, only this beautiful girl named Tang Nianyan had the most beautiful blackboard writing and the highest accuracy rate. All the previous questions were finished, and the last question was to write an article, the title of which was I Want to Be a. Without thinking, Tang Nianyan wrote down I want to be a useful person to the society. She wrote a long and beautiful article with great enthusiasm, willing to be a humble, contributing all her strength to the construction of the motherland, and going wherever there is a need, even if it means sacrificing her life. In the 1,000-word article, she wrote 700 words of nonsense, and the remaining 300 words were used to praise the motherland, the party, the new look of the No. 2 cotton mill, and the wise measures of the factory director, leading his subordinates to make progress together and weaving one piece of cloth after another for the motherland. I love my motherland, Jucheng, and the No. 2 cotton mill. I am willing to be of the No. 2 cotton mill. Keep in mind the 4 special spirits, be able to endure hardships, fight, endure and dedicate and contribute all my strength to the No. 2 cotton mill. As long as the No. 2 cotton mill needs me, I will be there at any time and always be ready. Tang Nianyan finished writing the last word. She drew an exclamation mark and nodded heavily.
Done.
She shook her hand and nodded to the man who had been standing next to her. This man didn't know what was wrong with him. He had been standing next to her for half an hour. Was he afraid that she would cheat? The man's eyes were a little hot. He was moved by Tang Nianyan's article. He had never seen such a passionate young man who was willing to sacrifice his life for the construction of the factory. Compared with Tang Nianyan, he was too small and selfish. He wanted to learn from this comrade Tang Nianyan, learn her spirit, learn her 4 special spirits. I want a hand in the paper. Tang Nianyan stood up and put the test paper on the table in front of her. Please wait outside for the results. The results will be announced at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The man said. The factory director was annoyed by those people who asked for connections. He asked him to finish this recruitment exam as soon as possible. There was only 1 quota. After the exam, the best candidates would be admitted. The results would be announced on the same day to save those people from bothering the factory director again. Tang Nianyan nodded, indicating that she understood. It was morning now, and she would come back in the afternoon. First, go to the sock factory to find Xia Hongmei to sell pork. Second aunt and Xia Hongmei are in the same workshop, but their relationship is not so good. The sock factory is not far from the second cotton mill, and it only takes a few minutes to ride a bike. Tang Nianyan offered a cigarette to the security guard, saying that she was Xia Hongmei's cousin and came to visit relatives. It's time to get off work now. Go to the dormitory building, turn left, and walk 50 meters. The uncle was very enthusiastic. The charm of Hong Shuangxi cigarettes is invincible in this era. Tang Nianyan easily found the dormitory building. Xia Hongmei lived in a row of bungalows. The kitchen was set up outside. Many people were cooking. She didn't know Xia Hongmei, so she asked the aunt closest to her. "Aunt, where does Xia Hongmei live? I'm her cousin. This is my first time in the city. Go to the 5th room. You are Hongmei's cousin. You are really beautiful." The aunt looked at Tang Nianyan curiously. This cousin was much prettier than Xia Hongmei, but it was a pity that she was a rural girl. "Hongmei, your cousin is here." The aunt suddenly shouted, and Xia Hongmei, who had just walked out, was startled and looked at Tang Nianyan in confusion. When did she have such a beautiful cousin? "A cousin? My aunt asked me to go to the city to deliver something." Tang Nianyan shouted first, walked quickly to Xia Hongmei and whispered, "Your husband asked me to deliver pork." "Cousin, come in quickly. Your brother mentioned it to me, but I forgot." Xia Hongmei quickly realized that she had eaten all the wild rabbits and pheasants she got last time, and she was craving for meat. She enthusiastically led Tang Nianyan into the house, closed the door, and asked anxiously, "How much pork is there?" "It's all here." Tang Nianyan took out a large piece of meat from the backpack, which weighed more than 10 pounds. Xia Hongmei's eyes were straight, and she picked it up and picked it up. It was heavy. 1 yuan per pound. "How much do you want?" Tang Nianyan asked. The pork in the market was 72 cents, and you need a meat ticket. The pork in the black market was 1.2 yuan. Wild boar meat was a bit smelly, so she sold it for a piece without being expensive. "I want all of them." "How much is this?" Xia Hongmei was very generous. She had no shortage of money. Tang Nianyan took out a scale from her backpack, hooked up the pork, and lifted it up with one hand. 15.5 pounds. Count as 15 pounds. She asked Xia Hongmei to look at the scale. "Here's the money. Come to me again when you need meat in the future. It would be even better if you have pork from a farm." Xia Hongmei didn't look at it. She just weighed it. It was about 15 or 16 pounds, no mistake. She took out a 10 yuan note and a 5 yuan note and stuffed them into Tang Nianyan's pockets. "Let's talk about it later." Tang Nianyan didn't refuse or agree. She would get some piglets in a while. There would be meat if they were raised in the space, but not so soon. After the payment and goods were paid, Tang Nianyan said goodbye and Xia Hongmei saw her to the door. "Cousin, you are really something. You leave without even eating. Your brother will definitely scold me. I still have to go shopping. If I get home late, it will be dark. I'm leaving, cousin." Tang Nianyan secretly admired Xia Hongmei's acting skills. She acted like a real person. "You're leaving without even eating? Girl, come and visit us again next time." The old lady who had shown me the way was very welcoming, just like one of our own family members. Tang Nianyan nodded at her, and even after walking a long way, she could still hear the loud voice of the middle-aged woman, asking Xia Hongmei if she had a boyfriend. People nowadays are so enthusiastic. Tang Nianyan went to the restaurant to eat, and then went directly to the second cotton mill. The young men and women who took the exam in the morning were standing at the door of the conference room, talking in groups of 3 or 4. When Jean Bo saw her, his eyes lit up and he walked over, but was stopped by the girl in the blue woolen coat, who asked, "Jean Bo, how did you do in the exam?" "It's okay, anyway, I did everything I could do, how about you?" Jean Bo had to stop. The girl's father was the director of the meat processing factory and his father's leader, so he had to be polite. The girl looked at Tang Nianyan proudly, but Tang Nianyan didn't look at her at all. She leaned against the railing casually, with a cold expression, but her posture was extremely beautiful. Just a casual move could hook people's hearts. While chatting with the girl, Jinbo looked at Tang Yanyan from time to time. His mind was distracted, and the girl's face became more and more ugly. She couldn't help but tell him an insider information to attract Jinbo. It doesn't matter if you don't pass the exam this time. The tractor factory and the agricultural machinery factory will have recruitment exams. We will take the exams together when the time comes. The girl's voice was not loud, but Tang Yanyan had good ears. Did your father tell you? Jinbo really became interested. He stopped looking at Tang Yanyan and discussed the recruitment exam with the girl head-to-head. He didn't have much confidence in this exam. If he took more exams, there would always be one person who would pass, right? Although his father said that he could arrange for him to work in the meat processing factory, he didn't like the meat processing factory. He was tired of dealing with dead pigs every day. Yes, my father said that there will be only 3 recruitment exams in the first half of the year, all next week. The girl was very proud. Although she didn't look as pretty as Tang Yanyan, she had a father who was a factory director. She didn't want to work in the meat processing factory, so she wanted to go to other units, preferably the same unit as Jinbo. Tang Yanyan's mouth curled up. There were still 2 exams to go. God was helping her. At 2 o'clock, the morning invigilator appeared with a piece of paper in his hand. Everyone held their breath. Now the test results are announced. This recruitment exam adheres to the principle of fairness and justice. The best candidates are admitted according to their scores. Those who did not do well should not be discouraged. They should keep up the good work next time. Those who pass the exam should learn with an open mind. After entering the factory to work, they should devote themselves to their work, do their job well, shine and give. Remember the 4 special spirits of being able to endure hardships, fight, endure and dedicate, and be willing to be a small who works hard and never complains. The invigilator couldn't help but use Tang Yanyan's golden words. He was a secretary and often had to write reports. He didn't even take a nap at noon. He kept reading Tang Yanyan's articles. The more he read, the more exciting they were. How Yujia, Tang Yanyan, you'll go to the personnel department to handle the procedures later. The man announced the test results. How Yujia was the internal quota, and Tang Yanyan was the only one who passed the exam. Everyone else sighed and looked around, wondering which lucky guy Tang Yanyan was. Tang Yanyan and a girl stood up, and Jinbo's eyes lit up. It turned out that they were his ideal people. His parents would definitely not object to this beautiful girl working in the second cotton mill, and there was almost no obstacle for them to be together. Jinbo took it for granted that Tang Yanyan would not reject his pursuit. After all, he was so handsome and had such a good family background. Which girl would reject him? Tang Yanyan and Hao Yujia went to the personnel department and completed the entry procedures. Come to work next month, the director of the personnel office said in a serious tone. It was Yang Aihua who filled out the registration form last time. She and Hao Yujia both had their work permits. This girl looked a bit like her sister Hao Yuhua, but her personality was much better than her sister's. She always smiled, spoke softly, and took the initiative to greet Tang Yanyan.
Hello, I'm Hao Yuji.
We're going to work together in the future.
You're the first in this exam.
I want to learn from you. Hao Yujia extended her hand generously. Tang Yanyan also extended her hand and gently pulled the corner of her mouth. She didn't say anything because she couldn't work with this girl. She turned around and asked the security guard if anyone wanted to buy this position. She had to sell it. Hao Yujia's smile froze for a moment and soon filled up again. She felt a little dissatisfied with Tang Yanyan. She took the initiative to greet him, but she was still so arrogant. I don't know what kind of family background he has. It takes more than 10 minutes to walk from the office building to the factory gate. Hao Yujia pestered Tang Yanyan all the way and asked questions about her family background. Tang Yanyan remained silent and let the girl talk. Hao Yujia sang a single clarinet for a few minutes, and she really couldn't sing anymore. This was the first time she had seen Tang Yanyan being so unkind. She had no expression and didn't say a word from beginning to end. She was even more arrogant than the daughter of the director of the second cotton mill. Although Hao Yujie was very dissatisfied, she didn't dare to show it. She couldn't figure out Tang Nianyan's background. If she really had a big background, she must not offend her and had to curry favor with her. But Tang Nianyan was too tight-lipped. She hadn't gotten a single word out of her yet. Hao Yujie cleared her throat and prepared for the second round of questions. Yujie, 3 young men and women caught up with her. They were the ones who had taken the job recruitment exam together before. 1 man and 2 women, but they all failed. The parents of these people either worked in the supply and marketing cooperative or the second cotton mill. They all knew Hao Yujie and had a good relationship with her, but their parents' connections were not as strong as Hao Yujie's. Yujie, you will be a formal employee in the future. That's great. A girl with 2 pigtails was full of envy. She was wearing a khaki coat, an apricot turtleneck sweater, dark blue corduroy trousers, black leather shoes, and a half-new women's watch on her wrist. This outfit is quite good even in Shanghai. Obviously, this girl's family is very well off, and it should be no problem to take out 700 or 800 yuan. There are also recruitment exams. You will definitely pass them. Hao Yujie comforted her friends, but everyone knew that with their academic performance, if their parents didn't have strong connections, 9 out of 10 would not pass the exam. If only they had as good grades as Tang Nianyan. Several people looked at Tang Nianyan with a cold expression, but didn't dare to say hello to her. This girl didn't look easy to get along with, and they were afraid of being scolded. Several people went to the factory gate together, and the old man took the initiative to greet Tang Nianyan. Girl, have you finished the exam? Yes. Tang Nianyan nodded, walked over, and put in a paper bag from the window. She wrapped it with newspaper, and there were 10 red double happiness cigarettes in it.
How did you do in the exam?
The old man gently pinched it, grinned, and asked in a low voice. Not bad. Goodbye, old man. Tang Nianyan didn't say that she passed the exam, and said goodbye to the old man, and went to the parking shed at the door to push the car. Hao Yujie and the others thought too much, thinking that Tang Nianyan was also the child of a cadre of the second cotton mill. Otherwise, how could the security guard be so familiar with her? When did Uncle Yu become so easy to talk to? He ignored the factory director. The girl with pigtails, Yang Xiaohong, whispered softly. Her parents and aunt were all from the second cotton mill, and her aunt was Yang Aihua from the personnel office, but she still couldn't compete with Hao Yujie because Hao Yujie's parents had a better relationship with the factory director. Maybe he knows her. Hao Yujie smiled, but she didn't dare to underestimate Tang Nianyan in her heart. The security guard, Uncle Yu, was the father of the former factory director, who was promoted to the textile department. This uncle could almost walk sideways in the factory, and the factory director had to respect him. She guessed that Tang Nianyan's parents were probably from the textile department, otherwise Uncle Yu would not have such an attitude. Yang Xiaohong didn't ride a bike. Her home was in the family building of the cotton spinning factory, across the street, but she didn't want to go home now. She wanted to go to the park to relax and think about her future life. Yang Xiaohong. Tang Nianyan appeared behind her like a ghost, scaring the girl. She turned around suddenly and saw that it was Tang Nianyan. She breathed a sigh of relief, patted her chest, and said unhappily, "People scare people to death. You are too timid." Tang Nianyan was a little puzzled. It was broad daylight, and there were so many pedestrians on the street. What was there to be afraid of? You suddenly appeared behind me and suddenly called out. Anyone would be scared. What's wrong with you? Yang Xiaohong would never admit that she was timid. She just couldn't be scared suddenly. When she was alone, if someone suddenly spoke, she would have a big reaction, but she dared to walk alone at night, and she was not timid. Go over there and talk. Tang Nianyan pointed to the roadside. They stood in the middle of the sidewalk, blocking other people's way. Yang Xiaohong didn't understand her purpose, but she followed her obediently. I want to sell this job. Do you want to buy it? Tang Nianyan got straight to the point. Yang Xiaohong didn't react for a while, and was a little stupid. She asked back, "What to buy?" "The office job of the second cotton mill." Yang Xiaohong finally came to her senses, and was very surprised. She asked, "Didn't you just pass the exam? This is an office job. Why do you want to sell it? How many people dream of an office job in a cotton mill?" Tang Nianyan actually passed the exam and wanted to sell it. Is she crazy? My fiancé is paralyzed. Tang Nianyan gave a reason in a cold voice and added the word X in her heart. The ex-fiancé is paralyzed. This reason should be convincing. Yang Xiaohong's eyes became sympathetic and she imagined many plots. Tang Nianyan is a girl with feelings and righteousness. In order to treat her fiancé's illness, she sold the iron rice bowl that she had finally passed the exam. What a touching love story. Do you really want to sell it? Yang Xiaohong wanted to make sure, so as not to regret it later. Well, as soon as possible. Tang Nianyan nodded. She still had to go to the tractor factory and the agricultural machinery factory to take exams, and there was no time to delay.
Come home with me.
Yang Xiaohong saw her determination and was very happy. The family was not short of money, but these days, good positions were occupied by others and no one was willing to sell them. Her parents wanted to buy a house, but had no place to buy it. And her parents' jobs must be left to her two brothers. She can only rely on herself to take the exam or buy it. She couldn't pass the exam, her grades were terrible, and she couldn't buy a house. 5 minutes ago, Yang Xiaohong was still confused about her life, but now she stood up immediately. She looked at Tang Nianyan as if she was looking at an angel. She was beautiful, and her heart was even more beautiful. What a good girl. Yang Xiaohong took Tang Nianyan back to the second cotton mill. Her father was a mechanic in the factory, and her mother was the director of the third workshop. She went into the workshop to find her mother, and soon, the mother and daughter came out.
Do you really want to sell it?
Yang's mother looked Tang Nianyan up and down. She was a very pretty girl, and she was well-dressed. 800 yuan, do you want to buy it? Tang Nianyan asked coldly. Buy it. Yang's mother was very decisive. 800 yuan was not expensive, and the family could afford it. With her daughter's office job, she could choose a better partner, so the money must be spent. She went back to the workshop and found her husband.
She told him about it.
The couple came out together and asked Tang Nianyan to wait downstairs in the office building while they went home to get the money. The couple was also anxious, afraid that the night would be long and dreams would be many. Tang Nianyan changed her mind and thought about completing the formalities quickly. Tang Nianyan happened to think the same way. Yang's father and mother acted quickly. They came back panting in less than half an hour, took Tang Nianyan to a secluded place, and gave her 800 yuan. Go and complete the formalities. Tang Nianyan nodded and put the 800 yuan in her pocket with satisfaction. Yang's mother was also very satisfied. She liked people who were quick to do things. The director of the personnel office was Yang Xiaohong's aunt, and the formalities were handled exceptionally smoothly. Although Yang Aihua was surprised, she did not ask much. Although the sale of positions was prohibited on the surface, many people did it privately. In addition, the names of Tang Nianyan and Hao Yujie had not yet been transferred to the Labor Bureau, so the procedures were very simple. Tang Nianyan signed, and the work transfer procedures were completed. She stretched out her hand to Yang Xiaohong and said expressionlessly, "May you have a bright future." "Thank you, I hope your fiancé recovers soon." Yang Xiaohong gave her sincere blessings. Tang Nianyan nodded and strode away. A net profit of 800 yuan a day is quite cost-effective. I hope the tractor factory and the agricultural machinery factory will also be smooth. Yang Aihua asked in a low voice, "Sister-in-law, how did you convince this girl?" "Such a good job, most people would definitely not be willing to sell it. Her daughter has been unemployed at home for half a year, and she is not so lucky." She took the initiative to find Xiaohong, saying that her fiancé was paralyzed and needed money for treatment. "This girl looks cold, but she is a kind and righteous person." Yang's mother sighed, looking so beautiful, but her life is not so good. How could she have a paralyzed fiancé?
It's really a sin.
Xiaohong's job is settled, sister-in-law. You and my brother are relieved, but it's a pity that Qinghong of my family doesn't know when she will have a chance.
Yang Aihua sighed.
She is still young and can't retire. Even if she retires, the job will be given to her son, but she has to make arrangements for her daughter. It would be great if Tang Nianyan could have such an opportunity. It will definitely happen. Maybe there will be good news in a few days. Yang's mother comforted. Yang Aihua smiled bitterly and didn't hold out hope. The two sisters-in-law were chatting in the corridor. Their voices were not loud, but the wind blew their voices into Tang Nianyan's ears standing on the stairs. She really didn't want to eavesdrop, but her hearing was too good, so she could always hear a lot of secrets. Tang Nianyan's mouth corners rose. Another customer, let's go to the tractor factory first. Zhucheng Tractor Factory is also in the west of the city, next to the agricultural machinery factory. Tang Nianyan used 2 red double happiness trinkets to easily find out the time of the recruitment examination. They are both next week, Wednesday for the tractor factory and Thursday for the agricultural machinery factory, both at 8:30 in the morning. And they are all office jobs, regardless of gender. Tang Nianyan grinned. These 2 recruitment exams were tailor-made for her. If everything goes well, she can earn another 1,600 yuan. It was time to register for the tractor factory. Tang Nianyan filled out the registration form first. Her words were the same as at the second cotton mill, but this time she changed it to saying that her uncle worked at the cotton mill and she no longer mentioned the power supply bureau. The agricultural machinery factory would register tomorrow, so Tang Nianyan went to find Bigo to sell wild boar meat. Last time, she collected 12 wild boars, 7 big ones and 5 small ones. She slaughtered the largest one in the village and slaughtered 2 for herself. She did not go to the black market, but to the address Bigo mentioned last time, a house with a private entrance and courtyard very quiet. Miss, what good stuff do you have? When Beige saw her, his eyes lit up, but he was very respectful and didn't dare to take anything big. His still hurt from the last fall. But he made a lot of money from the Dacron cloth that the girl took out. It would be great if there was such good cloth again. Do you want 2 wild boars? Tang Nianyan asked directly. She put the wild boars outside. Yes. Beige was a little disappointed, but meat was also good. Cloth and meat were the best-selling things these days, as well as grain and oil, which were in short supply in every household. Outside, Tang Nianyan was too lazy to move. Beige and his men went out. When they opened the door, they saw a cart covered with a layer of sacks. Inside were slaughtered wild boars, each weighing about 200 pounds. Several people carried the pigs into the yard and weighed them. Total 486 jin. Your wild boar meat is not as expensive as domestic pork. Girl, you are an old customer, so I will charge you 90 cents per jin. How about that? The price given by Beige was very affordable. Tang Nianyan nodded and said, how much does it cost to get me a bicycle license? Nowadays, bicycles need to be stamped. Black bikes cannot go on the street. If you go to a department store to buy a bicycle, it will be stamped. She can only ask Beige. Girl, can you get a bicycle? Beige was very smart and thought of the key point at once, and his eyes lit up instantly. Bicycles are hard currency, and you can sell as many as you want. You want one without a license? Tang Nianyan asked. Yes, take as many as you want, girl. I will give you a reasonable price, 170. How about that? Beige nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. A bicycle in a department store costs 180, and you also need a bicycle ticket. A bicycle ticket on the black market costs 70 or 80. He sold it for 240, and there must be a lot of people who want it. He has connections to get a license plate, so it doesn't cost much. 10 men's and 10 women's. Hand over the money and get the goods tonight. Tang Nianyan didn't dare to take more. In fact, there were hundreds of bicycles in the space, but if Zhucheng suddenly had hundreds of bicycles, it would definitely attract the attention of the police. 20 bicycles should not be a big problem. I'll wait for you tonight, girl. I don't want your license plate for free. I'll give it to you. Mina grinned from ear to ear. Although this beautiful girl was cruel, she was a fortune teller. He was sure that Tang Nianyan must have some good stuff in her hands. He had to hold on to this thigh tightly. 486 kilograms of meat, plus 20 bicycles, a total of 3,837.4 yuan. Miss, I'll round it up for you. 3,850 yuan. Mina took out a banknote and a small wooden box and handed it to Tang Nianyan with both hands. I collected some small things, giving them to you to play with. Tang Nianyan opened the wooden box, and inside was a jade bracelet and a jade pendant. The quality was pretty good, and there were also some copper coins and yuan datu. These things are indeed small things nowadays, and small yellow croakers can be sold at the bank, but no one wants these. She flipped through the copper coins and paused. There was a silver dollar inside, which seemed to be a very rare Guangxu year. She had seen it on the internet in her previous life. This kind of silver dollar is very rare and very valuable. The highest price at auction is more than 3 million. Mina must not know. Otherwise, he would not give it to her for free. I don't know if Mina can help me with something? Tang Nianyan thought for a long time before she thought of Mina. He has a wide network of contacts and knows people from all walks of life. He is very suitable for this matter. Miss, please tell me. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. Mina seemed very enthusiastic, but he didn't agree to anything. Hongxiu Sock's factory has a batch of scrapped sock machines. You can find a way to get them at the cheapest price. I can find someone to repair them. After they are sold, we will split the profits 40% to 60%. Tang Nianyan wanted to use the price of scrap copper and rotten iron to get the batch of sock machines. Mina should be able to do it. Miss, I have to ask someone to use my connections to give gifts. If I sell them, I have to take risks and spend a lot of manpower and material resources. I should split the profits 60% and you 40%. Although he was afraid of Tang Nianyan, Mina still plucked up the courage to bargain. He knew the market potential of sock machines better than anyone else. As long as they could be repaired, he would definitely be able to sell them. If no one repairs them, they are just a pile of scrap metal. If they are repaired, they are treasures. The most valuable thing in this business is the core technology, which is in my hands. Since you are not satisfied, forget it. Tang Nianyan turned around and left. He actually wanted to take advantage of her. It was a beautiful idea. She went to Hongxiu Sock's factory to negotiate by herself. At most, it would take some time and effort. Wait. Why are you in such a hurry? We can talk it over. How about a 50-50 split? Mina said humbly with a smile. A 50-50 split is also quite profitable. Tang Nianyan had a blank expression on her face. She walked faster and reached the gate, stretching out her hand to pull the door. 40-60. That's 40-60. I'll take 40 and you'll take 60. Mina threw herself at the door with all her might, blocking Tang Nianyan from going out. A 40-60 split is also quite profitable for him. The core technology is in the hands of the girl, and he has no confidence to compete. Pick up all the scrapped sock machines from the Hongxiuli and Yun sock factories. As long as they are not too outrageous, I can fix them. Tang Nianyan issued the task. There are only 2 sock factories in Zhucheng, and all the scrapped sock machines add up to about 100, but not all old sock machines can be repaired. Let's assume the depreciation rate is 20%, so there are at least 70 or 80 machines. She planned to open a small sock factory in Tang Village, and she would use these scrapped sock machines as the machines. Now, individuals were not allowed to open factories, but collectives could. She would open a sock factory in the name of Tang Village, and she would provide the machines as shares, and Tang Village would provide the labor. In this way, the surplus labor force of Tang Village would have the opportunity to earn extra money, and her family would not be conspicuous in the village. It is better to share wealth than to be rich alone. Understood. Rest assured. Girl, I'll take care of it. Mina clapped his arms and promised that no one in the city could do this except him. Tang Nianyan nodded slightly. She opened the door and stepped out with one foot. Then she remembered something and asked, there is a serial killer in the city who specifically targets young girls. Do you know about this? Mina's face changed and he shook his head and said, this is definitely not from the underworld. People from the underworld will never do such immoral things. Don't let me run into him, my dear. At the end of last year, the city was in a panic. His wife didn't dare to go out. He also sent people to inquire about it, but there was no news about this. As a result, his wife still doesn't dare to wear her favorite red scarf. His wife is 10 years younger than him, young and beautiful, and can act like a spoiled child. She also gave him a big fat son. Mina holds his wife in his heart and naturally hates this who made his wife unhappy. My brother and I analyzed it and found that this should live in the west of the city and maybe a sanitation worker. Mina said again. What do you think? Tang Nianyan became interested. This always committed crimes at night, and most of the victims were in the west of the city. There were also a few female comrades who worked the night shift. The bodies were all very dirty. Maybe they were loaded into a garbage truck. Mina shared his and his brother's speculation. Not necessarily. It is very likely that he deliberately confused the site. Tang Nianyan remembered the west of the city. When she had nothing to do at night, she went to the west of the city for a walk and tied a red scarf by the way. Girl, it's dark now. You should be careful. That is cruel and ruthless, worse than a beast. Mina kindly reminded Tang Nianyan, but Tang Nianyan walked far away and didn't hear it. He thought of the day in the grove when Tang Nianyan lifted him up, spun him 18 times and threw him out, and he couldn't help but shudder. If that meets this girl, who knows who will win? Mina said to himself, looking forward to it. Tang Nianyan went to the restaurant to eat and took a walk outside to digest the food. At 7:30, she went to the grove and moved out 21 bicycles. These bicycles are all nostalgic, no different from the current ones, and the quality is also very good. Male and female Beige led his brothers over. Seeing 2 rows of brand new and neat bicycles, his eyes were brighter than diamonds. These were all clattering money. Beige stamped Tang Nianyan's bicycle with a code on it. It was formal, and there would be no problem even if the police checked. Girl, I have collected some good things recently. Do you want them? Beige asked mysteriously. Those things were useless to hoard in hand, so it would be better to exchange them for this girl. Let's take a look. Tang Nianyan's expression was indifferent. She had to see the goods first. Beige asked his men to carry a box over and open the lid. There were calligraphy and paintings, porcelain and jade ornaments inside. They all looked quite old. Tang Nianyan didn't know much about antiques, but these should be genuine goods, and the jade jewelry had very good waterhead. How much is it worth? She asked. 1,000? Beige asked tentatively. Tang Nianyan looked at him coldly, and he immediately changed his words. 800? 500. Tang Nianyan made a price. She only recognized a few jadeite and jade articles. She didn't recognize other things, and was not sure. Beige didn't argue. He basically didn't spend much money on these things. Tang Nianyan paid the money, put the box behind the bicycle, and rode away on the new bicycle. Beige and his men lifted the 20 bicycles onto the cart and took them away. Tang Nianyan put the captain's old bicycle into the space. The new bicycle was lighter to ride. She went back to the machinery factory first to see how the dormitory arranged by Director Wu was. Tang Manin and Xian Jinju were busy with the new dormitory. Secretary Li came to inform them the afternoon and arranged a single dormitory for Tang Nianyan. It was on the floor above them. It was also 15 square meters. Tang Nianyan lived alone. The couple was very envious and worshipped Tang Nianyan even more. There are beds and desks in the dormitory, and you have to get your own quilt and basin. Tang Manin and Xian Jinju came to clean after dinner. After all, Tang Nianyan is so lazy that it is impossible to expect her to do it. Tang Nianyan went to her second uncle's house first. No one was at home. The neighbor said that he went upstairs to clean her dormitory. Director Wu is very efficient and arranged the dormitory so quickly. Tang Nianyan didn't know that Director Wu came to work early in the morning, called the Huqing shipyard to report on the work, and asked them to send someone to inspect the goods. Then, he called Director Qian of the Tianjin factory and showed off proudly. Director Wu, who had been depressed for several years, had never been so proud before. He was in a more cheerful mood than when he first received the appointment document. Everyone in the office building could testify that Director Wu did not stop humming today. He was even humming when he was peeing, the water of Honghu Lake, waves hitting waves. Director Wu, who was in a good mood, paid more attention to Tang Nianyan's affairs. He told Secretary Li in the morning and asked about it at noon. Secretary Li originally wanted to postpone it for a few days, but he dared not postpone it any longer. He immediately found the logistics office and arranged a single room for Tang Nianyan. Tang Nianyan went to the third floor and ran into Tang Dandan, who came out with a basin of water. Second sister, you are back. Your dormitory is so big. You can put a big bed and roll on it. Tang Dandan had been sleeping on a small bed since she came to the city. She was afraid of falling off when she turned over. What she wanted most was to sleep in a big bed comfortably and not be afraid of rolling off the bed. You move to this room and sleep in the future. Tang Nianyan did not plan to live in the dormitory. The dormitory building was crowded and inconvenient. She planned to ask Beige to find a house with a yard or rent a house. She did not plan to buy a house in Jucheng. After going to Shanghai for the college entrance examination, she would buy a house in Shanghai and sell them all when the price was at its highest. After experiencing the end of the world, she was not interested in real estate. No matter how many houses she had in the end of the world, they could not be exchanged for a pound of food. Second sister, are you really going to let me sleep? Tang Dandan was so excited that she dared not breathe. If she could live in a single room, the second sister would be her closest sister, and her parents would lean back.
Yeah.
Tang Nianyan smiled. This cousin had a good personality. Like Jujin, she was cheerful and lively. Although she had some tricks, they were mostly for food. What bad intentions could a person who played tricks just for food have? Second sister, I love you so much. If she hadn't been holding a basin of water in her hand, Tang Dandan would have jumped up 3 feet high. She was not very active in work before, but now she was very active. She ran to the water room to pour out the dirty water, and came back with clean water. She wiped it with a grunt and urged her parents to work faster. Did someone pull out your lazy muscles? Xian Jinju was annoyed. She was lazy before and would only move once after being called 10 times, but now she was as energetic as if she had been injected with chicken blood. Second sister said that this house will be for me to live in from now on. Tang Dandan wiped the table happily. Tang Manin and his wife were stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. They looked at Tang Nianyan and asked, Are you living with Dandan? Let Dandan live. I'll rent a house outside. It's convenient for me to do things. Tang Nianyan didn't explain too much. Tang Manin and his wife thought deeply, thinking that Tang Nianyan had to contact those 7th and 8th level masters, so it was indeed inconvenient for her to live in the factory, and it would be a bad influence if people saw her. If their daughter could move out, the couple could live in a single room. Their son only comes home once a month, so it can be ignored. They don't have to hold back on doing anything at night. Tang Manin became more and more excited as he thought about it. His hands involuntarily sped up, and so did Xian Jinju. The 3 of them were like chicken blood, and they cleaned the room in a short while. Xian Jinju moved quickly, going downstairs to get the bedding and making it ready for them to live in at night. Nianyan, you and Dandan will sleep at night. I'll stay in the guest house. Tang Nianyan refused. She planned to stay in the space for one night. The wooden house was almost built, and the bed and quilt were ready. It was more comfortable than living in a guest house. Then I'll take you there. Tang Manin didn't force her to stay. His niece was capable, and it was not his turn to be the boss of this girl. Seeing the brand new women's bicycle parked downstairs, Tang Manin's eyes bulged out, and he asked stutteringly, Nian. Nian, did you bought a bicycle? Yes. Tang Nianyan got on the bicycle, put one foot on the ground with the tiptoe, and stepped on the pedal and started riding. She could ride a women's bicycle like this, but her legs were not long enough for a men's bicycle, so she could only slide up, which was a bit strenuous. Tang Manin followed behind with a lot of emotion. It was less than 10 days, and his niece became a formal worker, earning 98 yuan in salary, became a celebrity in front of the factory director, and bought a new bicycle. This girl was usually very lazy, but once she was not lazy, how could she be so capable? If his niece told him one day that she wanted to fly a plane, he would definitely believe it. Tang Nianyan really knew how to fly a plane. She learned it in the last days, and she even had several helicopters in her space. After sending her to the door of the guest house, Tang Manin saw his niece go upstairs with his own eyes, and then rode back. But as soon as he left, Tang Nianyan came out. It was now 8:30 in the evening, and she planned to take a walk in the west of the city to see if she could lure out the perverted demon and enforce justice at the same time. Tang Niannian found a deserted place and went into the space to look for the red scarf. She put all the personal belongings of the original body into the space, and there was also a biscuit box, which contained the original body's treasures. She tied the red scarf and looked at herself in the mirror, with a look of disgust on her face. So rustic. She saw the biscuit box from the corner of her eye, and Tang Niannian had an idea and opened it, revealing colorful hairpins and hairbands, all of which were quite rustic, but in this era, they were the most fashionable, and they were all inlaid with sequins, sparkling. She saw a cloth bag lying quietly in the corner of the biscuit box, and couldn't help but pick it up and tear it open. Inside was a wolf tooth which the original body should have worn for many years, and the wolf tooth was nurtured to a jade color. Little wolf, is this your wolf mother's tooth? I will always wear it. The soft voice of the little girl echoed in her ears, and a dark little boy appeared in front of her. He was short, black, and skinny. He looked very pitiful, but the boy's eyes were particularly bright, like obsidian.
Tangniyani an Frauen.
There was something strange. She received the memories of her original body. When she recalled the past, she was an outsider and didn't feel anything. It was like watching a movie, browsing the memories of her original body. But when she recalled this little wolf cub, she seemed to be integrated with her original body. She felt longing and melancholy, as well as gratitude and sweetness. She was obviously just an outsider who had nothing to do with this little wolf cub. Why did she have such complicated feelings? Tang Niannian was too lazy to think about it. This little wolf cub was picked up by a jeep 6 years ago. It was said that his parents in the capital sent him. After that, there was no news of him. He probably forgot his original body. She looked at the wolf tooth and liked it more and more. She put it on her neck, planted dozens of acres of wheat in the space, and then went out. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. The streets of Zhucheng were deserted, and almost no pedestrians could be seen. Tang Niannian learned from the starling that the girls who had accidents were basically working night shifts. The accident happened on the way home from work between 11 and 12 o'clock. Shen Xiao quietly ambushed in a hidden place. He was alone. Too many people would alert the murder.
And he was enough.
As long as the murderer took action, he could subdue the murderer in the shortest time. But it had been 3 days, and the murderer seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, without any movement. On the deserted road, a young girl walked slowly. She was dressed very ordinary, but her figure was slim and her back was graceful. The dim street lights stretched her shadow particularly long. The girl tied a red scarf. She was a little nervous. She looked to both sides from time to time. Her body collapsed and her fists were clenched tightly, but you couldn't tell without a closer look. This girl was the daughter of a colleague of Wei Zhongqing. Young girls from the public security had been used as bait long ago, and the murder was not fooled. Shen Xiao speculated that the murderer knew someone from the public security, so he suggested that a stranger be used as bait. But ordinary people would definitely not dare to take risks for such a dangerous thing, and they would not dare to let ordinary people perform such a dangerous task. Although Shen Xiao was good at fighting and could ensure the safety of the bait, he was afraid of the possibility. Finally, it was the daughter of Wei Zhongqing's colleague who volunteered to be the bait. Although the girl was full of enthusiasm, she was an ordinary person after all. When she was really carrying out the mission, she would inevitably be nervous and afraid. Shen Xiao sighed. The murderer was very careful and must have seen that the girl was the bait. He used the intercom to instruct Wei Zhongqing, who was lying in ambush dozens of meters away, closing the net. It was useless to go on like this. He had to find a new bait. The psychological quality must be tough, otherwise the murderer would never take the bait. Wei Zhongqing imitated the call of a jackdaw a few times, which sounded a little scary in the quiet night. The young girl breathed a sigh of relief and quickly went to the alley that had been agreed in advance to meet up with Wei Zhongqing and the others.
Uncle Wei, I'm sorry.
I can't control it. The girl felt guilty. She knew she had to act calm, but she just couldn't control it. She was so useless. You did a good job. You are great. Wei Zhongqing patted the shoulder a few times to encourage her. It was very good to dare to be a bait. The murder was too cunning. Shun Zhao's voice came from the intercom. Retreat. I'll ask the army to send someone. Only female soldiers from the army could be used as bait because ordinary girls have poor psychological quality. Wei Zhongcheng breathed a sigh of relief. It couldn't be better if the army was willing to send someone. He was about to take his brothers off work when something new happened on the road. A beautiful girl who made people unable to take their eyes off walked slowly, with a red scarf tied around her neck. Wei Zhongcheng couldn't help but curse. This girl was Shun Zhao's sweetheart, the one who ate delicious meat in the restaurant. Why was she not sleeping in the middle of the night and wandering around here?
Wait.
Wei Zhongcheng asked his brothers to ambush and prepare to keep an eye on this girl and take action if something happened. Shen Xiao also saw Tang Yanyan. He followed her like a ghost, and no one could find him unless he wanted to be found. Tang Yanyan didn't feel that there was someone behind her. She deliberately came here to stroll just to lure the snake out of its hole. Achoo! The wind at night was like an ice knife. Whizzing. Tang Yanyan sneezed several times and blew her nose. She glanced at the alley next to her casually, but a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Sure enough, she took the bait. Shen Xiao also found out, and he asked Wei Qingzong and the others not to move, so as not to alarm the murderer. In the darkness, a pair of obscene and crazy eyes stared at Tang Yanyan. It was a man in his 40s, short, ugly, and with a figure like Wu Dalong. He was too lazy to make a move on the girl before, not because he saw anything but because she didn't look right to him, and he didn't want to waste time. His vision is very high, and ordinary looks can't attract him. The man's eyes stared at Tang Yanyan, getting brighter, and grinned. This woman was the most beautiful he had ever seen, and she must be a lewd.
Deserve to die.
The man's face was distorted, even uglier, and he muttered something in his mouth, as if cursing someone. Tang Yanyan walked slowly, as if she didn't see anything. She passed the alley where the man was hiding and deliberately quickened her pace, then turned into an alley in front. The alleys in Zhucheng are all connected, and one can go through another alley from this alley. Tang Yanyan knew that the devil must be lying in ambush in the alley. Sure enough, as soon as she walked into the alley, a strong wind blew over, hitting the back of her head. The man wanted to knock her out first, then take her away, humiliate her, and kill her. Several victims had done the same thing before. Tang Yanyan flashed and was about to subdue but someone was faster than her.
Ah.
Let me go. What did I do? Why are you arresting me? I'm sweeping the floor. The man spoke in the local dialect of Zhucheng, and he was very confident. He was holding a shovel in his hand, and there was a garbage truck parked next to him, as well as a broom. He was wearing the work clothes of a sanitation worker. Mina was right. He was indeed a sanitation worker. Chun Xiao subdued the person with one hand and said to Tang Yanyan, "Why are you still going out so late?" His tone was a little dissatisfied. This girl was too brave. What if the murderer succeeded? Chun Zhao's heart tightened and fear swept over him. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. Even when facing a group of ferocious enemies alone, he had never been afraid. If you want to come out, just come out. Tang Yanyan walked up to the perverted man and kicked him several times. She came out specifically to satisfy her urge to, but in the end, she didn't even move her muscles and bones, and was destroyed by this guy. She glared at Chen Xiao in dissatisfaction. He was so dark, just like that heartless little wolf cub. It's not your fault that you are ugly, but you come out to hurt others. You deserve to be killed by 1,000 cuts and torn into pieces. Even after death, your bones will be ground into ashes and thrown into a cesspool to rot. You pervert only dare to bully women. Calling you a beast is an insult to beasts. Why didn't your mother give you a human heart? How dare you set your sights on me? Do you think all women are easy to bully? Tang Yanyan kicked faster and faster. What she hated most was the who bullied women, especially since he is a pervert and uses such cruel means to harm women. We should really restore the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty and use them on this in turn. Wei Zhongcheng and his colleagues all lowered their heads, trying hard to hold back their laughter. This pretty girl's way of swearing was really novel and her skills were extraordinary. No wonder she dared to come out alone so late at night. You should thank them. Tang Niannian felt sorry. She had planned to cut off the tools used to commit the crime after catching this pervert, then take him to the suburbs and have him buy a few male dogs. After leaving him with a breath, she would cut off the reproductive organs and then hang him on the city gate. No, there is no city gate now, so she would just hang him in the park to apologize in the wind and sun. That's what it means to punish criminals. There's no point in giving a few years in prison, as they will continue to do evil things after they are released. Unfortunately, it was all destroyed by these people. Tang Niannian couldn't help but glare at Chen Xiao and the others again. They didn't come earlier or later, but just happened to run into her. Chen Xiao was bewildered by the glare, but there was a hint of smile in his eyes, and the way he glared was exactly the same as when he was a child. Girl, where do you live? We'll take you home. Wei Qingzong asked. No, I'm just coming out for a walk. Tang Niannian wanted to go into the space to sleep and didn't want anyone to follow her. I'll take you there. Chen Zhao's tone was unyielding, and Wei Qingzong was sensible enough to take the perverted man away, leaving the space for the young couple. Are you going back to Tang Village? Shen Xiao asked. Who are you? Tang Niannian suddenly became alert. Last time she knew that she didn't like to eat mustard greens, and now she knew that she lived in Tang Village. How did this man know everything about her? Who is he?
I'm Chen Xiao.
Chen Xiao reported his name, but he didn't expect the girl to remember it. After all, she used to call him Little Wolf. Sure enough, I don't know him. Tang Niannian snorted, pulled off the red scarf around her neck, and stuffed it into her pocket. She also pulled out the wolf fong and threw it outside her clothes. Chen Zhao's eyes softened, and he deliberately asked, Who gave you this wolf fong? A heartless thing. Tang Niannian actually guessed Chen Zhao's identity. He was so dark, but he knew her preferences very well. He asked about the wolf fong again. Apart from that heartless wolf cub, it should be no one else. How come this black charcoal wolf cub suddenly grew so tall? It was shorter than her when it was young. Now she has to look up to see it. Not happy. Tang Niannian puffed up her cheeks angrily, turned around and left. She didn't even realize that she suddenly felt a little emotional. Chen Xiao chuckled and caught up with her in just one big step, explaining in a nice and gentle voice, I've been on missions all these years and have had no way to contact the outside world. It's not that I didn't write to you on purpose. I thought you were going to default on your debt after eating so much of my food.
Tang Niannian's not.
She was a glutton when she was little, and she gave all the delicious food to this heartless man, and he never heard from her again after he left. I've always remembered it.
I've saved all my salary for you.
Chen Xiao smiled even more and took out a passbook from his pocket. On it was all his salary over the past few years, as well as his bonuses. He didn't have much money to spend in the army, so he saved almost all of it. Why do I need your salary? Tang Niannian rolled her eyes. She was not this guy's wife, and it would be unreasonable for her to take his salary without a legitimate reason. We agreed before that I would give you all the money I made. Nian, you promised. Chen Zhao's tone was a little aggrieved. His face was obviously cold, and he kept strangers away, but now there was more resentment, as if Tang Niannian had let him down. Aren't you looking for a partner? Let your wife manage your salary. Tang Niannian said angrily and refused to take the passbook. No change, I'll give it to you. Chen Zhao's tone was firm and a little doting. Seeing that Tang Niannian refused to take it, he simply stepped forward to stop her, picked her up with one hand, and stuffed the passbook into her hand. Tang Niannian suddenly became furious and launched an attack quickly, but her strength and speed were no match for Shen Xiao. She threw a punch, but Shen Xiao's big hand was like a large intestine wrapped around a small intestine, grabbing it. She kicked, and the same thing happened. She was so angry that she bared her teeth and bit the guy's neck. Chen Xiao froze, his expression dazed, and then a few red clouds floated out of his dark face, burning like he had a fever. He dared not move, allowing Tang Niannian to bite him. Even though the bite drew blood, Shen Xiao didn't feel any pain. To him, such a little pain was just like a tickle. He unconsciously tightened his arms, holding the person tightly in his arms, and the temperature of the body became hotter and hotter, and even the air around him began to heat up. "Let me go, or I'll bite your neck off." Tang Nianyan was very proud and thought that this guy was controlled by her. After all, she was biting the neck of fate. Shen Xiao put it down obediently and looked at her with a little more burning eyes. Just now, an idea suddenly came to him. He wants to marry Nian Nian as his wife. I never had such an idea before. I just wanted to find my childhood friend and protect her well. Although he had no contact with Tang Nianyan, he was always keeping an eye on her movements. He knew about her engagement and broken engagement with Qi Guohua. He was in the Shanghai military region and didn't go anywhere. He was not far from Zhucheng and could find out news about Tang Village at any time. This time, I came to Zhucheng to investigate the case, and also to find Nian Nian. Just now, when Nian Nian bit him, he suddenly understood. Why should Nian Nian marry another man? Why not marry one himself? Nian Nian, be my wife. Chen Xiao is a person with strong execution ability. Once he has an idea in his mind, he will execute it immediately. Tang Nianyan blinked, making sure she had heard it right. This guy actually wanted to marry her? Worse than beasts. She is only 17.
No.
Tang Nianyan refused arrogantly. She didn't want to get married now. Even if Chen Xiao had good conditions, he couldn't impress her. When are you going to get married? Chen Xiao was very patient. It didn't matter if she didn't get married now. It wouldn't be too late to get married later. It depends on my mood. Tang Nianyan originally wanted to say that she would never get married, but somehow when the words came to her lips, they turned into "it depends on my mood," and she found that she was not actually repulsed by Chen Xiao, but had a very special feeling for him. For example, she was very resistant to physical contact from others, except Chen Xiao. When Chen Xiao hugged her just now, if it was someone else, she would definitely use a killing move, but not against Chen Xiao.
Okay.
Chen Xiao agreed happily. Anyway, Nian Nian couldn't get the marriage certificate now, so he would wait for 2 years. He stuffed the salary card into Tang Nianyan's pocket. They had agreed at the beginning that all the money he earned would be given to Nian Nian, and now he came to fulfill his promise. Tang Nianyan opened the passbook and originally thought that there would be only a few hundred yuan at most, but she didn't expect that there was more than 12,000 yuan. "Did you rob a bank?" Tang Nianyan blurted out. This guy is only 20 and has been in the army for only 3 or 4 years at most. How can he get such a high salary? There are also bonuses for completing missions. There are also some things in Shanghai. I'll take you to see them when the time comes. Chen Xiao pulled the person closer. They almost fell into the ditch just now. Nian Nian was still like when she was a child. She liked to run into ditches when walking and jumped into puddles on rainy days. She would cry if her clothes were splashed with dirt.
What is it?
Tang Nianyan was very curious and wanted to see it now. Shiny little things. Chen Xiao smiled, revealing his white teeth. Nian Nian has liked shiny glass beads and shiny hairpins since she was a child. What he collected were definitely not glass beads, but various gems and jewels, which he found when he was on a mission. He did not hand them in, but hid them all for Nian Nian. Tang Nianyan's eyes lit up again, and she blurted out, "Gems?" She had collected a lot of sparkling, colorful gems in her space. These things were worthless in the end times. A few bags of instant noodles could be exchanged for a 10-carat diamond. She had space and plenty of food, so she exchanged them for a lot of sparkling gems. Others thought these gems were flashy and they thought she was stupid, but she liked them. She didn't know why, but she was so happy when she saw these sparkling gems. In this respect, she was quite similar to her original self. Both of them liked sparkling things. But her beauty quotient is definitely higher than her original self. The things in her original self's treasured cookie box were all so tacky and far inferior to the treasures collected in her space. Not only that, there are also emeralds, cat's eyes, rubies, sapphires, jadeite of various colors, and diamonds. They are all very bright. Chen Zhao's voice is a very pleasant subwoofer, a little hoarse and a little crisp, just like a built-in speaker, and he can speak authentic Zhucheng dialect. Tang Nianyan's eyes lit up. They were all her favorites. She really wanted to see these sparkling little things right now, but she still kept her dignity and straightened her face, and rejected them coldly. Your things have nothing to do with me. She also returned the passbook to Chen Xiao. She is not a stupid woman who would lose herself for a little thing, nor is she a love-brained woman. A light laugh sounded in her ears, and the passbook was stuffed into her pocket again. Chen Xiao lowered his head and breathed into her ear. What's mine is yours, Nian Nian. Tang Nianyan's face felt hot, and her heart beat a little faster. It was terrible. This guy was so good at teasing. She has such a nice voice, is pretty, has a good figure, is rich, and is a good person. If she refuses such a perfect guy who comes to her door automatically, it would be too inhumane. Then I'll keep it for you first. Tang Nianyan put away the passbook, took out a handful of money from his pocket, and stuffed it into Shun Zhao's pocket without counting. Your pocket money. After receiving 12,000 yuan from someone, it was only natural for her to give him 100 yuan as pocket money. She was not a stingy person. Chen Xiao laughed again. He didn't know how many times he had laughed since he met Tang Nianyan. If his comrades in the army saw it, their eyes would definitely burst out, and they would even doubt that they were blind. They would not think that what they saw was real. How can a 1,000-year-old iceberg melt? Chen Xiao did not refuse the pocket money, which was given by Nian Nian. He put it into his pocket solemnly, and then naturally took the hand of the girl beside him, just like when they were children. Tang Nianyan did not refuse, she just held his hand, and she did not mind Chen Zhao's touch. Chen Xiao drove a car and parked it a little far away. It was the Armed Forces Department's car, an old Jeep. I'll take you to the guest house. I'll stay there too. Chen Xiao started the car. After arriving in Zhucheng, he stayed in the guest house of the Armed Forces Department. Do you work in the Public Security Department? Tang Nianyan was a little curious about his life over the years. She hadn't heard any news about this guy since he was brought back to Beijing 5 years ago. No, I'm in the Shanghai military region, and sometimes I assist the police in investigating cases. Then when will you return to Shanghai? Tang Nianyan asked. Do you want to go to Shanghai to play in 3 days? Chen Xiao was a little excited. He wanted to take Nian Nian to see the house he decorated. He decorated it bit by bit according to Nian Nian's preferences. He knew that Nian Nian was not the biological child of the Tang family. Her parents were from Shanghai. He had found out some things over the years. Nian Nian's biological parents also had the surname Tang. Before liberation, the Tang family was ranked among the top 10 in Shanghai. The Tang family ran textile factories and printing and dyeing factories, and also had shares in banks with extremely abundant assets. However, many of the Tang family's children went overseas. Tang Nianyan's father was of the Tang family, and her biological mother was very favored and received a lot of property. 17 years ago, the situation was unstable and Tang Nianyan's parents were implicated and had to flee to the other side. However, Tang Nianyan was just born at that time. No one knew what would happen on the road. They did not dare to take their young daughter on the adventure, so they entrusted Tang Nianyan to old man Tang Qingshan. Chen Xiao only found out these, and he couldn't find out whether Tang Nianyan's biological parents were alive or dead. Tang Nianyan is still very curious about the current Shanghai. She lived in Shanghai in her previous life and doesn't know what Shanghai is like now. I'm busy right now. I'll come to see you later. Tang Nianyan felt a little regretful, but she still had to take exams at the tractor factory and the agricultural machinery factory, as well as a sock machine factory. Making money was more important, and she could do romance later. Okay. Chen Xiao was not disappointed. He would return to the army in 3 days and would probably be assigned another mission. He had turned down the mission at hand and came to Zhucheng before. He didn't know why, but he had a strong feeling that he would regret it if he didn't come to Zhucheng. Fortunately, he came, otherwise Nian Nian would have met a perverted murderer, and he dared not even think about the consequences. He has to take on more tasks after he returns. After all, he is a married man now and must make more money. He cannot let Nian Nian down. Will they treat you well after you go back? Tang Nianyan asked with concern. She still remembered the first time she saw Chen Xiao. Grandpa took her to the mountains to hunt, chasing a muntjac. The author is not sure how to pronounce G. Before they knew it, the grandfather and grandson went deep into the mountains. The old man wanted to retreat, but he found a deep owl crawling on the ground. A short and thin little black boy, with a dirty face except for his eyes that were particularly bright, with a few strips of cloth hanging on his body, almost, and very long hair, like a little savage. At that time, Shen Xiao of Jizi could talk, but he didn't like to talk. He would howl like a wolf at any time and ran like a wolf very fast. However, his condition was not very good at that time. He had scratches from animals, and they were inflamed. The grandfather and grandson brought Shen Xiao back home and treated his wounds, but he was very resistant to humans. Only when Tang Niannian approached him would he not bare his teeth, but he was not very friendly either. Later, Shen Xiao went to live in the cowshed. At that time, there were 5 or 6 old men in the cowshed, and their origins were quite mysterious. They were very nice to Shen Xiao and taught him how to read and learn etiquette. Soon, Shen Xiao no longer crawled like a wolf and spoke fluently. But he didn't play with the children in the village, only with Tang Niannian. He also talked about his previous life in the mountains. He was abandoned on the mountains in Zhucheng and adopted by a wild wolf couple. When the grandfather and grandson met him in the mountains, his wolf father and mother had both passed away. He was rejected by the wolf pack and escaped death several times. A few years later, someone from the capital came and took Shen Xiao away, and there was no news of him since then. Average, I treat them the same way, Shen Xiao said indifferently, as if he was talking about an outsider. Shen Xiao slowed down the car, driving as slow as a snail, and talked about his life in the Shen family over the years. Although he is not talkative, it does not mean that he does not understand. The Shen family is well known in the capital, and his father has a good position in the army, but he handles household affairs in a mess. His mother suffered heavy bleeding when giving birth to him. Although she did not die at that time, her body collapsed and she passed away 2 years later. When he was 3 years old, his father married his mother's stepsister. This stepsister was a hypocrite with a sweet mouth but a black heart. Everyone in the capital praised her as a good stepmother, but it was this good stepmother who abandoned him on the mountain, along with the hands and feet of his maternal family and the Shen family. The situations of my maternal family and the Shen family are very complicated. None of them can be trusted, except my uncle. Shen Xiao told Tang Niannian that he only had one biological uncle, and the other so-called uncles were all his stepmother as brothers. His step-grandmother was just as good at acting as his stepmother. Fortunately, his grandfather finally came to his senses before he died, and told only his uncle the secret of the Fu family's treasure trove. The key was also divided into 2, half with his uncle and half with him. You and your uncle are incompatible with your stepmother, Tang Niannian summed up. Chen Zhao's uncle and his mother and siblings had a hard time making a living under the stepmother's control. Chen Xiao himself almost died at the hands of his stepmother. It's such a sin. I won't let them hurt you, Chen Xiao promised. Although his wings are not fully grown now, he will do his best to protect Nian Nian. He has always wanted to find Nian Nian over the years, but he was afraid of bringing danger to Nian Nian. If he was not worried that Nian Nian would feel bad about breaking off the engagement, he would have endured it this time. He originally thought that he would meet Nian Nian when he was strong enough to compete with the Fu and Shen families. But now that they have recognized each other, he will do his best to protect Nian Nian and will never give those people the opportunity to take advantage of her. I'm not a rookie, just take care of yourself. Tang Niannian rolled her eyes. She was actually looking forward to those people coming, because she was itching to get her hands dirty. Shen Xiao chuckled. He had seen how ruthless and efficient Nian Nian was in dealing with a serial killer before. He was indeed capable of protecting himself. He was not surprised. Nian Nian had been hunting in the mountains with her grandfather since she was a child, so it was normal for her to be good at it. Moreover, Nian Nian was stronger than ordinary girls when she was young, but she was lazy and didn't like to do things. Arriving at the armed forces guest house, Shen Xiao parked the car, took out his ID to register, and opened a room for Tang Niannian right next to him. I'm sleeping next door, call me if you need anything. Shen Xiao made the bedding and went to get some hot water. After all that work, he returned to his room. Tang Nianyan closed the door, sat on the bed for a while, and couldn't help laughing. After soaking her feet in hot water, Tang Nianyan went to bed to rest. It was almost 12 o'clock now. It was the first time she slept so late since she came here. She fell asleep not long after going to bed. Nianyan, I'm late. I will ask those people to come down to accompany you. Chen Zhao's voice sounded in his ears, but it was cold and ruthless, as if it came out of, completely different from Chen Zhao's voice tonight. Tang Nianyan wanted to open her eyes, but she floated up. Her body was very light. She floated in the air and saw a grave mound and a tombstone. It reads, "The tomb of my love Tang Nianyan." A man is kneeling in front of the grave and digging a hole. There are many sparkling gems placed next to it. It is Chen Xiao. But at this time, Chen Xiao was so cold that people dared not approach him. He dug a hole 1 foot deep, buried all the gems in it, covered it with soil, and planted bright red azaleas in front of the grave. This is Tang Nianyan's favorite flower. Rhododendron was a childhood snack. Every spring, the mountains would be covered with rhododendrons. They were bright red and looked beautiful when worn on the head. The petals were edible, very sour, but for rural children, they were also a delicious delicacy. When Tang Nianyan was a child, she would pick a lot of azaleas and put them in cans. She would also put a few flowers on her head and make a wreath with wild grass and hang it around her neck. Chen Xiao knew that she liked it, so he would go to the mountains to pick azaleas every spring. She wanted to call Chen Xiao, but she couldn't open her mouth. She reached out to touch him, but her hand passed through his body. Tang Nianyan watched Chen Xiao leave. She also watched him risking his life to avenge her. The entire family of Yang Baozhen, who had tortured her to death, died. But when he was about to attack Qi Guohua, this attacked him first. During a mission, Qi Guohua plotted against Chen Xiao. Although he did not die, he broke one leg and could no longer stay in the army. After Chen Xiao left the army, he disappeared, but in the following years, Qi Guohua, Lu Jinglan, Zhou Siren, Yang Hongling, and those who had assisted Zhou in abusing Tang Nianyan all died unexpectedly.
It was all done by Chen Xiao.
The Zhou family found someone to join forces to deal with him and set a trap, using her relics as bait. Tang Nianyan shouted loudly, trying to remind him not to go, but Chen Xiao could not hear her voice. She watched Chen Xiao die under the siege of the crowd, his body covered in blood. When he died, he called out Nianyan, with a smile on his face and the wolf tooth tightly clenched in his hand. Afterwards, Tang Nianyan dreamed of the end of the world again. She worked hard to learn skills and performed exceptionally well, but she was completely blocked by men's advances. Even in the end of the world, between men and women became very casual, and she could sleep with a high-quality handsome man with just a pack of biscuits. And because she had enough food, countless men took the initiative to get into bed with her, but Tang Nianyan was not moved. She seemed to be keeping her virginity for someone, but she didn't know who that person was. Chen Xiao. Tang Nianyan screamed and woke up with cold eyes and murderous intent. Lu Jinglan, Qi Guohua, Zhou Siren, and those from the Shin family and the Fu family, she will not let any of them go. She is the original body. To be precise, she was transmigrated into a book and was a cannon fodder. The heroine was Lu Jinglan. After she died, her soul watched Chen Xiao avenge her, and then watched him die with her own eyes. Although the process was slightly different, the ending was the same. He died at the hands of Lu Jinglan, Zhou Chun, and the 3 families of Fu. The Tang family and their biological parents also had tragic endings. She was very unwilling and full of resentment. Perhaps even the heaven could not bear it anymore and sent her to the end of the world, but also gave her a space, and then she came back. In this life, Lu Jinglan, Qi Guohua, as well as the Zhou family, the Shin family, and the Fu family will all die. Tang Nianyan's eyes were frighteningly cold, but soon warmed up, and she thought of Chen Xiao.
Fool.
Tang Nianyan felt both pain and warmth in her heart. She was too incompetent before, but now that she has learned her skills, she will definitely not let Chen Xiao get into trouble again. In this life, she will protect Chen Xiao. The rooster crowed 3 times, and the sky was getting light. Tang Nian couldn't sleep, so she went into the space to work. She planted hundreds of acres in one go. The seedlings, wheat, and corn that she had planted before were growing well. It looked like they would ear in a few days. Tang Nian calculated that the growth rate was about 3 times faster than outside the space, so she wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. Maybe she had such a miserable life in her previous lives that the heaven felt sorry for her and gave her such a huge compensation. Tang Nian came out of the space, took a shower, and then there was a knock on the door. Nian. It was Chun Xiao. Having gone to bed too late last night, he intentionally came to knock on the door a little later to let Nian sleep a little longer. It's 9 o'clock now. If you don't get up now, the canteen will not serve breakfast. Tang Nian opened the door. She had just been drying her hair, and her body was still covered in moisture and the delicate scent of shower gel. Shun Zhao's face suddenly became hot, and red clouds floated on his dark face, but fortunately, his face was dark, so it was not easy to see. Breakfast is not served at 9:30. Chun Xiao looked away, not daring to look at the beautiful girl in front of him. Ever since he had the idea of marrying Nian, he felt more and more guilty when facing her, and always had some bad thoughts. For example, now he especially wants to kiss Nian's mouth. It feels very sweet. But he was afraid of scaring Nian, so he tried hard to restrain himself. Tang Nian could see through the guy's shyness at a glance and secretly laughed. She tied her wet hair loosely and said, "Let's go." There were basically no customers in all the restaurants at this time, and there were not many varieties of breakfast. Tang Nian ordered 2 servings of salty soy milk, 3 baskets of steamed dumplings, 6 fried dough sticks, and 10 meat buns. Xin Xiao had a big appetite, and so did she. Salty soy milk steamed buns, she still had a lot of meat coupons and food coupons on her, so she took the initiative to pay, and Xin Xiao didn't argue. From now on, all his money will be handed over to him, and naturally Nian will be in charge of his meals. Comrade Shun, who's your girlfriend? The canteen chef was a fat man with a ruddy face. He was very humorous and would usually joke with Xin Xiao. When he saw that Xin Xiao brought a beautiful girl to dinner, he winked and asked in a low voice.
Yeah.
Xin Xiao nodded. Everyone in the cafeteria was shocked, and the 2 young girls' hearts were broken. They fell in love with Chen Xiao at first sight. Even though Chen Xiao never paid any attention to them, they couldn't stop their love for him. They even thought about asking someone to act as a matchmaker for them in a few days, but they didn't expect that they all had a partner. She's such a beautiful girl, they have no competitiveness at all. The 2 girls went to the kitchen sadly and huddled together for warmth. It was obvious that 10 minutes ago, they were competitors who disliked each other, but now they had become people who shared the same suffering and were frustrated. There's nothing good about Chen Xiao. He's like an ice cube. If you live with a guy like him, you'll definitely get a stomach problem. Girl A gnashed her teeth and said, "That's right, just looking at him makes my teeth freeze and affects my appetite. Fortunately, we are not with him." Girl B also gritted her teeth. "My aunt introduced me to a guy who works as a public security officer. I will meet him tomorrow, and if all goes well, we can get the marriage certificate this year." Girl A said modestly, "The man my aunt introduced to me is a battalion commander in the army. He will come back to visit next month, and he will be able to join the army after getting the marriage certificate." Girl B was not willing to be outdone. She is also very popular, and she doesn't like ordinary men. The 2 girls were not sad for long. They soon cheered up and started to dislike each other again. When they saw the 2 of them hugging each other, their expressions changed drastically. They jumped up as if they had been electrocuted and patted their clothes in disgust. Humph! The 2 girls raised their heads and went to work with high morale. As 2 colorful flowers competing with each other in the Armed Forces Department cafeteria, they will never become close friends. Xin Xiao and Tang Nian had already finished their breakfast and had eaten all the food they had bought. They had spent 5 yuan on food for the whole morning, as well as 2 kilograms of food coupons and 1 kilogram of meat coupons. After they left, the 2 girls felt lucky that they didn't like him. Otherwise, who could afford to support him? 50 yuan a month is not enough for food. Don't you have to go to work? Tang Nian asked. She is going to the agricultural machinery factory to sign up. The case has been investigated, and I'm fine now. Shen Xiao saw that she had other plans, so he asked, "Aren't you going back to Tang Village?" "I'm now a regular employee of the Red Star Machinery Factory, earning 98 a month, plus bonuses. I will support you in the future." Tang Nianyan was very proud, and she stood on tiptoe and patted Shen Xiao on the shoulder. From now on, this man will be under her protection. Nianyan is so amazing. Chen Xiao raised the corners of his mouth, and the coldness on his body disappeared. When he was with Tang Nianyan, he was like the warm sun. "These tickets are for you. Drink this." Tang Nianyan took out a handful of food and meat tickets. Her man couldn't go hungry. She took out another glass of water with a few drops of spiritual spring in it. Shen Xiao had a bad childhood, and his physical foundation was a little weak. Drinking the spiritual spring could regulate his body. Chen Xiao drank the water without hesitation, still feeling a little unsatisfied. "It is so sweet." "This is a treasure. Of course it's sweet." Tang Nianyan glared at him and dragged him back to the guest house. His body would be very dirty after drinking the spiritual spring. Chen Xiao soon noticed something strange about his body. It felt warm, and his strength seemed to have increased, especially abundant, and his body was sticky, but he didn't ask. Nian Nian would tell him what she wanted to say. "Go take a shower." After arriving in the room, Tang Nianyan pushed him into the bathroom. Shen Xiao washed for half an hour before he washed all the dirt off his body. He felt the heat in his dantian, and his body became more flexible than before. When he came out, Tang Nianyan didn't explain and directly pulled him into the space. In this world, besides Bai Sui, she can also trust Chen Xiao. Why should she not trust the man who gave his life to avenge her? Chen Zhao's eyes blurred, and he found that the surrounding environment had changed. He subconsciously protected Tang Nianyan behind him and took out a gun from his pocket. "It's okay. This is my little world. It's very safe." Tang Nianyan asked him to put away the gun, took out a motorcycle, took him on a tour in the space, and told him the origin of the space. She didn't talk about her past lives, which were not pleasant experiences, and she just remembered them by herself. "These things already exist in this space. When I plant all the black soil, you can afford to eat 10 meals a day." Tang Nianyan rode the bike with one hand and waved the other hand. With so much food, Shen Xiao would no longer have to go hungry. Perhaps because he had lived in the mountains since he was a child, Chen Xiao had food hunger and thirst. He would eat a lot every time he had a meal until he could not eat anymore. Tang Nianyan asked him about it, and he said that it was because he did not know when he would have his next meal. With her around from now on, Shen Xiao will no longer worry about not having the next meal. You can eat your fill at every meal, and there are both meat and vegetarian options. Chen Zhao's stern face turned into astonishment. Ever since he entered the space, his 3 perspectives had been severely shaken. The legendary mustard seed space actually existed, and it was from his family Nian Nian. "Let's plant the rest of the land." Chen Xiao quickly calmed down. He felt sorry for the empty land. It would be such a waste if he didn't plant crops. "I don't have time. There are so many acres of land." Tang Nianyan also wanted to plant, but she was alone and could only plant a few hundred acres a day, but there were tens of thousands of acres here. "I'll do it." Chen Xiao volunteered. He had nothing to do these few days anyway. "Okay." Tang Nianyan agreed. After Chen Xiao left the space, he began to plan the space with great interest and even drew a picture. Dig a pond to grow lotus roots and raise fish, ducks and geese, raise pigs here and get some cattle and sheep, and plant the rest with grains and fruit trees. "Okay." Tang Nianyan had no objection. Her storage capacity was negative. No matter how big the house is, even if it is a villa, it will eventually be messed up by Tang Nianyan. Unlike her colleague, whose 60-square-meter room is neatly organized and not crowded at all, and there are obviously quite a lot of things in it. The same goes for the space. Her things are piled up in a mess, and she is too lazy to organize them. Anyway, she can find whatever she wants, and it doesn't affect her use. Chen Xiao was a man with strong execution ability. Now that he had a plan, he left the space and said he was going to buy something. He also asked Tang Nianyan for a truck. As for the license plate problem, he said there was a way to solve it. Tang Nianyan didn't care. The two of them went to the grove, took out a truck, and agreed to meet there at 8 o'clock in the evening. After the two separated, they each went about their own business. Tang Nianyan went to the agricultural machinery factory to register. The examination time was separated from the tractor factory by 1 day. Everything was done. Tang Nianyan went to school. She didn't know how to study materials. She asked Lu Jin to find her going. It was lunchtime when she arrived. A group of students were running towards the cafeteria, like a charge. Tang Nianyan saw Tang Lu Jin, who was walking leisurely, at the back. Everyone in front of her had run away, but Tang Lu Jin was still walking slowly because she only ordered vegetarian dishes, and if she went last, the cafeteria auntie would give her all the remaining vegetarian dishes. If she was lucky, she could get 2 servings of dishes for the price of 1. You're not active in eating, there's something wrong with your brain. Tang Nianyan grabbed the man and ran away. She had never seen anyone who was so unenthusiastic about eating. If he didn't eat, all the food would be gone. Second sister Tang Lu Jin ran to the cafeteria door before she could react. You go line up over there. I'm here. Hurry up. Tang Nianyan directed her to line up, and she always chose the one with the shortest queue.
Oh.
Tang Lu Jin was a little confused and went to line up obediently. Although she could eat vegetarian food, it was her second sister's first time to eat at her school, so she must order meat dishes. It happened that the 10 yuan her second sister gave her last time had not been spent yet. Tang Nianyan was the first to line up. She said loudly, 2 servings of braised pork, 3 large chops, 1 serving of braised hairtail fish, a bowl of cabbage, and 1.5 pounds of rice. The cafeteria aunt and the students around were stunned, thinking Tang Nianyan was joking. For 2 people. Tang Nianyan reached into the window to pay for the money and food coupons and meat coupons. In addition to the school's meal tickets and vegetable coupons, the school cafeteria also accepted cash and food coupons. The cafeteria aunt took the money and ticket and served her the food quickly. But that hand was shaking like Parkinson's, and it kept shaking. Auntie, if you shake again, all the meat will be gone. Tang Nianyan reminded coldly. It would be fine if it just shook once or twice, but the aunt originally scooped a spoonful of meat, which had at least 7 or 8 pieces in it. 2 of them fell off after she shook it, and now there were only 3 pieces of meat left in the spoon. Where is the conscience?
Puffed.
The classmates next to them couldn't help laughing. They didn't know which class this beautiful female classmate was from. They had never seen her before. It was really interesting. The aunt was a little annoyed and angry, and she banged the spoon loudly. She gave Tang Nianyan 2 portions of meat, but only the amount of 1 portion. The same for the braised hairtail fish, and the braised pork ribs were the smallest. Grandma, you're better at skinning than the landlords in our village. After a few shakes, all the vegetables are gone, and I can't even drink the soup. Tang Nianyan immediately gave this aunt a higher status. This woman was not a human being, but she never suffered any loss. What did you call me? Are you blind? I'm only 40. The aunt picked up a spoon to teach this blind girl a lesson, but she couldn't hit her because of the window. Grandma, I'm too old, and my hands don't shake as badly as yours. If I don't call you Grandma, should I call you sister? Tang Nianyan was not afraid. She was a working-class woman who earned 98 yuan a month. What was she afraid of? The students next to her were all laughing to death. The nickname of this fat aunt was Yang Baopi. Her surname was Yang, and she was even more exploitative than Zhou Baopi. Every time she served the food, she would shake half of it. The students dared not say anything because Yang Baopi was the principal's sister-in-law. I'm going to beat you to death, you nonsense girl. I worked so hard to serve you food, and you actually framed me. Do you know who I am? The fat on the fat aunt's body was shaking with anger, and her eyes were sharper than knives. The other cafeteria employees tried to persuade her a few words in a proper manner, and then ignored her. This principal sister-in-law was acting like a bully and was more powerful than the cafeteria director in the cafeteria. They were hoping that the matter would get out of hand so that they could watch the fun. I don't know. Do you know who I am? Tang Nianyan shook her head honestly and asked back seriously. Who are you? The fat woman's arrogance weakened a little. She was not sure about Tang Nianyan's background. Did she have some powerful backer? Tang Nianyan was very satisfied. It would be easy if she didn't know. She reached into the window, snatched the fat woman's spoon, and added a few spoonfuls of meat and vegetables for herself. She was so quick and agile that the fat woman didn't even have time to react. She heard Tang Nianyan say, "I'm your aunt." She swung the spoon and was about to rush out to teach her a lesson, this ignorant little girl. Today, she was going to teach this little girl a lesson. Tang Nianyan winked at Tang Lujin, who reacted quickly and ran away, reaching the outside of the cafeteria in one breath. Tang Nianyan was already walking ahead, with his lunchbox in his hand. The fat woman's roar and the students' laughter could also be heard in the cafeteria. "Second sister, you are so brave." Tang Lujin smiled helplessly. The second sister was too naughty and even Yang Baopi dared to teach her a lesson. However, Yang Baopi was really too much. She withheld food rations from her classmates and ate like a pig herself. The teachers and classmates in the school were all dissatisfied with her, but they couldn't do anything about her because she was the principal's sister-in-law. Who is she? Tang Nianyan took Lu Jin to the school garden. She used to go to school here and knew the school very well. But the principal when she was in school was not the current one. The principal's wife and sister. The two sisters found a clean step and sat down to eat. Tang Nianyan filled 2 lunchboxes with vegetables and 2 lunchboxes. She had plenty of lunchboxes in her space.
Eat.
Tang Nianyan put the lunchbox on the ground and took out a spoon to eat. "Second sister, why do you bring so many lunchboxes?" Tang Lujin is very careful and not as easy to fool as Jujin. "I come here specially to eat with you, so of course I have to bring a lunchbox. I'm now a regular employee of the machinery factory, earning 98 yuan a month. In the future, don't always order vegetarian dishes. Given our current financial situation, we must eat meat." Tang Nianyan's tone warmed up a lot. In the past, she thought she was a stranger, and although she had a good impression of the Tang family, it was only to repay the original body's kindness. Now it's different. The Tang family is her relative. Cough, cough. Tang Lujin was so frightened that he choked on his food and his face turned red from coughing. Tang Nianyan slapped her the back several times, and Tang Lujin almost died. Ahem. "Second sister, stop slapping me." If second sister continued to slap her, she would be dead. "Drink water." Tang Nianyan took out a pot of water from her backpack and added some spiritual spring water into it. She would use it to regulate the health of all the members of the Tang family in the future. In the previous life, the Tang family was implicated by her, which led to the tragic ending of the family being broken up and everyone killed. Thinking of Tang Liujin's experience in his previous life, Tang Nianyan's eyes turned colder. In her previous life, when Tang Lujin was in her second year of high school, she moved bricks to a construction site after school to earn money in order to reduce the burden on her family. At that time, she had already married Yang Baogan's family and was not living well. A lot of things happened to the Tang family and they couldn't even pay the tuition. Tang Lujin thought of going to work. As a result, Tang Lujin got into trouble. On the way home from work, she was bullied by a gangster. Tang Lujin was very strong. She reported the case. Although the gangster was caught, her case was a hot topic. There were a lot of rumors in the school, so Tang Lujin had to drop out and go home.
The village also talked about it.
The most fierce ones were the Qi family. They also said that the girls of the Tang family were all fickle. Tang Nianyan hooked up with men, and Tang Lujin was the same. Otherwise, why didn't the gangsters bully others, but picked Tang Lujin to bully? Flies pick rotten meat. These words were spread by the Qi family, and people followed the crowd. Later, Tang Lujin was said to be and it was said that she specialized in that kind of business in the city and didn't go to school properly. Gossip can melt gold, and constant criticism can destroy a person. Although Tang Lujin was very strong, she was just a teenage girl after all. She didn't want her family to be humiliated because of her, so she jumped into the river when her family wasn't paying attention. But after she died, the rumors didn't stop. They said she committed suicide out of guilt, and that Tang Liujin's body was no longer innocent, and that the girls in the Tang family were not decent people. Tang Nian felt colder and colder, and her hands holding the chopsticks became tighter and tighter, almost breaking the chopsticks. Second sister, what's wrong with you? Tang Liujin's voice interrupted her recollection. The cold air on Tang Nian's body dissipated, and he picked up a large steak for her. Eat more vegetables. You're as thin as a rib. Second sister, how did you suddenly become a formal employee? What can you do? Tang Liujin couldn't understand why his second sister, who couldn't even tell the difference between leeks and wheat seedlings, could get a high salary of 98 yuan. His second uncle only made 18 yuan a month. Your second sister is very capable. Don't be stingy and eat vegetarian food in the future. It's okay to eat meat every meal. Tang Nian said in a loud voice, and took out a handful of money and bills and stuffed them into Tang Liujin's pocket. Just go to school with peace of mind. If you dare to go to the construction site to move bricks, I will break your legs. Tang Nian's tone was cold, but Tang Liujin was not afraid at all. She was scared by the money. Second sister, the money you gave me last time has not been spent yet. I don't want it. Are you mentally ill if you don't spend the money? Tang Nian glared at her unhappily, stuffed the money bills into her pocket forcefully, and said fiercely, "Spend it all."
Oh.
Tang Liujin didn't dare to refuse, so he took the money first and saved it for his second sister. She really didn't spend much money at school. This much money was enough for her to spend for a year. Second sister, will you work in the same unit with your second uncle in the future? Tang Liujin asked with concern. Well, I've allocated a room. You can sleep in that room on weekends. The key is with second uncle. Dandan sleeps there during the week. Tang Nian said. Second sister, what do you do at work? Tang Liujin was so curious. She couldn't imagine what second sister would do. Special talent. You are just a kid and don't understand. Eat quickly. Tang Nian was too lazy to explain. She picked up some braised pork for her. She didn't pick up any vegetables and the girl didn't pick any either. She just ate white rice. How stupid. Tang Liujin shut up. Special talent sounds so amazing. Second sister is really capable. The two sisters finished all the food. Not even the soup was left. Tang Liujin looked thin, but she had a big appetite. In fact, people nowadays have big appetites. When they lack oil and water, they eat more. Burp. Tang Liujin felt a little full. He had never eaten so much before, and it was all meat. It was the first time in 16 years. Second sister, I found a few sets of study materials in my dormitory. Tang Liujin and the teacher asked for study materials. The textbooks in schools nowadays are very simple. The teacher gave her materials from the 1960s. She didn't know if her second sister could use them. She led her second sister to the dormitory. The dormitory building was very simple, but it was very tidy. There were 8 people in Tang Liujin's dormitory, and she slept on the lower bunk. Tang Liujin took out the materials from the cabinet. Coincidentally, it was the self-study series of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. There were 8 volumes, but only 3 volumes were what Tang Nian needed. The others were duplicates. The self-study series of mathematics, physics, and chemistry has a total of 17 volumes. I'll take these 3 volumes. Can you find the other 2 volumes? Tang Nian took 3 volumes and asked Tang Liujin to ask about the missing 2 volumes. I'll ask the teacher, but he may not have them. Tang Liujin didn't dare to guarantee it. These books were also collected by the teacher with great difficulty. Tang Nian thought about it and took out another pack of milk powder and malted milk from the backpack. They were all unpacked and wrapped tightly with newspapers, and there were also a few apples. Give these things to your teacher. You can't ask for things for nothing.
Okay.
Tang Liujin had planned to take a holiday and go to the store to buy things to thank the teacher. The things that the second sister brought out must be better than what she bought. Take some time to read these books. You must read them carefully. Don't just listen to what the teacher says in class. Those are too simple. Tang Nian wanted Liujin to go to college. This girl is good at studying. If she starts to review now, she will definitely pass. But she couldn't tell Tang Liujin about the college entrance examination. She was afraid that Tang Lu-jin would accidentally tell others. She thought about it and said, "After you graduate from high school, I will ask you about the recruitment examination. You must study hard. Many test points on my recruitment examination this time are not in the book. Fortunately, I have read the book before, so I can pass the exam." Second sister, did you get that 98 yuan job through the exam? Tang Lu-jin asked excitedly. That was obtained by real ability. I took the exam for the cotton mill. Second sister, are you going to work in 2 units? Tang Lu-jin's mind was a little confused. Second sister got 2 jobs at once. Did she split it in half? Tang Nianyan laughed. The one from the cotton mill was sold for 800 yuan. Tang Lu-jin took a breath, his eyes widened. The 3 words 800 yuan were ringing in his ears. My second sister could sell it for 800 yuan just by taking a job exam, but my second uncle had to work for 4 years without eating or drinking. If you study well, you can make money by taking the recruitment exam. Tang Nianyan quickly thought of the motivation to motivate her sister to study and told Tang Lu-jin in detail the secret of her taking the job exam. Second sister, you just listened to how Yu Hua and then went to the cotton mill to earn 800 yuan? Tang Lu-jin's 3 views were shattered. She only knew that she had to work diligently to earn money before, but she didn't expect that money could be earned this way. This is much more than working. Opportunities are everywhere, but they are only for those who are prepared. If I don't study well and don't have a high school diploma, I will definitely not pass the exam. You should study hard, otherwise you won't be able to catch the opportunity when it comes to you. Tang Nianyan poured a bowl of fresh and delicious chicken soup for her sister. Tang Lu-jin nodded vigorously, and her thoughts changed qualitatively. You can't make money by working diligently. You must seize the opportunity to take shortcuts. She wants to study hard and make a lot of money. After successfully brainwashing her sister, Tang Nianyan left contentedly, and before leaving, she also reminded her, "Don't go to the construction site. Don't go out at night. Study hard at school." "I know. I won't go to the construction site." Tang Lu-jin thought her second sister was so strange. The construction site was hard and tiring, doing cow-horse work and earning money for fodder.
She was not that stupid.
She wanted to learn from her second sister and make a lot of money by taking advantage of the gaps. Tang Nianyan didn't know that her bowl of chicken soup turned her honest sister into a profiteer who was greedy for money in the future. After leaving school, Tang Nianyan went to the machinery factory again. She went directly to Director Wu's office and heard Director Wu's broken laughter at the door. "Xiao Qian, the shipyard's production task has not been completed, right? Don't be discouraged. After all, not every factory can deliver goods as quickly and well as our Red Star. Do you know what the shipyard's technician Zhu said when he came to inspect the goods today?"
Oh.
Director Wu paused intentionally, took a sip of tea, and continued to slowly stab Director Qian in the heart. Technician Zhu said that it was the first time he had seen parts with such high precision, and the deviations were almost exactly the same. What does this mean? It means that the masters of our Red Star factory have very steady hands. Technician Zhu also said that he would report truthfully after returning, and that he would give parts with higher precision to our Red Star for processing. Haha. Although the task is very difficult, the leaders trust us Red Star, and we Red Star must take the lead, forge ahead bravely, and complete the task excellently. Director Wu said a lot of nonsense, and Director Qian on the other end of the phone was almost vomiting blood. He had always won Red Star in the past, but this time he lost shamefully. Obviously, Red Star is only a 6th level fitter, old, and with unstable hands. How could he make faster progress than them? But the facts are in front of us. Director Qian has inquired and found that Red Star did deliver the parts ahead of schedule, and the scrap rate is almost 0. Each part is processed very perfectly, and it doesn't look like human work. But Director Qian knows that it is impossible for current machine tools to process such high-precision parts. It must be processed by humans, so Red Star must have brought in a 7th level fitter. Even level 8. Red Star. Wu Songyuan. Director Qian silently greeted Director Wu's ancestors, not showing it on the surface, and asked calmly, "Old Wu, when did your factory invite a level 7 master?" "It's a commercial secret, I won't tell you. I still have to report to Director Su. Director Wu laughed. He would not let his opponent know about Tang Niannian, this treasure. Director Su is the head of the Industrial Bureau, and he was also the leader who praised Director Qian in public a few years ago. This time Red Star completed the shipyard task quickly and well. Director Su knew about it and called Director Wu to find out the situation. Director Qian almost smashed the phone when he heard the beeping in the microphone. He was not angry that Director Wu had taken the limelight. He was angry with himself. Director Wu could invite a level 7 master. Why couldn't he? He definitely didn't want to be compared with Wu. Secretary Zhang, go to Red Star and ask about the 7th level master. Director Qian gave the secretary a task. If Director Wu could dig up the 7th level master, he would pry into Red Star's corner. There is no corner in the world that can't be dug. It just depends on whether the is sharp or not. Tang Niannian listened at the door for a while and felt that the two directors were so naive. She even wanted to tell Director Wu that it was useless to fight now. In a dozen years, Red Star and Tianjin would merge into one and become a joint stock company. The final outcome of many state-owned factories is to become joint stock companies. Red Star and Tianjin could not escape this fate. Tang Niannian knocked on the door, and after getting permission, she pushed the door open. When Director Wu saw her, he immediately smiled and greeted her warmly. Xiao Tang is here. Come and sit down. I was just looking for you. Director Wu personally brewed tea, and it was tea foam. It was not that he was reluctant to give up good tea, but these tea foams were the best he could give. Here, Tang Niannian took out a bag of tea from the backpack, wrapped in newspaper. Director Wu opened the can, and the aroma of tea hit him. Although he didn't know much about tea, he knew it was good tea when he smelled it. He couldn't help but smile. Xiao Teng, where did you get such good tea? My grandma fried it. There are plenty of tea leaves on the mountain. Tang Niannian glanced at Director Wu's shiny Mediterranean head and felt a little sympathetic. He has been suppressed by Tianjin for so many years that he has become bald. What a sin! Director Wu was so moved that his nose was a little dry. No wonder everyone said that they wanted to have a daughter. Xiao Tang was so considerate. She only knew him for a few days, and she was worried about him not having tea to drink. His two conscienceless sons at home never thought about him as a father. Thank you, Xiao Tang. Director Wu sniffed, took the tea leaves like a treasure, and then talked about business. The shipyard had a batch of high-precision parts. The quantity was a bit large, and the time was tight. It couldn't be finished in a short time. He wanted Hongxing to process this batch of parts. The precision was higher than the previous batch. Director Wu wanted to ask Tang Niannian if he could take it. Do you have the drawings? Tang Niannian asked. Here. Director Wu took out a few drawings from the drawer. These parts were not from the same batch, and the precision was different. The shipyard was developing new products, and it failed after several tests because the precision of the parts did not meet the standards. Tang Niannian looked at the drawings carefully. They were all small parts, but the precision requirements were very high. If they were done by manpower, the efficiency would be very low. But her machine tool would be no problem at all. Okay. Tang Niannian nodded. Her machine tool could guarantee this precision, but it was a little troublesome. The parts were different, and the processing procedures were naturally different, but it was not a big deal for her. It just took some time. Director Wu rubbed his hands with joy and asked again, Is it really okay? Yes. How much is the bonus this time? Tang Niannian asked directly about the bonus. If it was only 50, she would not do it. 100 okay? Director Wu asked with a smile. If this batch of parts could be completed successfully, there would definitely be a reward from above, and he could still guarantee 100 yuan. Okay. Tang Niannian agreed, and asked Director Wu to find her after the goods arrived, and then said goodbye and left. It would take 3 days for this batch of goods to be shipped from Shanghai, and she couldn't finish it too quickly. With so many parts, even an 8th level master couldn't make them in a few days. Tang Niannian decided to control it to be completed within a week, so as not to arouse suspicion. After leaving the machinery factory, it was still light, and Tang Niannian ran to find Beige and asked him to help find a house. There was only one requirement, that it was quiet and clean, and the furniture was preferably ready-made. This little thing was not a big deal for Beige, and he said that it could be done within 3 days. Tang Nianyan exchanged some food coupons and meat coupons with Beige, and rode around the city. After dark, she went to the grove in the west of the city on time. Xin Xiao had already arrived, and the truck was very lively. Ba 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 ga ga jie mu mu hum 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 chi chi chi. Tang Nianyan climbed onto the truck to see. Wow, it can even open a breeding farm. Chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, and sheep, all alive, and all kinds of fruit tree seedlings and crops. No one knows where Xin Xiao got them from. I went to the mountains to exchange them with farmers. Xin Xiao grabbed Tang Nianyan's hand, and the two entered the space, along with the truck. Nianyan, go to sleep, I'll work. Xin Xiao didn't let her do it. After drinking the spiritual spring water, he was full of energy and could kill 10 tigers. He had to find a place to vent. Tang Nianyan didn't plan to do it. She lay on the rocking chair, eating melon seeds, and leisurely admired the heroic figure of the man working. Xin Xiao was almost omnipotent. He could drive an excavator, a seed drill, and a tractor. It didn't take long for him to dig a big pond, plant a few lotus roots, and put fish fry. Then he put ducks and geese into the pond, and planted fruit trees and rice seedlings. The water was directly led to the riverside. There was a river in Zhucheng, and the water resources were abundant. Tang Nianyan would go to the riverside when she had nothing to do, and lead the water into the space. There was no shortage of water at all. Tang Nianyan yawned and fell asleep. In the dimness, it seemed as if someone covered her with a blanket. She did not open her eyes and slept very soundly. Xin Xiao looked at the beautiful girl stupidly, hesitated for a long time, looked around, lowered his head, and pecked Tang Nianyan on the forehead. It was as fast as lightning, but it made him blush and his heart beat like a drum. Chen Xiao originally just wanted to give her a light peck, but when his lips touched the girl's soft and smooth skin, he felt tingling and sweet, like an electric current, and this feeling made him reluctant to let go. He stared at the girl's petal-like mouth, which was rosy and must be sweeter than cherries just picked from the tree. It would be great if he could have a taste of it. Chen Xiao used all his strength to suppress the desire in his heart, for he was afraid of scaring Nianyan. He squatted beside the recliner, looking at the girl's sleeping face greedily. He would never get tired of looking at her like this for the rest of his life. Tang Nianyan was already awake. She woke up when Xin Xiao kissed her forehead. Having endured the apocalypse for 3 years, she never dared to fall into a deep sleep. Even if she had traveled back in time and there was no danger or zombies around her, she still didn't dare sleep too deeply and would wake up at the slightest noise. She didn't open her eyes, waiting for Xin Zhao's next move, but after waiting for a long time, she only heard the guy's breathing and nothing else. Tang Nianyan rolled her eyes secretly. If the mountain doesn't come to her, she will go to the mountain. She suddenly opened her eyes, and her dark pupils startled Chen Xiao. Before he could react, his neck was hooked down by her, and the girl's sweet breath was in his ears. "Little wolf, you are becoming more and more timid," Tang Nianyan said with a smile. Chen Xiao was just like a thief, with the desire but not the courage. There was in Chen Xiao's mind, and his dark face turned black and red, but he felt uneasy in his heart. If Nianyan knew, would she blame him? Tang Nianyan smiled even more deeply, raised her body a little, and took the initiative to kiss him. Coward! Shen Zhao's body was completely immersed in the sweet kiss, and Nianyan's voice was still echoing in his ears, calling him a coward. He now seemed to be cut in two. One half was floating in the air, and the remaining half was kissing Nianyan, as if he was riding on the clouds. So happy, so cheerful, so blessed. However, just 1 minute later, Xin Xiao took over the role. He is not a coward. He wants to prove it to Nianyan. Xin Xiao, who had learned it by himself, pressed half of his body on Tang Nianyan, with one hand on the armrest of the recliner and the other hand supporting Tang Nianyan's body, deepening the kiss. They marched straight in, pounded the city, and even lost the border. Both of them had good lung capacity, and the kiss lasted for quite a long time before it ended. The two of them breathed softly, their foreheads pressed together, their eyes looking into each other's eyes, their noses touching. They hugged each other tightly, unwilling to separate. Nian Nian, I want another kiss. Chen Zhao's voice became even hoarser, and Tang Nian's ears felt hot. This guy's voice was too sweet, and he looked so seductive. If he stayed outside, he would definitely attract a lot of attention. My mouth is swollen, don't do it. Tang Nian wanted to push the man away. If he continued kissing her, she wouldn't be able to face anyone. She took out a small mirror and saw that her mouth was indeed swollen, and her eyes were full of smiles. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that she had done something bad. Is the work done? Tang Nian was no longer sleepy. She had to check on someone's work results. There are still 2/3 left to be summarized. I'll do it tomorrow. Chen Zhao stood up first, then picked her up. She was so soft and fragrant in his arms that he couldn't bear to let go, so he just kept holding her. Tang Nian followed him, and she really enjoyed the feeling of being doted on by Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao rode the motorcycle, put her in front, and slowly patrolled the space.
The space has changed a lot now.
It was a bit messy before because of Tang Nian, but now it is neatly organized and the supplies are placed in different categories. Chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, and pigs all have their own nests and do not interfere with each other. The farmland is also divided into blocks according to varieties, including corn, wheat, rice seedlings, sorghum, soybeans, peanuts, sweet potatoes, etc. 1/3 of the land is black soil, about 10,000 acres. The pond is like a small lake, with ducklings and geese swimming on the surface. Beside the lake is a medicinal field, and the medicinal herbs that Tang Nian had transplanted before are growing well. The spiritual spring was also surrounded by a fence, and next to it was a wooden house. Chen Zhao rebuilt it and built a small yard and set up a stove. It looked quite presentable now. Little wolf, you are so awesome. Tang Nian was full of admiration. If she were to do it, the space would definitely not be so neat and beautiful, and the farmland would definitely be like a dogskin plaster, with patches here and there. Chen Zhao raised the corner of his mouth, resting his chin on her head, and his nose was filled with a fresh and pleasant fragrance. He really wanted to live in the space with Nian and never go out to face those annoying people. But he knew it was unrealistic. He needed to climb to a higher place to protect Nian and the space. The remaining land will be almost planted tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. I will go to the northeast to carry out a mission and get some wild ginseng seeds. Chen Zhao felt a little regretful. Without Nian, he could not enter the space, and it was not convenient to collect supplies. Tang Nian also thought of it and felt it was a pity. It would be great if you could share the space with me. She subconsciously touched her neck and only felt the wolf's fangs. Then she remembered that the jade gourd disappeared after the blood-dripping recognition of the owner. If it was still there, she could let Chen Zhao drip blood to try. Maybe it could recognize the master too. She would hide her thoughts from others, even members of the Tang family. Only with Chen Zhao, she would always be honest and share anything. It's okay. I'll come to see you when I'm on vacation. Chen Zhao comforted him. He was now on special missions and could take vacations after completing the missions. It took 4 or 5 hours to drive between Hucheng and Zhucheng, so it was very convenient to go back and forth. Isn't your mission very dangerous?
Tang Nian Flawen.
The missions that Chen Zhao carried out in previous lives were all very dangerous and life-threatening, but Chen Zhao was very skilled. If it weren't for the sneak attack by that Qi Guohua, he would definitely not have been injured. It is impossible for Qi Guohua to plot against Chen Zhao for no reason. This is very utilitarian and has clear goals. He always puts profit first in everything he does. When he plotted against Chen Zhao, he didn't know the relationship between Chen Zhao and her, so Qi Guohua must have been instructed by someone. It was definitely done by the two families of Shen and Fu. When Chen Zhao was a child, these abandoned him in the mountains. Fortunately, he was adopted by Wolf Father and Wolf Mother and met old man Tang Qingshan. After being taken back to the Shen family, these people were still unwilling to give up and tried every means to get rid of Chen Zhao. The purpose is to obtain the Fu family's treasure. The Fu family has been doing business for hundreds of years and has countless wealth. It is said that every head of the Fu family would hide a batch of treasures, and they were all hidden in the same place, and the key was in the hands of the head of the family. Mr. Fu had passed away, but the key was given to Shen Xiao and his uncle. The Shun and Fu families racked their brains to get the key, but Shen Xiao and his uncle refused to give it up. These people became angry and attacked them. Before Shen Xiao was besieged, his uncle also died in an accident, and the Fu family's treasures never saw the light of day again. "It's not dangerous, don't worry," Chen Xiao comforted softly. He really felt that it was not dangerous. A task that was very difficult for others was very simple for him. During the years he lived with his wolf father and mother as a child, he learned the wild wolf's agility, keen intuition, and superb survival ability in the wild. In the deep mountains that were rife with dangers for others, he was like a fish in water and could move easily and freely even with his eyes closed. "I'm not worried about your skills, but you have to be careful of your own people when you act. The Shun and Fu families may bribe them to plot against you." Tang Niannian reminded that sometimes the greatest danger does not come from the enemy, but from your own people. Chen Xiao nodded. "I know." He knew that the two families wished he was dead, and only his uncle could be trusted. He was very careful in every mission and would not leave his back to outsiders. Moreover, he almost always carries out missions alone and rarely teams up with others, simply because he doesn't trust anyone. Tang Niannian felt even more regretful. If the space allowed Chen Xiao to enter at will, he would have an extra layer of protection. She needs to study carefully how to share space with Shen Xiao. There must be a way. Now all we can do is give Chen Xiao more spiritual spring water to regulate his body. If he gets injured, the spiritual spring water can give him an extra 10% chance of survival. The two of them took a tour around the space and looked at the lush green farmland, feeling particularly good. At night, they went back to the guest house to sleep. If they didn't come back all night, people would gossip about them. For the next 2 days, Chen Xiao basically worked in the space and Tang Niannian joined him. The two of them drove various farm machinery and almost planted the remaining black soil. There were still 1,000 acres left for planting other crops. 3 days passed quickly, and after another night, Shen Xiao would return to the team. He went to the police to inquire about the results of the interrogation of the serial killer, and Wei Zhongqing said that the case had been closed. Tang Niannian also went there. She also wanted to know why the pervert killed so many innocent women and desecrated their corpses in such a cruel and inhumane way. The suspect's surname is He. His name is He Fashing. He is 42 years old. He had polio when he was a child. He is short. His hands and feet are a little deformed. He is not liked by his parents and siblings. He has been hungry since he was a child. When he grew up, he was arranged to work at the sanitation department. He performed very well and was even commended as a model worker. Wei Zhongqing talked about the murder's past. In short, before the age of 35, He Fashing was an honest and decent person. His neighbors and colleagues had a very good impression of him. Until now, relatives, neighbors, and colleagues still think that He Fashing is a poor and honest man. When he was 35 years old, He Fashing was introduced to a young and beautiful widow and married. This woman was 12 years younger than him, with a slim figure, and liked to dress up. Her favorite thing was to wear a red scarf. He Fashing treated the widow very well, took care of her meticulously, did all the housework, and handed over his salary. Even though the widow used his money to splurge on dressing up, he had no complaints. Neighbors and colleagues all advised him not to be so stupid, but he said that marrying him would wrong his wife, and he would be doubly good to her. Wei Zhongqing sighed and said with emotion, "It is said that there must be something hateful about a pitiful person. In my opinion, there must be something pitiful about a hateful person. He Fashing is really unlucky to marry such a woman. This widow used his salary to support A and cheated on him?" Tang Niannian said coldly. "The case is very clear. He Fashing used to be an honest man who had a good impression on everyone, but now he is a cruel and perverted murderer. He has obviously received a great stimulation, which has aroused the perverted factor hidden deep inside him. The women who were killed all wore red scarves, had slim figures, were young and beautiful, and looked very similar to He Fashing's wife. It was obvious that he was cuckolded, which made him so vicious. Wei Zhongcheng looked appreciative, nodded, and said, "That's right, the widow treated He Fashing very badly. She was always in a bad mood from morning to night, and she used his money to support A. In the end, she became pregnant, and the child was the S. He Fashing then realized that his wife had betrayed him because he had known that he could not have children. He killed the widow and the?" Tang Yanyan asked. "Yes, the widow and the were his first victims, but no one knew about it at the time. They all thought that the widow and the had eloped. The neighbors still felt sorry for He Fashing. After that, He Fashing became more and more cruel and killed 9 innocent women in succession. They were all wearing red scarves, with slim figures, young and beautiful. Wei Zhongcheng was angry. He Fashing was both a victim and a perpetrator. Those 9 victims were so innocent. They were violated during their lifetime, and they were removed after their death. Even he, a veteran criminal policeman, could not bear to watch it. It was too outrageous. Will He Fashing be sentenced to death? He won't say that he is mentally ill, right? Tang Yanyan was a little worried. If He Fashing escaped legal punishment, she wouldn't mind enforcing justice. There is no need to waste the Earth's resources on this kind of heinous criminal must be sentenced to death. He was conscious when he committed the crime. Wei Chengzong sneered. This kind of must be shot. How can he be justified to the 9 innocent women who died if he was allowed to live? Tang Yanyan felt relieved. It was better now. Unlike in later times, people would be labeled mentally ill at any time. No matter how many people they killed, they could escape legal punishment with just a certificate of mental illness. Mental illness has become a get-out-of-jail-free card for some people. Wei Qingzhong looked at the two of them with interest and asked jokingly, "When are you going to have the wedding?" Looking at how affectionate they were, it was obvious that their relationship was confirmed. This speed was worthy of a night owl. Nian Nian is not old enough. She will only be 18 next year. Chen Xiao said, "If you hold a wedding in Jucheng, I will definitely go and ask for a glass of wedding wine." Wei Chengzong said with a smile, "It will be held in Jucheng." Chen Xiao had never thought of returning to Beijing to hold the wedding banquet. During the years he lived in Beijing, there were only intrigues and near-death experiences, and no good memories. Besides, his uncle also worked in Shanghai, so there was no need for him to go back to Beijing. Then, I'm sure to attend the wedding. Wei Qingzhong was also happy for him. The relationship was confirmed in just a few days. He was originally worried that the Shin family in Beijing would look down on Tang Yanyan's rural identity, but looking at Xin Zhao's attitude, it was obvious that they didn't care about the Shin family. That's right. Chen Xiao is strong in his own right, and he has made a name for himself in the army without relying on the Shin family. Instead, it is the Shin family that has to rely on Chen Xiao to add glory. No matter when and where, strength is the basis for having the right to speak. Tang Yanyan's expression was very calm, and she didn't show any shyness when talking about marriage. Wei Zhongcheng was secretly amazed at this, thinking that this girl was not only brave, but also had an extraordinary strong psychological quality. It would be a pity if such a good girl didn't join the army. Chen Xiao went to the Armed Forces Department to say goodbye to Zhou Jin, as he would be returning to the military region in the evening. Tang Yanyan gave him a pot of spiritual spring water and asked him to drink a sip every day. She also gave him a few hundred yuan and food and meat coupons. You must be alert when carrying out the mission. When I am free, I will go to Shanghai to find you.
Okay.
Chen Xiao hugged the person tightly, reluctant to let go. If possible, he really wanted to put Nian Nian in his pocket and use her anytime and anywhere. Take it out and kiss it. The two of them lingered for a long time before Xin Xiao drove away. The car gradually disappeared into the night and soon could not be seen anymore. Tang Nian sighed, feeling deeply reluctant.
Woof.
Disappeared. Bai Sui was a little disdainful. Love would only affect the speed of its claws. As a 100-year-old man, he didn't want to talk about love. There is no in this world worthy of him. Tang Yanyan took a deep breath and returned to her cold and expressionless expression, except that her mouth was a little swollen, which greatly weakened her aloofness. Bai Sui glanced at her several times, feeling itchy inside, and couldn't help asking woof. What does it feel like to kiss? The master and the guy would hold and chew on it whenever they had nothing to do. It was more delicious than chewing on bones. It was greedy to see it. I thought kissing must be very fragrant. Otherwise, why would the master kiss endlessly? Bai Sui was not interested in love, but he was greedy. He liked all delicious things, so he also wanted to taste the deliciousness of kissing, but he couldn't find a female dog to chew on at the moment. He couldn't eat those female dogs in Tang Village. They actually ate ugh. You'll know how it tastes if you kiss Xiaohua. The Xiaohua that Tang Niannian was talking about was a female dog in the village. She was pretty and fell in love with Bai Sui at first sight. She often took the initiative to run to Bai Sui to smell his. Woof.
No.
Bai Sui refused mercilessly. He didn't want to chew on Xiaohua, who ate. She was so weak in fighting and had bad habits.
He was not blind.
What about Xiaobai? Xiaobai is the second most beautiful female dog in the village. She also has deep feelings for Bai Sui. In order to Bai Sui's love, she often fights with Xiaohua, and the fight is inseparable.
Woof.
Stinky. Bai Sui rolled his eyes fiercely. Xiaobai also eats and is ugly. Not even as good as Xiaohua. Tang Niannian raised the corners of her mouth and said, "What about Xiaohuang?" Xiaohuang is also pretty, but a little thin. She also has deep feelings for Bai Sui. Moreover, Xiaohuang is particularly wretched and often sneak attacks Xiaobai and Xiaohua. Woof. Get lost. Bai Sui was furious. None of the introduced beasts he liked. The male beast that the master found himself was so handsome, but the ones introduced to him were all ugly and inferior dogs. Humph. It has to find a partner by itself. It should open its horizons a little. It can't just be limited to Tang Village. It has to look for it in the mountains. Tang Niannian laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. She was just teasing Bai Sui on purpose. This guy had very high standards. He looked down on ordinary dogs at the end of the world. Those who took the initiative to throw themselves into his arms were ruthlessly rejected by Bai Sui. Those in Tang Village were indeed not worthy of Bai Sui. It should be said that all were not worthy of Bai Sui. Bai Sui was no ordinary dog now. Its fighting power could not even beat wild wolves.
Tang Niannian thought about it.
Dogs and wolves had the same ancestor. Why not find a beautiful female wolf for Bai Sui? It was said that there were wild wolves in the deep mountains of Tang Village. Shen Xiao lived with wolves when he was a child, but the wolves did not appear for a long time. Tang Niannian guessed that they were hiding in the deep mountains. Bai Sui, you are still young now. Don't be in a hurry to find a partner. I will find you the most beautiful and capable partner in the future. Tang Niannian began to make big promises to appease Bai Sui.
Woof.
Keep your word. Bai Sui's eyes lit up. He liked beautiful and capable female animals. He looked down on weak ones. Tang Niannian stretched out her hand. Bai Sui stretched out his front paw, and the man and the dog clapped their hands to swear. Qi Guohua was lying on the bed in the provincial hospital. His face was terribly gloomy. Qi's father, Qi's mother, and Yang Hongling were all sitting beside the bed with sad faces. The doctor just came over and told them that Qi Guohua's foot was too seriously dislocated, and the possibility of recovery was extremely small. The best result was a slight limp, and the army would definitely not keep him. Moreover, Qi Guohua's eyesight was not good. Both eyes were below 0.5 degrees, and he could not see the road clearly without glasses. He was highly myopic. With a lame leg and blind eyes, the army would never want him again. The best result was to receive a retirement allowance and return to the countryside to farm. Moreover, the retirement allowance was only enough to pay off debts. In order to treat Qi Guohua's leg, he owed hundreds of foreign debts, and the money owed when he got married, adding up to 400 or 500. After paying off the debts with the retirement allowance, there would not be much left. Yang Hongling was like a bereaved mother. She still dreamed of joining the army, staying away from the bumpkins in Tang Village, and living a life envied by everyone. But now the harsh reality has awakened her beautiful dream. After Qi Guohua retired from the army, he was a countryman and a disabled person. She was a girl from Beijing. How could she marry a disabled countryman? She was also unwilling to farm in Tang Village for the rest of her life. Why is it like this? Chi Guohua had a bright future and was about to be promoted, but now he is disabled. It was all because of that poisonous snake. It's March now, and most snakes are still hibernating. How could they come out and bite people? Guohua, think about it carefully. What happened at that time? The more Yang Hongling thought about it, the more she felt that this was weird. Although there are many snakes on the mountain in Tang Village, the snakes in March are particularly honest. They have been sleeping for a whole winter. Even if they come out to bask in the sun, they are lazy and basically will not actively attack people. Chi Guohua was chopping wood on the hillside at that time. How could a poisonous snake run to the hillside to bite people? Did Tang Niannian release the snake on purpose? It must be her. She is such a vicious person. She is capable of doing such a thing, and she was the only one on the mountain at that time. There was no one else but her. Yang Hongling successfully convinced herself that the murderer was the Tang Niannian. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that Tang Niannian was on the mountain when Chi Guohua was bitten by a snake? Chi Guohua's expression changed drastically, and he also thought of the doubts. Tang Niannian hated him to the bone, and her mind was so vicious that she really did release a snake to bite him, and there was no one else on the mountain except Tang Niannian. Even if he retired from the army, he would make Tang Niannian pay the price. I'm going to call the army to appeal. Tang Niannian maliciously injured an active soldier and caused disability. This crime will make her stay in the cell for at least 10 years. Chi Guohua gritted his teeth, and his dark gray face became distorted, sinister, and terrifying. Since being bitten by the snake, his originally fair face has turned dark gray. The doctor said it was because of the snake venom, and it would automatically fade over time. Tang Niannian is such a vicious. Guohua, call now and have her put in jail. Mother Qi gnashed her teeth in hatred. She could have relied on her son to become a royal lady, but now it was all ruined by Tang Niannian. Tang Niannian didn't know the Qi family's plan. She had already returned to Tang Village. She hadn't been back for 4 days. The villagers didn't gossip about her because everyone knew that she was now a special talent at the Red Star factory and received a salary of 98 yuan a month. The rumors in the past also disappeared. A girl who received a salary of 98 yuan went to the city every day to contribute to the country. How glorious and great it was. If anyone said bad things about Tang Niannian, there was no need for old lady Tang to do anything. The people of Tang Village would kill the who gossiped. Tang Niannian is now the pride of Tang Village. The neighboring villages are so envious and jealous that they wish they could marry Tang Niannian back to their own village. However, they've been searching for a long time in their own village and have not been able to find a young man who can match the salary of 98 yuan, so they had to give up the idea. Second aunt, when will your Nian come back? Soon. I have an urgent task this time. I will go home after I complete it. Old Mrs. Tang looked proud. Her voice was loud. Her back was straight. She was the grandmother of Tang Niannian who earned 98 yuan. All the old ladies in the commune are not as glorious as her. Today, the villagers were planting rice in the field at the entrance of the village. Old Lady Tang and several other women were assigned to a field. They walked barefoot in the field and planted rice neatly. The thin rice seedlings stood neatly in the field. Second aunt Nian is so capable. You don't have to work anymore. It's time to enjoy your life. Someone shouted. What kind of life can I enjoy? I am destined to be a hard worker. I feel uncomfortable if I don't work for a day. Old Lady Tang said this, but her face was full of smiles. She was very pleased with the flattery of the villagers. Her little purse has been filled up a lot in recent days, all earned by her granddaughter. The granddaughter also said that she would honor her with her salary in the future. It's a pity that the old man was not blessed and could not wait for this day. Thinking of her husband who passed away early, the smile on Old Lady Tang's face faded a little and she sighed softly. Qingming Festival is coming soon. She has to make some Qingming dumplings and a few dishes that the old man likes. She will go to see the old man and tell him that Nian girl has made a good career now. He should rest assured in the underworld and reincarnate into a good family as soon as possible to live a good life. Others flattered old Lady Tang to the utmost. Their sweet words were free of charge. Old Lady Tang was flattered, but she didn't give in easily. She even wanted her granddaughter to introduce her to a job. It was a nice thought. A job is not grass on the roadside that can be picked easily. Nian Nian didn't know how much effort she had spent. She couldn't hold her granddaughter back. Although others were a little disappointed, they were not discouraged. They still flattered old Lady Tang. Anyway, they just had to hold on to Tang Nian Nian's thighs. Maybe they could really get lucky and get a job. Second aunt, in the whole commune, there is no girl more outstanding than Nian Nian. She is beautiful and capable. I can't find a single bad thing about her. If you ask me, let alone the whole commune, even in Shanghai, our Nian Nian is one of the best. I've been to Shanghai to visit relatives before, and the girls on the street are not as pretty as Nian Nian. Everyone's flattery became more and more exaggerated. Gradually, they walked out of Tang Village and rushed to Shanghai City, praising Tang Nian Nian as a fairy who existed in heaven and on earth. Old Mrs. Tang couldn't close her mouth with laughter. She also felt that her granddaughter was so good. If it weren't for the turbulent times, Nian Nian would have been the daughter of Shanghai. A dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, but a mouse can't give birth to a phoenix. Although Nian Nian's parents had never been seen, she had heard from the old man that they were a talented man and a beautiful woman, like a golden boy and a jade girl. With such parents, Nian Nian must be beautiful. It's a pity that the Tang family is too poor to give this girl a very good life. Otherwise, Nian Nian would definitely be more beautiful than she's sure. Lu Jinglan, who was planting rice in the field next to her, looked more and more ugly. She gritted her teeth tightly, her mouth was full of blood, and her eyes were full of hatred. She couldn't understand why it turned out like this. How could Tang Nian, a rural girl, suddenly become a special talent of the Red Star factory and get 98 yuan? The high salary she received had never happened in her previous life. In her previous life, before the resumption of the college entrance examination, Tang Nian had always been a rural girl and had never worked in a factory. The personality of Tang Nian in this life was completely different from that of Tang Nian in the previous life. And Qiguohua had not been bitten by a snake in the previous life. Lu Jinglan's heart sank instantly, and she thought of a possibility. Could it be that Tang Nian was also reborn? If she could come back, others could come back too. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the abnormality of Tang Nian in this life. Lu Jinglan's heart was beating very fast, and she tried her best to comfort herself. It must not be the case. If Tang Nian was really reborn, she would know that Mr. Zhang in the cowshed was an internationally renowned scientist, and it was impossible for her to ignore him. She had been paying attention to the cowshed, and Tang Nian had never gone to find Mr. Zhang, so she was definitely not reborn. Lu Jinglan felt more at ease. Perhaps it was just because of her rebirth that some things changed. She couldn't scare herself. Haven't the Qi family believed it yet? It's been so many days. Someone suddenly mentioned Qiguohua. Only Qiguochun is left in the Qi family now, but Qiguochun never leaves the house, not even to work. She just says she is not feeling well. The team leader doesn't care about her. If she doesn't work, she won't get any work points. If there is not enough food at the end of the year, she will have to find a way out herself. She said she went to the provincial hospital. She should be fine. She just broke her leg. The snake wasn't too poisonous. In my opinion, even God can't stand it. When has a snake in March ever bit anyone? Why did it bite Qiguohua? Humph. The woman who said this was the one who didn't get along with Qi's mother. She wished the Qi family bad luck, and that Qiguohua's leg would never be reattached. In the past, her family was better off than the Qi family, and Qi's mother didn't dare to speak loudly in front of her, and she couldn't straighten her back. Ever since Qiguohua went to the army, Qi's mother showed off in front of her and ran to show off in front of her every day. She had been holding her anger for 2 years. Finally, God opened his eyes and let Qiguohua get retribution. Everyone else smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. After all, they didn't know what Qiguohua's current situation was. What if his leg was okay, and he returned to the army, he would be promoted? They dared not offend him. Even if God opened his eyes, good will be rewarded with good, evil will be punished with evil, and good and evil will be rewarded in the end. Old Mrs. Tang was not afraid of the Qi family, and she yelled at them. She also wished that Qi Guohua's legs would be crippled, and he would never be able to stand up again. The villagers had different expressions, and the air was quiet for a long time. No one wanted to get involved in the feud between the Qi and Tang families. They couldn't afford to offend either of them. Second aunt, is that Nian on the bridge? Someone broke the eerie silence and pointed at the stone bridge at the entrance of the village and asked loudly. Everyone looked up and looked at the stone bridge. Sure enough, it was Tang Nian who came back on a bike. Miss Nian is getting more and more beautiful, someone said. Everyone nodded. She was indeed much prettier. Tang Nian was pretty, but her skin was a little dark. Rural girls had to work, and few of them were particularly fair. But now Tang Nian's skin was whiter than a peeled egg, and her face was more delicate and beautiful. With such an appearance, she was really one in a million. Tang Nian pushed the old bike of the team leader's family with one hand and rode a new bike herself, getting closer and closer to the villagers. Did Nian ride 2 bikes? Someone cried out in surprise, and everyone stopped planting the seedlings and ran to the fields to see. Nian, did you buy a new car? Yes. Tang Nian stopped, and the 2 cars were parked as well, allowing the villagers to look at the new car. Buying a bicycle in the 1970s was as grand as buying a Mercedes-Benz or BMW in later generations. This car is so beautiful, Nian. How much is it? The villagers caressed the new car lovingly, more gently than they would caressing their own wives, with eyes full of obsession and envy. 186 yuan, and you need a bicycle ticket. Tang Nian went to the department store to inquire, and this was the price for the same model of women's car. The villagers gasped and withdrew their hands from touching the car. Their hands were rough, and if they scratched the car, they couldn't afford the compensation. Nian has made a lot of money. The villagers were envious. They could buy such an expensive car just like that. The Tang family would be the first in the village to have one. Tang Nian pulled a corner of her mouth slightly and said, "You can also afford a car in the future. After the sock factory is established, each of these villagers will have a bicycle. It is a must. Those who don't get along with the Tang family will get nothing." The villagers thought Tang Nian was bragging. They would never be able to afford a car in their lifetime. They worked hard in the fields all year round and could not save much money. They could not afford it even if they did not eat or drink. Tang Nian did not say much. When the sock factory was established, everyone would know. Nian, is your factory still recruiting workers? It doesn't matter if it's a little dirty or hard work. A salary of more than 10 yuan is enough. Someone asked. Everyone looked at Tang Nian eagerly. They were not afraid of hardship or dirt. A salary of more than 10 yuan was better than farming in the countryside. What's the use of more than 10 yuan? We will earn dozens of yuan in the future. Tang Nian was making big promises again. She felt that the people in the village were too narrow-minded. They were satisfied with just a dozen yuan. They were really hopeless. With her around, they would earn at least 50 yuan a month in the future. The villagers all laughed and thought Tang Nian was bragging again. Nian girl, you are almost the same as the factory director. Give each of us a salary of several dozen yuan. Someone joked. Wait, there will be bread. Tang Nian said a line from a movie. She remembered it was from The Horse Wrangler, which seems to have not been released yet. But the villagers did not believe it. They just thought she was joking. They had enjoyed the new car enough and went to work. They didn't know where the dozens of yuan salary was floating around. If they didn't work now, they would starve. When everyone left, Mrs. Tang glared fiercely, patted Tang Nian lightly, and cursed in a low voice. You keep a door in your mouth, talking nonsense all day long, and you still want to pay them dozens of yuan? Yes. Tang Nian agreed casually. She ran a sock factory, so she must pay them. Mrs. Tang was so angry that she patted her again and cursed. Can't you be more careful? What can you use to pay them? How many people can you pay with your 98 yuan salary? Don't say these things in the future. Girls hate to be accused of not keeping their mouths shut, and they can't even find a husband.
Oh, tanian zponde obedini.
Her attitude towards old lady Tang softened a lot, and she became closer. In previous lives, she suffered in Yang Baogan's house, and old lady Tang came to support her many times. Although it was useless, she was grateful to the old lady. Old lady Tang's health collapsed suddenly because of the successive accidents in her family. Later, after learning that her youngest son was in trouble, she could not survive and died with hatred. Tang Montong's incident happened in the second half of the year. He was arrested for speculation. In the past, he would have been released after a few days of labor reform, but this time Tang Mantong was locked up in a farm in Shanghai. A few days later, the farm called and said that Tang Mantong had died in a fight with someone. The Tang family didn't even see the body, but only received a jar of ashes. As for the truth of the fight, there is no way to know. It is only known that among the people who fought, only Tang Mantong died, and the others are alive and well. Tang Nianyan suspected that Qi Guohua and Lu Jinglan were most likely responsible. The destruction of the Tang family is inseparable from these two. Tang Nianyan looked at Lu Jinglan in the field. Her cold eyes made Lu Jinglan tremble. She looked up, but couldn't find the source of her gaze. She only saw the beautiful Tang Nianyan pushing the new car away from her. Lu Jinglan gritted her teeth. She hadn't lost yet. As long as she got the jade gourd, saved Zhang Lao, and snatched Zhou's siren away, she would definitely win. Grandma, I'll give you something good. After returning home, Tang Nianyan took out a solid gold bracelet from her pocket and handed it to Old Lady Tang. Old Lady Tang was stunned for a moment. Then she flew to the door and window like lightning, snapped them all shut, and then she felt relieved to appreciate the gold bracelet. The old lady opened her mouth and bit the bracelet hard. Seeing a shallow tooth mark, she immediately smiled with her teeth showing. "Where did you get it?" Old Lady Tang asked in a low voice. "Nowadays, these things can't be put in the open, or people will see them and eat the first place. I exchanged 2 rabbits at the black market."
Keep them.
Tang Nianyan answered half-truthfully. Old Lady Tang believed her. Although she felt sorry for the rabbits, she was overjoyed when she saw the big golden bracelet in her hand. She had only seen such thick gold bracelets on the wrists of the wife of the Xian family next door before. At that time, she thought that if she could wear a gold bracelet in this life, she would die with peace of mind. Unexpectedly, her granddaughter really got one for her. Old Lady Tang's eyes were a little sore. She turned her back and gently wiped the corners of her eyes. Tang Nianyan pretended not to see it and said, "There will be more in the future." Since the old lady liked gold bracelets, she had to arrange for them. Both arms had to be full. "Don't go to the black market. It's not good if you get caught." Old Lady Tang glared. Her youngest son had been caught before and sent to labor reform for half a month. Their family was laughed at in the village for a long time. If Nian was also caught, it would be even more difficult to find a husband in the future. Women are always treated more strictly these days. Even if Mantong has been sent to labor reform, his reputation is not bad. As long as he can afford the bride price, he can still marry a wife. If Nian girl's reputation is bad, it will be difficult for her to marry a good young man. "Well, I won't go." Tang Nianyan agreed very well. Anyway, she still has a lot of money in her space. She will take it out to make the old lady happy in a while. "You keep watch for me, I will hide it. Don't let Wu Jin and your mother know." Old Lady Tang is always on guard against Su Jinfeng. She hides the money and bills at home very well and changes the place from time to time. Especially since Tang Wujin has a criminal record, the old lady doesn't trust the mother and daughter. Tang Nianyan stood at the door obediently to keep watch. Seeing the old lady crawling under the bed like a thief, knocking here and there, she wanted to laugh. "Hey, I clearly remember it's here." "Yes, it's here," the old lady said to herself. She was looking for a hole in the wall. This hole was newly discovered by her. All the money in the family was hidden in it. She pulled out the bricks and took out a cloth bag, which was wrapped in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Inside was all the property of the Tang family. Old Lady Tang put the gold bracelet in, wrapped it carefully, stuffed it into the hole, put the bricks in place, and pressed it a few times before climbing out. You didn't see it? Old Lady Tang asked cautiously, afraid that Tang Nian would peek. No, I was always with my back to her. Tang Nian couldn't help laughing and shook her head. Although she was always with her back to her, she took a mirror and saw it clearly. Seeing that the old lady still didn't believe it, she simply said bluntly, "Grandma, I earn 98 yuan." Old Lady Tang was immediately relieved. That's right, her granddaughter's monthly salary was 98 yuan, and she looked down on her little money. "I'm going to work. You stay at home to look after your eldest sister." Old Lady Tang left in a hurry. She had to earn back the 8 jobs today. Even if she had the gold bracelet, she couldn't stop working. "Grandma, you should marry off your eldest sister as soon as possible. Leaving her at home is a nuisance." Tang Nian's voice was a little cold. In her previous life, Tang Wujin successfully married He Guoqing and became a loyal lackey of Lu Jinglan and Shi Guohua, helping to deal with the Tang family. Such a ruthless person, she might as well fulfill her love. After marrying He Guoqing, she would be so happy. Matchmaker Ma is looking for someone. Old Mrs. Tang also thought so, but it was not easy to find a young man. He had to have a bad temper and good character, and he had to be hardworking and willing to work. There were not many such young men, so Matchmaker Ma had to pick them slowly. Generally, men with bad tempers have bad character and will beat their wives. Although old Mrs. Tang did not like her eldest granddaughter, she did not want to push her into the fire pit, so she wanted to find a reliable man. The old lady hurried to work, and Tang Nian did not stay at home. She was too lazy to look at Tang Wujin. If this wanted to run, she would run, and she would never stop him. The Tang family took into account their friendship and wanted to find a reliable man for Tang Wujin, but this was an ungrateful man, ruthless and ungrateful to the Tang family. Tang Nian rolled her eyes and had a solution. She walked quietly to the back window and listened carefully. Tang Wujin was sleeping, so she loosened the nails that sealed the window. As long as Tang Wujin pushed hard, he could push the window open and escape. The Tang family was reluctant, so she acted as the villain and created an opportunity for Tang Wujin. Tang Nian clapped her hands lightly, carried a backpack, took a hatchet, and went up the mountain. There were more than 10 children playing at the foot of the mountain, and Jujin was there too. "Second sister, when did you come back? I missed you so much when you were not at home." The little girl flew over, hugged Tang Nian tightly, and said with her little mouth that she missed him. "Do you miss me or candy?" Tang Nian gently pinched the little girl's chubby face. Jujin had grown a lot of flesh on his face because he had eaten a lot of meat these days. It felt very good to pinch it. She pinched it several times, and the little girl's face was pinched with red marks. "I miss my second sister. I like my second sister the most." The little girl hugged Tang Nian's arm like a flatterer and acted coquettishly. "In the past few days when my second sister was not at home, Grandma didn't put meat in her cooking. She wanted to eat meat so much." Tang Nian took out milk candy from her pocket, peeled off the candy wrapper, stuffed it into the little girl's mouth, and stuffed a lot of it. "Share it with your friends."
Hey.
Jujin agreed happily. The other children, like stars surrounding the moon, surrounded Jujin in the middle. "Everyone has a share. You all have to listen to me in the future, understand?" Jujin said loudly. "I know, we all listened to Jujin." The children agreed in unison. Jujin often shared delicious food with them, so they would definitely listen to Jujin. In the future, if anyone in the village speaks ill of Jujin's second sister, they will report to Jujin and focus on the educated youth site and Chi's family. Tang Nian had already walked far away. When she heard the voices of these children, she couldn't help but smile. She went to the cowshed first. The 2 old people were herding cattle. They looked much better and had some flesh on their faces. Tang Nian was very satisfied. She shouldn't have a fever next month. Pa Tang Nian looked around and saw no one. She threw a bundle of newspapers, which happened to be thrown in front of Mr. Zhang. The newspapers were taken from Director Wu. She said she wanted to get some old newspapers home to start a fire. Director Wu asked the secretary to find a mountain of newspapers and asked her to take them all back. Tang Nianyan picked out some recent newspapers and threw them to Mr. Zhang. Deng Chongsheng reacted quickly and put away the newspapers quickly. He didn't see Tang Nianyan, but he knew that it must have been sent by this girl. "I'll hide it," Deng Chongsheng whispered, and Mr. Zhang nodded with a very excited look in his eyes. With newspapers to read these days, his life was particularly fulfilling. As long as he had spiritual food to supplement, he could survive even if he had to herd cattle on the mountain for a lifetime. Zhang Lao, who had never believed in God, clasped his hands together and murmured, "Thank you, Bodhisattva. You must bless me to have the day to repay Nian Yada's kindness." He didn't believe in Bodhisattva before, but now he does. It must be that Bodhisattva saw that he and Lao Deng were too miserable, so he sent Nian Yatu. He only hoped that he would have the opportunity to repay Nian Yatu in his lifetime. Tang Nianyan went to the mountain to pick some Ganoderma lucidum and medicinal herbs and also got some hares and pheasants, and then went down the mountain with a pheasant and a hare. During the days when she was away from home, the family must not have eaten meat, otherwise Jujin would not be so greedy. When work was over, the tempting smell of meat wafted out of the Tang family again. The villagers had become accustomed to it, and they all swallowed their saliva, quickened their pace, and quickly left the Tang family. "Second sister, I love you the most." Jujin came back holding a bundle of firewood and carrying a basket of pig grass. When she smelled the aroma of meat, her face was full of smiles, because she knew that she would be able to eat meat as soon as her second sister came back. Old Mrs. Tang didn't say anything more. She earned 9 jobs today, and her waist and legs didn't hurt. As long as she thought of the gold bracelet, she could earn another 9 jobs. Tang Wujin woke up in the room. Listening to the laughter outside, her face became more and more gloomy. These days, she ate porridge with pickles. Other people in the family ate meat, but she could only eat porridge with pickles, which made her eyes blurry. Originally, she thought she could eat meat today, but what old Mrs. Tang brought over was still porridge with pickles. "Mom, give Wu Jin some meat too," Su Jinfeng asked in a low voice. She will be embarrassed by eating meat? She had such a good life before that she had the wrong thoughts. She can only drink porridge from now on. Mrs. Tang cursed her granddaughter, that fool. She didn't deserve to eat meat. It's enough to keep her alive with porridge and pickles. After she gets married, she will let her grandson-in-law take care of it. She doesn't care. Su Jinfeng didn't dare to say anything and ate meat obediently. Although her eldest daughter didn't eat meat, Su Jinfeng didn't think her mother-in-law treated her badly. During the famine, a family that could have a bowl of porridge and pickles was considered a wealthy family. She was pregnant with her second daughter at that time and was so hungry that she went to the mountains to peel tree bark and ate everything she could, but she still couldn't keep her second daughter alive. Su Jinfeng sighed and glanced at Tang Nianyan. If the second daughter was alive, she would be this big now. After Tang Wujin finished the porridge that was so thin that it could reflect her shadow, her stomach was sour. The smell of meat outside kept drilling into her nose, which made her sour even more and made her hate Tang Nianyan even more. It must be this who instigated the discord. Grandma had never been so mean to her before, but now that Tang Nianyan has become a formal employee, Grandma is blinded by money and treats this as a treasure. She listens to her instigation and abuses her own granddaughter. Why can't God open his eyes and strike this to death? Tang Wujin gnashed her teeth in hatred, but she was also worried about He Guoqing on the farm. She had never done physical work before, and she would definitely not be able to bear it if she went to the farm. It would be great if she could go with him so that she could help Guoqing share some of the burden. Unfortunately, the doors and windows were sealed shut, and she couldn't escape. Tang Wujin walked to the window and pushed it hard a few times to vent her anger. She had pushed it during the day, but the window didn't move at all. The window made a slight click sound and moved a few times. Tang Wujin was overjoyed, thinking it must not be nailed shut, and she had a chance to escape. Tang Wujin did not push the window again, and went back to bed to sleep. She wanted to conserve her energy and wait until everyone in the family fell asleep before escaping to find Guoqing. No one could stop her from marrying Guoqing. She did not want to marry a rural man. It was late at night, and the lights in Tang village were all off. From time to time, there were a few barking dogs and faint snoring. Almost everyone was asleep, except for Tang Wujin. She got up and walked to the window and pushed it. After half an hour, she finally pushed the window open. The cool air blew in.
Tang Wujin breathed greedily.
She was finally free. Tang Wujin put on thick clothes and took all the valuables with her, which were actually only 5 or 6 yuan, which she usually saved. After climbing out of the window, Tang Wujin's legs were a little weak. She calmed down and prepared to go to the farm to find her lover, but she took a few steps and turned back. She climbed in from the courtyard wall and climbed in from the kitchen window. A salted pork leg was hanging on the stove, and there were more than 50 eggs in the basket. Some were collected by Old Lady Tang, and some were thank you gifts from the captain's wife last time. Tang Wujin sneered and put all the salted pork legs and eggs into the backpack. Guoqing would definitely not be able to eat meat on the farm, and he had suffered so much, so he had to make up for it. These meat and eggs were his apology to Guoqing. She didn't hesitate at all, and if the backpack was not too small, she would have taken away all the rice in the rice jar. Tang Wujin only brought about 10 pounds of rice, and the backpack could not hold it. She carried the heavy backpack and left the Tang family without hesitation, heading towards the farm. After Tang Wujin walked away, Tang Nian came out of the room. She saw everything this ungrateful person had done. The pork legs and eggs were gone, and the rice was also half gone. When she woke up tomorrow, Old Lady Tang would definitely be heartbroken and would be even more disgusted with Tang Wujin. Tang Nian simply went all out. She put all the rice in the rice jar into the space, emptied the oil in the oil pot and the salt in the salt pot, then clapped her hands and went back to her room to sleep. She slept until dawn and was awakened by the scolding of Mrs. Tang. What accursed! You should have strangled her when she was born to prevent her from harming the family. Look at what you gave birth to. Even the ungrateful wolves have more conscience than her. She doesn't leave any chance for the family to survive. The Japanese devils are not as cruel as her. Oh, I'm so angry. Mrs. Tang got up early in the morning and prepared to go to the kitchen to make breakfast. As a result, she saw the kitchen was looted. There was no rice, no eggs left, and no precious salted pork legs. The old lady's eyes went dark and she almost fainted. Her first reaction was that the house was robbed, but then she remembered that there was a dog at home. If a thief came, the dog would definitely bark. It was obviously a thief. Mrs. Tang ran to Tang Wujin's room and saw the open window. Her heart sank to the bottom. Su Jinfeng and Tang Manjin couldn't believe the facts before their eyes. They didn't want to believe that their daughter would be such an ungrateful person who would rob the family's food and meat. Even animals wouldn't do such a cruel and inhumane thing. Mom, Wu Jin wouldn't do such a thing. It must have been done by someone else. Wu Jin might have been in trouble. Su Jinfeng's face turned pale, and she murmured to herself, becoming more and more flustered. She was worried that the thief would come to the house, be tempted by her beauty, and rob her eldest daughter. Old Mrs. Tang's dark face was full of sarcasm, and she cursed tartly. Where did this ungrateful person get her beauty? The thief's eyes are not blind. He didn't rob the beautiful girl at home, but robbed an ugly girl? Do you think the thief is as stupid as you? Tang Nian, who was listening to the lively scene in the room. Just quarrel. Why use her as an example? Besides, even if the thief wanted to rob, could he beat her? Su Jinfeng looked very unhappy. Although her mother-in-law's words were unpleasant to hear, they made sense. A thief would never give up flowers to steal dogtail grass. What on earth was Wu Jin thinking? Where did Wu Jin take all these things? This dead girl didn't even say a word.
Ouch.
My heart hurts. Su Jinfeng pressed her chest, her face pale. She suffered a lot when giving birth to her second child. It took 2 days and 2 nights, but she gave birth to a dead baby. When she saw her thin and purple second daughter, she fainted. When she woke up, she had a heartache problem and would get sick when she was anxious. The second daughter was taken to the mountain by her father-in-law to be buried. The next day, her father-in-law brought back the white and chubby Nian girl. The small quilt and clothes were made of silk that she had never seen before, soft and beautiful. The little girl was also as beautiful as the jade girl in the New Year pictures. Her father-in-law told her that Nyen girl was the second child in the family and did not allow her to tell anyone. Nyen had never her milk. Her parents-in-law raised her with high-grade milk powder, saying that it was bought by Nyen's biological parents. Although she was the mother, she had never raised the child. Nyen had lived with her parents-in-law since she was a child, and her parents-in-law also paid for her food and drink. Thinking of the past, Su Jinfeng regretted it now. She shouldn't have complained to her 3 daughters since they were young, saying that her parents-in-law were unfair. Lu Jin was smart. After being taught a lesson by her father-in-law, she understood and stopped opposing Nyen. Jiu Jin was heartless. He had been attached to Nyen since he was a child, but he was not close to his eldest sister Wu Jin. Only Wu Jin, this idiot, was stubborn. He had been at odds with Nyen since he was a child. He always wanted to be superior to Nyen, but he had no self-awareness, and now he had made a heinous mistake. Su Jinfeng was full of regrets, and her heart ached so much that she couldn't breathe. She was angry at her eldest daughter's stupidity, and she was even more worried about her eldest daughter's future. If this matter got out, which young man would dare to marry Wu Jin? Don't get yourself hurt by anger. Take medicine. Tang Manjin found the medicine and fed it to his wife. After taking the medicine, Su Jinfeng's face looked much better. She leaned against the chair and cried weakly, "Manjin, we have to find Wu Jin back. We can't let others know. Go after her now." "Where to go? I don't know where this girl has gone." Tang Manjin's face was as gloomy as water. His eldest daughter must have run away in the middle of the night. It's been a whole night. How can he catch up with her? Su Jinfeng was at a loss. She didn't know where her eldest daughter had gone. What should I do? I'm so anxious. What should I do? Su Jinfeng was so anxious that she was incoherent. The couple were not smart people. They could only worry and couldn't come up with any ideas. Where else can this ungrateful person go if he only cares about Xiao Yanjing? Go to the farm and get her back. Old Mrs. Tang had calmed down. Her brain was much better than her son and daughter-in-law. She thought about Tang Wujin's destination and became even more angry. She stole the food and meat and eggs from the house and delivered them to the door. No other daughter in the family is as cheap as this fool. Zhang Manhwa has been smart all her life, but how could she raise such a foolish and ungrateful person? Old Lady Tang's surname was Zhang, and her maiden name was Manhwa because she was born when she was 1 month old, but almost no one in the village knew her name. They either called her second aunt or second grandma. Su Jinfeng's face changed drastically, and she was extremely anxious. I'm going to the farm now. I can't let her go with little glasses. This fool's brain is really being eaten by maggots. Oh, I'm so angry. Su Jinfeng staggered outside. It was still early, and she had to get her stupid daughter back quickly. If she dragged it on, her eldest daughter's reputation would be ruined. It's not too late. Have breakfast first. Old Lady Tang cursed with disdain. Eating is the most important thing in the world. It's 15 or 16 miles from Tang village to the farm. It's too bad to travel on an empty stomach. It's a pity to hurt her body for Tang Wujin, that ungrateful person. Grandma, there's no rice, no meat, and no eggs. Tang Jujin's mouth was so pouty that it could hold a soy sauce bottle. She had just searched the rice jar for a long time and didn't find a single grain of rice. Her elder sister was greedier than a mouse, so vicious. And the pork leg, it was so big, but she hadn't eaten much these days. Now it all went to little glasses and stupid elder sister. Jujin's heart was almost broken, and she hated Tang Wujin even more. From now on, she and her elder sister would be irreconcilable. And little glasses. Old Mrs. Tang felt so much pain in her heart. She felt more distressed than anyone else. There was so much meat and eggs. If she had known earlier, she would rather have eaten them into her own family's stomach. Mrs. Tang opened the rice warehouse, which still contained dozens of kilograms of rice, a dozen duck eggs, and a small pot of oil. In the morning, she cooked sweet potato porridge, fried leeks, duck eggs, and green vegetables, as well as the luncheon meat that Tang Nian had taken out. Old Mrs. Tang, who was frugal by nature, cut half of the luncheon meat and only took 2 duck eggs. You can't bear to give this one up, you can't bear to give that one up, and in the end, all of them are cheap, little glasses. Tang Nian stabbed coldly at the side, and old Mrs. Tang's expression was visibly darkened, and her lips trembled with anger. The old lady gritted her teeth, glared at Tang Nian fiercely, and ran to get 3 more eggs. She also cut the remaining half of the luncheon meat, fried leeks with duck eggs, fried green vegetables, and fried luncheon meat with garlic sprouts. It was a big plate full of food, and there were few side dishes and many main dishes. The breakfast of the Tang family had never been so luxurious.
Eat.
Old Mrs. Tang served several bowls of sweet potato porridge, each with a piece of rice cake. In the past, only Tang Nian and Tang Manjin were qualified to eat rice cake, and everyone else had porridge. Tang Jujin swallowed hard, picked up a large piece of egg, and took another bite. A big mouthful of rice cake, and then a big mouthful of porridge after eating it. My God, it's so delicious. There are still benefits to the stupid elder sister stealing things. Grandma has become generous. The little girl was very satisfied with the meal, but the old lady Tang was very bitter and resentful. She bit the rice cake like biting the enemy as flesh, and her expression was more murderous than going to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Su Jinfeng, who was sitting opposite her, ate with fear, and even the delicious rice cake couldn't taste good. The calmer the mother-in-law is now, the more dangerous the eldest daughter will be after going to the farm. What should I do? The luxurious breakfast was quickly eaten, and the rice and dishes were eaten cleanly. Old Lady Tang asked her eldest son to call the team leader to come and discuss things. Tang Wujin did such an ugly thing. She had to tell the team leader, and she had to let the team leader lead her to the farm. The team leader came over quickly and heard what Tang Manjin said on the way and hurried over. Seeing the looted kitchen, his depressed mood these days was suddenly greatly comforted. Compared to the idiot Tang Wujin, his daughter is still a little bit better. At least she didn't steal things from home and send them to Xian's house. Don't rush to the farm. I'll make a phone call to ask about the situation. The captain comforted Mrs. Tang and went to the village committee to make a phone call. 10 minutes later, the captain came back with a dark face and said in a deep voice, Wujin is already on the farm, claiming to be He Guoqing's fiancé. He Guoqing has no attitude, neither admitting nor denying. The idiot, no one wants her even if she's sent to the door for free. Now she's going to the farm. I'll beat her to death. Mrs. Tang was furious. The Xiao Yanjing didn't like Wujin at all, but she didn't refuse. Anyway, men don't suffer losses. It's the idiot Wujin who took the initiative to send himself to the door, and it's also Wujin who has a bad reputation. Xiao Yanjing ate meat and eggs and took advantage of him without any responsibility. This Xiao Yanjing is more vicious than a cobra, but it's just that the idiot in her family wants to send herself to the door, and the lock can't lock her. I'm so angry.
Oh.
Bring me some cooling oil. If I had known it was such a stupid thing, it should have been put in the toilet when it was born. It's a waste of my 19 years of food.
Oh.
Old Mrs. Tang was so angry that her face turned pale. She pressed her chest hard and couldn't breathe. Tang Nian found the cooling oil, dug out a large piece, and applied it on the old lady's nose and temple.
Oh.
What are you applying so much, you little girl? Cooling oil is free. Old Mrs. Tang felt better, but when she saw the large piece of cooling oil that had been dug out, she was a little breathless again. The eldest granddaughter is stupid. The second granddaughter is a spendthrift. Oh. Everyone in the family is here to collect debts. A big pig leg can buy hundreds of boxes of cooling oil. Tang Nian said angrily. What's the use of calculating carefully every day? If there is a Tang Wujin who is so crooked, he can't even keep a mountain of gold and silver. Old Mrs. Tang choked heavily and was speechless. Moreover, thinking of such a big pig leg, her heart hurt more than a knife, and she hated Tang Wujin even more. This time, Tang Wujin was caught and quickly found a man to marry, A man would be fine, so that she wouldn't stay and cause trouble to the family. The team leader went to arrange the work for the villagers today, and then changed into a 70% to 80% new Zhongshan suit, which was his outfit when he went out, and he wore this when he went to the commune meetings. In the pocket of the Zhongshan suit, there was also half a pack of Hong Shuangxi cigarettes, which was also his outfit when he went out. Tang Nianyan took the half pack of cigarettes from his pocket, went to her room, took out cigarettes from the space, and filled it up. Her Hong Shuangxi cigarette packaging box could not be taken out, unlike the current one. Third uncle, here. Tang Nianyan stuffed the cigarettes into the team leader's pocket. The team leader was not polite and led the Tang family to the farm. Tang Jujin didn't go, and the old lady Tang asked her to stay to look after the house. She originally asked Tang Nianyan to stay as well. After all, it was more than 30 miles to go back and forth, and the old lady was worried that she couldn't walk. But Tang Nianyan insisted on going. She deliberately created an opportunity for Tang Wujin. She must watch this idiot jump into the deep pit step by step, and then she would light a big fire to make this idiot never stand up. Although Mrs. Tang had the shortest legs, she walked the fastest and walked in front in a hurry. 15 or 16 miles was nothing for her. In the past, she had to rely on her 2 legs to go to the county town, and it was 60 kilometers back and forth. After walking for more than an hour, they finally arrived at the dusty construction site. The farm has been repairing the reservoir in the past 2 years. The deep pit was full of people working. Everyone was dusty, and their faces could not be seen clearly. Su Jinfeng quickly found her eldest daughter in the crowd. Tang Wujin was like a man, carrying a full load of soil and walking fast. Men were carrying soil, and women were working on the soil. The division of labor on the farm was very clear. Only Tang Wujin was carrying soil, and the other women were working on the soil. Tang Nianyan looked around the crowd and did not see He Guoqing. The corners of her lips curled up coldly. Tang Wujin did not disappoint her. Su Jinfeng rushed directly in front of Tang Wujin and slapped her hard. Tang Wujin was stunned, and the burden on his shoulders fell to the ground. The soil scattered all over the ground, and the sky was full of yellow soil. You don't want to live a good life at home, but you have to come here to suffer. Is your mind full of, if I had known you were so cheap, I should have put you in the toilet. Su Jinfeng slapped him a few more times, and tears fell from her eyes. Although the parents-in-law asked Wujin to work every day, they had never done such heavy physical work. This idiot came to the door to carry earthwork by himself.
It was too cheap. Mom, don't worry about me.
Tang Wujin said angrily, picked up the shoulder pole, and went back to load the earthwork again. Although it was a bit bitter, as long as he could be with Guoqing, no matter how bitter it would be sweet. In the past, Guoqing ignored her and was never in a good mood, but now he has changed a lot. He smiles at her, speaks to her more gently, and even cares about whether she has been beaten at home. Tang Wujin has never been so happy. As long as Guoqing cares about her, she is willing to work like a for her every day. You are my child. Why can't I take care of you? Come home with me. Su Jinfeng rushed over and dragged Tang Wujin away. But Tang Wujin's heels were like nails. He didn't move at all and said, I won't go back, Mom. Just pretend you never gave birth to me. I'm a member of the He family from now on. After this busy period, she and Guoqing will go to the commune to get the marriage certificate, and she will no longer be a member of the Tang family. The Tang family can't control her anymore. If I didn't give birth to you, did you jump out of the cracks of a stone? If I didn't raise you, did you grow up starving? You black-hearted dog. You stole the meat and food from home to pay for your. I'll beat you to death. You're worse than an animal. Old Lady Tang rushed over and slapped Tang Wujin without saying a word. She was about the same height as Tang Wujin, and there was no height difference when slapping him. After more than a dozen slaps, Tang Wujin's face was swollen. She covered her face tightly and stared at Old Lady Tang angrily, as if she was staring at an enemy. When Su Jinfeng saw her eyes, her back felt colder than ice. How could her eldest daughter become like this? She was very obedient and well-behaved when she was young. She must have been possessed by an evil spirit. You still dare to stare at me? I raised you, but you turned out to be an ungrateful person. Old Mrs. Tang also felt disappointed. She asked herself if she had done anything wrong to her eldest granddaughter. Although she was not as good to Nian Nian, she had never stopped feeding her, and she also provided for her education. It was just that her eldest granddaughter was too stupid. She always failed in exams, so she stopped providing for her until she graduated from junior high school. She was not forced to earn much from work, and the housework was shared by the 3 granddaughters. All the girls in the village lived like this, but the eldest granddaughter always said that she was partial and had to compare with Nian Nian. Nian Nian was paid for by her parents, and that money was enough for her to eat and drink well for decades. In addition to the 1,000 yuan and 500 kilograms of food coupons given to his family, the young master and young lady of the Tang family also gave 2,000 yuan for Nian Yadu's living expenses. The old man said that the 3,000 yuan was all for Nian Yadu's living expenses, and their family could not embezzle this money. Nian Yada has grown up to this age, and only half of the 3,000 yuan has been used. The rest is enough for the girl to eat and drink for many years. Their Tang family only helped to support Nian Yadu and did not spend a penny of their own money. Instead, they survived with this money. Tang Wujin, this idiot, refused to listen to reason and insisted on competing with Nian Yatu. He was so stupid that he had no self-awareness at all. Old Mrs. Tang was too lazy to look at this ungrateful person anymore. She glared at him with disgust and shouted at Su Jinfeng, "Take the things and leave. Just pretend you never gave birth to this ungrateful person." "No, the things are mine. You hurt Guoqing so badly. Those are my apology to Guoqing." Tang Wujin, who had been silent all this time, suddenly screamed sharply. Guoqing was so thin that the wind cut him down, and his complexion was very bad. When she saw Guoqing last night, she felt so distressed that she couldn't breathe. She wanted to use these meat and eggs to replenish Guoqing's body, and she must not take them back. Compensate your mother. Did I give you face? You stupid thing, you stole things from home and you are right? Old Mrs. Tang's anger rushed up again, punching and kicking Tang Wujin. Tang Wujin, who couldn't bear the pain, waved his fist to resist. A thin white hand blocked it. It was Tang Nianyan. "How dare you beat my mother? For that he Guoqing, you disrespected your grandparents, parents, and sister and stole the food and meat from home to feed the. When you took those things, did you ever think about what your family would eat? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" Tang Nianyan questioned word by word. Tang Wujin has always been a heartless and ungrateful person. Her affection was only for He Guoqing. The Tang family did not collapse overnight, but one after another tragically died, but Tang Wujin has always watched coldly and never offered a hand to help. Even when Mrs. Tang and Tang Manjin and his wife died, she did not come, let alone visit their graves. This woman's heart is black, and she has no conscience and humanity at all. Tang Nianyan pushed Tang Wujin lightly, and Tang Wujin took several steps back. He was unable to retract his strength and sat on the muddy ground.
"Why do you hit me?"
"Tang Nianyan, you wild." Tang Wujin got up neatly, rushed over angrily to beat people, and even shouted out Tang Nianyan's life experience. Grandma and Grandma forbade the family to talk about Tang Nianyan's background. Everyone in Tang village thought that Tang Nianyan was a member of the Tang family. Today, she was going to expose the background of this.
"Why?"
"Because Nianyan is my granddaughter, and I agreed to her beating you. I'll beat you to death, you ungrateful." Old Mrs. Tang was quick-witted and rushed forward, slapping Tang Wujin in the face and interrupting him. "If you dare to gossip about her outside and make up bad things about Nianyan, don't blame me for being rude." Old Mrs. Tang looked gloomy and terrifying and warned the idiot in a low voice. The old lady turned back and glared at Su Jinfeng fiercely. If it weren't for this idiot's carelessness, how could the life story of Nian Nian be revealed? Tang Wujin's stupidity must have been inherited from her stupid mother. Tang Wujin trembled with fear. She had lived under the tyranny of the old lady since she was a child, and she lowered her head timidly. Su Jinfeng lowered her head guiltily, and she was also very regretful. In the past, she only complained a few words in front of her eldest daughter, but accidentally let it slip. The eldest daughter knew Nian Nian's background and said that she gave it to Lu Jin, but her parents-in-law suppressed it. She was even more resentful of her eldest daughter. She had a good life, but she had to go against the family. This idiot would regret it in the future. Old Mrs. Tang looked at her eldest granddaughter deeply and gritted her teeth and said, "You take care of yourself. You will live your good life in the future and have nothing to do with the Tang family. I will definitely live better than all of you." Tang Wujin raised his head with full confidence. Guoqing is educated and a Beijinger. She will definitely go back to Beijing with Guoqing in the future. In the future, she will be a city dweller who eats commercial grain, and the Tang family will always be mudlegs. She will also live better than Tang Nian Nian. Even if Tang Nian Nian has a job at the Red Star factory, what can it do? Can it compare with the units in Beijing? Guoqing said that his family would arrange a job for her, and it would be a formal job. Tang Wujin believed it without a doubt and became more devoted to He Guoqing. "I hope you can do what you said." Old Mrs. Tang sneered and mocked. She didn't have to wait until later. She could see the future of this idiot now. People like He Guoqing have no conscience at all. Now he just uses the idiot to work so that he can have a good face and say a few sweet words to coax this idiot into being infatuated and willing to work like a cow and a horse. In the future, this little glasses will definitely not remember this idiot when he returns to the city. Tang Wujin snorted coldly and raised his head higher. She will definitely live better than everyone in the Tang family. Let's go. Old Mrs. Tang turned around and left. She was not a person who dragged her feet. Since her eldest granddaughter was determined to sever ties with the family, she would help this idiot.
Mom.
Su Jinfeng pleaded with her eyes. She had not given up on her eldest daughter and wanted to save her. "If you don't leave, stay." Old Mrs. Tang's eyes were fierce, and her face was terribly gloomy. Su Jinfeng shuddered, looked at Tang Wujin, tears streaming down her face, and was dragged away by Tang Manjin. Tang Manjin has always listened to his parents. He has been obedient since he was a child. When his father died, he told him to listen to his mother and Nyen Yatu. He still remembers it. When the quarrel started, the other workers surrounded him. They were so crowded that they couldn't get through. Everyone looked at Tang Wujin with contempt. For a white face with questionable character, she broke up with her family. This woman must have a problem with her brain. She will regret it in the future. But no one persuaded Tang Wujin. The people on the farm were busy with their own affairs. They lived one day at a time. People's hearts were getting colder and colder. Sympathy was the most luxurious thing on the farm. Old Lady Tang rushed directly to the accommodation area of the farm. She had to take back the meat and food. It was called an accommodation area, but it was actually a few rows of wooden bungalows. It was very simple. There was a stove at the door. Old Lady Tang asked about He Guoqing's residence and strode over. The door was locked. The old lady kicked it over, and the door fell down. He Guoqing, who was lying on the bed and dreaming, was so scared that he almost fell off the bed. In the morning, he ate 3 boiled eggs, a bowl of steamed bacon, and 3 bowls of white rice. He had never eaten so much before. After eating and drinking, He Guoqing was more pleasing to Tang Wujin. He said a lot of sweet words to coax Tang Wujin to go to the construction site to work, while he rested at home. In addition, Tang Wujin ate sweet potato porridge with pickles in the morning and didn't even eat an egg. He said that he would save it for him. He Guoqing was very satisfied. Now he didn't want anything else. He just wanted to get out of the farm safely and wait until he returned to the city. Tang Wujin volunteered to help him with the work, and of course, he couldn't refuse. After all, rural women are born to work. They work for the brigade and for him, and they are all contributions to the country. He Guoqing didn't feel guilty at all. Everything was voluntary by Tang Wujin. He voluntarily came to the door, voluntarily worked for him, and voluntarily ate porridge and pickles. He didn't say anything. He Guoqing was almost exhausted these days. He had never suffered such hardship since he was born. He didn't have enough to eat and had to do hard work every day. His shoulders were worn out, and he was so hungry that he couldn't walk. Today, he finally got a rest. As soon as He Guoqing lay on the bed, he had a beautiful dream. In the dream, he returned to the capital, went to work in a state-owned factory, and married Liu Jinglan. They loved each other, had a successful career, and had a son and a daughter. They lived a happy life that everyone envied. However, before the dream was over, he was awakened by a loud noise. He Guoqing didn't see clearly that there was someone standing at the door and opened his mouth to curse. A kick came over and broke his jaw. Tang Niannian kicked quickly, fiercely and accurately, so that the wouldn't scream annoyingly. Old Lady Tang glanced at her granddaughter with praise, then walked forward and punched and kicked He Guoqing, venting her anger. Then came Su Jinfeng and her husband, who beat He Guoqing even harder, leaving him with a swollen nose and face, several of his teeth falling out, and he collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. "Don't beat him to death. Get the things." Old Lady Tang stopped her, as it was not worth getting involved in a lawsuit for the sake of the little glasses. The pig's leg was hung on the beam of the house, and at least a pound of meat was cut off, which was like cutting into Old Lady Tang's heart and liver, and it hurt her to death. The old lady gnashed her teeth and kicked He Guoqing, and then went to check the eggs. 1, 2, 3. 52. "You ate 3 of my eggs. Why don't you go to see the king of?" The old lady was stabbed in the chest again, and kicked He Guoqing 3 more times. After checking the rice jar, the old lady couldn't breathe, and kicked He Guoqing countless times. "You are a pig? You eat 5 or 6 kilograms of rice in one meal. Why don't you just die after eating it?" Old Mrs. Tang was heartbroken. She had at least 20 kilograms of rice in her rice jar, but now there were only 15 or 16 kilograms. The little boy with glasses had eaten 5 or 6 kilograms of rice in one morning. Even a pig could not eat as much as he did. "I didn't eat. I didn't eat." He Guoqing wanted to defend himself, but his big teeth had fallen out, so his words were not clear. Moreover, old Mrs. Tang did not listen to his defense at all and beat him up. He Guoqing wanted to stand up and stop old Mrs. Tang from pouring out all the rice in the rice jar. He had 7 or 8 kilograms of rice in his rice jar. Last night, Tang Wujin brought less than 10 kilograms of rice. These rice belonged to him.
"My rice,"
He Guoqing shouted weakly. His rice was taken away by the robber woman. What would he eat this month? What else do you have besides shamelessness? After old Mrs. Tang poured out the rice, she heard He Guoqing's voice and couldn't hold back her anger. She kicked him several times before she calmed down. He Guoqing fainted completely. Old Mrs. Tang was startled and hurriedly checked under his nose. He was still breathing, so she was relieved.
"Bah."
Old Mrs. Tang spat fiercely. They had a long life and would definitely not die. The family carried their things and left, not caring about He Guoqing's life or death. Su Jinfeng was crying all the way. Old Mrs. Tang was furious and scolded. "I can't bear to see you go back to the farm now and suffer with that ungrateful person. We, the Tang family, will never keep you." Cry, cry, cry. Cry for her mother's funeral. She cried so hard that her good life was ruined. Su Jinfeng's tears stopped abruptly, and there were still a few on her face, which was a bit funny. She didn't want to go to the farm to suffer. The family had meat every day, and Nian Yadu had a salary of 98 yuan. She was not a fool. She had to live a hard life instead of a good life. Old Mrs. Tang glared with disdain and strode ahead. She had important things to do. After walking 7 or 8 miles, they arrived at a fork in the road. One way led back to Tang village, one way led to the commune, and one way led to the county town. "Let's go to the commune." Old Mrs. Tang walked towards the road to the commune. "Mom, what are we going to the commune for?" Su Jinfeng's heart skipped a beat, and she felt something was not good. Let the commune issue a document to sever the relationship, and that ungrateful person will have nothing to do with the Tang family from now on. Old Mrs. Tang's expression was ruthless. She was the one who had to do the evil, and she must not let this ungrateful person harm the Tang family. "Mom, please give Wu Jin another chance. I'll go and persuade her now, and she'll come back." Su Jinfeng was so scared that her face turned pale. She hugged the old lady's arm and begged bitterly. A woman's greatest support is her natal family. Although the eldest daughter did something wrong, she was not guilty of this. If the relationship was severed, who would support the eldest daughter if she was bullied in the future? Mom, we can't sever the relationship. Wu Jin will be bullied to death. Su Jinfeng cried, and Tang Monjin's face was not looking good either. Old Mrs. Tang pushed her away in disgust and cursed. She is so capable that she even dares to steal things from home. Who dares to bully her? If you can't bear to leave, go and accompany Tang Wujin. I won't stop you. Su Jinfeng just cried and didn't dare to speak. Think about Ling Qing. In addition to Tang Wujin, you still have Lu Jin and Yu Jin and Nian Girl.
There are so many people in our Tang family.
We can't be harmed by this ungrateful wolf. If you can't figure it out, go back to your Su family now. Old Mrs. Tang's tone was very firm. Before the old man died, he told her that people with unclear minds must not be kept in the family. Once they made a big mistake of principle, there was no room for negotiation, and they must be driven out of the house.
There are two principled issues mentioned by the old man.
One is to be a traitor. The other is to have an affair. Tang Wujin, this ungrateful wolf, has an affair, so he can't stay.